ancestor, he was extremely special as he was formed from two obsessions. This current obsession was filled with aggressiveness, wholeheartedly wanting to make hairy men the rulers, the masters of the 5 regions, suppressing humans. Compared to the previous sagely-looking land spirit, this one was more erratic. But no matter which one, land spirits could not lie, they were frank and honest. Fan Yuan could be much more at ease in dealing with a land spirit than human goo immortals who were able to hide their intentions from him. Seeing that Fan Yuan was keeping quiet, Langya land spirit could not endure it and continued speaking. Fan Yuan, Langya's sect has done a huge favor for you this time. What if you lost these? Wouldn't you want to smash your own head and die? So how will you repay me? Pausing for a while, Fan Yuan heard Langya land spirit speak again. Lad, contribute these things to the sect. I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. You are our external supreme elder. I will give you an uncountable number of sect contribution points, enough to exchange for countless immortal goo recipes and immortal goo. Since Fan Yuan had asked Langya land spirit for help, he naturally was already mentally prepared. Anyone who saw Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Wisdom Goo would definitely be moved. Even Langya land spirit was not an exception. Langya land spirit might be straightforward and stubborn, with a one-track mind, but he was not without intelligence. Fan Yuan calmly replied, I am Langya's sect's external supreme elder, these are all mine. First elder, you are not thinking of embezzling my possessions, right? Hee. Langya land spirit grabbed at his hair while yelling. If I had known this beforehand, I would not have let you join Langya sect. I could have directly confiscated these supreme treasures if so. Damn it, I told the truth again. Fan Yuan laughed. Back then, Langya land spirit sincerely wanted Fan Yuan to join Langya sect. Now that both sides had already set the agreement, it was too late for Langya land spirit to go against it. At least by his current means, he was not able to breach the agreement. Even if he wanted to renege on the agreement, he needed to prepare for some time to break the information path agreement between the two sides. Even so, because he could not lie, Fan Yuan just needed to probe slightly to extract the information. Just based on this point, Fan Yuan already had Langya land spirit firmly in his grasp. After some careful thinking, Fan Yuan still felt it was better to leave Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Wisdom Goo in Langya Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were two treasure troves once held by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If fixed immortal travel hadn't been destroyed, wouldn't it meaning Wu Xie and others could casually return to these two places? If Fan Yuan placed these two treasure troves in his own immortal aperture, that would be a huge mistake. It would be opening the door for robbers, letting a wolf into one's house. As for Wisdom Goo, Fan Yuan could not use it for the moment. He had now revived with a new physical body, unlike his previous immortal zombie body. In his immortal zombie body, Fan Yuan had no need to fear the light of wisdom. But right now, if he entered this light, his lifespan would start decreasing, which was a price Fan Yuan could not accept. So from now on, unless he had no alternative, it was better to not use Wisdom Goo. I have obtained the sovereign immortal aperture but lost the support of Wisdom Goo. It can be considered that there are losses along with the gains. But there will be a day I will find a method to use Wisdom Goo with a living body. During this period of time, it is better to let Langya land spirit safeguard Wisdom Goo, saving me from worrying about it. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan said to Langya land spirit. First Supreme Elder, you want me to present these 3 treasures to the sect, that is impossible. But we can cooperate. I can lend Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Wisdom Goo for the sect's use. The sect will be in charge of safekeeping them. If anything unexpected happens, you will have to compensate me 10 times over. Besides this, you need to compensate me with some sect contribution points too. Langya land spirit was jubilant, almost dancing with joy as he shouted. Lad, you are quite tactful. That's good, that's good. With Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, I can let these children refine and strengthen their souls. It will be a huge help to their goo refinement. Also Wisdom Goo, this is a rank 9 goo of Wisdom Path. In the past it was the vital goo of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Using it to deduce immortal goo recipes is simply too wonderful. From the land spirit's tone, he actually knew how to use Wisdom Goo. Fan Yuan could not help asking. Langya land spirit was not stupid, replying with a chuckle. You want to know the method to use Wisdom Goo, then exchange for it with contribution points. Our Langya sect is fair. Both sides negotiated for a while before completing the matter of collaboration. Fan Yuan then casually mentioned the Featherman Zhou Zhong, This variant human was Fan Yuan's slave, but it was not impossible for this relation to be exposed. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lu Lan knew of Zhou Zhong, he was already exposed. It was better to let him lead those feathermen to stay in Langya Blessed Land for the time being. In any case, Langya Blessed Land's space was extremely huge. Of course, it was unable to compare with Fa Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture in terms of potential future space. As for those hairy man slaves in the Fan Yuan stone nests, after Fan Yuan haggled with Langya Land's spirit, these hairy man slaves still belonged to Fan Yuan, but he had to remove their slave status. They could only be considered Fan Yuan's subordinates in Langya sect. Because of his identity, Langya Land's spirit had deep love for hairy men and disdain for other races, having a doctrine that hairy men were to be the rulers. Naturally, he would not let Fan Yuan continue to order these hairy men as slaves. It was already extraordinary for him to still let these hairy men be subordinate to Fan Yuan, not arguing about it. Fan Yuan was actually quite happy about this. These hairy men were now free and belonged to Langya Blessed Land. But as long as Fan Yuan mobilized them to refine Gu, they would have to obey his orders, which was not much different from beforehand. These hairy men would even be nurtured by Langya Land's spirit, building their own families and working in the Blessed Land, which would stimulate their passion for Gu refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Fan Yuan briefly informed Langya Land's spirit about the matter regarding Ying Wu Siet and Shadow Sect. Langya Land's spirit listened on while staring blankly, and only a long time after Fan Yuan finished talking did he react. So you even had Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada? Langya Land's spirit cried out again. Lad, what kind of dog shit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's vital immortal Gu dog shit luck? So Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's vital immortal Gu was actually dog shit luck? Not fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Langya Land's spirit snorted. He refined fortune rivaling heaven in his later years. In his early years, it was dog shit luck. I had cooperated with him when I was alive, how would I not know? Chapter 1030. Making He Lu Lan defect. Fan Yuan had a peculiar expression. This was the first time he was hearing about dog shit luck, this strange-sounding immortal Gu. In the current situation, it was not a big deal to expose Spring-Autumn Cicada. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals already knew about it. That meant the 10 great ancient sects also knew of it. The entire world would basically know of it. Langya Land's spirit continued. It is a pity that this Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6. If it were the former rank 9 Spring-Autumn Cicada, you would definitely obtain victory. Since Spring-Autumn Cicada is in Ying Wu Xia's hands, you cannot allow him to use it. But thankfully, I have quite a few time path methods. Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6 and I know who has it. It is quite easy to counter it. Counter Spring-Autumn Cicada? Fan Yuan felt great interest. In fact, this was his biggest worry currently. Langya Land's spirit said, Spring-Autumn Cicada is merely rank 6, so be it if we do not know who owns it, but since we know, it is easy to deal with. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu, but so what? There are only invincible Gu masters, there are no invincible Gu worms. In the entire world, time path is not the strongest, all of the different paths have their strengths. But if we use time path methods, it would be more effective as a counter. Fan Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Langya Land's spirit's words made a lot of sense. Like just earlier, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and was used by Shadow Sect after they deduced it. This was a classic example of Wisdom Path countering Time Path. Spring-Autumn Cicada had its unique ability, but it was not invincible. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. The world was balanced, it made sense that Spring-Autumn Cicada was countered by other methods. Since rebirth, I have been treating Spring-Autumn Cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that I would need to deal with it one day. Fan Yuan sighed internally. When he was contacting Langya Land's spirit, at the same time in Central Continent. Mingtang Valley. This valley that was bathed in light all year round was famous in Central Continent. It was under control of Wind Cloud Manor and Heavenly Lotus Sect, 2 of the 10 great ancient sects. It was famous in Central Continent for being among the best places to produce light path Gu worms. This land of treasures was incredibly rich in light path Dao marks. Almost every 20 years, there would be wild light path immortal Gu formed. Deep in this Mingtang Valley, there was a hidden demonic path Gu immortal. Unmoving Mountain, Gong Sun Liang. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. Oh? Someone is calling me? He muttered lightly, the suspicious expression on his face faded at once, turning into a serious and solemn expression. His consciousness entered his immortal aperture, as he used a special information path method to communicate. Boss, you want to borrow my immortal goo? On the other end, in a deep part of Earth Abyss, Ing Wuxia answered. Yes. Gong Sun Liang opened his eyes, without any sleepiness left. He was very hesitant, his gaze was flickering. He was a demonic path goo immortal, he had been chased and suppressed by Central Continent's righteous path, especially the 10 great ancient sections. He lived like a fugitive. During one of his near-fatal escapes, he fell into a trap and nearly died. At that time, he was saved by a mysterious man. Gong Sun Liang not only kept his life, under the lead of the mysterious man, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization was called Defy. The members of the organization were identified with numbers. They were very mysterious. Gong Sun Liang had obtained much help from this organization. If not for that, he would not have been able to escape up until now, without getting caught by the 10 great ancient sects. As time passed, he saw the importance of this organization, and had some guesses towards the motives of this organization. This organization's codename shows the time the person joined, and their status in the organization. Boss is at the top, he is the person who created Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow my goo. After hesitating for a long time, Gong Sun Liang gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Central Continent Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Goo Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the matters of their sect. Suddenly, Miao Jun's body shook. He received the information that Ing Wuxia sent. Facing Ing Wuxia's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, "The boss contacted me. He wants to borrow our immortal goo." Miao Yu frowned. "This boss is very mysterious. We have only joined Defy for a short time. We have not heard about the boss information. But the moment he contacted us, he wants to borrow immortal goo." Miao Jun nodded. "We joined Defy because we wanted their help. But earlier, when trying to leave Immortal Crane Sect, they did not provide us any help. And now, they want to borrow immortal goo from us. This boss is truly shameless. A few years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect ascended to Immortal. Thus, this force had 3 goo immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. After having 3 goo immortals, they wanted to get rid of their vassal status from Immortal Crane Sect. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Immortal Crane Sect's plan worked, and they lured their 3rd goo immortal away. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Immortal Crane Sect. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's lives were getting tough. The 2 wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but their wishes were not granted, thus they were not happy. As a result, Ing Wuxia failed to borrow their goo using his identity as the boss. Bang! In Earth Abyss, in a secret room, Ing Wuxia slammed the table in front of him, smashing it. Humph! Miao Jun, Miao Yu? Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth, his expression was dark. This organization called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Heavenly Court ruled over it. Its subsidiary forces, the 10 great ancient sects, split up most of Central Continent's resources and controlled it tightly. Below the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces trying to survive. People looked up to bigger forces, who would not want to improve, who would not want to expand their territory and obtain more resources for themselves. Especially goo immortals, they had to face tribulations once in a while. Thus, goo immortals were forced to improve, otherwise they would die from the calamities and tribulations. It was not so easy to increase one's strength. One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. The most important thing was the lack of resources. But the 10 great ancient sects had incredible strength. They occupied most resources. The other forces could not gather enough strength to influence their control. People with aspirations noticed this and interacted with one another, forming all sorts of alliances. But these alliances did not last long. Because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sowed discord between them, or the members of the alliance went into internal conflicts themselves. Of course, the fundamental problem was insufficient strength to challenge Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Shadow Sect thus secretly created the organization Defy, selecting the members carefully and getting stronger. But this was only a casual move. Even the Shadow Sect member who created the organization Defy back then did not have much expectations. The more members there were, the more inflated the organization was, and the more complex and hard to manage it was. Furthermore, these members were not otherworldly demons, they were not even fate escapees. They could not be used to resist heaven's will. Thus, back then, Spectral Soul's Gu refinement plan did not involve these people. If he mobilized them, would they listen? Even if they did, there was a high chance that heaven's will would make use of them. It was not worth it. But at this moment, Shadow Sect's plan failed, they were dealt a huge blow. After rebirth, Ing Wuxia had to make use of the strength of Defy. His experience in borrowing Gu was not very successful. Most Gu immortals gave lots of excuses. Immortal Gu were very precious, the identities of the members of Defy were kept secret, they did not know each other, the organization was not strict in enforcement. How difficult would it be to borrow Gu? Only people like Unmoving Mountain Gong Sun Lian, these demonic path Gu immortals without any support would need to make use of Defy in order to escape from the pursuit of Central Continent's righteous path, and avoid deductions. He could not leave Defy thus, even if he did not want to, he had to take a risk and lend the immortal Gu to Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia tried for a long time to borrow Gu, while Fan Yuan's Gu worms were in the processing of self-detonating one by one. Eventually, even though Ing Wuxia managed to suppress them, and prevented the Gu worms from continuing to self-detonate, his losses were severe. Fan Yuan, good job! You are really resolute in cutting your losses. In the darkness, Ing Wuxia had a grim expression. But only a person with your caliber would be able to obtain sovereign immortal fetus Gu, after all. After suppressing Fan Yuan's Gu worms, Ing Wuxia used the borrowed immortal Gu to get rid of Fan Yuan's fake will in his mind. Just as he was about to continue and use the immortal Gu to make Fan Yuan's Gu worms his, he had a feeling as he noticed He Lu Lan's actions. He Lu Lan was sitting on a rock bed, opening her eyes. She was frowning, as worry flashed across deeply in her eyes. In the room, from a corner within the darkness, Ing Wuxia's voice could be heard. He Lu Lan, you can stop trying. In this place, it is impossible for you to use connecting heaven Gu to reach treasure yellow heaven. He Lu Lan's gaze shined, she was about to speak. At this moment, Ing Wuxia continued. You don't have to pretend and lie to me. I know you are suspicious of my identity, then I will tell you. That's right, I am not Fan Yuan, I am Ing Wuxia. He Lu Lan's expression changed. She was not Tai Bai Yunxing, she was not easy to fool. After Fan Yuan woke up, he acted strangely. He Lu Lan held back her suspicions because they had to use fixed immortal travel to escape first. But to think that Ing Wuxia brought her here. There was a super Gu formation here, the defenses were tight, actually preventing connecting heaven Gu from use, she could not connect to treasure yellow heaven. After He Lu Lan failed to reach treasure yellow heaven, she realized that Ing Wuxia's identity was even more suspicious. But now, Ing Wuxia directly told her the truth, He Lu Lan did not know how to react. You know my identity. Ing Wuxia's voice continued. I am one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Split Souls, I took over Fan Yuan's body. You have two choices now, one is to die, the other is to abandon Fan Yuan and join me. For Ing Wuxia, He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique, and was someone who escaped fate, she was a high-quality pawn. But if He Lu Lan did not know what was good for her, he would kill her with no reservations. He could use He Lu Lan's corpse to revive his current body. Using the Gu formation here, Ing Wuxia was completely confident in taking down He Lu Lan. Chapter 1031. Flawless. He Lu Lan was startled and furious. Ing Wuxia's sudden declaration made her situation very passive. Even though He Lu Lan did not know that Ing Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the Battle of Etian Mountain, she was aware that Ing Wuxia, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, He Lu Lan's aunts, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, had died one after the other. These two people were the only two remaining family members that He Lu Lan cared about. As Shadow Sect was the culprit for killing Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan's hatred was immense. Ing Wuxia knew this but disregarded it. He directly approached her and forced He Lu Lan to surrender. If she did not, he would kill her. Even though Ing Wuxia was in Fan Yuan's body and was a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 Gu immortal Shirnu with him, who had high battle strength. Most crucially, he had a super Gu formation set up here. It was able to prevent Heavenly Court from investigating the place, and could resist the attacks of the wild beasts living in Earth Abyss. Being able to protect Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this Gu formation was extraordinary. This was Ing Wuxia's greatest assurance. Even though Ing Wuxia was only a split soul, he had inherited Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing nature and firm personality. He Lu Lan's expression was dark, deep hatred was flickering in her eyes. Since Ing Wuxia is fearlessly challenging me, he surely has made preparations and is fully confident. The other party's capabilities are unfathomable, and they have a close relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I resist, I would likely end up dead. I can only endure this and find a good opportunity later. While having such thoughts, He Lu Lan snorted, speaking. Your shadow sect killed 2 of my family members. You want me to join you? Aren't you afraid I will betray you? Ing Wuxia's laughter could be heard. What is there to fear? Pausing for a while, he continued. Firstly, I am strong while you are weak, there is nothing to fear. Secondly, I have information path methods to restrict you using an alliance agreement. Thirdly, I understand your personality. You have not taken revenge yet. He Qing is still alive. Are you satisfied with this ending? Even if you already had killed He Qing, you would endure this for now and cultivate, finding a chance to take revenge in the future. He Lu Lan was silent. Hearing that Ing Wuxia was so aware of her personality, He Lu Lan's heart sank. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He Lu Lan did not expect Ing Wuxia to know so much about her. In contrast, she knew nearly nothing about him. This was caused by Fang Yuan. Back then, Old Man Yanshi and Shadow Sect found out something wrong with Fang Yuan and used Heavenly Secret Goo to deduce matters about him. As someone close to Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan was implicated. Shadow Sect collected information about her, deducing many details. Ing Wuxia originally did not know, but because of the Red Lotus true inheritance in the River of Time, he received the guidance of Spectral Soul's will. He learned much about He Lu Lan. Seeing He Lu Lan become silent, Ing Wuxia showed great patience. He did not rush her. There was only a hint of light in this simple room. He Lu Lan's entire body was nearly shrouded in darkness. A long while later she spoke. You want to recruit me to deal with whom? If you want me to fight against Heavenly Court, you might as well kill me now. Ha! Ing Wuxia laughed. No need to probe me, He Lu Lan. I want to recruit you to deal with Fang Yuan. Bright light flashed in He Lu Lan's eyes, her pitch became higher. Oh, it seems Fang Yuan isn't dead yet? Not only did he survive, he has obtained great gains. Hatred could not be concealed in Ing Wuxia's tone. You want to make use of me to harm Fang Yuan and take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for you? He Lu Lan continued asking. Humph. Ing Wuxia smiled coldly. Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land should be empty already. The cultivation resources inside, including Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, were all moved to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land? It is the place where you and Fairy Li Shan fought against Jin Baixing, He Qing, and Jiang Yu. Why? Fang Yuan didn't tell you? Ing Wuxia asked. He Lu Lan sank into silence. Ing Wuxia continued. Langya Blessed Land was the immortal aperture left behind by Long Hair Ancestor. It is a former grotto heaven that had fallen to a blessed land. But its foundation is so abundant that it could be said to be the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land is already destroyed, no other blessed lands can match it. Fang Yuan not only moved his resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya Sect, betraying humans and becoming the lackey of hairy men. He Lu Lan heard this and her gaze flickered. Ing Wuxia seemed to know her thoughts. He continued speaking with a smile. You guessed right. I have an insider in Langya Blessed Land. I know everything that happens inside Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan will not be running around for long. You can only survive by joining me. The sights of Etian Mountain appeared in He Lu Lan's mind again. Spectral Soul's gigantic body was deeply ingrained in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He Lu Lan muttered internally. She gradually closed her eyes, saying solemnly, The circumstances are not in my favor. I will join you. But I will remind you, even if you want me to deal with Fang Yuan, we still have an active alliance agreement. Merely an alliance agreement, I can get rid of it for you easily. Ing Wuxia said confidently. But He Lu Lan said, Are you sure? Back then, when we made the alliance agreement, it was stated very clearly, if any side breaks the alliance agreement, the other party would not need to follow it anymore. Ing Wuxia felt that this was turning troublesome. Oh? So if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, I will be helping Fang Yuan indirectly? He Lu Lan nodded. Precisely. Fan Yuan had included this line back then because he was afraid of Fairy Li Shan secretly removing the alliance agreement. After all, she primarily cultivated information path. Fan Yuan had to guard against her. But things changed too quickly. Unexpected events happened in life. Fairy Li Shan died, and Ing Wuxia wanted to help He Lu Lan remove the alliance agreement. The essence of alliance agreements is the use of information path methods to leave information path Dao marks on both the body and the soul. To remove the alliance agreement, I have to get rid of the information path Dao marks. Ing Wuxia thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of He Lu Lan's information path Dao marks. Using this super goo formation and my goo worms, I can accomplish it. But this way, I will be helping Fan Yuan too. Ing Wuxia did not want that. In his opinion, the best situation would be that He Lu Lan was free from the alliance agreement, while Fan Yuan was still restricted by it. In this way, he could use He Lu Lan to deal with Fan Yuan. He would have a huge advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to achieve that. As long as I can find the corresponding information path Dao marks and remove them first. On He Lu Lan's body, there had to be one or multiple information path Dao marks that represented the condition. If one side breaks the alliance agreement, the other party did not need to follow it. And these information path Dao marks had to be related to the other information path Dao marks. Ing Wuxia only needed to remove these information path Dao marks first, before removing the others to achieve the result that he wanted. In the future, he could use this alliance agreement to restrict Fan Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Ing Wuxia was frowning more deeply. Using an inappropriate analogy, the alliance agreement between Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan was like two interlinked bombs strapped onto them. Whichever side broke the alliance agreement would cause their bomb to explode, and they would suffer a severe punishment. Ing Wuxia had the ability to remove He Lu Lan's bomb now, but that would cause Fan Yuan's bomb to deactivate as well. This was not what Ing Wuxia wanted. But to get the result he wanted, he needed to get rid of He Lu Lan's bomb while finding that crucial wire or multiple wires to remove first. It was very difficult to do that. Ing Wuxia did not have the attainment level, and he did not have corresponding immortal goo either. Damn it! This Fan Yuan does things so flawlessly. Ing Wuxia felt stifled internally. If it were before the Battle of Yitian Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He only needed to ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it. There was even Spectral Soul's main body. But the situation now was different from the past. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They faced massive losses. Only a small portion of their forces were left in the 5 regions. Ing Wuxia knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and combined all of the remaining forces, he could not reach its former level again. In this way, He Lu Lan's value is greatly diminished. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie, allowing me to obtain a life and death immortal aperture to revive? Ing Wuxia had an idea. But after considering it, he gave up on the idea. Reviving with a life and death immortal aperture has a huge flaw. If I am unlucky, the immortal aperture might explode. I might as well use normal immortal zombies to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking about the life and death immortal aperture, Ing Wuxia naturally thought about sovereign immortal fetus goo. At once, he gritted his teeth, feeling his hatred towards Fan Yuan intensify. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they had performed many experiments and found lots of problems with it. Next, they paid a huge price to modify it step by step. Eventually, even Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of human path, transformation path, and heaven path to create the immortal goo recipe for sovereign immortal fetus goo. Fan Yuan snatched sovereign immortal fetus goo and obtained the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. He ascended to heaven in a single leap. Shadow Sect's countless years of effort and hard work had turned to nothing. Such deep hatred could not be expressed in words. Forget it, I should let He Lu Lan off. I am too short on manpower now. He Lu Lan's aptitude is great, she can be a very good lackey. Fan Yuan! You will end up in my hands one day. By then, I will pull out all of your tendons. I will use every inch of flesh and skin on your body to refine the sovereign immortal fetus goo again. Chapter 1032. Treasure Yellow Heaven transports goo worms. Well? Have you considered it? You are an external supreme elder of Langya sect. You can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Langya Land's spirit smiled. Over in Central Continent, He Lu Lan was forced by Ing Wuxia and had no choice but to submit. Fan Yuan did not know this and was contacting Langya Land Spirit. Speaking of the method to counter Spring Autumn Cicada, Langya Land Spirit was indeed formed from long-hair ancestor. He had a deep foundation. In their earlier conversation, Fan Yuan was shocked to find out that Langya Land Spirit had more than 10 methods. All of them were effective in dealing with Spring Autumn Cicada. These methods involved many aspects. With so many choices, at this moment, Fan Yuan felt a bit uncertain. But he quickly focused his mind, asking as he thought of something. I have a question. How many sect contribution points do I have? 300. Langya Land Spirit hesitated for a moment before answering. 300. Fan Yuan frowned. He knew that he had not done anything for Langya sect yet after joining it. This amount of sect contribution was obtained because he had lent Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu to Langya Land Spirit. However, either of Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu were unparalleled things. They were only worth 300 sect contribution points. Immediately, Fan Yuan had some suspicion, but he did not question him. He asked in a roundabout manner. First Supreme Elder, I am not sure how your 300 points were calculated. I would like you to explain for me. Langya Land Spirit heard Fan Yuan call him First Supreme Elder, and felt very pleased internally. He said frankly, This is very simple. Dang Hun Mountain counts as 100, Luopa Valley counts as 100, and Wisdom Gu is also 100. Fan Yuan's tone became lower. Wisdom Gu is a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Why is it worth the same number as Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley? No need to be suspicious. Langya Land Spirit quickly answered. You lent all 3 of them to the sect, but my Langya sect has to bear the expenditure of the Earth Chi, and the feeding of Wisdom Gu. 300 sect contribution points are given to you according to the rules in the sect. I know that fairness is required for a sect to grow. Don't worry, we will not shortchange whatever is rightfully yours, but we will also not give you extra that you did not earn. After pausing for a while, Langya Land Spirit continued. Of course, if you contributed them to the sect, the contribution points would be much higher. It is possible for you to become the first Supreme Elder of the sect as well. Fan Yuan heard this and couldn't help but feel excitement. Becoming the first Supreme Elder of Langya sect, wouldn't he obtain the highest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Langya Blessed Land, he would be able to mobilize the Hairy Man Gu immortals inside Langya Blessed Land, right? But quickly, Langya Land Spirit said, But for you to become the first Supreme Elder, you need to get rid of your human status and become a true Hairy Man. Only an exceptional Hairy Man can be the leader of the Hairy Men. Langya Land Spirit's tone was full of confidence towards the ideology of Hairy Man rulership. Fan Yuan dispelled his earlier thoughts. He had no doubt that Langya Land Spirit had methods to turn humans into Hairy Men. But if Fan Yuan became a Hairy Man, the price was too great. Most fundamentally, the current trend of human dominance could not be overturned. Hairy Men and other variant humans, even if they became immortals, would be pushed aside and ostracized. Furthermore, Hairy Men and the other variant humans were flawed to begin with. They could not become rank 9 venerables. Fan Yuan aspired to reach immortality. Cultivation was only a tool. But evidently, the higher his cultivation level, the closer he would be to this goal. This logic was simple. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Fan Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points. Langya Land Spirit calculated the amount very precisely. He did not give Fan Yuan 1 point less or 1 point more. Fan Yuan sensed keenly that these 300 sect contribution points were very precious. They had great value. If he used them wisely, they would be a huge help towards him. Thus, after he thought over it, he did not spend these contribution points rashly to obtain one of the ways to counter Spring-Autumn Cicada. At the other end, Langya Land Spirit said, Sect contribution points are meant to be used. Don't be too stingy with them. We have many sect missions for you. As long as you complete one, your sect contribution points will increase. Oh? What kinds of missions? Fan Yuan asked lightly. Langya Land Spirit wanted to make use of Fan Yuan's strength. He naturally explained them to him. Fan Yuan soon shook his head. Disappointment was all over his face. These sect missions were split into 2 types. One was to collect Gu refinement materials, the other was to spar with the Hairy Man Gu immortals and nurture their fighting skills. Earlier, after Qin Bai Xing and the rest attacked Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land Spirit turned from the shape of a human and white-haired Land Spirit to a hairy man and black-haired Land Spirit. The management of Langya Blessed Land had changed drastically. The black-haired land spirit wanted hairy men to be the rulers, the overlords of the goo world, to trample on humans and all other races. Thus, he tried to train his hairy man goo immortals, wanting to raise their battle strength. Before this, these hairy man goo immortals only knew how to refine goo, they did not even train normally, their battle strength could not be said to even be at the dregs. Currently, Fan Yuan did not have the time to help the black-haired land spirits search for goo refinement materials, or be the nanny of the hairy man goo immortals. How about this, First Supreme Elder? I lack goo worms now. Could you buy some southern border goo worms from Treasure Yellow Heaven and inspect to check that they are not tampered with? If they are fine, send them over to me. Fan Yuan changed the topic, listing his needs. Langya Land's spirit did not reject this. Batches of goo worms quickly passed through connecting heaven goo via Treasure Yellow Heaven, reaching Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal goo, including wine sack flower goo, rice pouch grass goo, spring water goo, eating wind drinking dew goo, and others. The situation now was different. Earlier, Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie, he did not need to eat. But now that he had revived, his body was alive, he needed to consume food and water. Even goo immortals would die if they did not eat. Unless they had the relevant food path down marks. Other than these food path mortal goo, there was also some clothing goo. Fan Yuan was not satisfied with fire cape goo and flying smoke goo, the effect of the flames was too eye-catching, they were unnecessary. After acquiring these clothing goo, he immediately changed his clothes. There were also goo for housing. For example, the woodpath goo worm, 3-star cave. After it was used, it would turn into a tree house with space in the trunk. The second batch provided was moving perspective cup goo and stargate goo. It was not safe to use Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market, it was not a secret channel. Moving perspective cup goo used the space door to transport objects, it bypassed the 5 regions' regional walls, it was a superb mortal goo. Be it the moving perspective cup goo recipe or stargate goo recipe, Langya Land Spirit had already obtained them from Fan Yuan. According to the previous Langya Land Spirit's personality, he would have refined a lot of them. Thus, these 2 goo worms were directly taken out from Langya Blessed Land. Once they entered Treasure Yellow Heaven, the 2 goo worms shined with bright treasure light, it drew the attention of many goo immortals. They were mortal goo, but the treasure light was really very bright, it was out of the ordinary. This special situation drew the attention of many goo immortals, they went to ask but Langya Land's spirit rejected them. The third batch was also mortal goo, they came from Langya Sex Storage, Fan Yuan wanted to use them to test his sovereign immortal aperture. The earlier tests were only observations on the surface. To learn about the secrets of the sovereign immortal aperture, he needed to use goo worms as tools. The fourth batch was the main objective. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan stole quite a number of immortal goo from immortal zombie Bo Qing. He used the light of wisdom and wisdom path methods to deceive these immortal goo temporarily, as he gradually refined them. Before joining the Battle of Etian Mountain, he only managed to refine Change Soul Immortal Goo. And during the crucial moment in the Battle of Etian Mountain, he used it to turn the situation around. Right now, Change Soul Immortal Goo was still in Fan Yuan's hands. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Goo, they were filled with Bo Qing's will, they were much harder to refine compared to Change Soul Immortal Goo. They were left inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and were not brought to Etian Mountain by Fan Yuan. After all, these immortal goo were not refined, they could not be used even if they were brought. As it turned out, it was lucky that Fan Yuan did not bring them. Otherwise, according to what happened, these immortal goo would be left in his body and becoming Wu Xia's property. These Sword Path Immortal Goo were the Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, Rank 7 Sword Escape Goo, Rank 7 Sword Eyebrows Goo, and Rank 7 Flying Sword Goo. Langya Land Spirit only sent Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Goo over to Fan Yuan. The two of them made an instant transaction. At the first moment, Fan Yuan used a rock that he picked up to buy Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Goo. The treasure light is hundreds of meters tall, what happened? Transaction of Immortal Goo. How is this possible? I saw it earlier. Someone bought 2 Rank 7 Immortal Goo immediately, they were so fast that no one could react. Buying 2 Rank 7 Immortal Goo? Heavens! I do not even have a single Rank 6 Immortal Goo, who is that rich? The earlier few batches of goo worms had already attracted some attention. With this transfer, involving Immortal Goo, heated discussions were occurring in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The trading of immortal goo was usually done through exchanges of immortal goo. They were rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, Fan Yuan and Langya Land Spirit's transaction was like a rock that was thrown into a calm lake. Ripples formed immediately. 2 immortal goo, each having around 300 meters of treasure light. But the other party paid with a rock. A lucky goo immortal who witnessed the transaction transmitted using his divine sense. This information caused more heated discussion between goo immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you kidding me? This is not a normal transaction. They are using Treasure Yellow Heaven to transfer goo worms. Even if they are transporting immortal goo, it is very rare. Treasure Yellow Heaven's fee is charged according to the treasure light's height. At once, countless divine senses conversed in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The wills of many goo immortals were engaging in conversation enthusiastically. The commotion was similar to a mortal fish market. Because of Fan Yuan and Langya Land Spirit, the entirety of Treasure Yellow Heaven was in chaos. Chapter 1033. Taking large strides with unwavering determination. Southern border, on the peak of a nameless mountain. Fan Yuan held Sword Escape Immortal Goo in his left hand, and Flying Sword Goo in his right hand. He observed them. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was like a golden bee, while Flying Sword Immortal Goo was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their merits. The first was a movement Immortal Goo. It was extremely fast, not inferior to the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Goo. The second was very famous in history. It was Bo Qing's most used offensive and defensive goo worm. The aura of rank 7 was oozing. Fan Yuan smiled as he stored the 2 immortal goo. After Etian Mountain, the Sword Path immortal goo were all successfully refined under the light of wisdom, becoming Fan Yuan's goo. These 2 immortal goo were among them. Fan Yuan could use them now. With these 2 immortal goo, Fan Yuan felt more assured about his safety. Earlier, he had Attitude Goo, Change Soul Immortal Goo, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. He lacked movement and attacking methods. With these 2 immortal goo now, Fan Yuan's weakness was alleviated, his battle strength surged. If he met Wukong Dong again, Fan Yuan could use his immortal goo to kill him. He had stopped using Connecting Heaven Goo. Because Langya Land Spirit sent Sword Escape and Flying Sword, 2 rank 7 immortal goo, Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a commotion. More and more goo immortals were joining in and discussing the matter. In the goo immortal world, rank 6 goo immortals were the majority. And among them, a large portion did not have any rank 6 immortal goo. Thus, this transaction that involved 2 rank 7 immortal goo had such a huge impact. Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market, secrets could not be kept. Fan Yuan had no choice but to use Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport his immortal goo. After obtaining 2 Sword Path immortal goo, he stopped using Connecting Heaven Goo, allowing Treasure Yellow Heaven to dwell in that commotion on its own. Using Moving Perspective Cup Goo, he continued to communicate with Langya Land Spirit. Just now, you spent 30 sect contribution points, Langya Land Spirit said. It was not free to use Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport goo worms. Treasure Yellow Heaven would take a cut from every transaction. According to the treasure light, the higher it was, the larger the processing fee. The processing fee was paid by Langya Land Spirit. He converted them into sect contribution points in Langya sect and deducted them from Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan's sect contribution points fell. He had 270 left. Of course, a portion of the 30 points had been used on Fan Yuan's purchase of different mortal goo. I want to talk to you about the trade of guts goo, Fan Yuan replied. This discussion took a long time. Only until late at night, both sides came to a detailed agreement, concluding their negotiation. Trade of guts goo. Fan Yuan's eyes shone, excitement was still lingering on his face. The winds of night blew, they were cold but were unable to extinguish the fire inside him. All along, Fan Yuan's guts goo trade had been restricted by the number of hairy man's slaves. Because guts goo needed air sac goo as the container to leave Danghun Mountain, and to be sold outside. But air sac goo needed He Lu Land's strength chi immortal goo as the goo refinement material, and the hairy man's slaves needed to refine it continuously. Now, He Lu Lan was missing, and strength chi immortal goo was not with Fan Yuan. But this was okay. Long ago, Fan Yuan had used the light of wisdom to deduce a new recipe. He had been keeping it a secret because he wanted to maintain his cooperation with He Lu Lan. Therefore, the number of hairy man slaves was the main limitation towards this trade. And it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man slaves. Firstly, Hairy man slaves were the most expensive among variant human slaves in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Especially those skilled in refinement, they were even pricier. Secondly, the process of refining goo was filled with danger. Hairy man slaves would die during the process. Thus, even though Fan Yuan replenished many hairy man slaves, inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their numbers did not increase. Fan Yuan wanted to raise his own hairy men, but because he did not have the methods to do so, he could not execute this idea. But right now, Fan Yuan had joined Langya sect. How many hairy men were there in Langya Blessed Land? It was an unimaginable number. This blessed land was perhaps the most populous location for hairy men in the whole 5 regions. Fan Yuan had his motives in lending Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Langya sect. Using the vast number of hairy men in Langya Blessed Land to refine air sac goo for him, the number of guts goo produced would far exceed Fan Yuan's previous scale. His profits would rise to an unprecedented level. As long as it is inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, even if Central Continent attempts to suppress it, so what? The trade of guts goo will not be affected. I am really excited. According to our negotiation, even if Langya sect takes more than half of the benefits, my profits each month from the guts goo trade would reach 6,000 immortal essence stones. Before this, Fan Yuan's total profits, including his other businesses, only reached 2,000 immortal essence stones a month. Now that he joined Langya sect, with just the guts goo trade, he could obtain 6,000 immortal essence stones a month. This was a number that many rank 6 goo immortals could not imagine. After rebirth, Fan Yuan had joined Langya sect after deep and careful consideration. Firstly, one day, when Fan Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world, which place was more reliable than Langya Blessed Land? Others were targeting Fan Yuan's giant Sun True inheritance, but they were also after Langya Blessed Land. After Langya Land's spirit transformed, he wanted to strengthen the hairy man race. He was a natural ally for Fan Yuan. Secondly, Langya Blessed Land was very powerful. It resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, Langya Land's spirit could not lie. Fan Yuan would easily sense it should he decide to turn on him. With these 3 reasons, Fan Yuan joined Langya sect. Indeed, on the first night after reviving, he obtained a huge benefit. Fan Yuan not only used Langya Land's spirit to solve his dangerous situation, he even used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to increase his wealth. I have passed the weakest period after revival. Now I need to inspect my 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This was a night without stars in the sky, cold winds were blowing. Fan Yuan entered the house goo. After eating food, he inspected his immortal aperture. With so many mortal goo, his efficiency in inspecting it was higher. It was a sleepless night. Around dawn, Fan Yuan left the 3-star cave goo, seeing the start of the sunrise. Southern border was mountainous and foggy. When the sun rises, it would make the direction where it was facing look like a burning cloud. As the sun rose, the first light of dawn could be seen as golden-red traces. Soon, light burst out, bringing heat along with it, like metal that had just come out of the furnace. The morning sun ascended slowly, the clouds between the mountain peaks were moving about, beautiful lights were created after the rays of sunlight hit them, there were gorgeous red clouds in the sky. In Fan Yuan's heart, a grand feeling of ambition was brewing. Ambitious mountains with steps firm as steel, taking large strides with unwavering determination. Taking risks to obtain the essence of the universe, my heart still seeks to rise beyond heaven. As he recited, Fan Yuan opened his arms like a bird, jumping down the cliff before ascending rapidly. It was as if he was stepping on the clouds, flying towards the southeast direction. After this night, he gained a greater understanding of the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture had a huge space of over 335,000 square kilometers. Not just that, there were rich time path resources. One day in the outside world was 2 months inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Heilu Land's aperture, with her having the great strength true martial physique, was only at a 1:38 ratio with the outside world's time. But Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was 1:60, it greatly exceeded that of Heilu Lan. But compared to the space in the immortal aperture, the time path aspect was not as impressive. But this was a huge relief to Fan Yuan. When the time flow in the immortal aperture was fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently, and Fan Yuan would have bigger problems dealing with them. Perhaps Spectral Soul had considered this point when he was refining the goo. At a ratio of 1:60, it surpassed super-grade blessed lands, but was not too exaggerated. Fan Yuan could handle it, although with difficulty. Other than time path resources, Fan Yuan also found 16 beads of green grape immortal essence in his sovereign immortal aperture. An immortal aperture that was alive was different from a dead one, it could produce immortal essence. 16 beads of immortal essence in a day, that meant 480 in a month. It was extraordinary, far surpassing Fan Yuan's previous life. Fan Yuan also found that his body was full of Dao marks. These Dao marks were of all paths: fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path. Even poison path and luck path were encompassed within. What shocked Fan Yuan more was that these Dao marks were not just high in variety, they were also of a large quantity. He could vaguely estimate that on average, each path had around 100 Dao marks. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of goo worms by 10%. No wonder Fan Yuan could use the fire path fire cape goo and flying smoke goo to such an extent. But this discovery did not make Fan Yuan happy, he felt a bit grim. Goo immortals usually pursued one type of Dao mark. Because Dao marks could amplify the effect of goo worms, they could also weaken and counteract them. For example, when a goo immortal who cultivates water path and has water path Dao marks all over their body uses a fire path mortal goo, the effect would be worse than a mortal goo master. Even if goo immortals cultivated more than one path, they would choose one to be primarily used. This was common sense in the goo immortal world. But strangely, I used the mortal goo of so many paths, but I did not feel any resistance and weakening from the Dao marks of other paths. In fact, the amplification is working normally. This goes against the logic of the cultivation world. What is going on? There is another point. Any goo master who ascends to immortal has a vital goo. But my sovereign immortal aperture does not have one. What is going on? Towards the mystical properties of the sovereign immortal aperture, the deeper Fan Yuan explored it, the more questions appeared in his mind. I have already used all my methods for yesterday's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries behind the sovereign immortal aperture, I need to get answers from Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Yingwu Xie. But near Etian Mountain, the changes are too large. With the Dream Realm manifested, southern border goo immortals would seal it up and turn it into a forbidden area for outsiders. And I also do not know Yingwu Xie's location. Forget it. The matter at hand is to find southern border's current generation and Xiang. Chapter 1034. Man-made disaster. Southern border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was noon, the sun was high in the air, it was a clear sky with no clouds in sight. At a certain area in a forest at the back of Rotten Mud Mountain, a youngster was fighting with a mature bear. The atmosphere was tense. The bear stood as tall as 3 meters in height, it had a bulky body and brown fur which was thick and shiny. At this moment, the bear was opening its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth as its red eyes stared at the young man with a ruthless look. The young man who was facing this bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was only 5.5 feet tall, compared to the bear, he was tiny and weak. But the young man's eyes were shining with vigor, he dared to face the bear head-on, without any fear. Roar! The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing at the young man. The brown bear might look clumsy and heavy, but any experienced hunter would know that it had incredible explosive strength. When the brown bear moves from a still position, its speed rises rapidly as it pushes forward. The young man only felt a gust of wind as the bear suddenly arrived in front of him. The young man's expression did not change, he activated his goo worm during the crucial moment. His movement goo allowed him to move away by a certain distance. The brown bear missed its target, it crashed into the tree behind the young man. With a loud sound, the thick tree trunk was snapped by the brown bear. With the falling of the tree, another loud sound was heard as it slammed on the ground. The surrounding birds flew away in panic. The young man let out a breath of cold air, thinking, thankfully, I dodged in time. If this bear hit me directly, even if I had defensive goo worms, my bones would break and I would suffer heavy injuries. However, after dodging this attack, the battle tilted in favor of the young man. The young man's eyes shined brightly, he cried out. Stupid bear, feel the power of my sword Chi-Gu. Before he finished speaking, he had already stretched out his middle and index fingers on his right hand, pointing at the brown bear. The next moment. Whoosh! With a soft sound, a burst of pale white translucent sword Chi shot out of the young man's fingers. The sword Chi flew through the air, hitting the brown bear's back. But there was the aura of wild goo on the brown bear. The fur on its back turned firm, becoming hard plates. The sword Chi hit the hard plates and made a buzzing sound, as the sword Chi dispersed. The brown bear's bulky body was completely uninjured. It shook its head as it recovered from the dizziness earlier. It turned around towards the young man. The young man was dumbfounded. What? This bear has a wild defensive goo. How can my sword chi goo hit it? Grandpa, did you intentionally put the wild goo on that brown bear? The young man shouted. Grandson, I walked along the mountain's paths for over 10 li to find this brown bear. It is a great opponent for you. From the tree branches, a voice said this. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on top of the tree, watching his grandson fight this brown bear. The young man's strongest method was sword chi goo. But against the brown bear, it had little effect. Each sword chi could only shave off some of the bear's fur. There was no choice, the young man could only dodge everywhere. The brown bear attacked fiercely, but it was a beast, it did not have enough intelligence. Even though the young man could not defeat the bear, he was agile and had much experience. Because of that, he dodged everywhere while causing the bear to crash into trees while fighting. Seeing the young man's difficult state, the grandfather laughed. Rascal, do you know sword chi goo's weakness now? It attacks by piercing. Once it is countered, you will waste your primeval essence with no damage dealt. Come, catch this goo. Saying this, the grandfather tossed the goo worm to the young man. In order to receive the goo worm, the young man was almost hit by the brown bear. He tumbled to the ground. But because he reacted quickly, he rolled away from the brown bear's bite. After getting some distance, he jumped and stood up again. This is muddy goo! The young man cried out, recognizing this goo worm. This goo worm was not his, but his grandfather had lent it to him. The young man could use it with no problem. After injecting primeval essence into muddy goo, the goo worm shined with a murky light. The young man's hand flicked, and the murky light on the goo worm left his hand, landing below the bear's feet. Gugugga. A large amount of bubbles emerged from the soil below the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area became a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck inside the mud. It struggled intensely, shaking off a lot of the mud on it. The young man was hit by mud on his body and face, but he did not care. He used muddy goo again. The murky light went into the pile of mud again. The brown bear was already stuck at the bottom of the mud. It struggled and was about to get out. But because of the light, the mud deepened. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck inside. The more it struggled, the more it sank. The bear stood on 2 legs, but the depth of the mud was already at its waist. When the young man used muddy goo for a 3rd time, victory was decided. The brown bear sank again. Eventually, only its head was exposed. It growled, unwilling to give in. I finally won. The young man was tired. He sat on the ground, breathing roughly. His face was pale. His primeval essence was almost expended. With a soft sound, the young man's grandfather jumped down from the tree, floating down slowly for several meters, landing in front of the young man. Rascal, you know the advantages of muddy goo now? Without this goo, how could you defeat the brown bear? The grandfather chided. The young man did not answer. He breathed roughly for a few seconds before snorting, looking at his grandfather. Grandpa, you did this on purpose. I know you want me to give up on Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan's specialty, Earth Path, right? The grandfather raised his finger and tapped the young man's head. He said in a loving but bitter tone, Rascal, you are smart. It would be great if you could use it on your Earth Path cultivation. The young man had his face in his hands, saying, But I like sword chi. It is so cool when I shoot out sword chi. Earth Path is so lame, Grandpa, look at me, I am covered in mud. After one battle, I lose all my coolness. The grandfather heard this and stared with wide eyes, about to scold him further. But at this moment, the bells from the base of the mountain started to ring. Both of them were startled. The young man jumped up, standing and looking at the base of the mountain, saying anxiously, Ah! This is the alert bell goo of the clan. The bell is ringing so rapidly, what happened? Go! The grandfather was more direct. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the young man, running towards the base of the mountain rapidly. The young man felt the wind blowing past him. All he saw were shadows of trees that rapidly moved behind him. He was shocked. This is the power of a rank 5 goo master? Such speed! After a dozen breaths of time, the young man's vision returned to normal as his grandfather put him down. With the sudden deceleration, he felt queasy. His stomach was churning as he almost vomited. Lord Clan Leader! Greetings to Lord Clan Leader! The young man heard the voices of clan elders. He tried to stand up, but realized that he was already at the wall surrounding Ni clan village. The young man's grandfather was Ni Kun, the current leader of Ni clan and a rank 5 Gu master. Ni Kun frowned, asking with a serious expression. What happened? Why was Alert Bell Gu used consecutively? Clan leader, the matter is urgent, take a look. A clan elder used the clan's Gu formation. This was an investigative Gu formation. It was directed to Ni Kun. Ni Kun's vision flashed with all sorts of images. In an instant, he saw a scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused, he frowned as he showed confusion on his face. A beast tide! Strange, we had already survived a beast tide a year ago. And the surrounding beast groups near the village are insufficient in forming a beast tide. That's right, we found it strange too. If there is an abnormality, there must be a cause. I suggest that we send our elite Gu masters to investigative. Nevertheless, we should focus on defending ourselves. This beast tide is colossal. The question now is whether we can protect the village. Ni Kun's expression was grim. The danger had arrived so suddenly and severely. His grandson, Nign, was staring blankly in a daze. Earlier, it was a calm and peaceful day, but now, his village was on the brink of destruction. The beast tide is fierce. An attack of this scale has not been seen in decades. Ni clan is facing a life and death situation. Activate all 3 layers of our defenses. Second elder, third elder, quickly go and lead our elites to use the Heavenly Fire Gu formation. Sixth elder, lead the medicine hall and the medical team. Seventh elder, check our transportation Gu formation. If anything goes wrong, send our youths away. Ni Kun ordered. The elders knew that the situation was dangerous. They moved immediately, showing firm determination. The beast group attacked like fierce waves, rushing forward relentlessly. Wherever they went, dust rose as trees in the mountain were snapped. The young man, Nign, saw this on top of the village wall and felt immense fear. His expression turned pale. He had never seen such a fierce beast tide. Normally, beast tides came in one species, for example, a wolf tide or a tiger tide. But now, this beast tide had many different types of beasts: wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer, foxes, snakes, and more were mixed in. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not attacking each other? They are forming together and attacking our village. The grandfather Ni Kun mumbled. At the next moment, Ni Kun shuddered. The Ni clan Gu masters around him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying beast tide slowed down, before stopped entirely. An enormous group of beasts of all kinds stood 10,000 steps away from the village wall, watching the people in anticipation. Ni clan's Gu masters looked at each other, feeling uncertainty and fear. A mound tiger moved out. Mound tigers were mutated beasts. They had huge bodies, far larger than normal. They were like small mounds. Fan Yuan was lying on the mound tiger's back. His eyes were half open as he looked at Ni clan. Seeing Fan Yuan, Ni clan's Gu master shouted in shock. Nigen's eyes were wide open. He finally realized this beast tide was not a natural disaster, it was a man-made disaster. Chapter 1035. Heaven surveying 5 xiangs, Qi clans 2 immortals. The sky was grand and vast. White clouds rumbled, moving below one's feet. A huge lion growled lowly as its forelimbs stepped on the air, flying towards the cloud layer. This lion's body was like snow, it was completely white. Its thick mane swayed in the wind, strong air currents were created below its feet. On the lion's back, there was a huge chair. 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female, were sitting together. The female was old and looked like she was in her 60s, but her eyes were shining brightly. She was excited and could not sit still, looking around. And the male had the appearance of a young man. He had a sharp nose and long thin eyes. His body was emitting a cool and experienced aura. Great uncle, your steed is really amazing. It can travel on the clouds. In just half a day, we have already flown tens of thousands of li. The female Gu immortal praised. This is a desolate beast, Qi Grand Lion. It is not flying on the clouds, but it has the ability to control air currents, thus it can fly. The young-looking man explained patiently. A lion that can control air currents and fly in the air, I have never seen such a thing. Desolate beast. What does that mean? The female Gu immortal asked. The young-looking male Gu immortal smiled silently. Chi-He, you just ascended to become a Gu immortal. It is normal that you do not know about common knowledge of the Gu immortal world. This Qi Grand Lion has Qi Path Dao marks on its body. Once it matures, it can soar through the skies. But this type of lion is very rare now. It is almost extinct in the 5 regions, it can only be seen in white heaven and black heaven now. As for desolate beasts, they are a certain rank of beasts. Like how Gu masters have rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3, other than desolate beasts, there are ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 6 Gu immortals, because one desolate beast can fight evenly against a rank 6 Gu immortal. And ancient desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 7 Gu immortals, while immemorial desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 8 Gu immortals. The female Gu immortal, Chi-He, heard this and her eyes shined. She assessed the Chi Grand Lion again, thinking, "No wonder I felt such danger from this lion. Thanks to Great Uncle, I survived the tribulation from ascension and became a Gu immortal. If I had to fight this lion, I might get torn to shreds." The young-looking Gu immortal, Shizai, was hundreds of years old. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He only looked so young because of lifespan Gu. He was old and experienced. Seeing Chi-He's face, he could guess what she was thinking. Stretching out his arm to pat this junior's shoulder, Shizai consoled. "Little He, don't worry, most people are like this after becoming immortal. When the matter I have to deal with is settled, we can return to Chi-Si Grotto Heaven. Your seniors are there. If the seniors know that our Chi clan has another Gu immortal, they will be very happy. You will live in the Grotto Heaven for some time and learn from your elders. Remember to observe carefully and ask questions. Thank you for your advice, Great Uncle." Chi-He had a serious expression, standing up and bowing to Chi-Zai solemnly. Let's sit down and talk." Chi-Zai nodded, showing a proud expression on his face. Chi-He sat down, showing a confused expression. She hesitated for a while before saying, "Our Chi clan has a lot of Gu immortal elders. Why are we not imitating southern border superforces like Wu clan and Shang clan?" Chi-Zai smiled as he said, "You want to ask, why is it that we elders who have become Gu immortals are not acting like Wu clan and Shang clan, looking after our descendants? Instead, we allow our juniors to get bullied and suppressed, is that right?" "I wouldn't dare to," Chi-He said anxiously. "In the past, when I had just become an immortal, I had the same question as you." Chi-Zai sighed. He showed a look of reminiscence. "The reason is quite complex. It will take some time to explain. The underlying cause of this relates to our Chi clan's ancestor. He was one of the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs thousands of years ago." "Heaven surveying 5 Xiangs?" Chi-He asked. The heaven surveying 5 Xiangs were 5 publicly recognized Gu immortal experts in southern border during that time. The 5 of them had rank 8 cultivation level, at the peak of the Gu immortal world. They often collaborated and explored white heaven and black heaven together. They had a close relationship, thus they were known as the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. Our Chi clan ancestor was one of the 5 Xiangs, Chi Xiang. And our Chi clan cultivates Chi path primarily. Rank 8 Gu immortals. Chi-He was lost for words. Chi-Zai sighed. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Every rank 8 Gu immortal is a legend, their actions have huge impact. And back then, the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs were extremely famous, even in the other 4 regions. And because these 5 people had similar interests, and a close relationship, they often fought enemies together. In most situations, rank 8 Gu immortals work alone. Thus, in white heaven and black heaven, other rank 8 Gu immortals would avoid the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs if they encountered them. During that time, southern border's Gu immortal world had the edge over the other 4 regions because of the 5 Xiangs. They had incredible fame. But dozens of years later, the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs disbanded. As he said that, Chi-Zai's tone became deeper. "Why?" Chi-He asked. Chi-Zai sighed, continuing, "I am not sure about the exact details. Supposedly, back then the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs found a huge secret while exploring white heaven. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one person could obtain it. All of the 5 Xiangs wanted to get it, but they did not relent. Because their strength was similar, and because of their relationship, they created a bet." "Bet?" "That's right, this bet had a 1,000-year duration. The rules of the bet were, the 5 Xiang could only watch as their descendants developed on their own. 1,000 years later, whichever clan had the most Gu immortals would be the winner." Chi-He considered the time. 1,000 years had already passed, she quickly asked. "Then who won?" Chi-Zai smiled bitterly. 1,000 years later, 2 clans had the same number of Gu immortals. The victor could not be decided. The other 3 clans were unwilling to give up, thus, with 2 clans against 3, another round of betting was decided upon. Thus, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Until now, the 5 ancestors already died long ago, but the bet is still ongoing. So that's it. He heard this old secret and was tongue-tied. After a while, she accepted this fact and sighed. That means without this agreement, Southern Border would have 5 more super forces? But Zai shook his head. Among the 5 Xiangs, there were lone immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something only righteous path members generally have the patience to do. Our Qi clan had Qi Xiang. Who are the other 4 Xiangs? He asked again. Zai responded. Qi Xiang and I Xiang, Bai Xiang, Shui Xiang, Qi Xiang. They were known as the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. The following place I am going is where the current generation Ni Xiang is. Why does great uncle want to go to Ni Xiang? Zai hesitated for a moment before smiling. Alright, it is not an issue to tell you. Recently, a huge matter happened in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Large numbers of Gu Immortals died around Etian Mountain. One of our elders from Qi clan died there. Thus, we are here to find the current generation Ni Xiang, so that they can help us deduce the truth. Ah! Etian Mountain. He cried out. Regardless of what had occurred in Fan Yuan's previous life, this time around, the Battle of Etian Mountain involved both mortals and immortals. Thus, he had heard about it long ago. But she only knew that Southern Border's forces sent their mortal experts to attack Etian Mountain and exterminate the demonic path in order to defend the righteous path. In Southern Border, there had been no demonic path power that was so brazen to create a force. Thus, the righteous path was trying to take them down. Zai thus told He the gambling contest of Etian Mountain. He finally realized that the truth was like this. She muttered. The difference between immortal and mortal is as far apart as clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are just pawns of the immortals. This truth had great impact towards He, who had just become a Gu immortal. Zai heard this and smiled internally. When Gu masters become immortals, not only would their strength and cultivation change, their mentality also had to change. At this moment, Zai could use the matter of Etian Mountain to stimulate He's growth, so that she could adapt to her new identity. Soon, there was silence. Only the Qi Grand Lion was still running in the air. Zai and He had turned silent. Clouds moved around them, the world seemed vast. Because there were Gu formations on the chairs, they did not feel any wind or noise. Could any mortal see such a sight? He saw this and felt how huge the world was. Mortals were like insects. Her complex feelings faded gradually, she thought. That's right, I am a Gu immortal. I am not immortal anymore. Mortals and immortals are different. I need to remember this. After telling herself that, He's mood returned to normal. Even her mind had undergone a change. Zai nodded internally at this, saying, Actually, during these last few thousand years, among the descendants of the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs, our Qi clan is the most prosperous. Shui Xiang's descendants cultivate blood path. They are almost wiped out. Qi Xiang's descendants are staying inside their immortal aperture and live like livestock. They do not have any urge to improve themselves. They are lazy and only want to eat. They are nothing significant. Bai Xiang's final traces of bloodline have all died recently. As for Ni Xiang, even though they have several branches in Southern Border, there are no longer any Ni clan Gu immortals. He understood why. She nodded. Becoming an immortal is really difficult. If not for great uncle's help, I would have died in a calamity and tribulation already. Zai smiled, shaking his head as he said to He with deep meaning. Actually, Ni clan had the most hope in producing Gu immortals. But because of that, the other clans obstructed them, resulting in their pitiful state now. 3,000 years after the bet was created, Ni clan had a greatly talented refinement path Gu immortal, Rin. He was the final Gu immortal in Ni clan's history. Before dying, he planned for his clan's future. He broke the rules of the agreement, helping Ni clan and selecting immortal Gu to refine into his future descendants' bloodline. Chapter 1036. Grudge Qi Mun Man. Ah? What does that mean? Once in a while, a Gu master in Ni clan would awaken their bloodline. If they survive, an immortal Gu would grow inside their body. Zai looked at the clouds in front of them as he continued saying, Rin did that to help Ni clan produce Gu immortals. He was talented indeed. By refining immortal Gu into his descendants' bloodline, others could not take them away. Even if they tried to reverse refine it, it would fail. And these immortal Gu were specially chosen and could be used by mortals, although the price would be high. He blinked as she felt admiration towards Rin. If I could have the help of immortal goo, I might have been able to survive my calamity and tribulation alone. Chi Zai suddenly laughed sinisterly, a cold aura emanating from his body. Niren worked hard, but in the last few thousand years, there has not been a goo immortal from Ni clan. The immortal goo that he chose had too high of a cost, even if the mortal controlled an immortal goo, and even if it could not be snatched away by others, this was still like a baby holding onto a treasure. How could they be safe? Once someone creates an immortal goo in their body among Ni clan, we call them the current generation Ni Xiang. The first immortal goo created is an information path immortal goo, called yes or no. This goo can get the information from heaven and earth, and be expressed by the goo master, but they can only say either yes or no. Every time they answer a question, the goo master would expend 50 years of lifespan. Chi-Hi's brows rose. 50 years of lifespan? This price is so huge. How can this current generation Ni Xiang do it willingly? Chi Zai smiled and did not answer. Chi-Hi's body slightly shook. She had over 60 years of life experience, she had gone through many things, she finally realized what Chi Zai meant when he said this. Each answer costs the current generation Ni Xiang 50 years of lifespan. How can they be willing? But great-uncle is a goo immortal, while the current generation Ni Xiang is only immortal. Does it matter if they are unwilling? Ni clan is in such a pathetic state now, most likely, they were schemed by Chi clan's ancestors. And my Chi clan is in a bad state. Do the senior goo immortals really have no way to help? At once, Chi-Hi felt a chill. In their following journey, Chi-Hi became quiet, no longer speaking. Chi Zai kept his mouth shut. He was someone who did not speak much to begin with. Just now, he spoke so much in order to educate the junior, Chi-Hi. Now that she was an immortal, she was one of Chi clan's goo immortals. This action by Chi clan was by no means righteous. If newly included goo immortals had beliefs that did not fit with it, there would inevitably be conflict among the members. Chi Zai did not speak explicitly, but Chi-Hi had already understood his words. Rotten Mud Mountain is not far away. This time, I should let Chi-Hi handle this particular Ni clan. Even if the whole of the Ni clan here is sacrificed, there is no issue. Thinking of this, Chi Zai's eyes shined with cold light. At Chi Zai's will, the Chi Grand Lion descended. The scene was filled with white clouds. Soon, the Chi Grand Lion went below the cloud layer, and Chi-Hi's field of vision expanded. She could see mountains, rivers, and forests below her. She had never seen such a grand sight when she was immortal. She was quite amazed. And among these mountains, there was a tall black mountain that was very eye-catching. It stood out among the other mountains. Even the trees on this mountain were brown-black in color. As they got closer, Chi Zai's eyes focused. Soon, Chi-Hi also found something wrong. On the east side of the mountain, towards the sun, there was a village. But now, this village had already turned into ruins. Rivers of blood were everywhere, corpses were piled up on the ground. Not only were there human corpses, there were also beast corpses. What happened? Chi-Hi cried out. The Chi Grand Lion slowly landed on this bloody land, as the two Chi clan immortals looked at the battlefield. The intense smell of blood assaulted their noses. Chi-Hi was unable to bear watching this terrible sight. Chi Zai had a cold and indifferent expression. He muttered. Rotten Mud Mountain has a special property in the soil. The blood has not dried yet, evidently. Ni clan was slaughtered less than 1 or 2 days ago. Something strange. There are many types of wild beasts here. It is not a normal beast tide. Ni clan was really unlucky to have encountered such a beast tide. Chi said. Chi Zai looked on with a cold gaze. Humph, what beast tide? This is a man-made disaster. There is only one type of beast tide in Rotten Mud Mountain, that is the mud monster beast tide. Chi was shocked. What? Who is it? They are so cruel. Doing something so immoral. But she then thought over it briefly and said, This person can control a huge number and different types of beasts. They have an amazing method. Since when did Southern Border have such an amazing enslavement path, Goo Master? Humph. This person is not a Goo Master, it is a Goo Immortal. Chi Zai walked to the middle of the village. At the center of the village ruins, there was a layer of black mud. It was a clear contrast to the surrounding blood. This Ni clan has control of a desolate beast mud monster. Although this mud monster is already close to dying, no matter how strong an enslavement path Goo Master they are, the beast tide would not be able to do anything to this desolate beast mud monster. This is the work of a Goo Immortal. Chi Zai said grimly. Goo Immortal? Chi did not expect that it was a Goo Immortal. She felt strange. She had lived for decades without seeing a single Gu immortal. To think that during her tribulation, she would meet her great-uncle, and now there were traces of another Gu immortal. I am a rank 6 Gu immortal now, things are different, the people I can encounter are completely different as well. He thought to herself. Chi Zai's expression was turning grimmer. He came here to find the current generation Ni Xiang. But now, Ni clan village was completely wiped out, there was little hope of his plan succeeding. Humph! Killing the whole of Ni clan and leaving, I want to see who you really are. Chi Zai snorted, deep killing intent appeared. You think that by doing this I can't find you? How can the methods left by ancestor Qi Xiang be ordinary methods? Chi Zai said this as he stretched out his right hand. 2 of the fingers on his right hand curled inwards, only his thumb, index finger, and middle finger were pointed out. The 3 fingers tapped at the air. He did not think much of the small movements, but soon, the disturbance caused by this move was huge. Boom! The entirety of Rotten Mud Mountain shook, air currents moved and shook intensely. The rubble of the village, like snapped wood and bricks, were blown away by the strong wind. He took a step back, she was shocked by the huge force created. Howl, howl, howl. Pale green aura rose up in all areas of the battlefield. At first, there were only a couple dozen of them, but soon, the number of traces of pale green aura rose to hundreds, then thousands, flying in the air. At once, the entire battlefield was covered in green light. It was a grand sight. Come! Chi Zai shouted, 3 fingers were hooked, resembling a strong eagle claw. He grabbed at the pale green aura dancing in the air. The aura was affected by a strong suction force, gathering towards the eagle claw that Chi Zai's hand resembled. In a few tens of breaths, the pale green aura in the air was completely gone, having fused into Chi Zai's hand. Chi Zai's hand was no longer of normal color, it had turned into a peculiar jade green. Great uncle, your hand! He only took a look and felt her body and mind tremble. An intense feeling of grudge assaulted her. You have just passed your immortal ascension, you are still very much like a mortal, don't get close. Chi Zai instructed, but his voice was still as low and calm as always. He nodded, taking a few steps back, turning her gaze around. Next, she heard Chi Zai say, the pale green aura is the grudge chi that is scattered all over this battlefield. That Gu immortal killed Ni clan's entire village, not even letting the children and elderly live. He was truly ruthless. Ni clan did not have a single survivor, they are naturally feeling grudge towards their fate and the person who killed them. The aura is not only left in the battlefield, they are still entangled around the murderer. Go! Chi Zai shouted. At the same time, he opened his hand, slamming the pale green hand towards the black mud below him. In an instant, all of the grudge chi was sent into the mud by Chi Zai's action. This was not ordinary mud. It was filled with earth path down marks from the corpse of the desolate beast mud monster. Chi path has a long history, little he, watch closely, this is one of the signature methods of our Chi clan. Chi Zai could not conceal his pride. With a whooshing sound, the mud rumbled under Chi Zai's method, forming into a giant mud ball. The thick mud ball floated in the air, rotating on its own. On the surface of this mud ball, there were countless faces. These faces showed anger and hatred. Puff! Chi Zai breathed out, blowing out a breath of mystical aura. The aura entered the mud ball, as the latter quickly transformed into a monster made from mud. The mud man shouted, Kill! I want to kill you! He gasped. A member of Ni clan revived? Chi Zai's method was simply unfathomable in her eyes. Ever since Fate Gu was broken, the world began to have many revival methods. Chi Zai explained, turning towards the frenzied Mudman monster, asking, What is your name? Ah! The Mudman monster was still shouting, its limbs were still moving around, expressing its rage. Chi Zai frowned, he asked again. The Mudman monster did not listen, it continued cursing. Murderer! You forced my grandpa to die! I will tear you into shreds! Chi Zai snorted as he shifted his thoughts. The Mudman monster was created by him, he could naturally control it. Who are you? You are a murderer too! I will also! The Mudman monster's body shook as if it was hit by lightning, mud was falling off of its body. The cursing ended, the Mudman monster calmed down, looking at Chi Zai and Chi He with its hollow eyes. Chi Zai let out a breath of air. He knew that this Mudman monster had very low intelligence, it was made from grudge chi. Questions could not be asked too rapidly. he had to ask slowly and progressively. "What is your name?" "Nign," the Mudman monster shouted. Chi Zai misinterpreted his words as "you bastard." His eyes shined with cold light as he waved his sleeves while snorting. With a splat, the Mudman monster broke apart, turning into a pile of mud on the ground. Chapter 1037. Difficulties of Three Parties. Chi Zai snorted, pointing his finger as the mud gathered into a mud ball again. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless faces filled with hatred. Even though it was silent, this scene made Chi-He feel a cold chill internally. Chi Zai waved his sleeve as the mud ball turned back into a mud monster again. Chi Zai gasped lightly, thinking, "This is the grudge Chi from earlier." I had already dispelled this grudge Chi once, but it could show up again by suppressing the other grudge Chi and regaining form. It seems its owner had felt an immense grudge before dying. Chi Zai asked again, "What is your name?" Nign. This time, Chi Zai heard him clearly. Thus, he continued asking, "How old are you?" 15. Chi Zai asked as the mud monster answered. Chi Zai's questions gradually became more in-depth and more difficult. As time passed, after a while, Chi Zai finally learned what had happened in Ni clan. A mysterious Gu immortal had controlled the beasts and attacked Ni clan village. His motive was like that of Chi Zai, it was to find the current generation Ni Xiang. But unlike Chi Zai, he did not know who the current generation Ni Xiang was. Thus, he used the lives of the entire village to threaten and force the current generation Ni Xiang out. Without a choice, the Ni clan leader had to step up. As it turned out, he was the current generation Ni Xiang who had yes or no immortal Gu in his body. The Gu immortal was overjoyed, forcing the Ni clan leader to use yes or no immortal Gu and answer his question. He promised that as long as he received a satisfactory answer, he would spare Ni clan village. In order to protect the entire clan, the Ni clan leader chose to believe the Gu immortal and sacrificed himself. After the mysterious Gu immortal obtained the answer he wanted, he went back on his words and ordered the beasts to attack the village. Ni clan village felt furious and bore deep hatred. They resisted but fell back rapidly, suffering great losses due to the huge beast group. At the moment of life and death, the desolate beast mud monster that Chi Zai subdued came to save them. It turned out that the Ni clan villages that were scattered all over southern border were purposely preserved by Chi clan's Gu immortals. Chi Zai was in charge of Rotten Mud Mountain. Once in a while, he would do a check, thus he knew that the current generation Ni Xiang was Ni clan leader. He had subdued a desolate beast mud monster in a swamp of the mountain, leaving his will in it. This will manipulated the mud monster to protect Ni clan from mishaps. As the incident occurred, the mud monster rushed to the scene and protected Ni clan. But the mysterious Gu immortal was very strong. He attacked personally and killed the mud monster after many attacks. Once the mud monster died, Ni clan's remaining clansmen were submerged by the beast group. Not a single person survived. The peaceful Ni clan village had been turned into a ruin. Corpses were everywhere. It was a pitiful sight. Days later, at this moment when Chi Zai and Chi-He arrived, they found out about this. This Nign was the young clan leader of the village, the grandson of the Ni clan leader. He had lost his parents at a young age. He was brought up by his grandfather and was carefully nurtured. They had a close relationship. His grandfather was forced into death by the enemy, and the enemy even went back on his word and killed the entire village, including himself. After he died, his soul was taken away, only his deep grudge was remaining and did not dissipate. Chi Zai asked one question at a time, and Nign had a deep impression of Fan Yuan. He said everything he knew. According to his answer, Chi Zai obtained an idea of Fan Yuan's appearance. This was a short but muscular old man. He had a black and white beard. He looked tough like steel nails. He was yellow-skinned and had small eyes. His teeth were unevenly positioned. Who is this? Chi Zai searched through his memories, but he did not recognize this person. Of course he did not. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person. Even when facing unthreatening mortal Gu masters, he still disguised himself and changed his appearance. Actually, even if Chi Zai had appeared personally and saw Fan Yuan, he would not be able to expose his disguise. Because not long ago, Fan Yuan had already obtained enough Gu worms via Langya Land Spirit to use the immortal killer move, Familiar Face. This Gu immortal is likely a secluded cultivator in southern border. Sigh, it is a time of unrest. Chi Zai sighed to himself. Ever since the gambling contest on Etian Mountain, a large number of southern border's Gu immortals had died for some reason. And these southern border Gu immortals who died were mostly those who controlled certain areas in southern border. They had control of countless cultivation resources. This way, a power vacuum was created. Many lurking Gu immortals who were normally rarely seen started appearing one by one. This person had to attack the desolate beast mud monster many times. He does not have outstanding strength. He is likely to be a rank 6 Gu immortal. He actually knows about the current generation Ni Xiang. This secret is not known by Wu clan or Shang clan. Is he the descendant of one of the other 3 Xiangs? Qi Zai hesitated for a moment before deciding to pursue him. Qi clan was already in sight of victory regarding the ancient bet by the heavens surveying 5 Xiangs. But at this final juncture, a mysterious Gu immortal appeared. This matter was extremely important, even more than investigating the deceased Qi clan Gu immortal. He, Qi Zai, had to pursue it. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Guh. A basin of cold water was poured on Gu Yufangang's face. Fang Jing, who was unconscious, shuddered, waking up instantly. Where is this? He opened his eyes, realizing that he was in a cage, as a captive. And around him, there were 2 hairy men wearing armor. One of them was carrying an empty basin, there was still water droplets inside. The other was holding a leather whip, sneering. Who are you? Where is this? Fang Jing struggled intensely, but he was tied up and could not move. Kid, you are finally awake? You seem pretty lively. A hairy man prison guard said as he raised his leather whip, swinging it. With a loud cracking sound. The leather whip landed on Fang Jing's chest, and intense pain assaulted him. His thin shirt was torn from the lashing, blood flowed out of his wound, dripping down. Fang Jing sucked in a deep breath, his face was distorted as he screamed loudly. What are you screaming for? The hairy man prison guard had a fierce expression, he whipped again. This lash hit his face, he was disfigured. Fang Jing screamed in pain again. The hairy man prison guard was even more excited now, he kept whipping as he spat out saliva. Dog shit human, go ahead and scream, scream! Fang Jing was tortured and felt anguished, he was abused terribly. With the intense waves of pain assaulting him, he finally remembered. He was originally imprisoned in Hu Immortal Blessed Land by his brother, Fan Yuan, but one day, a large group of hairy men came and brought him away. What happened? What in the world happened? Fang Jing was confused. But he was not confused for long, the pain soon caused him to faint. He fainted, this lad is really weak. Hee, pour some more cold water, wake him up. The 2 hairy men laughed sinisterly. The bone-chilling water was poured over Fang Jing again. Fang Jing's body spasmed, he opened his eyes slowly. His consciousness was returning, but the pain in his body was becoming clearer and more intense. The hairy man who whipped Fang Jing took a huge step forward and stood in front of Fang Jing. Next, he stretched out his hairy arm, grabbing Fang Jing's face, gritting his teeth. Lad, don't think of surviving after ending up in our hands. Nobody will save you. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has already been taken over by our great hairy man Gu Immortals. Your brother died in battle already. Cooperate with us and we will let you die peacefully without much torture. Tell us, how much do you know about Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How much do you know about your brother's secrets? Fang Jing heard this and felt that his mind was quaking. He was in a daze, looking at the hairy men in shock. He cried out. What? Fan Yuan is dead? Humph, he was attacked by our hairy man Gu Immortals. As a mere immortal zombie, how could he not die? He has already been torn to shreds, ha ha ha. Us hairy men are not to be trifled with. One day, we will attack and trample all humans under our feet. The 2 hairy man prison guards laughed. Fang Jing knew little about Gu Immortals, he was convinced by these 2. His gaze was empty, he was dejected. Central continent deep in earth abyss. In a dark room, Hei Lu Lan was sitting with her eyes shut. The door opened, Ing Wu Xie stood outside. Hei Lu Lan opened her eyes slowly, she did not speak, only looking at him. Frankly speaking, the result of the Battle of Yitian Mountain was out of Hei Lu Lan's expectations. Seeing this familiar Fang Yuan, Hei Lu Lan had complex emotions. I have decided, Ing Wu Xie said, breaking the silence. Oh? I am listening, Hei Lu Lan said. She knew that the judgment of whether she lived or died had come. If Ing Wu Xie was unwilling to get rid of the alliance agreement for her, she would definitely be killed. Evidently, since Ing Wu Xie exposed his identity, he would not allow Fan Yuan's ally to stay around him. If Ing Wu Xie decided to get rid of the alliance agreement, and recruit He Lu Lan, she would be able to live. Ing Wuxia had hesitated for a long time. He wanted to use He Lu Lan to deal with Fan Yuan by getting rid of the alliance agreement only on her end. But Fairy Li Shan had deep information path attainment, and with Fan Yuan's meticulous planning, Ing Wuxia's plan failed before it even begun. He Lu Lan's value fell greatly. After all, He Lu Lan and Shadow Sect had a deep grudge. If breaking He Lu Lan's information path alliance agreement was the same as releasing Fan Yuan from it, he would have to use a new alliance agreement to restrict He Lu Lan. If he gave up on it, he would kill He Lu Lan. Even though he could not obtain her goo worms, her immortal aperture, and the great strength true martial physique would remain. That way, Fan Yuan would still be bound by the alliance agreement. It could be used against him later. After considering the costs and benefits, Ing Wuxia made his decision. He opened his mouth slowly. Undoubtedly. At the next moment, his words would determine He Lu Lan's life or death. Chapter 1038. Rushing to refine fixed immortal travel. Green light flickered, red light shined like fire. The two lights fused, growing and weakening in intervals. The light faded gradually, the center of the formation turned into darkness again. He Lu Lan floated in the air in a sitting position. She opened her eyes, admiration flashed across her shocked gaze. Ing Wuxia belongs to Shadow Sect, he is a subordinate of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had thought that he would use Soul Path or Dark Path methods to get rid of the information path down marks on me. To think that he used Light Path, this shows how unfathomable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect are. Little Ant's information path attainment was already quasi-great Grandmaster. But Shadow Sect could actually break it using this Light Path goo formation. He Lu Lan's evaluation of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect rose by another level. The scene she viewed changed. In an instant, He Lu Lan had returned to the room she was in previously. I have already removed all of the information path down marks on you. Ing Wuxia stood at the side, saying calmly. After careful consideration, Ing Wuxia decided to preserve He Lu Lan's life. After all, his biggest mission now was not to deal with Fan Yuan, it was to pick up the pieces and rebuild. Shadow Sect, he had to save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Fan Yuan was a secondary goal. Even though Ing Wuxia hated Fan Yuan to the core, he would not lose his reasoning due to hatred. Precisely because of this, he knew his primary objective and decided to make He Lu Lan a member of his after some hesitation. She was a talented person. Great strength, true martial physique, with Ing Wuxia's knowledge, and with some teaching, she would be a capable force in his hands. He Lu Lan inspected her body. She did not have any methods to observe her own Dao marks. After inspecting herself, she saw nothing wrong with her body. Of course, the emphasis was on her soul. But everyone knew that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Ing Wuxia smiled lightly. The old agreement is gone, you have a new alliance agreement now. From now on, you are my subordinate, you have to listen to my orders, you are not to defy me or hide anything from me. He Lu Lan snorted coldly, not showing any respect to Ing Wuxia. Since Ing Wuxia could get rid of her alliance agreement, his methods were proven to be superior to Fairy Li Shan. From now on, He Lu Lan no longer had freedom, she had to listen to every order from Ing Wuxia. But, for He Lu Lan, this was a helpless choice that she had to accept. The situation was not in her favor, if she resisted, she would die. As for the fact that she betrayed her ally Fan Yuan, He Lu Lan felt zero remorse. Her relationship with Fan Yuan originally was about scheming against each other for benefits. They were just making use of one another. In fact, she even felt hatred towards Fan Yuan. What do you want me to do next? Lure Fan Yuan here? I have Stargate Goo, I can travel the 5 regions using Black Heaven. He Lu Lan said plainly. Without the alliance agreement, she exposed Fan Yuan's secrets without mercy. But Ing Wuxia shook his head, he said regretfully. I'm not afraid to tell you that Shadow Sect has a spy in Langya Blessed Land. We know about Stargate Goo, even though this goo is amazing, it is effective on rank 6 bottom-tier goo immortals at best. It cannot even transport a single immortal goo, you will be no match for the current Fan Yuan. Ing Wuxia obtained Spectral Soul's guidance in the Red Lotus True Inheritance. He knew a lot of secrets regarding Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. He understood clearly that Fan Yuan's new body had a larger number of Dao marks. Fire Path, Water Path, Wind Path, all of his paths had at least 100 Dao marks. That meant that the cumulative number of Dao marks that he had exceeded 1,000 for sure. With so many Dao marks, Fan Yuan could not use Stargate goo. The next step of my plan is to refine fixed immortal travel, Ing Wuxia said. He Lu Lan's eyes shined with bright light. She nodded. She knew about fixed immortal travel. This immortal goo was very useful. It was very wise of Ing Wuxia to refine it first. Fixed immortal travel has just been destroyed. There is a high chance of succeeding the refinement. But to refine fixed immortal travel, you will need divine travel goo, and to get divine travel goo, you will need 4 top-tier liquors within the world. Before He Lu Lan finished, Ing Wuxia interrupted her. Divine travel goo is in Langya Land's spirit's hands. However, even though immortal goo like fixed immortal travel are unique, there isn't only one possible goo recipe. A city has multiple gates to enter it. The same goes for immortal goo. He Lu Lan was curious. This means you have a new recipe to refine fixed immortal travel? Of course. Ing Wuxia smiled. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world when he was alive. His accumulation and foundation was immense, and after his death he created Shadow Sect. Spectral souls will inside the Red Lotus True Inheritance had formulated a series of plans for Ing Wuxia relating to fixed immortal travel. As the core of the plan, fixed immortal travel naturally could not have issues. Thus, Ing Wuxia had 3 immortal goo recipes of fixed immortal travel in his mind. All of them could be used to refine fixed immortal travel. Southern border. Fan Yuan traveled in the mountains. He had just slaughtered Ni clan village single-handedly. Right now, he was traveling as he assessed his gains and losses from the battle. Experiences were lessons. Only by sorting out one's experiences could they learn from those experiences, allowing their foundation to rise and become more stable. Ni clan's goo masters were not a concern. Fan Yuan only used some enslavement path methods to summon the huge number of beasts and trample over the village. No matter how many mortals there were, Fan Yuan did not need to attack personally. What made Fan Yuan fight was the desolate beast mud monster. This mud monster gave Fan Yuan a lot of problems before he killed it. In this battle, Fan Yuan learned a lot about his weakness. Even though I have rank 7 sword path goo, the immortal essence expenditure is too high. Goo worms and goo masters both had 9 ranks. Since ancient times, there was a common understanding in the cultivation world, that was, the goo master and goo worm's rank should be equal. When the goo worm's rank was too low, the goo master would not be able to use their full strength. When the goo worm's rank was too high, the goo master would also be unable to use their full strength. Because if the goo worm had a higher rank, the goo master would be like a baby holding a hammer. Not only would it be difficult to use it to harm foes, the goo master themselves may also receive damage when using the hammer. Like earlier, when Fan Yuan used his rank 7 sword path goo against the desolate beast mud monster, he felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he used his sword path goo, the expended green grape immortal essence exceeded 100 beads. Fan Yuan's 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture could only produce 16 beads of immortal essence a day. It was not enough for one activation. Thankfully, he had taken a sum of immortal essence stones from Langya Land's spirit to replenish his immortal essence. Otherwise, in Ni clan village, he would face much greater problems when dealing with the mud monster. I was hesitant earlier, but now it seems I must reverse refine these rank 7 sword path immortal goo. Fan Yuan sighed internally. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the rarer they were, and the more valuable they were. But in Fan Yuan's situation, he had no choice but to reverse refine these rank 7 immortal goo and turn them into rank 6. This way, they would suit Fan Yuan better, and he could use them as he wished. My refinement path attainment is SOSO. I should ask Langya Land's spirit to do the immortal goo reverse refinement for me. Even though his personality changed, he is still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. As long as I pay the sect contribution points, he will do it. Fan Yuan analyzed in his mind. Reverse refining immortal goo. Even though the success rate was higher than normal refinement, there was still a possibility of failing, and it was high. Thus, it was better to ask Langya Land's spirit to do it instead of Fan Yuan himself. I wonder how many of these rank 7 sword path immortal goo I would have left after all of them are reverse refined. Even if all of them are left, just these sword path immortal goo would not be enough. Fan Yuan thought about the battle against the desolate beast mud monster again. Even though he used rank 7 sword path immortal goo, the enemy was a mud monster. Mud monsters were different from other beasts. Ordinary desolate beasts had flesh and blood, they had bones and skin, they had obvious weaknesses. But mud monsters were made of mud, but because the mud was filled with earth path Dao marks, they became different from normal mud. Fan Yuan's flying sword Immortal Gu was specialized in dealing fatal blows. Once used, a 3-meter-long silver sword would fly out. Even though it was sharp and could easily pierce the mud monster, it could not deal much damage. Thus, in that battle, even though Fan Yuan had the advantage, he was very unhappy. Eventually, even though he won, the expended green grape immortal essence greatly exceeded Fan Yuan's bottom line. Flying sword Immortal Gu was the most commonly used Immortal Gu of Bo Qing. Using it as the core, he created many immortal killer moves to deal with many situations. Earlier, if I had a sword path immortal killer move, I would be able to split Flying Sword Immortal Gu into countless swords, sending down a rain of them. The mud monster would not last one hit. Thus, Fan Yuan not only needed to reverse refine the sword path Immortal Gu, he also needed to collect sword path killer moves. As for creating them himself, he could forget about it. He could not use Wisdom Gu, or at least he did not find the method yet, and his sword path attainment was almost non-existent. If not for these available sword path Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan would have tried to use Blood Path, Strength Path, or Time Path already. After pondering, Fan Yuan stopped traveling, sitting down on a rock. He contracted Langya Land Spirit. Right now, Langya Land Spirit was not so interested in refining Gu. His focus was on expanding the hairy men race and trampling over humans, making hairy men the overlords of the 5 regions. But when Fan Yuan was willing to use his sect contribution points to ask the land spirit to do it, he agreed. As for sword path killer moves, Langya Blessed Land had many in its collection. The original Langya Land spirit spent all his time researching Gu recipes and refining Gu. He had researched sword path Gu as well. These killer moves were things that Langya Land spirit used for research. Looking over them, Fan Yuan could not decide what killer move to get. He changed the topic. First Supreme Elder, I am willing to use the final opportunity to ask you to refine an Immortal Gu. Even though Langya Land Spirit had changed, the agreement between Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor still had to be fulfilled. Fan Yuan had already used 2 chances, asking Langya Land Spirit to refine Stargate Gu and Second Aperture Gu. Now, he made up his mind, using the final chance. Oh? What Immortal Gu? The Land Spirit asked. Fan Yuan's answer was quick and simple. Fixed Immortal Travel. Chapter 1039. Dark Assassination. Fixed Immortal Travel? Langya Land Spirit was surprised, asking hesitantly. Fan Yuan knew what his concern was. It was that Immortal Gu were unique. He replied to the Land Spirit calmly. Don't worry, I am mostly sure that fixed Immortal Travel no longer exists in the world. He had approached the current generation Xiang, asking a question about fixed Immortal Travel and other Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan asked, Fixed Immortal Travel, Spring Autumn Cicada, and other Immortal Gu, were all of them either destroyed or preserved? Current generation Xiang answered, no. Thus, Fan Yuan confirmed 2 details. The first was that some of the Immortal Gu, including Fixed Immortal Travel, were still remaining, while some were destroyed. The second was that Ing Wuxia had most likely discovered and broken the arrangements on his original body. The current generation Xiang was already over 50 years old. After using yes or no Immortal Gu once, he expended 50 years of lifespan. Thus, after answering one question, Ni clan's old clan leader died on the spot. But this answer had already helped Fan Yuan greatly. In the worst-case scenario, Ing Wuxia has already broken my arrangements. He would hide himself and prevent me from finding him. He might not even be in southern border anymore. I am unable to contact He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. These 2 have either turned to his side or been killed by him. I wonder which Immortal Gu in my original body have already been destroyed. It is most likely that Fixed Immortal Travel is already destroyed, because the special will that I designed would destroy it first. Fan Yuan made such an arrangement earlier because he was wary of Fixed Immortal Travel's power, and also because he was afraid that he could not retrieve the special will in time after getting back his body, thus he set them to self-detonate one by one. The most likely thing is that after Fixed Immortal Travel was destroyed, Ing Wuxia found there were problems and used methods to seal the other Immortal Gu temporarily. The 2 of us have swapped souls. His situation is worse than mine. He has no Gu worms to manipulate. But to think he could seal my Immortal Gu, that means he either deceived He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing or used the remaining forces Shadow Sect has. Since Shadow Sect was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and was in operation for tens of thousands of years, it was natural that they had remaining forces. Fan Yuan had already expected this. Shadow Sect exists in all 5 regions, Even Zombie Alliance was a subsidiary force of Shadow Sect. The Battle of Etion Mountain happened in southern border. Most likely, Shadow Sect's forces in southern border suffered the greatest loss, while the other 4 regions are less affected. If fixed immortal travel is already destroyed, Ing Wuxia can't deal with me using just He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He would need to gather Shadow Sect's remaining forces and come at me after he is prepared. Thus, he also wants to refine fixed immortal travel. Fan Yuan's new body was outstanding. When he thought about things, inspiration flowed with ease, there were no obstacles. And for him, fixed immortal travel was also something he needed urgently. Because of the regional walls, and the fact that Stargate Goo had no effect on his new body, fixed immortal travel was the best tool for him to travel the 5 regions. As long as I have fixed immortal travel, I can return to Langya Blessed Land directly and store all of the immortal goo with me. My earlier cultivation resources can also be placed into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I can even go into Earth Abyss and devour Starform Blessed Land. No matter which one it was, it would greatly increase Fan Yuan's strength. But not only was Treasure Yellow Heaven 2 open and would lure many greedy people to Fan Yuan if he used it for transportation, just the processing fee that it charged was too high. If Fan Yuan used Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport the rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, all of his savings would be expended, and it would not be enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Langya Land's spirit asked again. Fan Yuan sensed something amiss, he frowned. What, is this out of your capability? Langya Land's spirit shook his head. I am not going to go back on my agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But even though I have divine travel goo and the other supplementary goo materials, I lack the most critical material. Can you guess what it is? Fan Yuan thought and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right. Langya Land's spirit answered. No matter which goo recipe you try to use to refine fixed immortal travel, in all of them, the most crucial material is the light of the immemorial era. Light is something hard to capture and store. The immemorial antiquity era. It is earlier than the olden antiquity and remote antiquity era. It is the time when Rin Zhu was alive. Back then, in the entire world, the only humans were Rin Zhu and his 10 children. Not a single goo recipe will work. Fan Yuan knew that Langya Land's spirit would not lie, but he was unwilling to give up. Of course. Langya Land's spirit replied firmly. I have 2 fixed immortal travel immortal goo recipes. I have seen more than 10 fixed immortal travel remnant recipes. No matter which one, they cannot avoid the light of the immemorial era. The only difference is the amount of light needed in each recipe. Fixed immortal travel is a precious goo, it has great use. If not for this, it would have been refined long ago. How could you have the chance? Fan Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was back then when refining fixed immortal travel. The light of the immemorial era at that time was formed using the extreme light goo in Xiao Meng's hands. But now, Xiao Meng was dead already. Because Xiao Shan and Xiao Meng were pawns of Xiao Clan's supreme elder. These 2 were potential goo immortals, but yet they were mortals and simply pawns. Even after dying, they did not realize the truth of Etion Mountain. Once Xiao Meng died, extreme light goo was destroyed as well. Xiao Meng is dead, his soul was not even spared. How can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if you use the light of wisdom, would you be able to deduce a recipe that does not use the light of the immemorial era? Fan Yuan asked again. Involving a rank 9 immortal goo, Langya Land's spirit was uncertain. He was only a rank 8 goo immortal even during his life. Even if he helped 2 venerables refine goo, he was not clear about the exact details of wisdom goo. Forget it. Even if the light of wisdom can be used to create an immortal goo recipe without the light of the immemorial era, I am no longer an immortal zombie, I cannot use it. I should go to Xiao Clan and check. Xiao Meng's extreme light goo was found in a graveyard, I might find some clues there. Fan Yuan ended the conversation with Langya Land's spirit. He changed directions and rushed to Xiao Clan. But before ending their talk, he did not forget to pass the souls from Killing an I Clan to Langya Land's spirit. Next, he asked for a list from Langya Land's spirit. The list was a request for the Sword Path killer moves in Langya sect. Fan Yuan rushed to Xiao Clan as he inspected these killer moves. Even though there were a number of Sword Path killer moves, most of them were mortal killer moves, there were only 3 immortal killer moves. Among them, one was an incomplete immortal killer move, like a remnant immortal goo recipe. It had a lot of value in research, but could not be used directly. Among the other 2, one was for movement, another was for attack. The movement Immortal Killer move was called Sword Flash Thunder Sound. It only used 2 core Immortal Goo, they were Flash Sword Goo and Rumbling Thunder Goo. The offensive Immortal Killer move was called Dark Assassination. There were also 2 core Immortal Goo, Flying Sword Immortal Goo and Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Seeing the familiar Dark Limit Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan sighed internally. A long time ago, he had once sought this Immortal Goo, but he did not succeed. After Fairy Jiangyu died, Dark Limit Immortal Goo was destroyed as well. If I had Dark Limit Immortal Goo, together with Flying Sword Immortal Goo, I would be able to use this Dark Assassination. It is a pity. While Fan Yuan was thinking, a voice came from afar. Friend, please wait. Fan Yuan turned around and saw a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion running over. There was a huge red chair on the lion's back. 2 Goo immortals were seated. Central Continent Earth Abyss. The soul beast howled, emitting a wretched growl. Be careful, Soul Howl Immortal Goo has activated again. Ing Wuxia warned. A formless sound wave created air currents in the air, sweeping towards Ing Wuxia, He Lu Lan, and Tai Bai Yunxing. The 3 had no choice but to retreat gradually. This wild Soul Howl Immortal Goo was rank 7, living inside a soul beast. Ing Wuxia, He Lu Lan, and Tai Bai Yunxing forced the soul beast into a dangerous situation. The Immortal Goo reacted and unleashed its power, giving the soul beast enough time and space to retaliate. How can this be? This soul beast is only a desolate beast. How can it have a wild rank 7 Goo? Tai Bai Yunxing's 7 orifices were bleeding as he called out. The other 2 were in bad shape as well. Their heads were spinning, their souls were heavily injured. Ing Wuxia's expression was ugly. It was truly a crisis out of nowhere. Earlier, it was still fine, but suddenly, a soul beast charged into Shadow Sect's territory. The activation of Soul Howl Immortal Goo does not require immortal essence, it uses the foundation of the soul. This desolate soul beast must have been at ancient desolate level earlier. It had escaped after going through intense battle, and because Soul Howl Immortal Goo activated, it fell from an ancient desolate beast to a desolate beast. Ing Wuxia answered Tai Bai Yunxing with a hoarse voice. At the same time, 2 words appeared in his mind: Heaven's will. My Shadow Sect's plan failed, and I defied Heaven's will. After rebirth, I did not go to Fan Yuan and perish together with him. Thus, Heaven's will is coming after me now. The way of heaven emphasized unbalance between all living beings. Earlier, Shadow Sect was hidden and tried to evade Heaven's will. They operated in secret and faced less obstruction. But now, Ing Wuxia was completely exposed. Heaven's will prepared and lured the soul beast to them. Heaven's will is everywhere. Back then, when Fan Yuan refined fixed immortal travel, it arranged the situation for him nicely, sending the light of the immemorial era to him. Now, it is trying to eliminate me. Do I really need to destroy the spring-autumn cicada in my body? Ing Wuxia was hesitant. We cannot get close to this soul beast. At this point, why are you still concealing your strength? Why aren't you using the Goo formation? He Lu Lan transmitted, urging. Chapter 1040. Fan Yuan vs. Qi Zai. Friend, please wait. From the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, Qi Zai's voice came over. Fan Yuan stopped and gazed back. After he was far away from Rotten Mud Mountain, he had dispelled the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Attitude Goo consumed mental energy. If it were maintained for a long time, it would wear out Fan Yuan's mind. Moreover, because Fan Yuan's modified Familiar Face lacked change form Immortal Goo, it led to an increase in the quantity of the Goo worms, with over 1,000 supplementary Mortal Goo, and it also required more time and concentration to activate these Goo worms. So when Qi Zai saw Fan Yuan from afar, he did not feel he was the culprit, he only had some doubts at most. As they got closer, Qi also saw Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan wore a white robe and looked like he was not marred by a speck of dust. His skin was white like snow and his eyes twinkled like stars, with long dark hair that reached down to his waist. Even though Qi was already old, over 50 years old, when she saw Fan Yuan, her eyes brightened and she thought, this Goo Immortal Senior has such a refined and graceful bearing, and sagely demeanor. I have rarely seen anything like it before in my life. Senior, why did you call me? Fan Yuan's expression was tranquil as he asked this with his fists cupped in front of him. He did not use Familiar Face and his rank 6 cultivation level was clearly displayed. While Qi Zai was emitting rank 7 aura. In this world, the strong were respected. Fan Yuan's greeting was natural and graceful. If he had his hands behind his back and showed an arrogant attitude, that would be unusual behavior. Qizai also inwardly praised Fan Yuan's conduct, his expression softening slightly as he said, "It is only to verify some things." He then shook his sleeve, from where a mud ball shot out. The mud ball started expanding and soon turned into the size of an elephant. After another transformation, it turned into the shape of an Jian. Fan Yuan's gaze became slightly dark. An Jian gazed towards Fan Yuan. At first he had a puzzled look, it soon turned into incomparably intense hatred. Fan Yuan's appearance was hugely different, but deep down, a sense of intuition told an Jian that the young man in front of him was the culprit. It's you! It's you! You demon, you forced my grandpa to die and even slaughtered my whole clan!" As he said this, an Jian charged towards Fan Yuan. "Oh?" Qizai's expression changed, his gaze turning cold as he sized up Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan felt Qizai's gaze piercing his body like a needle. With a cold snort, Fan Yuan waved his arm and immediately clouds started to surge out, covering the scenery as he quickly made his retreat. Sure enough, there are an endless number of methods developed by Gu immortals. It's virtually impossible to defend against all of them effectively. They could actually find me? The enemy was a rank 7 Gu immortal, of a higher rank than Fan Yuan. There was no doubt that this was a strong enemy. Fan Yuan immediately had the intention to retreat. "Stop!" Qizai shouted as he noticed this. His right hand took on the shape of an eagle claw and swept ferociously at the clouds and the mist in the sky. Swoosh! It was like the sound of a huge wave. The clouds and the mist that filled the sky instantly dissipated. Fan Yuan, who was still retreating, was exposed. Qizai faced Fan Yuan and opened his mouth, inhaling air. Fan Yuan immediately felt an enormous suction force over his whole body, causing his speed to rapidly decline. At this moment, the Mun Man, an Jian, had already flown close to him. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed, his expression was indifferent. "Die!" An Jian punched his fist. It caused a gust of wind to blow. The fist's momentum was terrifying, as if it would destroy anything it struck. An Jian was originally only a rank 2 Gu master, but after being killed by the beast group, he was revived as a mud man by Qizai using a mud monster corpse. His strength had thus increased rapidly and was at the level of a desolate beast, and could match ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. Just from this, one could see how strange and terrifying the rank 7 Gu immortal Qizai's method was. An Jian's fist ruthlessly charged at Fan Yuan. But the next moment, Fan Yuan's figure dispersed, turning into clouds and mist. He exclaimed in surprise as she had not expected such a scene. Qizai, however, showed no surprise on his face. He looked to his right as he flicked his finger. Mortal killer move, divine flick. A pellet of qi, the size of a thumb, moved towards Fan Yuan so quickly that he actually was not able to dodge it. This time, his real body was exposed. Qizai let out a breath. Immediately, a thick and translucent rotating current of qi appeared around Jian's waist. The current of qi constantly revolved around his waist, and Jian's speed was multiplied a few times over. "Hand over your life!" Jian roared as he once again charged towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan frowned. His whole body was covered in lion fur armor. The divine flick just now did not cause him any harm and only forced him to appear. A Qi Path Gu immortal, he thought to himself. The history of Qi Path was older than even Strength Path, and its decline was also much more extreme than Strength Path. Fan Yuan had not expected he would actually run into a rare Qi Path Gu immortal in southern border. No wonder he was chased and the truth of his massacre of Ni clan was exposed. In Qi Path, there naturally were secret methods passed down over countless years which Fan Yuan did not understand clearly. "I only massacred Ni clan, what does it have to do with these 2 Gu immortals? In my previous life's memories, there were no Gu immortal ancestors of Ni clan around." Fan Yuan was puzzled. "Ah!" Jian charged over once again. Fan Yuan was starting to feel a slight headache. He had already fought against the desolate beast's mud monster. They did not have any fatal weakness. Even using the rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu had little effect. But this did not mean Fan Yuan had no way to deal with it. He swayed lightly as he pounced forward. He raised his hands, which were covered in a layer of cold white frost. Fan Yuan lightly struck Jian's body with his palms. Jian's offensive was crude, while Fan Yuan's movement was like a leaf swaying in the wind, nimble and graceful. Jian was quite lacking in battle experience. He was not able to even touch Fan Yuan's clothes. On the contrary, Fan Yuan's moves were nimble and refined, his frosted palms continuously striking Nigen's body. Soon, Nigen was covered in a layer of white frost, his speed sharply reduced. Moreover, the translucent current of qi rotating around his waist had already been dissipated by Fan Yuan's attacks. Fan Yuan had immortal goo, but they were all rank 7, he could not use them lightly. So he used the mortal killer move, Lion for Armor, to pass this hurdle. And the surging clouds before as well as his current hands of frost were both superior mortal killer moves. The former originated from Tai Bai Yunxing, while the latter was obtained from Xue Song Zi. Tai Bai Yunxing primarily cultivated Time Path while cultivating Cloud Path as a secondary path. He would often spar with Fan Yuan, and Fan Yuan was thus able to grasp his mortal methods. And before his rebirth, Fan Yuan had captured and searched Xue Song Zi's soul. Back then, Xue Song Zi's soul had been tampered by Shadow Sect's side. Fan Yuan could not get information about Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was, after all, the founder of Soul Path. However, Xue Song Zi's own process of growth during life, his cultivation insights and other experiences of his were all probed out by Fan Yuan. These were all used by Fan Yuan. As for the goo worms needed for the mortal killer moves, they were all taken from Lang Yalan's spirit. And when Fan Yuan massacred Ni clan, he had freely practiced with them against the desolate beast mud monster. Qi Zai's expression sank when he saw Nigen, with rank 6 battle strength, being toyed around by Fan Yuan. He again used his mortal killer move, Divine Flick, to send out countless pellets of qi. These pellets of Y were extremely fast. Fan Yuan was only able to dodge a few before he could not dodge anymore, and had to use his lion fur armor to block them head-on. Lion fur armor had extremely strong defense, somewhat surpassing Qi Zai's expectations. He snorted as he changed his method. From afar, he made a cutting motion with his hand towards Fan Yuan's direction. Every time he made this movement, a blade of qi would instantly be formed. Lion fur armor could only endure 2 slashes before Fan Yuan had to use other methods. A layer of black, oil-like sticky liquid appeared on the lion fur armor's surface. The power of the blades of qi immediately lowered when they struck the black oil, the sharpness was greatly reduced, and when they impacted on the lion fur armor, the effect was reduced by 60%. This black, oil-like defensive killer move was from Heiqing. Fan Yuan had obtained this killer move when he searched Heiqing's soul and was using it now. Most of the killer moves he had obtained by soul searching had been trained countless times by their respective goo masters. Although they could not raise Fan Yuan's attainment level, these cultivation insights could allow Fan Yuan to have shortcuts to their results. Fan Yuan only needed to train with these mortal killer moves a little to use them with ease. As Qi Zai saw this, he snorted. 2 gusts of fire qi puffed out of his nose. The fire qi dispersed in the air, turning into an inferno that rushed towards Fan Yuan. At the same time, Nigen was fighting with everything he had. Fan Yuan continued to hit with his palms against the mudman. At this time, the inferno was already right in front of him. He laughed as he activated a cloud path killer move. Immediately, 9 rings of clouds appeared around him. This was Tai Bai Yunxing's defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. The inferno was completely blocked by the rings of clouds and absorbed. 4 formerly white rings of clouds were dyed red. Fan Yuan stretched out both hands and grabbed at the air. Gusts of air gathered in the center of his palms and quickly formed into 2 black spheres. Mortal killer move, Dark Vortex. Fan Yuan flew forward, his hands continuously moving as spheres of dark vortexes were fired towards Qi Zai. Qi He, who was beside Qi Zai, exclaimed in shock when she sensed the danger hidden within the dark vortexes. Qi Zai counterattacked, using blades of qi, pellets of qi as well as the fire qi he snorted out of his nose. Both sides went at each other, either yielding even a step. Qi He was getting dazed, unable to keep up with battle methods of goo immortals that were on display. She had just ascended to an immortal. Mortal battles were almost always carried out on the ground. It would never be like this where they flew up and down in a fast-paced movement. I am almost certain he is genuinely a Qi Path goo immortal, Fan Yuan observed while he fought, gathering intelligence. The battle had lasted for so long, but Qi Zai was still sitting comfortably on the back of the Qi Grand Lion. Even when Fan Yuan's dark vortexes and other killer moves bypassed his flurry of attacks and struck his body, they would be blocked easily by his condensed qi. Qi Zai had the upper hand, but he was far from at ease in his mind. What is going on? This guy. What path does he cultivate? The more Qi Zai battled, the more puzzled he was. He was somewhat confused. The mortal killer moves Fan Yuan used all had the signs of being amplified by Dao marks. But the killer moves already covered many paths like Wind Path, Cloud Path, Dark Path, Strength Path, and other paths. Chizai was really puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 1041. Scaring himself. Fan Yuan's situation was very weird. Chizai could not help but feel wary. What sort of down marks does he have? Why can he use the killer moves of different paths and receive an amplification effect, without any hindrances? Chizai seemed to be preparing while waiting patiently and at ease, but in fact, he was working hard at racking his brains. As far as I know, in history only one person could do this. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. There were a number of demon venerables in human history. Among them was Reckless Savage. He was the founder of Strength Path and had also cultivated Transformation Path. Historical records had stated that he could transform into countless things, and his down marks could change at will. For example, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into a lightning wolf, he would be able to use Lightning Path killer moves. When he became a swamp crab, he would be able to use Earth Path killer moves without feeling any disturbance and weakening from other down marks. Ordinary Transformation Path Gu Masters could only specialize in one kind of transformation. For example, in Northern Plains Imperial Court Contest, Chen Long and Chen Hu could only transform into a dragon and tiger respectively. As for Transformation Path Gu Immortals, for example, He Lang Zi, he could turn into 3 types of wolves, having different down marks on him. But when he switched his down marks, he had to wait for some time and use certain methods to get rid of the original down marks and prevent the disturbance of down marks of other paths. This problem had troubled every single Transformation Path Gu Master and Gu Immortal in history. Except one person. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He could transform at will without considering the interference between down marks. Unfortunately, after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, his method was not passed down. Countless talented individuals had tried to learn his methods, but their results had been failure, obtaining nothing. Don't tell me that this enemy here has inherited a crucial transformation path inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Chizai thought of this and felt a fire of excitement burning in him. Other than this explanation, he could not think of anything else. Of course, Gu Masters cultivate in various ways. There are countless numbers of people and methods, not all of them follow conventional wisdom. Chizai squinted, he was still very calm. Actually, his guess that Fan Yuan had obtained a true inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was still an underestimation of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could do this because he had the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable refined. This Immortal Gu was not ordinary. Not only was it the crucial thing needed for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's revival, it was also his hope of surpassing all of the Venerables in history. In the past, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, he was not resigned to that fate. Thus, he built Shadow Sect and planned meticulously. During that time, he not only revised on the knowledge gained during his life, he even searched for countless inheritances all over the world. Among these inheritances, there were Gu Master inheritances of all kinds. They could give Spectral Soul Demon Venerable new inspiration and brand new directions. There were also Gu Immortal inheritances and even a number of the other Venerables' inheritances. Shadow Sect could obtain one of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritances, the most mysterious Venerable in history, not to mention the other Venerables. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable controlled Shadow Sect and set up Zombie Alliance over the 5 regions. After tens of thousands of years, he accumulated his foundation and researched, putting in immense effort and making huge sacrifices. Eventually, he gathered all his knowledge and made use of the key aspects of it, creating the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. One could say, this Immortal Gu was not just the materialization of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path, it also showed his immense accumulation of the essence of other paths. It was an unparalleled treasure. Even though heavens will use Fan Yuan as a tool, at the crucial moment, Fan Yuan, as an otherworldly demon, broke free of its manipulation, using Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu for himself. Chizai felt suspicion. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 6 aura, he did not dare to be careless. He was probing Fan Yuan. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if he did not have any rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had rank 6 Immortal Gu. Earlier, the method of extracting the mud ball of grudge chi to create the Mudman Nign was an immortal method. But he did not use Immortal Gu right now. Immortal Gu were the trump cards of Gu Immortals. When used, they expended immortal essence. Chizai only had a low-grade Blessed Land. Unless it was a crucial moment, he would not use Immortal Gu. Of course, immortal essence was not the main reason. The most important reason was that once he used immortal goo, the information would be known by the enemy. The number and specific types of goo worms that a goo master owned were confidential secrets. Once intelligence was leaked, the goo master could be countered using specific means. The same applied to goo immortals. During an initial battle, without knowledge of the background of one another, goo immortals would try to probe each other first. While Qi Zai was probing Fan Yuan was also probing him. All sorts of mortal killer moves were used by Fan Yuan. Together with his handsome appearance, Qi He's attention was greatly captured. Similar to Qi Zai, even though Fan Yuan had immortal goo, he could not use them casually. Even though the rank 7 sword path immortal goo were powerful, Fan Yuan only had rank 6 green grape immortal essence. This was inferior to that of the rank 7 goo immortal Qi Zai. If not for Fan Yuan joining Langya's sect, he would not have enough immortal essence stones to replenish his immortal essence. He would lose this battle for sure. Both sides fought continuously, attacking and defending at various times. The commotion was huge. Qi He watched unblinkingly, gasping in her mind. Unavoidably, Qi Zai was gradually falling into disadvantage against Fan Yuan. No matter how impressive mortal killer moves were, they did not have immortal goo in them. Thus, the amplification from Qi Zai's Dao marks was very limited. They could not exceed the level of effect from using an immortal goo. In the long history of humanity, only one mortal killer move was publicly known to match immortal goo when activated. That was the white bone chariot that proud bone demon Lord Shinjiao created. This person was a rank 8 demonic path goo immortal. He was proud for a good reason. In this particular achievement, none of the 10 venerables could match him. Even though immortal venerables and demon venerables were invincible, they were not omnipotent. Specialists tackled their own fields. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo for them. In contrast, even though Fan Yuan's Dao mark accumulation was not as high as Qi Zai, he had a large number of methods, and because the amplification towards mortal killer moves was limited, he could deal with his opponent. Thus, gradually, Fan Yuan attacked more and defended less, gaining the initiative. Qi Zai was fully aware of the battle situation in his mind. He frowned and began his counterattack. Battlefield killer move, Qi Lockdown. Immediately, the surrounding area was sealed, air was immobilized, forming a translucent temporary battlefield. Fan Yuan smiled. He was not nervous. This battlefield killer move was only mortal level. It had little threat towards goo immortals like him who had immortal goo. Only if they were a rank 6 goo immortal without immortal goo would they feel like this was a huge threat. And Fan Yuan already had this kind of battlefield killer move. Immediately, he used the signature move of Shui Song Zi, battlefield killer move Snow Domain. At once, Qi Lockdown was pushed aside, as coldness seeped into the surrounding air. Qi He could not hold it in anymore, she gasped out loud. In front of her eyes, the battlefield had been split into two, one was an icy domain, the other had motionless air. Qi He's perspective was still that of a mortal. This type of battlefield killer move, even though it was mortal level, was the trump card of every powerful mortal force. Unless it was an emergency, they would not use it normally, otherwise, they might get countered if enemies gained intelligence on it. Just now, she witnessed 2 battlefield killer moves used in front of her. She felt that this trip was worth going on. She was satisfied with this eye-opening experience. Seeing that Fan Yuan was still at ease, Qi Zai lost his patience. He took the lead to activate his immortal goo. He was a vigilant person. He did not use an immortal killer move, he only activated the immortal goo. A rank 6 G path immortal goo. Fan Yuan did not know what it was. Qi Zai was not stupid enough to use it while calling out the immortal goo's name. Once the immortal goo was activated, the entire battlefield changed drastically. The Qi Lockdown battlefield dissipated, turning into fuel for the immortal goo. Snow Domain could not resist it. A long rope of Qi invaded it and pierced through. This long rope of Yin Qi coiled around like a venomous jade snake. It was several meters long, assaulting Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sighed, using his rank 7 sword escape immortal goo. Whoosh! Immediately he seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, piercing the air and flying away. So fast! Qi He opened her mouth, extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yuan had flown almost beyond her vision. It was a rank 7 movement immortal goo after all. It had spectacular speed. Qi Zai was shocked too. He had estimated that Fan Yuan was a goo immortal specializing in snow path, wind path, or dark path. After all, the mortal killer moves that he used earlier were mostly from these three paths. But when Fan Yuan used his Immortal Goo, it was Sword Path. And it was a rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo. What is this? He is not a Transformation Path Goo Immortal, but a Sword Path Goo Immortal? Qi Zai felt like his brain was frying. After probing for so long, he had thought that he found out some details about Fan Yuan. But when he used his true methods, Fan Yuan actually displayed a rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo. And he flew so quickly. If this were in the past, I could only look on and sigh. It is a pity that you are unlucky. Not long ago, I completed the Immortal Killer move that I had been designing for 3 years. Qi Zai snickered, whistling as he opened his mouth. At the same time, aura burst out of his body. The aura surrounded him and Qi He, and penetrated into the Qi Grand Lion's body. The Qi Grand Lion cried out in pain. Its eyes were red as it charged towards Fan Yuan. Under the effect of Qi Zai's Immortal Killer move, the Qi Grand Lion's speed was astonishing. In less than a few minutes, the Qi Grand Lion carried the 2 Qi Clan Goo Immortals and chased up to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Qi Zai used his Immortal Goo again, summoning the long rope of Yin Qi. Very evidently, it was the same Immortal Goo as before. The Yin Qi rope coiled and flew towards Fan Yuan, rapidly getting closer. He did not use any other Immortal Killer moves, just a rank 6 Immortal Goo. Is it because his Movement Killer move has a lot of goo worms in it? He has to focus his attention on it. Fan Yuan's eyes shined. During the moment of crisis, his mind was still calm. He thought about it as he displayed his deep foundation in fighting. When activating Immortal Goo, the aura of the goo worm would leak, but when activating Immortal Killer moves, the leaked aura would be much more complex. Thus, Qi Zai easily noticed that Fan Yuan's Immortal Goo was rank 7 and Sword Path. And Fan Yuan could also easily notice that Qi Zai was using just the rank 6 Immortal Goo alone. Of course, this was a typical case. It did not hold true all the time. Some special methods could conceal the aura of Immortal Goo and mislead the enemy. Flying Sword Goo. Fan Yuan pointed as his Immortal Goo shot out. Flying Sword Immortal Goo was peerlessly sharp. The Yin Qi rope was cut into pieces easily. Qi Zai's heart shook. He was shocked. Why does he have another rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo? Is he really a Sword Path Goo Immortal? Then, why did he use all those Mortal Killer moves? Why are both his Immortal Goo rank 7? Don't tell me, he is a rank 7 Goo Immortal, and he is purposely concealing his aura to be rank 6 so that he can pretend to be weak when preying on others? Qi Zai could not guess Fan Yuan's actual situation. He had a vigilant nature and a tendency to think deeply. The more he analyzed, the more shocked he got. He was scaring himself. Chapter 1042. If heavens will finds trouble, cut down the trouble. Qi Zai's mind was churning with thoughts. His expression turned grim. Fan Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used Flying Sword Goo earlier to destroy the Yin Qi, but it had recovered in an instant. The Yin Qi rope flew towards Fan Yuan again. It was not going to stop until it coiled around Fan Yuan. Flying Sword Goo might be strong, but against an obstacle that can disperse and gather at will, it cannot take it down. Fan Yuan had a realization. Earlier, when dealing with the Desolate Beast Mud Monster, he had such a feeling as well. Now, facing a Qi Path Goo Immortal, this feeling emerged in him again. Of course, this was because he lacked a relevant killer move. If he had a Sword Path killer move that could help Flying Sword Goo to scatter its attacks instead of focusing on one point, his problems would be resolved. Actually, Fan Yuan had anticipated this situation. Thus, he used Sword Escape Immortal Goo and tried to retreat. But he did not think that the other party would have a movement killer move to chase him. Fan Yuan fell into disadvantage. Earlier, during the probing, he had the upper hand because of his countless mortal killer moves. But now, after using Immortal Goo and Immortal Killer moves, they were fighting for real. He got into a disadvantage very quickly. The other party was a rank 7 Goo Immortal. His cultivation level was higher than Fan Yuan. It was to be expected that Fan Yuan could not beat him. In fact, it was already not easy to get to this point. I only have 2 Immortal Goo, while he is rank 7 with higher cultivation level than me and has more methods. If he has an Immortal Battlefield Killer move, even if I have Flying Sword Immortal Goo, I would not be able to break out. I cannot stay here. Sword Escape. Fan Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Goo again, flying into the sky. He is very vigilant. Qi Zai snorted coldly. His fighting style was to drain his opponent's resources and draw out the battle. When the Inchi rope breaks, the aura would disperse, and as time passes, the entire battlefield would favor Chi Path more. By then, even if Chi Zai did not use immortal goo, his strength would be higher, and he would be able to spend less immortal essence. It was a very good strategy that benefited him. But Fang Yuan had already decided to fly away and escape after a short battle. Every round was basically at a new location. Chi Zai could not accumulate his advantage. Goo masters had limited movement speed, they were often restricted to fighting at a particular place. But Goo immortals could travel far, moving thousands of li easily. They were different from Goo masters. Thus, it was easy to defeat a Goo immortal, but very difficult to kill them, unless one had an immortal-level battlefield killer move to trap them. However, these types of battlefield killer moves took time to set up. When Goo immortals fought, they could only set up the arrangements in secret if they were in front of the enemy. They had to conceal their actions for the trap to succeed. Or like the time when Fan Yuan dealt with Heiqing, he set up the battlefield killer move in advance, luring his enemy into it. Even though Fan Yuan escaped, Chi Zai had an immortal killer move to chase him. Fan Yuan had slaughtered an Ai clan village. This was a place which Chi Zai was in charge of. If he let Fan Yuan go, he would have to be held to account for this. Most importantly, Chi Zai was afraid that Fan Yuan was a descendant of the other clans. In this 1,000-year bet, Chi clan was already going to win. At this juncture, he could not allow unexpected mishaps to occur. Thus, Chi Zai had to investigate this matter. He could not let it go. After Fan Yuan escaped, he realized that Chi Zai had chased after him. How deep is his enmity? Why is he chasing me like this? Fan Yuan was perplexed. In his previous life's memories, an Ai clan did not have any Goo immortals. This was why Fan Yuan acted so unrestrained. To think that he actually attracted the attack of Goo immortals, and there were two of them, one rank 6 and one rank 7. Fan Yuan could not guess Chi Zai's motives. Because he knew nothing about the bet between the 5 xiangs. He could only retreat while fighting. Each time, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Goo to engage in a short fight before using Sword Escape Immortal Goo to retreat. After many rounds of battle, Fan Yuan saw some details gradually. The rank 6 Goo Immortal beside him is behaving strangely. She is likely a newly ascended Goo Immortal. She calls the rank 7 Goo Immortal Great Uncle. The two of them should be blood-related family members. This rank 6 Goo Immortal is not a threat. If she could attack, she would have done so long ago to disrupt me. But in this entire battle, she has been sitting back and doing nothing. Fan Yuan obtained much information, while Chi Zai also learned a lot about Fan Yuan. This odd fellow is really a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He is actually using 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Chi Zai did not know what to say about this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Goo Immortals did not even have 1 rank 6 Immortal Goo, they desired them greatly. This person did not have any rank 6 Immortal Goo, but he took a big leap and had 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo instead. But this step is too huge. I want to see how much green grape immortal essence you have to use these rank 7 sword path Goo. Chi Zai snickered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition, with his higher cultivation level, and Fan Yuan using rank 7 Immortal Goo, he was not in a rush. Fan Yuan fought as he retreated, he followed after him closely, he was scheming and hard to shrug off. Fan Yuan thought to himself, since the start of the battle, I have already used up tens of thousands of immortal essence stones. These were all obtained from Langya Land's spirit. I am wasting my sect contribution points. This person has a good plan. He wants to waste my immortal essence. I know his scheme but can do nothing about it. If he had rank 6 Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan would be able to fight in a sustained battle. He would not end up in this state. With his rank 6 cultivation level, it was very difficult to make use of rank 7 Immortal Goo. Chi Zai could not catch Fan Yuan, while Fan Yuan could not leave him in the dust. The situation was in a deadlock. After countless rounds of fighting, in order to maintain the situation, Fan Yuan had to continue to request for immortal essence stones from Langya Land's spirit. His Langya sect contribution points were nearing 0. Chi Zai was shocked. It was beyond his expectations that Fan Yuan could hold on until now. This rank 6 Goo Immortal is very strange. He definitely has a huge secret. If I can obtain it, this might be the biggest fortuitous encounter in my life. Fighting to this extent, Chi Zai's gaze was getting more heated. Seeing Fan Yuan's cold gaze, he felt like he was looking at a mobile treasure chest. But at the next moment, Chi Zai's gaze froze. He showed shock on his face. He thought, isn't the mountain range ahead the 5 regional mountain range? Oh no, so this is his plan. I cannot let him escape into the mountain range. This 5 regional mountain range was not simple. It was created by a rank 8 Gu immortal from southern border. His name was Tao Shu. He was known as the restriction expert. This person cultivated restriction path. It was a branch of rule path, just like how emotion path was a branch of wisdom path. People called him restriction expert. It was because he was the expert of restriction path in this generation. It showed how incredible his attainment was. He had deep research regarding the 5 regional walls. He attempted to find a way to allow Gu immortals to travel through the regional walls easily. This 5 regional mountain range was created due to his research. Unfortunately, after he died, there had been no progress. But this 5 regional mountain range was left behind and became a special area in southern border. Fan Yuan was restricted by Qi Zai. He was trying to find a way to escape. He was very familiar with southern border. The 5 regional mountain range was his hope. Qi Zai had been thinking of draining his immortal essence. This was in line with Fan Yuan's objective. He was able to use sword escape immortal Gu, and after some hurdles, he flew for hundreds of thousands of li, arriving at this place. Qi Zai had been in seclusion for some time, and because Fan Yuan was drawing his attention, he did not think of this area. He quickly took action, trying to obstruct Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. He was prepared. How could any obstruction work? Qi Zai watched grimly as Fan Yuan entered the 5 regional mountain range. He hesitated before making up his mind, saying to Qi He, "Sit here, I will let the Qi Grand Lion protect you, you will be safe. After I kill him, I will come and find you. Great uncle, be careful," Qi He said hurriedly. Qi Zai nodded. Air currents burst out behind him as he chased after Fan Yuan, entering the 5 regional mountain range. Once he entered the mountain range, he felt a strong repulsive force directed at pushing him out. As it turned out, this 5 regional mountain range was created by Restriction Expert, who replicated the regional walls. Once Gu immortals enter, it would be like they were passing the regional walls. Fan Yuan chose the part of this mountain range which was shining with golden light. It was a replica of Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. Qi Zai was a southern border Gu immortal. When he entered, he was sure to face repulsion. He knew Fan Yuan's motive. This crafty person came here, and because of his rank 6 cultivation level, he has the advantage. My rank 7 cultivation level is facing more pressure than him in here. No! This person is so suspicious. This concerns our Qi clan's ancient bet. I need to kill him. Qi Zai was firm and determined. He did not waver in the face of difficulty. Both parties stopped flying. They started to travel by foot on the 5 regional mountain range. While another chase occurred here, in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, a different battle had ended. Ing Wu Xie, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lu Lan were surrounding the ancient soul beast's corpse, searching for the soul core inside the soul beast's body. Soul beasts nurtured a soul core in their bodies. It was the size of an egg, but had a large number of soul path down marks in it. It was a top-tier refinement material. Other than this, the soul beast's corpse would disappear after some time. It had no use. Where is it? Tai Bai Yunxing searched for the soul core. He Lu Lan said, praising with certain intent. The Gu formation set here is truly amazing. In this short amount of time, even though this soul beast had the soul Howl immortal Gu, it still died. Ing Wu Xie did not speak. He was frowning. This was caused by heaven's will. It lured this ancient soul beast here. Just now, even though I killed it, I had to use the Gu formation. The more I use the Gu formation, the higher the chances of getting exposed. After all, Central Continent's Heavenly Court will try its best to find this place. At this time, Shirnu transmitted to him secretly. Ing Wu Xie analyzed to himself. Not long ago, Langya Land's spirit used treasure Yellow Heaven to send Dark Limit Immortal Gu to Fan Yuan? This Immortal Gu belonged to Shadow Sect, but it had perished with Jiang Yu. After that, because Langya Land's spirit created Langya Sect, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Gu so that the sect members could have an easier time moving around in the future. This Gu can conceal aura and hide from Heaven's will. Indeed. Since I am targeted by Heaven's will, Fan Yuan's situation is worse. He might be facing the assault of Gu immortals now. Ing Wu Xie made a casual guess, but he was actually on the mark. However, Qi Zai did not succeed in killing Fan Yuan. Both parties fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Fan Yuan was heavily injured, but because he had lower cultivation level, He could move more freely and escaped from Qi Zai eventually. Qi Zai saw that Fan Yuan had escaped. Noting that his own condition was bad, he had no choice but to return. Once he left the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi He. "Great uncle, you are finally back. I was so worried about you." Qi Zai was prancing on the spot. Seeing Qi Zai, she quickly went up to him. Qi Zai felt warmth in his heart, but his expression turned grim. He scolded. "Foolish! I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion. Why did you not listen to me, instead coming here? This is a dangerous place." Qi Zai's movement paused. She slowly walked to Qi Zai, lowering her head, apologizing. I am sorry." Qi Zai grunted. "That person is already heavily injured by me. He was lucky and escaped. But if I see him again, I will definitely not." "Ugh!" Qi Zai cried out. He stared with wide-open eyes at Qi He. A dark flying sword had pierced into his forehead. The tip of the sword was pointing out from the back of his head. Qi He turned back to Fan Yuan's appearance. He smiled lightly at Qi Zai. Shock, regret, fear, all sorts of emotions filled Qi Zai's mind. But it was too late. Bam! He fell to the ground, creating a soft sound in the process. He was dead. Chapter 1043. Surprising Discovery. In the 5 regional mountain range, 5 different colored lights filled the skies all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 areas based on the 5 different colored lights. The dark purple light was the imitation of Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall. The green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains' Licorice Regional Wall. The red portion was Western Desert's Raging Flame Regional Wall. The deep blue portion was Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. As for the white gold mountain range, it was Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. The rank 7 Shipath Gu Immortal, Qi Zai, had died in the white gold region in the 5 regional mountain range. Fan Yuan let out a breath. He pulled out the Flying Sword Immortal Gu that was lodged in his opponent's forehead. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was originally shining in silvery light, but now it was dim and did not have an aura emitting from it. This was because of the Immortal Killer move Dark Assassination. This move provided extraordinary concealment. Once used, none of the aura of the rank 7 Immortal Killer move would leak, others could not detect it. Once used, the sword attacked quickly, at a speed which one could not react to. The only weakness was that the attack range was small. The user had to be less than 100 steps away. This was truly a short distance. Ordinary Immortal Killer moves could be used across huge distances. They were incomparable. Thus, Fan Yuan had to take a risk, using Familiar Face to disguise his identity and get close to Qi Zai. The closer he got, the higher his chance of killing Qi Zai. For this, Fan Yuan had to fight with Qi Zai and purposely get injured, so as to reduce Qi Zai's suspicions. Qi Zai dying from this move was not unreasonable. Because Fan Yuan deceived him using the infamous Familiar Face. Even though it was not the original version, the core was still rank 8 Attitude Gu. When used, this Gu could influence the minds of others, allowing them to feel Fan Yuan's attitude, so as to lower their suspicions. Even though Qi Zai was vigilant, and it was hard to find vulnerabilities against him, with Fan Yuan's scheming personality, he saw a weakness in Qi He instead during the battle. Using Qi He, Fan Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with his rank 6 cultivation level. This was an incredible result. If one was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, they might wish for the whole world to know about it. But Fan Yuan only sighed in relief now. He did not show any expression of pride. After rebirth, he had gone through a lot. He witnessed Spectral Soul undergoing the myriad tribulations. Killing a rank 7 Gu Immortal was already a small matter from his perspective. "If you did not pursue me to this extent, I would not have taken the risk to kill you. Alright, let me see why you were so insistent on chasing me." Fan Yuan grabbed at the air as he pulled out Qi Zai's soul from his corpse. Qi Zai cultivated Qi Path. His soul was just an ordinary Gu Immortal soul. It was not outstanding. After dying, he was not like those from Shadow Sect. Even though his soul was angry and unwilling, struggling intensely, he could do nothing against Fan Yuan's actions. Fan Yuan first inspected and ensured that this soul had no problems before stuffing him into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. After entering the Immortal Aperture, large numbers of Soul Path Gu worms flew towards Qi Zai's soul. Soul Search. While Fan Yuan searched the soul, he activated Familiar Face and turned into Qi Zai's appearance. He did not forget that the rank 6 Gu Immortal Qi He was still outside. Killing her would be much easier than killing Qi Zai, but to make this easier and safer, Fan Yuan decided to use the same method to assassinate Qi He as well. His familiar face was not the original version. Without change form immortal goo, he could only use over 1,000 mortal goo to replace it. Thus, transforming his appearance was not instantaneous, he had to spend some time. After he turned into Qi Zai's appearance, he stored Qi Zai's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Qi He, she was already dead. What killed Qi He was none other than the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion she was sitting on. This Qi Grand Lion was enslaved by Qi Zai originally. Once he died, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was forced by Qi Zai to travel this much. It was already hungry. If Qi He cultivated any other path, she might have survived, but she was a Qi Path Gu immortal with a number of Qi Path Dao marks. She was a delicacy to the Qi Grand Lion. Thus, as the Qi Grand Lion was hungry, it attacked her after the control over it was gone. Qi He was a newly advanced Gu immortal. How could she match the Qi Grand Lion? After a bit of resistance, she was killed by the Qi Grand Lion and eaten by it. It was pitiful. She cultivated her entire life and fortunately became an immortal. But the moment she started witnessing the glory of the Gu immortal world, before she started her journey, she ended up in the desolate beast's mouth. Fan Yuan chased after the Qi Grand Lion, using Flying Sword Immortal Gu and piercing its head in a few moves. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, which was shining in silvery light, rampaged inside the Qi Grand Lion's brain. The Qi Grand Lion fell from the sky in pain, it grimaced and cried out painfully, eventually dying after its struggles ceased. Fan Yuan felt glad when he saw this result. This was the true power of the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or the Qi Grand Lion, once Flying Sword Immortal Gu dealt a critical strike through piercing, it could deal huge damage. This was unlike the desolate beast mud monster which did not have any weaknesses in its body. Fan Yuan had a vexing time fighting it. Other than feeling glad, Fan Yuan also felt a loss in wealth. This rank 7 Immortal Gu used too much immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fan Yuan's expenditure rose again. He could slowly kill it without using immortal Gu and only using mortal killer moves. But it would take far too long. To avoid more trouble, Fan Yuan had to deal with it quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fan Yuan cut open its stomach and took out Qi He's minced corpse. He checked carefully. He wanted to find the crucial area near her belly. It was the place where the immortal aperture was at in the Gu immortal's body. Qi He's aged body was already chewed up by the Qi Grand Lion. After ending up in its stomach, half of the body was already dissolved. Fan Yuan looked around for a long time before his gaze flashed. He picked out a piece of flesh. Similar to Qi Zai's corpse, Fan Yuan placed it into his immortal aperture. As had been mentioned before, after killing a Gu immortal, there were 2 ways to benefit from it. One was to place the immortal aperture down in the 5 regions, where they would form a blessed land or grotto heaven, before attacking it and obtaining the resources inside. The other way was to place the immortal aperture into one's own immortal aperture, making the immortal aperture self-detonate. The Dao marks inside would be left behind for the victor. Fan Yuan was using the second method. After this battle, the Qi Path Dao marks in me should increase drastically. From now on, when I use Qi Path Gu worms or killer moves, the amplification effect would exceed my other paths. It is a pity that I am not skilled in Qi Path. My Qi Path attainment level is only at ordinary level. But my immortal aperture will benefit. The environment will change slowly. It would help me when I grow resources that are related to Qi Path. Fan Yuan flew into the air, concealing his traces as he flew among the clouds, thinking over his gains. Ignoring immortal Gu. Qi Zai's soul was a huge asset. It had great value waiting to be excavated. As for how many Qi Path Dao marks he would get, Fan Yuan could not estimate it. But he knew that no matter how many Qi Path Dao marks he obtained, it could not match his other benefit. He only discovered this benefit of his new body just now, but it exceeded Fan Yuan's expectations. Other than feeling surprise and joy, he also felt doubts and anticipation. When he entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had a shocking discovery. His body was unaffected by the 5 regional mountain range. According to common sense, Fan Yuan was a southern border Gu immortal. His body had the aura of southern border. No matter what other area relating to a particular region he entered in the 5 regional mountain range, he would be affected by it. But after Fan Yuan went in, he could move freely with no obstructions. After realizing this, Fan Yuan was puzzled, but it soon turned into joy. He had a guess in his mind. This 5 regional mountain range was created by restriction expert Tao Zhu, who imitated the regional walls. If I can travel freely here, does that mean I can also pass the regional walls freely? After that, he thought about the pursuers behind him. He pretended to travel with much difficulty, like he was heavily obstructed. Now, after killing Chi Zai, and settling the matter of the Chi Grand Lion and Chi he had time to think, and realized that this was very likely. My new body is not an ordinary body. It has no parents, no origins from other people. It is formed from the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. If it is treated as an immortal goo, that would explain why I can freely travel across the regional walls. The 5 regional walls targeted goo immortals, not immortal goo. In the past, when Feng Jiuge entered Northern Plains to investigate the truth of 88 True Young Building, he sent a rank 6 information path immortal goo to his family. It could travel across Northern Plains and Central Continent, going through 2 regional walls without obstruction. If this guess is correct, why would I need to rush and refine fixed immortal travel? Fan Yuan flew as he thought. He got closer to a regional wall. He wanted to verify this guess as quickly as possible. From his perspective, he could not confirm if fixed immortal travel was destroyed. It was only very likely because the special will had set fixed immortal travel as the first one to be destroyed. When Fan Yuan asked the current generation Ni Xiang about it, his focus was to confirm Ing Wu Xia's current situation. Secondly, he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel to pass the regional walls and return to Langya Blessed Land. Why? Firstly, Langya Blessed Land was safe. It survived 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. It was finally taken down by Heavenly Court after Feng Jiuge died. Secondly, a large number of his resources were inside Langya Blessed Land. He could develop in peace there. The cost of using Treasure Yellow Heaven was simply too high. Lastly, a crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era, was needed to refine fixed immortal travel. Even though Fan Yuan had some clues, he knew that hope was small. His biggest worries now were his calamities and tribulations. He was less than 2 months away from the first earthly calamity. Fortune and disaster came together. His blessed land had such a deep foundation, its aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. The power of his calamities and tribulations would surely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I should give up on fixed immortal travel. I should rush to Langya Blessed Land and prepare amply for the calamities and tribulations. In just less than 2 months, he was no longer an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was out of this world. The calamities and tribulations were like swords resting above his neck. Fan Yuan looked at the vast clouds in the sky as he felt a strong sense of urgency. Chapter 1044. Ancient Cloud Beasts. Disaster follows after great fortune? Central Continent Earth Abyss. Ing Wu Xia looked at the rubble in front of him with an ugly expression. Behind him were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and the rank 7 variant human Gu Immortal Shirnu. The battle strength of 4 Gu Immortals. Of course, among them Shirnu was the strongest, followed by He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Ing Wu Xia was still an immortal zombie with some borrowed immortal Gu. He had not subdued Fan Yuan's remaining immortal Gu yet. His battle strength was the lowest. He Lulan was forced by Ing Wu Xia to surrender. She was free from the alliance agreement with Fan Yuan, and was now Ing Wu Xia's lackey. Shirnu was completely loyal to Ing Wu Xia. And Tai Bai Yunxing, who did not know the truth, was not suspicious of Ing Wu Xia. He Lulan and Ing Wu Xia had worked together to deceive him. He was still in the dark. What is going on? Tai Bai Yunxing looked ahead and asked in puzzlement. Shirnu replied heavily. Earth Abyss is not a tranquil environment. Tremors will appear at times within the earth. The tremors might cause a great cavian, like what is happening here. A strange light flashed across He Lulan's eyes. This cave-in is simply too terrifying. Shirnu nodded. Yes, each cave-in in Earth Abyss would be gigantic. Endless numbers of life forms would perish. The aftermath would be a huge amount of rubble stacked together with the grudge and death energy of the dead life forms and their blood, countless desolate level blood beasts, bone beasts, or even blood path and earth path wild immortal goo would be created. Master, what do we do now? Ing Wu Xia looked ahead. After some time, he let out a breath. He was gloomy internally, thinking, this route is the safest way to leave Earth Abyss, previously created by Shadow Sect. I had just wanted to leave Earth Abyss, and at this timing, a cave-in happened. Coincidentally, it happened here, obstructing our path. Hee hee. Ing Wu Xia mentally sneered. This is the act of Heaven's will. My main body defied Heaven to refine Gu, resisting Heaven's will, causing Heaven's will to be expended greatly. But now it seems, Heaven's Will has already mostly recovered. I still have Spring-Autumn Cicada with me, it has a lot of Heaven's Will in it. Thus, I am like a torch in the darkness from Heaven's Will's perspective. If I did not have investigative methods and did not slow down on purpose, I would be trapped inside the cave-in. Or if I was greedy in regards to the wild immortal goo here and refused to leave, I might be discovered by the goo immortals who came to investigate. Perhaps when I used the goo formation earlier, the commotion was already detected by Heavenly Court, they have already started searching. Ing Wu Xia had obtained the guidance of his main body's will in the Red Lotus Demon Venerable True Inheritance, he had a deep understanding of Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will had its limits, it would be expended as well. But because its foundation was the world of the 5 regions, Heaven's Will could not be destroyed entirely, it could recover at a rapid speed. Regarding Heaven's Will, Fan Yuan was still kept in the dark, he was unaware and his knowledge could not compare with Ing Wu Xie. Heaven's Will is so troublesome, a large portion of the reason is due to that bitch star constellation. My current body is ordinary, I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel over the 5 regions. By gathering the remnant forces of Shadow Sect, I can accumulate enough strength to attempt to save my main body. Thinking of this, Ing Wu Xie thought of Fan Yuan again. Intense hatred rose inside him. Back then, when we designed the recipe of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, my main body thought about the 5 regional walls. Thus, Fan Yuan can not only pass the 5 regional walls now, he can freely change his aura to become a Goo immortal from any of the 5 regions. However, don't think about having an easy time. Even though you are a complete otherworldly demon, and Heaven's Will cannot influence your thoughts, it can influence others and create situations to eliminate you. Also, every tribulation that you undergo is the best chance for Heaven's Will to eradicate you. I hope you can survive them all until I find the opportunity to eliminate you. Even though Ing Wu Xie hated Fan Yuan, the urgent matter at hand was to save his main body's remnant soul. Right now, his main body's remnant soul was trapped in the dream realm. As everyone knew, when the soul was in the dream realm, they would slowly worn down by the dream realm. Thus, Ing Wu Xie was pressed for time greatly now. Compared to saving his main body, Fan Yuan was a minor matter. Thus, the priority of Ing Wu Xie and the others was to refine fixed immortal travel and gather their remaining forces, to return to southern border and break through the encirclement of the southern border Goo immortals around the giant dream realm, to save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Southern border. Sword Escape Immortal Goo activated. Swoosh. Fan Yuan's body was like a sword, sharp and cutting through the sky, forming a long white cloudy line behind him. Using Sword Escape Immortal Goo alone would not create this white cloudy line behind him. The problem was, Fan Yuan's injuries were very severe now. His injuries were so deep bones could be seen, cloud path down marks were gathered in them, spilling out white clouds constantly. Fan Yuan's expression was pale, he was frowning deeply. Behind him, about 10 li away, a large group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing after him. What caused Fan Yuan's injuries were these ancient cloud beasts. Even though Fan Yuan had the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Goo, against cloud beasts which were similar to mud monsters, without a fixed body structure, they could not be dealt with. According to legend, Bo Qin created the immortal killer move Myriad Sword Tribulation in the past, using Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core to create 10,000 swords that shoot down like rain. After I return to Langya Blessed Land, I must find immortal killer moves like this, I cannot have this weakness. Such thoughts had appeared in Fan Yuan's mind multiple times. As it turned out, after Fan Yuan found out a secret of his new body, he had a new idea, abandoning his earlier plan and wanting to pass the regional walls to get back to Langya Blessed Land. But not long after that, he unexpectedly entered the attacking range of a group of ancient cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were extremely rare, not just in southern border, but also the other 4 regions. It was no exaggeration to say that they were nearly extinct. But Fan Yuan encountered a group of them, there were even ancient cloud beasts among them which had the battle strength of rank 7 Goo immortals. When ancient cloud beasts were stationary, they were like clouds, very hard to detect. Even though Fan Yuan was using investigative methods, he did not have investigative immortal Goo, he only had mortal killer moves. Thus, he went into the territory of ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he managed to escape, but the ancient cloud beasts were unwilling to let him go. They chased after him. In his vision, a trace of purple-black color could be seen from behind a mountain range. Southern Border's Miasma regional wall was already within sight. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. His speed slowed drastically. He had stopped using Sword Escape Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was too expensive to use. Right now, Fan Yuan had already expended all of his Langya sect contribution points. To save costs, Fan Yuan could only use Sword Escape Immortal Goo at certain times to maintain a safe distance from the cloud beasts. Without Sword Escape Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan used Mortal Killer moves. As a matter of fact, the speed of movement from them could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. A moment later, the cloud beasts were already very close to Fan Yuan, less than 1 li away. Seeing that the cloud beasts were near, Fan Yuan had no choice but to use Sword Escape Immortal Goo again. Whoosh! His speed rose again. He shrugged off the ancient cloud beast group. The purple-black miasma regional wall covered half of his vision. Finally, when Fan Yuan got to the southern border regional wall, he did not hesitate, entering it immediately. Zero obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall in front of him was an illusion. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He clenched his fists. As expected! I was right! This sovereign immortal fetus goo is truly mystical. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely over the 5 regions. Of course, Fan Yuan was not only considering this. This can also help me fight. The battle with Chizai earlier is a prime example. From now on, I can lure goo immortals into the regional walls before killing them. But his excitement only lasted for a short moment. Soon he frowned again. Because he realized that the ancient cloud beasts behind him also went through the regional walls, with no signs of stopping the chase against him. His guess was confirmed. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. I knew it, I am actually so unlucky. Cloud beasts are nearly extinct in southern border. Even if they exist, they would only be a group of 1 or 2 desolate level cloud beasts. Groups of ancient cloud beasts like this only exist in White Heaven and Black Heaven. Seeing how white these ancient cloud beasts are, they must have flown down from White Heaven to breed their next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were a special type of life form from the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts in the 5 regions were also all from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a trait. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens, landing in the 5 regions and storing their cloud essence in the clouds in the sky. The clouds that were storing cloud essence would not dissipate unless there was a strong external force. Hundreds of years later, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The infant cloud beasts were all desolate level each. Once they were alive, they would follow their instincts and fly towards the sky. Passing the heavenly Winchi wall, they would return to their origins, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be obstructed by the heavenly Winchi wall, and would be attacked by fierce beasts, as well as all sorts of natural phenomena causing danger. A very small number of them actually made it back to the immemorial 9 heavens. I was so unlucky to actually encounter a cloud beast group after they bred. This luck is truly. Fan Yuan was speechless. Logically speaking, I have already connected luck to many lucky people. Even if my body and soul are split into 2 portions, my luck shouldn't be this bad. Don't tell me, to obtain sovereign immortal fetus goo, I expended a huge amount of luck. In this way, disaster follows after great fortune? Fan Yuan flew within the miasma regional wall as a group of ancient cloud beasts followed behind him. Fan Yuan had crashed into the place where the ancient cloud beasts stored their cloud essence. To take revenge for their offspring, the ancient cloud beasts wanted to eliminate Fan Yuan. They would not let him go. As long as Fan Yuan was still injured, the cloud beasts would pursue him. The problem was, these ancient cloud beasts could also move freely within the 5 regional walls. Chapter 1045. Fortuitous encounter or trouble? Normally speaking, it was difficult for desolate beasts of the 5 regions to pass the regional walls and move to another region. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts, could match the respective levels of goo immortals. They involved the essence of their regions, and as such, it was very difficult for them to leave the domain of the region they had been raised and grown in. To them, the regional walls were like shackles. Comparatively, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings or mutated beasts were much more free and could move through regional walls. This group of ancient cloud beasts that were chasing Fan Yuan, however, were not raised by southern border, but originated from White Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. The regional walls of the 5 regions had no relationship with them, and did not restrict or reject them. Perhaps it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial 9 heavens it was, they all covered the whole 5 regions. This characteristic was already widely known. Previously, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable went against Heaven's will to refine goo, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were able to reach southern border so quickly because they had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to travel through White Heaven. Also, Fan Yuan's Stargate Gu could attract the starlight of Black Heaven to travel over the 5 regions. Both, in essence, were similar to this group of ancient cloud beasts. They all used this special characteristic of the immemorial 9 heavens. Fan Yuan was rapidly moving through the regional wall. The group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing closely behind him. Fan Yuan could do nothing but let them follow. These cloud beasts were stubbornly fixed upon Fan Yuan, not willing to rest until they reached their goal. At this time, Fan Yuan couldn't help but fondly recall the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could simply get away from these problems. Even if Fan Yuan was injured, there was a limit to the range the ancient cloud beasts could chase him. He could use fixed immortal travel to go beyond this limit. However, Fan Yuan only had Sword Escape Immortal Gu as his movement Immortal Gu. If he recklessly used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, it could increase the distance between them, but he would have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, Fan Yuan was not fully aware of the range in which the ancient cloud beasts would continue to chase him. If this range was extremely great, even if Fan Yuan spent all his assets, it might not be enough for the expenditure of activating Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Lang Yilan's spirit may be simple and unable to lie, but he has all along been planning against me. Previously, he schemed against me when I was dealing with Qi Zai as well. I had to pay a considerable amount to borrow Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If I impatiently tried to get rid of these ancient cloud beasts, he might extort me again. After all, Luopa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The regional wall in front of him suddenly turned into a deep blue color. Fan Yuan had already passed southern border's Miasma regional wall, and had now entered Eastern Sea's Blue Water regional wall. There was nothing to say. Fan Yuan concentrated on flying. The journey was unimpeded. The regional wall did not have creatures or any other obstructions. Because the regional walls of the 5 regions in themselves were the greatest obstruction. After flying for a while longer, Fan Yuan looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were still chasing him. Cloud beasts did not have any fixed shape and continued to chase like rolling clouds, white and graceful as snow. But to Fan Yuan, they looked truly troublesome. By now, Fan Yuan had already used all his contribution points from Langya sect and was starting to owe Langya Land's spirit immortal essence stones. If not for these ancient cloud beasts, how could I go this far? What's going on? On the way, Fan Yuan's expression suddenly changed, his gaze enlarging in wonder. He surprisingly discovered that in this Blue Water regional wall, his aura was having a mysterious change. His southern border Gu Immortal aura was continuously growing fainter, while the aura of an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal was strengthening constantly. If Fan Yuan had activated Familiar Face, he would not have been so amazed. The key point was that he had not activated this killer move. Could it be that this new body can not only pass the regional walls of the 5 regions, but can also change my aura into the aura of that region? Fan Yuan speculated inwardly. The moment he flew out of Blue Water regional wall, his southern border Gu Immortal aura had completely dissipated and had truly turned into one of an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan naturally was surprised and happy. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mysterious. I am not even using Familiar Face and my body can actually perfectly adapt to the new region, which means I won't be pushed aside by the region's Gu Immortals. But right now, it is still better for me to use Familiar Face. Fan Yuan gazed at the group of ancient cloud beasts following right behind him and sighed as he activated Familiar Face, turning into a different appearance. He had originally wanted to quietly move through Eastern Sea and return to Northern Plains. But now, with the group of ancient cloud beasts right behind him, he had naturally dispelled this idea. Such a commotion was not what Fan Yuan wanted, but he could do nothing about it. But this place is not far away from the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Maybe I can detour around and move towards the Turbulent Flow Sea area, and use its environment to break away from these ancient cloud beasts? Fan Yuan suddenly had an idea. His 500 years of life experience as a wanderer had given him an understanding of the various environments of the 5 regions. After pondering for a while, Fan Yuan chose to be cautious, giving up this idea. The Turbulent Flow Sea area was like a maze. If he was careless in entering it, he might lose his freedom and be trapped himself. According to rumors, the Turbulent Flow Sea area was a battlefield formed after a life-and-death battle between powerful Gu Immortal experts. It was a bloody battlefield where many Gu Immortal experts had fallen, leaving behind many inheritances. Many Eastern Sea Goo immortals as well as Goo immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border would come to the turbulent flows sea area to search for fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, in his previous 500 years of life, Fan Yuan had never heard of anyone obtaining any huge fortuitous encounter. On the contrary, he often heard of certain Goo immortals going missing in the turbulent flows sea area, or that certain Goo immortals would go missing for several months or several years before they were able to free themselves and appear again in the world. The turbulent flows sea area was not dangerous, but its special environment often caused Goo immortals to be trapped and not be able to free themselves. Fan Yuan moved like an arrow, forming a straight line in the air. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flows sea area, instead he flew straight towards Northern Plains regional wall. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was activated, gradually getting distance from the ancient cloud beasts. He had already inquired Langya Land's spirit for information about ancient cloud beasts, but Langya Land's spirit did not know much. Fan Yuan then sent out dozens of wills in Treasure Yellow Heaven to search for information on the limits of the tracking range of ancient cloud beasts, but he did not get any useful news. With no other choice, Fan Yuan could only choose to try to see if he could break free of the pursuit of these ancient cloud beasts. Making up his mind, Fan Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo unceasingly. Finally, he was able to throw off the ancient cloud beasts beyond his vision. Fan Yuan stopped Sword Escape Immortal Goo and used Mortal Killer moves to continue to fly. His speed naturally slowed. I have paid such a price, it would be good if I have freed myself of them. Fan Yuan was inwardly worried. Not seeing the ancient cloud beasts did not mean he had already gotten away from them. Existences that were comparable to rank 7 Goo immortals usually did not track using just sight. It depended on what the limit of their tracking range was. Right as Fan Yuan was worriedly gazing back, a blood-red ray of light suddenly flew over from the southeast direction. The blood-red light was soaring through the horizon, and when it sensed Fan Yuan's presence, it immediately lowered its speed before rapidly approaching Fan Yuan. A rank 6 Blood Path Goo immortal, and it looks like they went through a fierce battle. Fan Yuan frowned when he sensed the approaching aura. No matter what intention the other party had, Fan Yuan did not want to provoke any more trouble. He already had enough trouble on his hands. He still did not know if he had thrown off that group of ancient cloud beasts behind him, and there was also the earthly calamity which was going to approach in 2 months. Therefore, he immediately changed his direction and flew away from the approaching blood-red light. The Goo immortal in the blood-red light sensed Fan Yuan's intent, quickly shouting, "Wait! I have found a peerless fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me resolve this crisis, I am willing to use Blood Oath Immortal Goo to form a pact and share this peerless fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Peerless fortuitous encounter? There really are people who have obtained benefits. Fan Yuan was truly surprised. Right at this time, several Goo immortals appeared in the horizon, chasing after the blood-red light with surging momentum and emitting powerful auras. They seemed to have heard what the Blood Path Goo immortal had shouted to Fan Yuan. Curses after curses began to rain down. A blood path demon causing harm to the world, everyone must execute them. Anyone who associates with the demon shall be killed without mercy. Block this demon and my Tang clan will definitely reward you. No need. I, Lu Qinyu, have struck this demon with my immortal killer move, he definitely won't be able to escape. You there ahead, if you know what's good for you, get lost. In an instant, Fan Yuan was subjected to the persuasion, warnings and even curses of these Eastern Sea Goo immortals. Fan Yuan snorted. He was not someone afraid of getting into trouble, but right now, what he had to do was hurry to Langya Blessed Land and deal with his immortal Aperture's earthly calamity. He changed his direction, moving away directly from the Blood Path Goo immortal. The Blood Path Goo immortal felt very anxious, he had already reached his own limits, Fan Yuan was his only hope to survive. When Fan Yuan retreated, he also changed his direction, flying rapidly towards Fan Yuan. If you can help me, I am willing to hand this fortuitous encounter to you completely, he cried out. Fan Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Seeing this, one of the Eastern Sea Goo immortals laughed loudly. That's right. Smart guy, you know how to judge the situation, get lost quickly. Someone else also called out. We might as well help one another, lend a hand and we will definitely reward you after this. Fan Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. He only wanted to quietly return to Langya Blessed Land. Why were there troublesome matters occurring one after the other? He himself did not want to engage in these troublesome matters, but they instead were taking the initiative to follow him. This is the crucial information regarding the inheritance. If you obtain it, your cultivation will definitely advance rapidly, and you'd become a superior existence among immortals. The blood path Gu immortal threw an information path Gu worm towards Fan Yuan, attempting to lure him. Fan Yuan screamed, "Screw off!" With a wave of his hand, a powerful burst of wind destroyed the Gu worm. At the same time, he rapidly charged towards the sky. The blood path demonic cultivator was not able to plot against Fan Yuan, and seeing this hopeless situation, he suddenly shot a streak of strange light towards Fan Yuan. I have already handed the crucial part of the inheritance to this person. If you guys want to get the fortuitous encounter, killing me will be of no use. The blood path demonic cultivator yelled loudly before flying away in the opposite direction. The streak of strange light was extremely fast and soon neared Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan snorted. He very much was unwilling to provoke trouble. He shouted in a stern voice, "I have important matters to deal with. Do not provoke me." Saying this, he simultaneously activated Sword Escape and Flying Sword, these two rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword Escape increased his speed while Flying Sword Immortal Gu shattered the strange light. Ah, 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Who is this person? Fan Yuan's power had suddenly erupted. The group of immortals were astonished. Their expressions changed in an instant. Chapter 1046. Battle of Chase and Escape in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan's aura was only at rank 6. Before he took action, there did not seem to be anything special about him. Furthermore, after retreating repeatedly, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals involuntarily started to look down on him. But once he took action, everyone was shaken. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals froze in their tracks. They reassessed Fan Yuan. They saw Fan Yuan wearing white clothing with his long hair fluttering in the wind. Graceful and handsome, he had quite a disposition. Right now, Fan Yuan had an angry expression, like the brewing of a thunderstorm. His killing intent was like a blizzard, giving people a suppressive feeling. There were numerous Eastern Sea Gu immortals, but they all became silent. They turned around and targeted the Blood Path demonic immortal instead. This Blood Path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injuries caused his speed to fall. After some time, he was killed by the group of Gu immortals. Based on this, he was indeed at his wit's end. No wonder he threw away the fortuitous encounter and tried to survive by using Fan Yuan. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, one of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, a rank 7 that had taken the lead, Lu Qinyu, spoke heavily. "The imprint is not on him." Another rank 7 Gu immortal reacted, saying loudly to Fan Yuan, "Please wait." Fan Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. The immortals' impressions of him had changed. They no longer acted so rudely towards him like before. They looked at each other, before flying towards Fan Yuan imposingly. Fan Yuan floated in the air, sneering without speaking. "Friend." The rank 7 Gu immortal stopped. Partway through, he could not continue his words. The imprint to open up the inheritance was extremely important, but it was missing now. The biggest suspect was Fan Yuan. But there was no way Fan Yuan would let them search his body. Looking at his immortal aperture was even more impossible. It was a huge taboo. If Fan Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal, with so many people on their side, it was okay to request it. But Fan Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, and this was only what he showed on the surface. "Sholi, what are you afraid of?" The 3rd rank 7 Gu immortal waved his long sleeves as he stepping forward. He had a cold expression, his gaze was sharp. He stared at Fan Yuan, saying, "I am a Gu immortal of Eastern Sea's Tang clan, Tang Song. This matter is difficult to resolve peacefully today. But I have a way. As long as you follow it, you can prove your innocence." "Ha!" Fan Yuan laughed loudly. "Prove my innocence? Why do I need to prove my innocence?" As he laughed, his battle intent surged. "It seems that all of you think I am afraid of battle," Fan Yuan said in an ominous tone. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals changed. Fan Yuan squinted. "It is laughable, you are being deceived but you remain ignorant. Lu Qinyu, you killed that Blood Path demonic immortal, you have already obtained the inheritance imprint, but you are trying to frame me now, you are really scheming." This. The immortals froze again. Many people turned to look at the rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qinyu. Lu Qinyu looked at Fan Yuan with an angry expression, but he was thinking. Impressive. This person has a sharp tongue. He is rank 6 but has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Who in the world is he? Since when did Eastern Sea have such a person? I actually don't know who they are. At the same time, he called out, "Everyone, don't forget about our agreement. What kind of person am I? Why would I possibly deceive you?" Fan Yuan chuckled. "What agreement?" "I know that regardless of the Information Path Alliance agreement, it can be broken using Information Path methods. As for what kind of person you are, I only know that in the face of huge profits, people change and cannot be trusted." Fan Yuan's words were logical. The Eastern Sigu immortals hesitated even more. Lu Qingyu flew into a rage, pointing at Fan Yuan. "I saw him throw the inheritance imp into you. The others also saw that I slashed it." Fan Yuan rapidly replied. "He." Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly. "There are many ways in the world to create illusions. Who knows what methods he used to keep the imprint secretly?" Fan Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a dour tone, "I have a mission from First Supreme Elder. I did not want to create trouble. But if it is like this, let's fight." Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many of the Gu Immortals' pupils shrunk. They thought, so this person is not a lone cultivator, he has a super force behind him. No wonder he has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. At once, their wariness rose again. Especially the lone cultivators, they operated independently, and did not have a force to defend them. They did not want to offend a huge force. "Hold it." At this moment, Tang Song stood out. "I can guarantee on my Tang clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our investigation, if the imprint is not with you, we will let you go." Tang clan was a super force in Eastern Sea. It was equivalent to Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Tang clan? Fan Yuan laughed coldly, his eyebrows raised as the silvery flying sword immortal Gu flew around him. "That's very amazing, huh? Do you think my clan will be afraid of your Tang clan? Hee, in that case, let's see what your Tang clan can do." Before he finished speaking, Fan Yuan used flying sword immortal Gu, attacking the rank 7 Gu immortal Tang Song. "You!" Tang Song did not expect Fan Yuan to strike so suddenly. He was caught off guard, quickly getting into a disadvantage under Fan Yuan's attacks. The other Eastern Sigu immortals decided to look on from the side. This person is not afraid of Tang clan, he has a huge background. Tang clan might be an overlord in Eastern Sea, but it also has enemies like Shen clan and Su clan. Is this person from one of those 2 clans? Since he is attacking Tang Song, that is a good thing. We can stay on the sidelines and watch their methods. If there is a future battle, we will be able to prepare. These Eastern Sigu immortals were not united earlier, they only worked together to capture the Blood Path demonic immortal. Fan Yuan's words and actions caused doubts among them, resulting in division among these immortals. He picked his opponent with specific reasons. If he chose a rank 6 Gu immortal, others would think he was depending on 2 rank 7 immortal Gu to bully a weaker opponent. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal could there be deterrence. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fan Yuan observed that he was the only rank 7 Gu immortal with a super force behind him. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces, and because super forces had many assets to protect and matters to take care of, they were wary of lone immortals. Thus, as someone in an organization, Tang Song spoke and acted with many concerns. After all, he was representing not just himself but his Tang clan as well. Both sides fought for a long time. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was very sharp. While Tang Song was a Sound Path Gu Immortal with insufficient defensive methods, he could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu, he could only evade it. He was furious and startled. A Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal was being forced to this extent by a Rank 6, his face was completely gone. Tang Song had a grim expression as he thought. To salvage my face, I have to use that Immortal Killer move to capture this Rank 6 Gu Immortal alive. In that case, my display of weakness earlier can be thought of as a battle tactic. But this Immortal Killer move was not easy to activate, it comprised 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fan Yuan's attacks while concentrating on the Gu worms in his Immortal Aperture, and slowly forming his killer move. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu might be useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is really useful against Gu Immortals. Once it pierces the head or heart, they would die. Back then, Bo Qing dominated Central Continent, and was known as the strongest person under rank 9, this indicates some of the power of Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the advantage, he had not become careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, he had a deeper foundation than Fan Yuan. But because Fan Yuan attacked first, he lost the initiative. But currently it was a dangerous situation. The longer it dragged on, the harder it was for Fan Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use dark assassination. Because he had to maintain the pressure on Tang Song, Fan Yuan attacked first and pressured him. If he had any time to regain the initiative and use his methods freely, the situation would be different. Thus, Fan Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of Dark Assassination. It had to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, by combining it with other supplementary Mortal Gu, Dark Assassination could be unleashed. I have few Immortal Gu now, if I had some more. At this time, Fan Yuan sensed something. His movement stopped as he looked behind him. The group of ancient cloud beasts was already within sight. Seeing the group of ancient cloud beasts, Fan Yuan did not feel irritation, he felt joy. The opportunity he was waiting for had arrived. What is going on? What are these things? They have such strong auras. Cloud beasts, oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts, why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sigu immortals noticed the ancient cloud beasts. They were puzzled and shocked. Tang Song's focus was on Fan Yuan. Seeing that Fan Yuan had relaxed, he was overjoyed. He immediately sped up in completing the immortal killer move he was preparing. It was already 1/3 done in this short time. Soon! Once I use this move to capture you alive, I'll deal with you personally. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fan Yuan shouted, Humph! I lured these ancient cloud beasts out from White Heaven. It was to cooperate with the other Supreme Elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and capture them. You people obstructed us, we will deal with you one by one later. If you want to die now, follow me. Saying so, Fan Yuan left Tang Song, flying in the sky. The immortals were shocked but relieved. Fan Yuan's injuries were caused by the ancient cloud beasts. And the ancient cloud beasts were chasing him. These were all evidence for his words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare. This group of ancient cloud beasts most likely came from White Heaven. Chapter 1047. Battle of Chase and Escape in Eastern Sea. Chase or not? The Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. The first to react was rank 7 Gu immortal Tang Song. Don't think of leaving. He moved like lightning, chasing after Fan Yuan as he shouted. Fan Yuan snorted. Don't go overboard. Don't think I am afraid of you. If not for my important mission, I would kill you here. Tang Song surged with anger. Bullshit. His immortal killer move was almost ready to be used. He was about to salvage his face, but at this moment, Fan Yuan ran away. He actually ran. Tang Song was unwilling to let him go. He chased relentlessly. His actions caused the stunned Eastern Sigu immortals to pursue him as well. Fan Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted, Those who are not afraid to die can come, ha ha ha. Tang Song yelled after him. Those who are afraid to die are cowards. Chase him, the inheritance imprint is with him, we cannot let him join up with the other Gu immortals. Only by capturing this person can we obtain the inheritance of the great expert. With such great profits in sight, the Eastern Sigu immortals chased with even faster speed after hearing that. Fan Yuan muttered not too stupid, before pointing his finger, as Flying Sword Immortal Gu flew out and shot at Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked, he tried to dodge. But because he was distracted, his immortal killer move was interrupted and he had to start all over again to use it. Tang Song almost stomped his feet in anger. The rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qingyu passed him and chased after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan took a look and tried to sow discord. Lu Qingyu, the inheritance imprint is in your hands, but you are chasing after me. Such incredible acting! Lu Qingyu was furious. Don't run if you have guts. Against you people, why would I need to run? It would be ruining our clan's face. Fan Yuan shouted. Continue chasing me if you have the guts, we'll see who is the most unlucky one in the end. Ha! Fan Yuan appeared fearless. He was so arrogant even though he was being pursued by so many Eastern Sigu immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sigu immortals became increasingly hesitant. There was a key point, who had the crucial inheritance imprint. What Fan Yuan said earlier was highly possible. And in addition, it seemed that Fan Yuan had reinforcements. And to hunt such a huge group of ancient cloud beasts, they must have set up an immortal-level battlefield killer move, or even mobilized their immortal Gu house. This was quite possible. If we enter an immortal battlefield killer move, it would be troublesome. Tang Song was a member of Tang Clan, a superforce. He might not be afraid, But these Eastern Sea Goo immortals were lone immortals. These lone immortals were not doing too well, otherwise, they would not have gone into the turbulent flow sea area to find some kind of opportunity. After all, time was very precious for Goo immortals. First, a Goo immortal fell to the back of the group before gradually separating from the pursuing group. Next, more and more Goo immortals imitated their actions. Goo immortals were not stupid, they were astute figures. The Goo immortals who fell behind were not willing to let Fan Yuan go, but they were afraid of falling into a battlefield killer move, and being unable to leave. Thus, they all decided to let others take the lead and scout the route. These guys. They're useless! Lu Qinyu, who was the closest to Fan Yuan, noticed this and mentally cursed, but his actions also became hesitant. He was a lone cultivator and had obtained an opportunity in the past to become immortal. Even though he had immortal Goo, they were rank 6. Against the immortal battlefield killer move of a superforce, he might not be able to escape. Even Tang Song was hesitant. He reserved some of his attention and energy to deal with any reinforcements of the enemy. Thus, a strange chase was created. Fan Yuan flew in front, yelling and cursing angrily. He was in a weaker position, but he had an arrogant attitude. Behind him were a bunch of Eastern Sea Goo immortals. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they were restrained, they displayed a weaker attitude. Most of the time, Fan Yuan was using mortal killer moves to fly. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals behind him were also using mortal killer moves to follow him. Fan Yuan's thoughts were far less confident than his actions. So troublesome! Looking at this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the advantage in that environment to break free from these pursuers. Lu Qinyu. Fan Yuan took note of this name. Fan Yuan had not received any inheritance imprint. He might have destroyed it, but it was also very possible that was only a deceptive move by the Blood Path demonic immortal. The true inheritance imprint could already be in Lu Qinyu's hands. If that was the case, Lu Qinyu's acting skills were almost on par with Fan Yuan's. He was a deeply shrewd opponent. In the sky high up in the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Fan Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea Goo immortals flew in the sky while moving like flashes of lightning. There was a huge commotion. Tang Song had secretly been preparing his immortal killer move. It could already be used. He held in his excitement as he accelerated, surpassing Lu Qinyu and getting closer to Fan Yuan. This sudden action made Fan Yuan extremely alert. He immediately used Sword Escape Immortal Goo and raised his speed, flying away. Damn it! Tang Song mentally cursed. His rank 7 immortal killer move had greater effect when the distance was short. With his current distance from Fan Yuan, there was no chance to succeed in capturing him. Fan Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo and raised his speed. The Goo immortals behind were internally grumbling. The 3 rank 7 Goo immortals were still fine. They could use rank 6 immortal Goo or immortal killer moves to maintain the distance. But those ordinary rank 6 Goo immortals who were at the bottom of the Goo immortal world did not even have any rank 6 immortal Goo. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fan Yuan was flying away, rank 7 Goo immortal Zhou Li was anxious. I have a way. I can bring both of you along with me at great speed. But I need to focus and cannot be distracted. I hope you can restrain him. Lu Qinyu and Tang Song looked at each other, rapidly agreeing. Tang Song was the first to agree. These people had an agreement already. They had a basis to trust each other. Zhou Li roared as countless phantom waves appeared around his body. These phantom waves moved his body as his speed rose. An immortal killer move. Fan Yuan's gaze focused, but Lu Qinyu and Tang Song cheered. They stepped on the phantom waves and allowed the waves to move them forward. The two thus had free time to start attacking. Fan Yuan's situation became bad. Earlier, in the process of chasing, the Goo immortals behind attacked. But because Fan Yuan was always using immortal Goo to disrupt them and also dodge them, he was agile and hard to hit. The Goo immortals behind him could not succeed. But now, 2 Goo immortals had the free time to focus on attacking. They could use more precise methods and possessed bigger threat. Fan Yuan's pressure intensified. After a while, he was injured. Well done, this person has only so much capability. He only has 2 rank 7 immortal Goo. His other methods are all mortal killer moves. Zhou Li said. He was injured to begin with. He was likely hurt by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qinyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 immortal Goo, he is only a rank 6 Goo immortal. How much green grape immortal essence can he expend? Tang Song said, smiling in the process. As long as this progressed, they were sure to win. Their only concern was the mysterious force behind Fan Yuan and a possible ambush. Thus, they were holding back, and did not deal any fatal blows. Fan Yuan's situation was quite dangerous. If this continued to progress, he might die here. Gu immortals were intelligent, and could form complex ideas. They were much harder to deal with compared to the simple-minded ancient cloud beasts. If they really fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not the match of the ancient cloud beasts. But their threat towards Fan Yuan was much higher than the ancient cloud beasts. Fan Yuan had never banked on the two forces fighting each other. Gu immortals were not stupid, they had to consider the costs and benefits before killing even a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. This means I can only rely on the 5 regional walls. Even if something gets exposed, I have no choice. Fan Yuan slightly changed his direction and flew towards the closest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him chased, along with that group of ancient cloud beasts. Soon, the regional wall appeared in Fan Yuan's sight. The regional wall was like a fence surrounding Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan had come out of the regional wall earlier. He was originally very close to it. It was just that he was flying straight ahead as he wanted to save time traveling. If he flew by following the edges of the regional wall, he would have to take a long detour. But who would have expected such trouble to appear from nowhere? Oh no, he is going to enter the regional wall. Lu Qinyu realized Fan Yuan's intention and shouted. Good plan. We are rank 7 Gu immortals. After we enter the regional wall, we will face greater restrictions than him. Zhou Li said. Quickly attack, don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two immortals' attacks changed. They attacked fiercely. Fan Yuan could not block them all. His injuries were getting more severe. Some of his bones could be seen through the deep wounds. He laughed instead. You dared to attack, very good, Tang clan. If I die and the clan's plans are ruined, we will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook. You keep claiming to be part of a clan, it is just a hoax. I know Eastern Sea's righteous forces deeply, why have I never heard of you? Fan Yuan laughed again, his tone filled with hatred. Tang Song, why bother probing? I will not fall for it. This matter has to be kept a secret. I was sent out because we were afraid of external interference. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my background. I will even self-detonate my soul. You will not be able to soul-search me. Fan Yuan's words made their hearts sink. Which enemies were the scariest? Everyone had different answers to this question. But a large number of people would agree, an unknown enemy was the scariest. The enemy is hidden while you are exposed, you do not know where they are, or what they are planning against you. This was the worry of the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. From start to finish, they did not think that Fan Yuan was lying. After all, ancient cloud beasts were too rare, why would a group of them chase after him like this? There had to be a cause. Since there was a cause, the perpetrator had to have enough confidence in their strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. And in Eastern Sea, what kind of force would be able to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, only super forces like Song Clan. Fan Yuan's words made the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals' attack slow, and he obtained some precious time to recover. The regional wall was right in front of him. Fan Yuan could almost escape, but at this time, Zhou Li attacked. Chapter 1048. Battle of Chase and Escape in Eastern Sea. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qinyu rushed forward, engulfing Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan felt a strong sense of pressure. The waves were only phantom images, but he felt like he was facing a colossal tsunami. He was helpless like an ant, about to be devoured by this tide. An amazing immortal killer move! Rank 7 Gu immortals are truly hard to deal with. In the moment of danger, these two thoughts flashed across Fan Yuan's mind. Without the waves carrying them, the 3 immortals stopped moving. The matter is settled. Zhou Li smiled as confidence radiated in his eyes. Tang Song and Lu Qinyu looked at each other. They had guessed Zhou Li's scheme. They involuntarily looked at him in a different light, raising their opinion of him. As it turned out, Zhou Li had secretly collected information on Fan Yuan and learned about his abilities. He knew what methods were suitable to deal with Fan Yuan's capabilities. On the surface, he was helping them to fly, but in fact, he was using them to obstruct Fan Yuan while he gathered strength in the phantom waves below him. As they chased, the phantom waves got bigger and bigger, gradually creating a huge force. And now Zhou Li attacked. He had not taken overt action previously, but once he did, it was a huge tsunami that swallowed everything. It was faster than even Sword Escape Immortal Goo. It could not be stopped. Fan Yuan had the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Goo, but against the phantom waves, it was ineffective, like dealing with cloud beasts and mud monsters. He still had Sword Escape Immortal Goo, but the phantom waves were already surrounding Fan Yuan tightly. Fan Yuan's room to maneuver became smaller, and Sword Escape Immortal Goo could not escape from the range of the phantom waves in time. To think that this Zhou Li appeared weak and timid on the surface, but he actually had such plans. I raised my voice at him earlier, but he did not retaliate. To think that he is even more shrewd than me. Lu Qingyu felt deep wariness towards Zhou Li. Tang Song had an ugly expression. He had prepared his immortal killer move painstakingly, wanting to save his face, but he did not get a chance to do so. In the end, Zhou Li was the one who benefited. Not mentioning rank 6 Goo Immortals, among those who could become rank 7 Goo Immortals, who would be a simpleton. Once Zhou Li attacked, Fan Yuan was like a trapped beast. Our victory is assured. The 3 rank 7 Goo Immortals had similar thoughts. But Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, friends, why are you so foolish? You came to sacrifice your lives. In my opinion, the rank 6 Goo Immortals are far smarter than you. The 3 Immortals looked and saw that Fan Yuan did not evade. His hands were behind his back as he floated in the air, calm and composed. The 3 Immortals' bodies shook. They cried out in their minds. Oh no! He is fearless. Is this the place where they are ambushing us? Fan Yuan said again. What's the name of this move? It can actually accumulate and grow in power over time, but can it break through my clan's immortal battlefield killer move? I think not. These phantom waves had incredible power and could take his life, but Fan Yuan was unmoved, as if this was not a fatal killer move, but a gentle breeze instead. He even dispelled the defensive killer move on his body, lion fur armor, in front of the 3 Immortals. Oh no! This move uses almost all my immortal goo. It has strong attack but weak defense, if the other party attacks. Zhou Li's pupils shrunk. There was no time to think further. He subconsciously withdrew the phantom waves to defend himself. The phantom waves had already accumulated greatly and were a fatal attack, but with Zhou Li withdrawing most of the waves, only a small portion was left to deal with Fan Yuan. A gap formed as Fan Yuan made use of it. Farewell, friends! Fan Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo, flying in the sky like a burst of lightning, entering the blue water regional wall. The 3 Immortals were stunned before feeling intense rage. This kid is so crafty, he was putting up a front. He was at his wits' end, but he acted in such a convincing manner. Let's chase him. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They charged towards Fan Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned pale. After staring blankly momentarily, he slapped himself before pursuing Fan Yuan again. It was such a good situation earlier, but he messed it up. How could there still be another chance? Fan Yuan had survived narrowly. After entering the regional wall, he went deep into it. The 3 Immortals were greatly troubled. Their higher cultivation level was a burden here. At this moment, the 3 Immortals wished that they were just rank 6 Goo Immortals. The deeper they got into the regional wall, the greater the repulsive force, and the slower their speed became. Left without a choice, the 3 Immortals could only entrust their hope in the rank 6 Goo Immortals who were still behind. But these rank 6 Goo Immortals also faced a lot of obstruction. They were very different from Fan Yuan, who felt zero resistance inside. Soon, the Goo Immortals were left in the dust by Fan Yuan. What cultivation level does this person have? He faces such little resistance inside the regional wall? The Eastern Sea Goo Immortals were gloomy. But they did not know that Fan Yuan was purposely holding back. Fan Yuan did not want this secret to be exposed, thus, he lowered his speed and pretended to be having difficulties traveling, only causing them to be suspicious. They could not catch up to Fan Yuan, but the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals were unwilling to give up. I don't believe that he can hide here and not come out. He is a rank 6 Goo Immortal. Flying here consumes a lot of immortal essence. I want to see if a rank 6 Goo Immortals foundation can match my own rank 7? Even though the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals were unwilling to see this, reality was cruel. Fan Yuan left them farther and farther behind. Even the ancient cloud beasts were catching up. After some more chaos, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals felt bitter, seeing the ancient cloud beasts surpass them in chasing Fan Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven. They were unaffected by the 5 regional walls. Eventually, Fan Yuan left the investigative range of the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals. They could only chase the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beast got closer and closer to Fan Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fan Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and raised his speed, flying away. The Eastern Sigu immortals chased until some people could no longer take it. They chose to give up, leaving the regional wall. So unlucky! I actually encountered such a person. We know nothing about this person's identity. It is unknown whether he really has a super force behind him or not. Tang Song and Zhou Li conversed, feeling that hope was slim. Only Lu Qinyu was not talking, continuing his chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is already gone. This matter has so many issues, we should first leave and discuss it. Tang Song and Zhou Li urged. Lu Qinyu said, I have my methods for investigating. I will not rest until I catch him. Hold on, I will try again, I'll be back shortly. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow as his speed rose, charging towards the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at the light as he said in a strange tone. It seems that Brother Lu is anxious, he even used this move. This move uses a lot of his Dao marks to activate, it has a high price, it is a trump card, he rarely uses it. In the past, he used it to escape from many strong foes. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was staring blankly, his expression soon turned grim. The two immortals looked at each other, sensing the rage in their eyes. It was very possible that this Lu Qinyu was not chasing after Fan Yuan, but that he had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint, and was trying to escape from them. After all, Fan Yuan destroyed the inheritance imprint that the Blood Path demonic immortal threw out, everyone saw that. And the person who killed the Blood Path demonic immortal was Lu Qinyu. Brother Lu, hold on. This thief is crafty, he might have help arriving, we will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou Li quickly chased. Lu Qinyu heard these words and moved even faster, he did not even turn back, it was like he had heard nothing. Tang Song and Zhou Li affirmed their guesses, their expressions turned grim as they swore that they would not let Lu Qinyu go. Half a month later, a figure penetrated the green licorice regional wall and entered Northern Plains. I am finally in Northern Plains. It was Fan Yuan. He was filled with fatigue, injuries covered his body. He had already healed the wounds that could be treated. But most of his injuries were caused by the ancient cloud beasts, Immortal Gu, and even Immortal Killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks in them, he had to use healing Immortal Gu to get rid of them. Fan Yuan only had 3 Immortal Gu, he could only stall his treatment. Over on Langya Land Spirit's End, there should be healing Immortal Gu, once I return, I would get to rest. Fan Yuan spurred himself on. Earlier, he had fought with the Eastern Sigu immortals, and these last days, in order to escape from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. He already owed Langya Land Spirit a huge debt. Most importantly, because the Eastern Sigu immortals were pursuing him, Fan Yuan had to travel in the regional wall. Thus, he took a long detour and consumed a lot of immortal essence. But these were not important. The important thing was the immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. Time was running shorter, Fan Yuan's bad feeling was getting deeper. Turning around and looking back, the ancient cloud beasts' figures were already vaguely showing in the regional wall. Fan Yuan sighed as he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, flying towards the northeast direction. Fan Yuan did not know the exact location of Langya Blessed Land. Earlier, Langya Blessed Land was near Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sect's attack, Langya Blessed Land had relocated. After contacting Langya Land Spirit, he did not tell Fan Yuan the exact location of Langya Blessed Land, he only gave a direction, a Gu Immortal would come and pick him up. 3 days later, Fan Yuan reached the meetup location, but no one was there. The ancient cloud beast continued to chase him, and he could only run away. After contacting Langya Land Spirit, he realized that Langya Land Spirit had dispatched a hairy man Gu Immortal, but he encountered human Gu Immortals along the way and was killed. Langya Land Spirit could only send another person to go, but an unexpected mishap happened again. This hairy man Gu Immortal vanished mysteriously, he could not be contacted. To bring back Fan Yuan, Langya's sect had lost 2 hairy man Gu Immortals, and they did not even manage to bring Fan Yuan back to the Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit could not bear such a loss, he told Fan Yuan the location directly. 7 days later, Fan Yuan arrived at Fengbo Cliff. At Fengbo Cliff, he saw the arrangements of Langya Land Spirit. This was an immortal level Gu formation, its use was similar to the Green Crystal Heroes Path Zombie Alliance had. Fan Yuan used it to free himself from the ancient cloud beasts, returning to Langya Blessed Land. After so many troublesome circumstances, he was finally safe. Chapter 1049. Selling a Human Slave. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Continent. Steel Thread City was the grandest city in Black Hair Continent. Just within the city, there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men. Not to mention the periphery of the city, with countless villages and towns around. Langya Blessed Land could be considered the largest paradise of hairy men in the current world. Within the Blessed Land, there were 4 continents. 3 were on the sea, with similar sizes. The 4th one was the smallest but was floating in the sky, known as Cloud Cover Continent. It was the sacred land that hairy men from the other 3 continents aspired to reach. In the trading market of Steel Thread City, there was much clamor. It was one of the most famous markets in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked onto the stage. On the stage, there were a ring of hairy men with muscular and hairy bodies. These hairy men had black and brown hair. This was the natural hair color of the hairy men on Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man stepped onto the stage as the hairy men below started calling out. Among them, one asked loudly, "Kong Ba, what goods do you have this time?" The hairy man Kong Ba was a slave merchant. He specialized in selling slaves. He had a huge business, and a certain amount of fame. Kong Ba heard this and laughed, looking around. "Don't worry everyone, I brought a lot of yellow-haired slaves this time. They include quasi-masters and refinement path. You will definitely be pleased." The surrounding hairy men had shining eyes. They discussed enthusiastically. Ever since Lord Immortal declared from Cloud Cover Continent that seeds would be chosen every 10 years to learn the ways of immortals, our 3 continents have been engaging in huge battles. As for how to choose the immortal seeds, it will depend on who can draw the Lord Immortal's attention in the battles between the 3 continents. Just now, our Black Hair Continent joined up with White Hair Continent to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured a number of yellow hairs. I am an old man, I dare not think of becoming immortal, but I want these yellow-haired slaves as labor for my goo refinement factory. These slaves are better than employing goo masters. They are cheap and I control their life and death. Their offspring will also continue to be my slaves. Everyone. Hairy man Kong Ba raised his hands, causing the surroundings to become quiet. I do not want to waste everyone's time. I will now bring out the first slave. Everyone can have a look. Bring him here. Quickly move. Behind the stage, a muscular black-haired hairy man dragged the chain in his hands. At the end of the chain, a slave was tied up, full of injuries that exposed his flesh. It was Fang Jing, who was interrogated earlier. Fang Jing could not resist the black-haired hairy man's brute force. He almost fell to the ground after being pulled. But when he stood up, he stared at the black-haired hairy man fiercely, with a firm and stubborn expression. Crack! The black-haired hairy man raised his whip and lashed at Fang Jing's face. Fang Jing felt his face turning numb, before an intense pain assaulted him. But he gritted his teeth. He swallowed the scream that he was about to utter back down his throat. "You're asking for a beating, move quickly!" The black-haired hairy man laughed as he stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fang Jing's legs. He grabbed his neck and raised him up. Next, the black-haired hairy man stepped onto the stage and walked a few steps to the center, before throwing Fang Jing down. Fang Jing's neck was grabbed. He could barely breathe. His head was spinning. After being thrown onto the stage, he nearly fainted on the spot. He was seeing stars, his head was dizzy, he was sprawled on the ground, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot!" Kong Ba scolded angrily. The black-haired hairy man who brought Fang Jing did not dare to offend him. He quickly apologized. "Scram!" Kong Ba scolded angrily. The black-haired hairy man quickly ran down the stage. Kong Ba's expression changed instantly, turning from angry to joyous as he pointed at Fang Jing, explaining to the hairy men. "This slave is a rare breed. I, Kong Ba, obtained him with great difficulty." These words attracted the interest of the audience. "This slave is not weak at all. He has rank 5 cultivation level." Soon, someone noticed Fang Jing's faint goo master aura and gasped. "Is this a city lord from Yellow Hair Continent? He was actually captured and had nearly all his hair shaved. Who humiliated him like this?" Immediately after, someone asked this curiously. In White Hair Continent, Black Hair Continent, and Yellow Hair Continent, the city lords usually has the highest authority. They had rank 5 cultivation level. In the culture of hairy men, they were proud of the hair on their bodies. Getting their hair shaved was the most cruel humiliation and punishment. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was worse than death. To make a comparison, it was like having male convicts castrated on Earth. Kang Ba laughed. You all are guessing wrongly, this slave is not a hairy man, he is a purebred human. What? Human? He is a human? In Langya Blessed Land, hairy men were the dominant race, they rarely saw others. Many of the hairy men present were shocked, this was the first time they had heard of the rumored human. Fang Jing had already recovered from his daze, he felt extremely uncomfortable, being watched by so many hairy men. Get up, stand properly. Kang Ba made a hooking motion with his finger. Fang Jing lost control of his body, a formless force was controlling him, causing him to stand up on the stage. The hairy men below the stage could see him clearly now, they were conversing softly with each other, exclaiming in wonder over Fang Jing. Kang Ba laughed, feeling very pleased. He had spent a huge amount to buy this Fang Jing, it was to create this commotion. Now, it seemed his goal had been achieved. The hairy men below the stage were talking among themselves, growing louder and rowdier. Quickly look, there's a human slave on sale there. Really? I want to see it. Go and look at this rare thing. More and more hairy men noticed this, they were gathering from all around the market. Fang Jing stood on the stage, looking down at the sea of hairy men, he was also staring widely. There was such a huge number of hairy men, this was the first time Fang Jing was seeing such a thing. He had seen hairy men in Immortal Crane's sect before, they were slaves refining goo. He knew the situation of the 5 regions, humans were the absolute rulers, variant humans were heavily suppressed, desperately surviving in some isolated parts of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here, and humans were heavily suppressed. Where is this place? Fang Jing felt increasingly confused and puzzled. He remembered being interrogated and tortured. The prison guard told him that his brother was dead, and who Immortal Blessed Land was taken over. At first, he did not believe it, but after some interrogation and torture, he was half believing and half doubtful. Now that he saw this, his puzzlement was intensifying. Kang Ba, how much are you selling this slave for? Someone shouted. Ha, this much! Kang Ba raised both hands, extending all 10 of his fingers. The crowd went into a commotion, many cried out. So expensive! Kang Ba, you are robbing us! You must be crazy to think of such money. Everyone! Kang Ba raised his voice, saying loudly. This is a rank 5 Gu master, after becoming your slave, you will gain a rank 5 fighter. This is an opportunity that you may never encounter again. But there were astute figures among the hairy men under the stage. A rank 5 Gu master, it will not be easy to enslave him. That's right, to enslave an expert like this, we need at least rank 4 cultivation level. Also, this slave has clearly been tortured and interrogated, maybe he is already heavily injured. What if he dies after we buy him? Kang Ba pretended to be furious. Who do you think I am? I do business based on sincerity and honesty. Look at him, take a good look. Saying this, Kang Ba walked towards Fang Jing and firmly pressed his fingers around Fang Geng's chin and lips. Fang Jing felt intense pain, his mouth opened involuntarily, revealing his teeth and lips. Look at his teeth, come, look at his skin. Kang Ba tore and with a sharp sound, Fang Jing's shirt was completely shredded. Fang Jing shuddered, he was completely naked, exposed in front of the band of hairy men. Even though he has injuries over his body, they are all superficial wounds, they can be treated. I can assure they will not result in problems. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his eyes were spewing fire, intense anger and humiliation filled his heart, he would love to kill all of these hairy men instantly. Kang Ba chuckled, he used a twig to hold up the object in Fang Geng's groin, saying, Everyone look, this thing is still working. In the future, he can create human offspring for you, you will have an unlimited supply of slaves. Ha! The hairy men were laughing loudly. Fang Jing's face was red, he was extremely humiliated, if not for Kang Ba immobilizing him completely, he would have bitten his tongue and tried to suicide. I will buy this slave. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and saw a female hairy man, she had black hair all over her body, and she looked at Fang Jing with a lustful expression. Greetings to City Lord. The hairy men all knelt down, including Kang Ba. Ha! The female city lord, who was twice the size of normal hairy men, ordered, Kang Ba, give this slave medical treatment, clean him and send him to my home. By night time, I want to see him. As you command, our beautiful and strong city lord. Kang Ba was overjoyed, he kowed out as he acknowledged. Fan Jing shut his eyes, losing all hope in life. At this moment, there was a thunderous sound, the world trembled. A five-colored light shot up from cloud-covered continent in the sky, shining over the entirety of Langya blessed land. What is happening in cloud-covered continent? Oh heavens, this is the light of the immortals, this is a huge blessing. The attention of the hairy men was drawn by this event. Everyone raised their heads and looked with curiosity, admiration, and envy. As for Fan Jing, he was completely forgotten already. Chapter 1050. Recovering from injuries. On this day, from cloud-covered continent, a huge light burst into the sky. Light in the colors of the rainbow was shining in the sky, shooting into the sky like a beam from the heavens. It was so dazzling, all of the hairy men on black hair continent, white hair continent, and yellow hair continent only needed to raise their heads to see it. This is the work of immortals! The hairy men sighed. If this were in the past, the three continents would only have rumors and vague legends of Gu immortals. But after Langya Land Spirit's personality changed, the situation changed completely. Langya Land Spirit sent out orders, imitating the Imperial Court contest, to stir up competition in the three continents to select elite candidates to cultivate in cloud-covered continent. The war between the three continents affected all hairy men, and the immortal miracle of cloud-covered continents stirred the passions of the hairy men. Becoming an immortal. Black Hair King looked at the sky, his eyes shining with brilliant light. As the light faded, Black Hair King made up his mind. Send out my imperial decree. The immortal miracle is an auspicious sign. We will hold a martial competition in remembrance of this. The winner of the martial competition will be able to choose a treasure from our treasury. Yes. The guard who received the order answered as they left in a bowing position. Black Hair King's idea was not new, he had thought about it for a long time already. The war between the three continents made Black Hair King realize that the mindset of Gu refinement being important above all needed to be abandoned. To deal with the future battles, he needed elite Gu masters skilled in combat. With Black Hair King's order, a huge commotion spread out from the imperial city, rapidly projecting outwards and growing larger and larger. Soon, half a month later, Steel Thread City had an esteemed guest. This guest was received by Steel Thread City Lord personally, because he was also a city lord himself. Huafeng City Lord, is there anything you need by coming here? During the banquet, while drinking, Steel Thread City Lord asked. Steel Thread City Lord, you are an insightful person, you know my intentions in coming here already. Huafeng City Lord smiled, pointing at the hairy man Gu masters behind him. The king wants to hold a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. And in our region, there are both of our cities. The Gu masters behind me are the ones I am going to send to the competition. But because the king has limited the number of people, we can hold a contest here first and decide who goes to the martial competition. Ha! Very good, I have the same idea. Steel Thread City Lord laughed, clapping as she summoned the hairy man Gu masters onto the stage. Both sides dispatched a person each and started to fight. After several rounds, Huafeng City won all of their matches, while Steel Thread City lost all of theirs. Huafeng City Lord laughed, drinking wine casually, while Steel Thread City Lord had a grim expression. She had a heavy feeling. To think that Huafeng City Lord came prepared, he picked such elite Gu masters. Oh no, if we do not win any battles, this would definitely become widely spread news. For the next few years, we will live under the pressure of Huafeng City. There is only one match left, Steel Thread City Lord, please send your participant. Huafeng City Lord urged. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly. She placed her gaze on a hairy man. But this hairy man Gu master was breaking out in cold sweat. This situation made him feel a strong burden. Precisely so, he felt a lack of confidence. Not just him, the higher-ups of Steel Thread City in the banquet also felt no confidence in him. At this moment, an elder in the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord secretly. City Lord, I know someone who can salvage our reputation. Steel Thread City Lord heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly asked who it was. This elder answered. City Lord, did you forget, you recently bought a human slave? He has rank 5 cultivation level. Steel Thread City Lord was stunned. Her expression was bitter as she transmitted. This is inappropriate. My contest with Huafeng City Lord is an open, fair and just matter involving our reputations. If I send out this human slave, so be it if we lose, but if we win, he will be sent to participate in the martial competition. If the king sees that my Steel Thread City sends a human instead of hairy men, would he not reprimand me? The elder laughed. He knew that this was just Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. The truth was, Steel Thread City Lord was just reluctant. That slave called Fan Yuan had been visited by the City Lord almost every night since he was bought. This had made a lot of the higher-ups unhappy. The elder continued, City Lord, don't worry. The current king is magnanimous, he only cares about talent. Among the elders assisting him, there are no lack of snowmen and feathermen. City Lord, if you send Fan Yuan and he loses, he can take full responsibility. If he wins, our reputation will be salvaged, and he would be sent to the competition. The king would surely hold a good opinion of you, he might even think of you as a friend, who knows? Steel Thread City Lord looked at this elder deeply, thinking, this old fox is really scheming. Isn't the reason simply because I have neglected the nephew that you sent to me? This is such a vile plan. If we win, I will send Fan Yuan away. If we lose, I will have to kill Fan Yuan and throw the responsibility to him. Regardless of victory or defeat, I will lose Fan Yuan. Oh, forget it. Steel Thread City Lord sighed. How can I be someone who gives into lust and neglects the important matters? Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fang Jing every night and was obsessed with him, she was a hard-hearted person, a hairy man who pursued authority and power. In her heart, looks were nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord swapped that hairy man and summoned Fang Jing, informing him. After learning of the reason, Fang Jing walked onto the stage. It is a rank 5 Gu Master! Huafeng City Lord's heart jumped. Sensing Fang Jing's rank 5 aura, he immediately was on alert. He smiled. According to the rules, my side will decide the content of this round. In the previous few rounds, we competed using battle strength. Now how can the traditions and essence of us hairy men be discarded? This round, we will compete using Gu refinement. Once he said that, Steel Thread City Lord almost berated him in anger. The elders from Steel Thread City also looked towards Huafeng City Lord with distaste. But Huafeng City Lord had been a city lord for many years, he was unabashed, he ignored these glances. Steel Thread City Lord could not rebuke him, after all, the rules were set earlier. She waved to Fang Jing. Go and compete. Display all of your capabilities, remember, you must win at all costs. If you lose, you will lose your life to compensate for the loss. Fang Jing heard this and was expressionless. He had been utterly humiliated these last days. Steel Thread City Lord had a strong desire for night activities, she liked all sorts of stances and positions. They did it 17 or 18 times a night, she had no restraints. Fang Jing felt like he was better off dead. Fang Jing really wanted to simply die. But as a slave, he was under their control, he could not even die if he wanted to. Steel Thread City Lord threatened him with death now, to him it was a form of release. In his mind there was a thought. Do I still want to live? I might as well surrender and die. But at this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Idiot! A true man needs to be able to give in and put down his pride at times, this humiliation is nothing. If you have guts, take revenge in the future. Cut all of these enemies who humiliated you into a million pieces. This is the act of an outstanding individual. Who are you? Fang Jing was shocked, he screamed out loud. On the other side, Huafeng City's final hairy man Gu Master stepped onto the stage. He thought Fang Jing was talking to him, he puffed out his chest and said, I am Mao Shirba. Fang Jing did not respond. He had regained his freedom, he could use many Gu worms now, but the voice in his mind appeared and vanished instantly. He could not find any traces of it no matter how much he inspected his body. Scum, you dare to humiliate me? Mao Shirba was furious. He gave his own name, but Fang Jing ignored him. It was as if he was too high and mighty to introduce himself. Mao Shirba was extremely angry. Why is this guy so angry? Fang Jing was startled into awareness by Mao Shirba. He thought this to himself. Because of this misunderstanding, before the contest started, there was huge animosity. Under everyone's gazes, the contest started. Mao Shirba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City. He was skilled in both the pen and the sword. Not only was he good at fighting, he was also skilled at refining Gu. In contrast, even though Fang Jing cultivated an immortal crane sect for some time, he mainly cultivated enslavement path. He had only explored refinement path a little. The contest had just started, but Mao Shirba already took the lead. During the middle of the contest, Mao Shirba had already left Fang Jing in the dust. His advantage was immense. In the final moments, the hairy men watching, be it from Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fang Jing could win. Even Fang Jing thought the same. Am I going to lose? So be it, death is release after all. He sighed internally. Bullshit. At this time, the voice spoke again. Fang Jing was shocked, his hands trembled, the half-complete goo went up in smoke. Ha! Huafeng City Lord laughed. Steel Thread City Lord had an ugly expression. Inside Fang Zheng's mind, the voice continued. How can a true man falter in the face of such a small setback? You are. Fan Yuan? This time, Fang Jing recognized the voice. My main body is already dead. Only this will is left in your mind. As my brother living in this world, you are not thinking of improving yourself, you do not seek revenge. I truly cannot watch any more. Fan Yuan's will scolded angrily. Fang Jing snorted, thinking. You are already dead, why are you still coming out to interfere in matters? He was familiar with Lord Sky Crane's soul, who helped him cultivate in the past. It was easy for him to converse with Fang Yuan's will, in fact, he even felt a sense of nostalgia. But on the surface, the hairy men could not see anything. They only thought that Fang Jing was completely dazed and had a blank expression. Fang Yuan's will felt Fang Zheng's animosity and laughed nonchalantly. Since I am dead, why did you use my name to impersonate me? Fang Zheng was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued. You were humiliated and tortured, but you refused to expose your real name. This shows that you still have a sense of shame, anger, and hatred. Then why are you not using this chance to improve and get stronger? You know the situation. If you win this, you will be able to join the martial competition, freeing yourself from being a slave and regaining freedom. I want to win too, who doesn't want revenge and freedom? But my loss is assured, Fang Jing said angrily. Ha! Fang Yuan's will laughed. As long as you follow my instructions, you can surpass Mao Shiba and win this. Fang Jing was stunned, he asked. What scheme is it this time? Humph. Fang Yuan's will snorted. Even though I am dead, I am indignant. I want revenge. None of the hairy man Gu immortals who killed me will escape. You are my hope for revenge. Aren't you using my name now? Then take revenge for me. Why must I help a demon who slaughtered his entire clan like a monster take revenge? Fang Zheng replied furiously. Fang Yuan's will reply, there is no time for you to squabble. Follow my instructions. Start the fire, put in the 3 different kinds of gold. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold, place them inside the cauldron in order. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, even though he did not want to listen to Fang Yuan, his words gave him some hope of victory, and this concerned his life. Hesitating for a while, he stretched out his hand. Refining Gu again. The audience laughed loudly upon seeing this. But in a few minutes, they could not laugh anymore, they looked at Fang Jing in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the Gu worm, he had refined it under everyone's gazes. I won. He breathed in deeply, declaring loudly. In the hall, nobody spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Shiba, could not accept this fact, he was staring blankly. The atmosphere was quite unique. The hairy men did not want to acknowledge that a human had defeated an expert hairy man Gu master in a competition of Gu refinement. After a while, someone said, Quickly look, the rainbow light from Cloud Cover Continent is fading. Everyone followed what the voice had said. Dozens of gazes looked through the entrance of the hall. Indeed, the rainbow light coming from Cloud Cover Continent was vanishing. From the rainbow light, a figure walked out. It seems you have recovered. Langya Land's spirit looked at this person and smiled. Yes. This person nodded. This is all thanks to First Supreme Elder. As he spoke, the rainbow light faded, showing his appearance. If Fang Jing saw this person, he would be shocked. This person was naturally Fang Yuan. Langya Land's spirit laughed. If you want to thank me, isn't it simple? Give Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu to me. Fang Yuan smiled. Giving is impossible. But we can make a trade. I wonder what price First Supreme Elder is willing to pay. Ugh. Langya Land's spirit's laughter stopped. This. He was hesitant. Awkwardness was written all over his face. Chapter 1051. 3 Supreme True Inheritances. Be it Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were priceless treasures, unique in this world, exceptional in their domains. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could Langya Land's spirit use to buy them? Fang Yuan did not reject him, he was waiting in anticipation. Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation. It was not simple. It had survived the eras of two venerables and existed up to this day. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, it could be called the number one blessed land in the 5 regions. When he was alive, the land spirit was known as the number one refinement path immortal of all times. He faintly surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Such a character, how could he not have anything worth trading? Like immortal Gu transactions, each one was unique. Unparalleled items could be exchanged using similarly unparalleled items. The assessment of their value depended on the individual's own circumstances. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu, these 3 were not objects that Fan Yuan would not trade away, as long as the gain was worth it. Langya Land's spirit started to pace around. He frowned, entering deep thought. If it were the previous land spirit, there would be no need for consideration, he would trade with Fan Yuan. But after changing personality, this new Langya Land spirit had a different focus. The white-haired land spirit was formed from the obsession about space escape Gu, thus he is only interested in refining Gu. He nurtured all of the hairy man Gu immortals to be refinement path experts. But this black-hair land spirit wants to turn hairy men into the dominant race. I can make good use of this point. Fan Yuan thought, seeing this land spirit walking around, he patiently waited for his decision. Fan Yuan had a sense of confidence. He believed that Langya Land spirit would not disappoint him. As Fan Yuan had expected, after struggling, Langya Land spirit made up his mind and decided to trade with Fan Yuan. First Supreme Elder, I am not doubting your ability to trade with me, but it has to suit both of us. If the things you have cannot match my expectations, I am afraid. Fan Yuan purposely said. Langya Land spirit stared as he said grumpily. Don't worry. My Langya sex treasures are not inferior to those 3 things. Saying so, he handed Fan Yuan an information path Gu worm. Fan Yuan stretched out his arm, receiving this Gu worm. This Gu was like a silkworm, although it had a head, thorax and abdomen, 3 distinct parts. Its body looked like a cocoon overall, round and cute. It was white and looked like a vase, with a shiny glaze on the surface. Fan Yuan held it in his hand. It was smooth and shiny, it had a good feel to it when handled. This is a bookworm? Fan Yuan was slightly shocked. He had seen bookworms before, they were a type of valuable rank 1 Gu. But what shocked him was, this bookworm was emanating rank 3 aura. Langya Land spirit snorted, saying, This is something my previous self made. He broke the limits of the rank 1 bookworm, developing rank 2 and 3 versions of it. But what use do they have? If enemies attack, can the bookworms defend us? Even though he said that, Fan Yuan could hear vague smugness hidden in Langya Land spirit's tone. Fan Yuan shook his head. Without speaking, he used a trace of the unlimited primeval essence in his immortal essence to use the bookworm, as well as sending a portion of his consciousness into it. He did not own the bookworm, but he had borrowed it from Langya Land spirit, thus he could use it without obstruction. Fan Yuan's eyes were shining. The information in the bookworm made him extremely excited. His heartbeat rose. As I expected! Fan Yuan praised in his mind. His thoughts were frothing about uncontrollably. Fan Yuan had returned to Langya Blessed Land and spent a lot of time recuperating. At this time, his immortal aperture's calamity was around the corner. Ingwu Xie He Lulan, who immortal Blessed Land, fixed immortal travel, all of these things did not matter now. His biggest obstacle was to pass this calamity. Once in a while, calamities and tribulations descend in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the foundation of the immortal aperture, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fan Yuan's current immortal aperture had not been managed yet, it was empty. But it had an incredibly huge space, and a large time path foundation in it. It was even not limited by the separate natures of the 5 regions. Such an immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques combined. The calamities and tribulations he was going to face would be unprecedentedly dangerous. One could say, this was a sharp blade hanging around Fan Yuan's neck. When he was recuperating, Fan Yuan had been training Fan Jing as well as considering his circumstances. There was only a few days until the calamity. Fan Yuan did not have much confidence, he was uncertain about it. Most of his immortal Gu were left in his original body, a number were destroyed, while the others were left with Ingwu Xie. Fan Yuan's strength was much lower now. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were nowhere to be found, while Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis were dead. The only help he could get was from Langya Blessed Land. And Langya blessed land must have survived a lot of calamities and tribulations after existing for so many years. It was a successful example that had dealt with many tribulations. There was bound to be much for Fan Yuan to learn from it. How is it? Langya Land's spirit smiled and said. He raised 3 fingers at Fan Yuan. My Langya sect has 3 major foundations. Firstly, the refinement path true inheritance left behind by my main body. It has the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Secondly, the luck path true inheritance left by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Thirdly, the theft path true inheritance left by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When my main body was alive, I had refined goo for these 2 venerables. The payment I requested were one of each of their true inheritances. Fan Yuan gave a slight nod. The bookworm recorded details of these 3 true inheritances. No matter which one, they were deep and profound. Fan Yuan only saw their most superficial information, and was already deeply attracted by them. They were extremely valuable. Langya Land's spirit continued. Among these 3 true inheritances, the Thieving Heaven true inheritance is the least valuable. That is because my main body created space escape goo, but could not activate it, thus, I returned a portion of the payment. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances all come in pairs. If you are lucky, after getting this true inheritance, and if the other true inheritance is not obtained yet, you might get clues to the second true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind a total of 10 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can receive most of them. Only the one I have is an exception. Fan Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. You can easily obtain the other Thieving Heaven true inheritance if it is still available. Fan Yuan gave a slight nod. He had seen the power of Formless Hand. Using theft path methods, he could steal the immortal goo of others, and gain the greatest benefits after every battle. And some methods that Fan Yuan relied on greatly, Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, and Familiar Face, were also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer moves. Fan Yuan had experienced the benefits of stealing. This true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Langya Land's spirit continued. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had a total of 10 true inheritances, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had 3. When I was alive, I refined the Immortal Goo House 88 True Young building for him, thus, this true inheritance's value is higher than Thieving Heaven's. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's 3 true inheritances encompass all of his methods regarding luck path. They are self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. Among which, the self-luck true inheritance is with me. The all-living beings' luck true inheritance was inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. As for the heaven and earth luck true inheritance, it is in Longevity Heaven. Self-luck, all living beings' luck, heaven and earth luck. Connect luck immortal goo, break luck immortal goo, divert disaster immortal goo, they were part of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Fan Yuan, some of these immortal goo were sent outside. As for the details of cultivation involved in it, they were already lost. Fan Yuan and Ma Hongyun had interacted. He knew about the power of luck path. Ignoring other things, if I had divert disaster immortal goo, I could mimic Imperial Court Blessed Land and send my calamities and tribulations outside. Fan Yuan knew that luck path was very useful for his tribulations. Even if this self-luck true inheritance did not have goo like divert disaster immortal goo, the higher Fan Yuan's luck was, the weaker his calamities and tribulations would be. He could deal with them more easily. Fan Yuan, I would suggest you take the self-luck true inheritance. Because your luck seems to be really bad. Langya Land's spirit said. Just now, how many problems and mishaps occurred when you came back from southern border? Even on my end, I lost 2 hairy man goo immortals. You can't even imagine the cause. In order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, old ancestor Shui who ordered the demonic path goo immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to collect materials for him. This act made the loyalty of his members drop. At a crucial moment, a traitor appeared in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, stealing one of the most crucial materials. Old ancestor Shui who was enraged, he dispatched goo immortals to capture any suspicious people. The hairy man goo immortal I sent to receive you was implicated. As for the second goo immortal who disappeared mysteriously, I have not even discovered what was the cause of his disappearance. I believe that one day, the truth will come out. They will not be sacrificed in vain. Fan Yuan urged. Langya Land's spirit gritted his teeth. He did not continue this topic. He went back to the previous one. Actually, it seems to me that the true inheritance which suits you the most is the first one. Refinement path has 2 styles, do you know of them? I have heard of them, Fan Yuan said. Langya Land's spirit continued. The 2 styles are the hairy man heaven and earth style, and the human isolation style. Us hairy men refine Gu differently from humans. We can use the down marks of heaven and earth to create the most conducive environment to refine Gu, and increase the chance of succeeding in the Gu refinement. Fan Yuan listened patiently. Langya Land's spirit would have his reasons for saying this. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had requested help from my main body. That was because my main body used the hairy men heaven and earth style to refine Gu. The success rate of refining Gu was higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only knew the essence of the hairy man heaven and earth style, I even used old Immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to break past our limits, reaching a higher level. I conceptualized an immortal killer move, called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He felt deep interest. Langya Land's spirit smiled with great pride as he continued explaining. As it turned out, this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal Gu and more than 100,000 mortal Gu to form. It had an ingenious concept. It used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the target of refinement, using the killer move to connect the immortal aperture with the outside world of the 5 regions, influencing the calamity or tribulation and using it to temper the immortal aperture itself. The calamities and tribulations of immortal apertures can have all sorts of strangeness. It makes them hard to deal with. But using this killer move, one can restrict the type of calamities and tribulations that happen. Do you know why Langya Blessed Land was placed around Crescent Lake in the past? That was because the area near Crescent Lake has a lot of water path down marks and refinement path down marks. My previous self always used the killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, to deal with calamities and tribulations. Most often, water path and refinement path calamities would occur. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path down marks. 180,000 years ago, Langya Blessed Land had no seas. But now, look at this vast ocean. The huge landmass has been reduced to 3 continents. This is the effect of a huge number of water path down marks. Fan Yuan heard of this and thought about spectral soul using the myriad tribulations to refine the sovereign immortal fetus Gu. This killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, is very similar in concept to spectral soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had spies inside Langya Blessed Land. Maybe spectral soul's method originated from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fan Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method was derived from the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. But his methods were more refined. He used Wisdom Path to deduce the type of tribulations before making additional preparations. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. It could only influence calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. In the calamities and tribulations that Langya Blessed Land went through, there were also fire path and lightning path tribulations. Not all were water path and refinement path. Alright, you have Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can do a 1-to-1 trade. Which one do you want to exchange for? Langya Land's spirit asked. This time, it was Fan Yuan's turn to decide. What should he choose? Chapter 1052. Listed on the board, Heavenly Court's Pursuit. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes. She was adorned in a beautiful purple robe which could hardly conceal her graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep dark pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. Her skin was white as snow and her black hair hung down to her waist. Her whole body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Letting out a breath, she withdrew her Wisdom Path killer move and descended from the air. Greetings to Ancestor Ziwei. On the ground, Feng Jin Huang, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly knelt down on the ground respectfully when she saw Fairy Ziwei. The corners of Fairy Ziwei's lips slightly curled up as she revealed a rare smile. The sadness on her face immediately faded, and she seemed to blossom with radiance, giving off an immortal beauty that could move people's souls. Huang Er, get up, no need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of it, your mother and I have some blood relation. From the looks of it, she was extremely pleased with this junior Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang stood up with a reverential and admiring expression. The person in front of her was a rank 8 Gu immortal. In Feng Jin Huang's mind, she did not dare to have extravagant hopes regarding the rank 9 realm. Rank 8 was her lifelong dream. This Fairy Ziwei in front of her originated from Spirit Affinity House, and had extremely high seniority in the sect. She had lived for at least 1,600 years, she cultivated Wisdom Path, and had joined Heavenly Court. She was dignified and beautiful, and it could be said she was everything Feng Jin Huang admired and was a realistic reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Ziwei, you have been deducing for 3 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, did you find anything? Feng Jin Huang asked in curiosity. Fairy Ziwei gave a slight nod. At this moment, she had already descended in front of Feng Jin Huang, and was only a foot away from the ground, slowly floating in the air. This was part of her personality. She had somewhat of an obsession towards cleanliness. It was not necessary for her to speak about this to Feng Jin Huang, but Fairy Ziwei still replied. After these days of deductions, I am certain the original owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Hu Immortal, was a member of the organization Defy. Defy? Feng Jin Huang's pupils shrank in surprise. She might be immortal, but with parents who were famous Gu immortals, she was aware of many secrets. She had heard of this organization named Defy. It was a powerful undercover force of Central Continent, made from the secret alliance of some Gu immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent held the vast majority of resources and authority, controlling and suppressing other forces or lone cultivators. Where there was suppression, there would be rebellion. Organized forces rebelling against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not few in number. However, these forces usually did not last for long, as they were either taken down by the 10 great ancient sects, or they disintegrated by themselves through internal discord. However, this organization, Defy, was greatly hidden and was the force that had lasted the longest. It was not that the 10 great ancient sects had not targeted them, but there had been no effect. Most importantly, this organization was hidden truly deeply. Even the members of the organization did not know the identities of other members, and only used code names and numbers to address each other. Right now, Feng Jin Huang suddenly heard Hu Immortal had been a member of Defy. She was truly surprised. On the surface, Hu Immortal was a lone immortal, and she obtained Dang Hun Mountain through fortuitous encounters and coincidence. Looking over it now, Defy was helping her from behind the scenes. Fairy Ziwei continued. Feng Jin Huang's eyes flashed. She recalled the scene when she was miserably defeated and under Fan Yuan's feet, guessing. Does that mean Fan Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he appeared back then so coincidentally. Fairy Ziwei, however, frowned slightly. I attempted to deduce this, the result seems to be uncertain. But no matter what, Fan Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Huang Er, you have been avoiding contact with Hu Immortal Land's spirit, and haven't become the true owner of this blessed land. Are you thinking of returning this blessed land to Fan Yuan? Ancestor Ziwei. Cold sweat seeped out of Feng Jin Huang's forehead. Fairy Ziwei smiled and reassured. We are family, you don't need to worry. I know Fan Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jiuge. Your father has stunning talents and is astonishingly gifted. He is someone who will leave a deep mark in history. What's more, he repays kindness and hatred. He is loyal and righteous. I understand why he requested this of you. Feng Jin Huang quickly said. Ancestor Ziwei, you are magnanimous. Fairy Ziwei waved her hand, stopping Feng Jin Huang's words, speaking in a slightly meaningful tone. But you need to remember, Fan Yuan is a wanted criminal listed on the Demon Judgment Board by Heavenly Court. Should you want to repay his kindness, you should not overdo it. In the future, I won't stop you if you truly want to return Hu Immortal Blessed Land to him. I can even take responsibility for this. But that will be my bottom line. I hope that you two will not become too persistent and commit a huge mistake. Feng Jin Huang lowered her head. I shall engrave your words in mind, Ancestor. Fairy Ziwei gave a slight nod before lightly flying to the sky. As she flew, a gap opened up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land which connected to the outside world. She then turned into a purple ray of light that flew out like a meteor, disappearing from Feng Jin Huang's sight in an instant. Fairy Ziwei flew straight to Heavenly Court. In Heavenly Court, halls stood tall and upright everywhere. The purple ray of light Fairy Ziwei had turned into cut through the air and entered a large hall. Inside the hall, Fairy Ziwei's main body was sitting cross-legged on a mat, discussing with 2 other Heavenly Court Gu immortals. The purple light flickered as it landed on her hand. It turned into a will, several immortal Gu and a few beads of immortal essence. The Fairy Ziwei who had been at Hu Immortal Blessed Land was merely a will of the main body. This will send the results of the deductions to Fairy Ziwei's mind. Fairy Ziwei stored the immortal goo and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and went through the deduction results. Several breaths of time later, she opened her deep, dark eyes and lightly said, "We have already found clues to Fan Yuan." An old goo immortal sitting in front of her, who was known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled. "Fairy Ziwei, you live up to your reputation of being a wisdom path great expert on the same level as Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. You actually are able to use a will to deduce the crucial clues. The more a will thinks, the more it is consumed. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Special will left in 88 True Yang building had to hibernate to prevent expending itself due to thinking. Fairy Ziwei's method, however, was mysterious and powerful. She used only a will to deduce, and not only did she succeed, that portion of will was not consumed by even 20%. Such an attainment was truly awe-inspiring. Fairy Ziwei's main body had a slightly sorrowful expression. She did not comment on Myriad Tidal Dragon's praise, continuing. If Fan Yuan had not already been managing Hu Immortal Blessed Land for some time, I would not have been able to deduce any clues. Fan Yuan has a close connection to Defy. Although I was not able to obtain Fan Yuan's exact location, I know as long as we follow the clues and eliminate the core aspects of Defy, we will be able to find Fan Yuan. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded. Fan Yuan has Spring Autumn Cicada. He destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and has obtained inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He is also an otherworldly demon, and was actually able to survive the battle in southern border. Such a dangerous variable must be eliminated. But if we want to deal with him, we must first deal with Spring Autumn Cicada. You can rest assured about this. After I woke up, I immediately made some preparations. I already successfully activated a killer move several days ago, and have sealed Spring Autumn Cicada. It won't be able to activate within 3 months of time. The third goo immortal present in the hall spoke. His voice was hoarse. He had a middle-aged appearance with dark bags under his eyes and looked listless, giving others an impression of extreme fatigue. However, Fairy Ziwei and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to have confidence in him. The latter smiled. Since you, Wei Ling Yang, have made the move, then Spring Autumn Cicada is of no concern. Fairy Ziwei spoke. Then we shall go to Mingtang Valley to capture Gongsun Liang. At the same time, in Central Continent, at the banks of Pot River, Ingwu Xia was standing at the riverbank, looking at the green willows and feeling the gentle breeze. However, he was feeling erratic inside. After detouring around the collapsed area in Earth Abyss, he, along with Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lu Lan and Shi Nu had moved quite a distance before he could use a goo formation to transport them to the eastern part of Central Continent. This area was under the jurisdiction of Wind Cloud Manor. Ingwu Xia had Fan Yuan's body and as such, was a criminal wanted by Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. However, he still risked staying here and even had been staying here for 3 days. He was waiting for a person. Which person was worth him taking such a huge risk? A green shadow approached them while flying at low altitude. Ingwu Xia's mind jolted. He went to welcome the person. The green shadow landed on the ground and halted. It was not a real person but a puppet. This puppet had a human figure with 2 hands and 2 legs. Its body was also robust. But its whole body seemed to be knitted with green grass and rough vines. Its head, shoulders and even its rear had green grass growing all over them, all spiking up like knives. The green grass puppet looked at the goo worm in Ingwu Xia's hand and recognizing he was its objective, it hummed with a haughty tone. My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong Kong's treasure appraisal event, so he could not come. If you want to see him, you will have to wait 3 more days. Wait for 3 more days? Ingwu Xia's expression slightly changed. What? If you don't have the patience, you don't need to wait. I will quickly go back to inform Master. The green grass puppet spoke indifferently. I will wait. Ingwu Xia hurriedly smiled. I have already waited for 3 days. There is no harm in waiting 3 more days. It is just that 3 days later, it will be a whole 6 days. If I somehow am still unable to see your master, then I can only give up on this transaction. The green grass puppet snorted before turning around and leaving. Several steps later, it lightly stomped on the ground, leaping to the air and turning once again into a green shadow. After he left, Ingwu Xia's expression immediately sank, his gaze flickering incessantly as he gazed at the receding figure of the green grass puppet. When the green puppet's shadow was out of Ingwu Xia's vision, 3 goo immortals appeared from the surroundings, gathering towards Ingwu Xia. They were Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lu Lan and Shi Nu. That green grass puppet just now, is it the rumored grass puppet avatar? Tai Bai Yunxing asked in curiosity. Right. Ing Wuxia nodded. It is a grass puppet avatar, formed from the rank 6 grass puppet Gu with rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chanzi ascended to immortal, his grandfather, Old Man Bei Feng, gave this grass puppet immortal Gu to him as a gift. Feng Chanzi is wildly arrogant. We waited so long for him, and he isn't even coming to meet us. He only sent a grass puppet avatar to meet us. He Lu Lan was dissatisfied. Shirnu sighed, saying helplessly, to refine fixed immortal travel, we must have the light of the immemorial era. All Gu recipes of fixed immortal travel revolves around this critical material. And the light of the immemorial era, such a rare Gu refinement material, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Manor. We have no choice but to put up with them. Ing Wuxia coldly snorted, but did not speak. He wanted to rescue his main body, and to do that, he had to pass the regional wall. He was not like Fang Yuan, so fixed immortal travel was almost a necessary Gu to pass the regional wall. Right now, he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring-Autumn Cicada has already been sealed, it seems Heavenly Court has begun to investigate me. I can't stay for long in Central Continent. After I refine fixed immortal travel, I need to hurry to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Perhaps I can even make use of the power to conveniently get rid of Fang Yuan. No, considering the time, tomorrow should be the day Fang Yuan has his earthly calamity. The earthly calamity of Sovereign Immortal Aperture won't be easy to pass. Heavens will cannot affect Fang Yuan, but can still make arrangements to deal with him. Most likely, not only will there be calamities and tribulations, there could also be human disasters. Chapter 1053. Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation. To think that I am back here again. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He stopped flying as he descended from the sky. All he saw was white. An icy land filled with snow. Huff, huff, huff. Harsh winds blew around him. In this intense wind, countless snowflakes and even icicles were flying around. Because of the blizzard, Fang Yuan's vision was greatly hindered. Because the temperature was very low, Fang Yuan had to use many Gu worms to maintain his body temperature, to defend himself from the cold winds. This was still Northern Plains. But the location was at the northernmost end of Northern Plains. It was known to people as the Northern Icy Plain. This place originally had a grassland, but because of a devastating battle by experts, the entire terrain was completely destroyed, turning into a void of complete nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into an immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and breathed out absolute profound ice to freeze and restore this place. Earlier, He Lu Lan chose this place to undergo her immortal ascension and become an immortal. That was because the icy plane had reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning in strength path and transformation path. When strength path or transformation path Gu masters ascend here, there would be a resonance of Dao marks. The strength path and transformation path true meaning would manifest using the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing tribulation destroys the earthly calamity, they would receive the infusion of true meaning. It was the same as receiving reckless savage demon Venerable's guidance. Memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The image was so vivid, like it was yesterday. But now, times were different. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing had likely been forced to betray him. Only Fang Yuan was left now. His situation was very different from back then as well. Strength path and transformation path Gu masters can only receive reckless savage demon Venerable's infusion of true meaning once, that is during their immortal ascension. But now, with the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, I might be able to replicate it again. Fang Yuan thought. He had not done anything like this before, he was not very certain. But after talking with Langyalan's spirit, he realized that there was a high possibility of success. He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique. During her immortal ascension, the danger was huge. She lost her immortal Gu to barely pass it. My immortal aperture's calamity is probably far more terrifying than hers. Fang Yuan felt immense pressure. If not for the situation, he would not want to undergo tribulation so early. Although once in a while, calamities and tribulations would occur in the immortal aperture, Gu immortals had many methods to deal with them. The most common were time path methods to delay the rate of time of the immortal aperture, to stall the arrival of the calamities and tribulations. But this way, the resources inside the immortal aperture would greatly diminish in production. The gains and losses had to be assessed according to the Gu Immortal's situation. Langya Blessed Land had once used time path methods and modified the tributary of the River of Time in the Immortal Aperture, thus, the time in the Immortal Aperture was greatly slowed. But this method was not from Langya Land's spirit. In the past, Longhair Ancestor had requested the help of a time path great expert. I have too large of a tributary of the River of Time in this Immortal Aperture. I have to undergo tribulation every 2 months in the outside world. Even though my cultivation level rises quickly, and the resources in the Immortal Aperture grow rapidly, if I cannot endure the calamities and tribulations and die, it would be for nothing. After this calamity, I need to find some time path methods to modify the tributary of the River of Time in my Immortal Aperture. These were all matters for the future. The important thing now was the impending calamity. Huff! Fan Yuan let out a breath as his body shook. A mystical change was occurring in his Immortal Aperture. Immortal Aperture, fall here. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. A mystical light shone in his eyes. Following a loud sound, his vision changed. Taking a glance, he was already inside his Immortal Aperture. 5 regions, 9 heavens. It was vast and empty. There were no cultivation resources, because Fan Yuan had not started managing it yet. Only all sorts of goo worms were placed in here. At this moment, these goo worms were flying around Fan Yuan. They were huge in quantity, resembling a giant black cloud. Normally speaking, the Immortal Aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. But now, the Immortal Aperture was placed in the outside world, and the Gu Immortal's body was drawn inside. At this moment, the situation with Fan Yuan's body was like that of a land spirit. He could move freely inside the Immortal Aperture, but he could not leave. And the Immortal Aperture itself could connect to the heaven and earth chi outside and stabilize itself. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their Immortal Apertures in the outside world. There was another situation, that was when Gu Immortal's Immortal Aperture had too many resources. If the heaven and earth chi inside were too limited in quantity, they would need to place the Immortal Aperture to take in and replenish the heaven and earth chi. On the spot that Fan Yuan was originally standing, he had already disappeared. The Immortal Aperture was placed on the ice and entered a point in space. It could not be seen as it was linked to the empty space. The blizzard was still blowing. There were no changes, as if Fan Yuan had never come. Everything was as per normal. But at the next moment, when Fan Yuan opened the entrance of the Immortal Aperture, everything changed. In an instant, the entire surroundings rumbled, the glaciers shook, endless heaven and earth chi rushed into the Immortal Aperture through the entrance. Soon, a vast amount of heaven and earth chi engulfed the place. Blizzards and hail were converted into pure heaven and earth chi. The entrance of the Immortal Aperture was connected to the outside world. By opening it, Fan Yuan's Immortal Aperture started to connect to the outside world, drawing in heaven and earth chi continuously. It was like a giant monster lurking in the sea, emerging out of the water and opening its mouth to suck in air. The vast amount of heaven and earth chi rushed in, causing a tremor in the entire Immortal Aperture, but the magnitude was so small normal people could not notice it. At the same time, the tributary of the River of Time started to fuse with the River of Time of the outside world. The rate of time of the Immortal Aperture thus slowed greatly. When Immortal Apertures were placed outside, the rate of time inside would greatly decrease, converging towards the 5 regions time. Langya Blessed Land itself was modified by a time path Gu Immortal, and was also placed in the 5 regions. The rate of time inside was very close to that of the 5 regions. Many Gu Immortals would also choose to place their Immortal Apertures outside and hide inside the Immortal Aperture in consideration of their lifespan. Out of nowhere, a sensation informed Fan Yuan that the calamity was coming. But because the Immortal Aperture was placed outside and time slowed down, Fan Yuan could clearly sense that the calamity was approaching at a slower rate. This was normal. Every Gu Immortals would feel this whenever they had calamities and tribulations. It was like the premonition of an earthquake. Animals would growl and go berserk. It was the signifying of an apocalypse. Heaven and earth chi continued to gush in at a slower rate. The waterfall at the start had become a large river. In just a short while, it turned into a stream. The appetite of the Immortal Aperture was limited. Fan Yuan was calm. He had rich experience. After seeing the heaven and earth chi, he started to organize his Gu worms. Most of the Gu worms in the Immortal Aperture had already been arranged. The important thing was regarding the outside world. A vast number of Gu worms flew outside of the entrance like swarms of bees. Even though Fan Yuan could not leave, the Gu worms could. Next, he controlled the Gu worms and set up arrangements. In a few minutes the arrangements were completed. Fan Yuan did not hesitate as he injected his immortal essence, activating the goo worms. Immortal goo flew up one by one, shining with bright lights while floating in the sky. The lights weaved together, eventually resonating with the goo worms in the outside world. Finally, a huge blue-colored image was formed. It engulfed the immortal aperture and even expanded into the outside world, covering a huge surrounding area of the icy plane. Immortal killer move, immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Large amounts of immortal essence were expended, over 10,000 were used, but it was just the start. The core immortal goo of this killer move were mostly rank 7, Fan Yuan's green grape immortal essence were consumed rapidly. Thankfully, he had already obtained a large amount of immortal essence stones from Langya Land's spirit. He even borrowed heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later, the killer move was completed, and Fan Yuan's immortal essence was consumed by 60%. This expenditure has greatly exceeded the number that Langya Land's spirit said. But he also mentioned that the expenditure was dependent on the immortal aperture's world itself, changing accordingly. Before undergoing the tribulation, Fan Yuan had already consumed more than half of his immortal essence. However, he had already negotiated with Langya Land's spirit. He could rapidly borrow immortal essence stones if needed. In this tribulation, Langya Blessed Land was Fan Yuan's greatest backer. But it was inappropriate to borrow now. Langya Land's spirit would feel suspicious. They had already prepared enough moving perspective cup goo to transport things during the tribulation. As for what the calamity would be, it was unknown. He felt that the calamity was close. Fan Yuan collected his goo worms, he closed the entrance, and waited in the immortal aperture patiently. During this period, he checked his goo worms again. An hour later, the calamity descended. The immortal aperture started to shake, heaven and earth chi appeared from every direction. This was the heaven and earth chi inside the immortal aperture. In an instant, heaven and earth chi clashed as a blizzard formed. Snow was moving wildly as fierce winds flew. In an instant, the immortal aperture turned into an icy world. Fan Yuan saw this and was overjoyed. Did the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method work? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blizzard rampaged in the immortal aperture. Snow monsters formed in the blizzard one after another. Snow monster calamity? Slash! Fan Yuan muttered internally, floating in the air as goo worms flew around him, forming a defensive barrier. He shot out flying sword immortal goo. Swoosh! Flying sword goo pierced through a snow monster's head, coming out from the back. In an instant, it flew back to Fan Yuan. The snow monster cried out, the injuries in its head healed on its own as it continued to charge at Fan Yuan. Snow monsters were like mud monsters and cloud beasts. If their core was not destroyed, they were hard to kill. All of these were problematic opponents. Flying sword goo alone could not be effective. But what I am using now is a sword path killer move. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps before growling. Its core had been destroyed. As if its bones had melted, the snow monster broke down and became a pile of snow. Sword path killer move, sword marks targeting death. Chapter 1054. Fan Yuan undergoes tribulation. Fan Yuan was someone who learned from his mistakes. While traveling to northern plains, he encountered the mud monster and cloud beasts, suffering great losses because of them. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not fix this weakness? Speaking of which, there was a complicated story behind the immortal killer move sword marks targeting death. When Fan Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, he healed himself while seeking help from Langya Land's spirit to reverse refine flying sword immortal goo and the other rank 7 immortal goo. He was a rank 6 goo immortal now. It was very hard for him to use rank 7 immortal goo. Langya Land's spirit was very straightforward, because Fan Yuan was a member of Langya sect. As an external supreme elder, he was one of them. He gave good advice. I can obviously reverse refine these immortal goo. And to reverse refine them from rank 7 to rank 6 will be much easier than promoting them to rank 7 from rank 6. But don't you find it a waste? Most importantly, reverse refinement would take quite some time. Your tribulation is nearing, there is little time. If you start the reverse refinement now, it will not be done in time. You might as well use this killer move. Langya Land's spirit said this as he handed the killer move, sword marks targeting death, to Fan Yuan. You are very lucky. This killer move was bought by my previous self. It is suitable for many sword path immortal goo to use. Fan Yuan felt strange when he heard that long hair ancestor was purely a refinement path goo immortal. Why would the land spirit purchase a sword path killer move that he could not use? but after looking at it, he understood why. As it turned out, Sword Marks Targeting Death was a killer move that permanently expended the down marks in the Sword Path Immortal Goo to carve them on the target. After the Sword Path Immortal Goo flies away, the Sword Path down marks would find the target's weak spot and attack it. Like earlier, Fan Yuan used Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core to use Sword Marks Targeting Death and pierce the Desolate Beast's snow monster. This attack was not fatal, the wound caused by the Immortal Goo healed quickly. But the down marks it left behind were still in the snow monster's body. It attacked its hidden core, and once broken, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and died. This way, Flying Sword Immortal Goo could kill targets like snow monsters. It no longer worked with little effect against these enemies. But this killer move had a huge drawback. That was the permanent expenditure of the Immortal Goo's down marks. Immortal Goo were large fragments of the Great Tao, the product of countless down marks. The higher the rank of the Immortal Goo, the larger the fragment of the Great Tao, and the higher the number of down marks. The more Sword Marks Targeting Death was used, the fewer the down marks in the Sword Path Immortal Goo, they could not be recovered. This way, the Immortal Goo would get weaker and weaker. At a certain point, a qualitative change would occur, and the rank 6 Immortal Goo would turn back into Immortal Goo, or the rank 7 Immortal Goo would become a rank 6. This weakness was severe. It made Sword Marks Targeting Death an unfavored killer move. The previous Langya Land Spirit bought this killer move for a low price because he was interested in the killer move itself. In fact, every usage of the Sword Path killer move Sword Marks Targeting Death was akin to reverse refining the Immortal Goo. Except that the reverse refinement was very minute. A large number of usages were needed to produce a clear effect. Once Fan Yuan understood this, he knew why Langya Land Spirit had bought this killer move. The previous Langya Land Spirit's favorite interest was to refine Goo. Fan Yuan thought over it, and accepted this Sword Path killer move. Without question, this killer move was extremely suitable for him now. Winds howled as snow blew around. Sword Light entered the blizzard. The blizzard could not block the sharp Sword Light, it was easily pierced. The Sword Light drew a beautiful arc in the sky. It hit a Desolate Beast snow monster's chest, before flying out from its back, turning around and flying back to Fan Yuan. The injuries healed quickly. The Desolate Beast snow monster laughed. It was about to move when its body scattered, turning into a pile of snow. In a breath's time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile. But these snow monsters were only 10 or 20 feet tall. They were not a problem. Another Sword Marks Targeting Death. This move was very effective. Desolate Beast snow monsters were destroyed in just one hit. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this point, he finally experienced one of the advantages of Sword Path. When Goo masters cultivate, they use Goo, nurture Goo, and refine Goo. These are extremely profound and deep. It is still Flying Sword Immortal Goo, but I changed the method of usage and received an incredibly different result. Again, Fan Yuan used Sword Marks Targeting Death again. In the blizzard, Desolate Beast snow monsters formed again, but they were quickly killed by Fan Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters were related to their size. 10 or 20 feet tall snow monsters could be dealt with by rank 1 or 2 Goo masters. 60 feet tall snow monsters were Desolate Beasts. They were on par with rank 6 Goo immortals. 70 feet tall snow monsters were equal to rank 7 Goo immortals. These 60 feet tall snow monsters were all killed by Fan Yuan. They were easy targets. Fan Yuan's battle strength was raised greatly. Back then in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had so much trouble facing the swamp crab, but now against an endless number of snow monsters, he could fight calmly and control the situation. But Fan Yuan did not relax, he was staying vigilant. I am having an easy time because I am using the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Goo to deal with Desolate Beast snow monsters, and also because Sword Marks Targeting Death is a powerful move that consumes down marks. Furthermore, the swamp crab had brought over Gruel Mud Immortal Goo's effect with it, while these snow monsters have no such Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan's expression focused. He observed closely. After those Desolate Beast snow monsters died, the new, small snow monsters that were formed were growing in size. 10 feet to 20 feet, 20 feet to 30 feet. These snow monsters were growing stronger. If they are allowed to continue growing, would they become 60 feet Desolate Beast snow monsters? Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using Flying Sword Immortal Goo. As he waved his hands, countless dark vortexes flew out. Bam bam bam. These black bullets rained down like a storm. The snow monsters were instantly faced with a disaster. Countless numbers died. But soon, from these smaller snow monsters' corpses, more of them spawned. Fan Yuan killed dozens of snow monsters, but over 100 came back up. Fan Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt troubled. But he observed carefully, although the snow monsters that came back were high in numbers, they were much smaller now. Fan Yuan had a guess. At his will, thousands of green wind blades flew out around his body, shooting out. The wind blades arrived like a huge net, engulfing the countless snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters were intact, but the small snow monsters were sliced into pieces. At once, marks from the blades were on the ground as snow splattered. Fan Yuan activated his investigative goo. His eyes shined brightly as he observed the battlefield. As expected, once 10 feet tall snow monsters die, they cannot produce more snow monsters. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Soon after, he had a flash of inspiration. Is this because of the blizzard? Splitting his focus, he activated over 100 mortal goo in a few breaths' time. A domain of darkness formed from under his feet, creating a dark veil. This was Gu Immortal Hei Cheng's battlefield killer move, Dark Veil. The Immortal Aperture could not normally have battlefield killer moves inside. This was because battlefield killer moves had Dao marks, they changed the environment, they clashed with the Immortal Aperture's own Dao marks and would result in damage. But the battlefield killer moves here referred to immortal battlefield killer moves. Fan Yuan's Dark Veil was mortal level, it was not problematic. He also had Shui Songzi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain, but if he used it, it would increase the strength of the snow monsters, it was inappropriate. Once Dark Veil was used, the surrounding blizzard weakened. As expected, the small snow monsters started growing at a slower speed. But this did not last, the blizzard seemed to have been enraged. It rampaged more fiercely. As the snow moved rapidly, Dark Veil was being compressed. It shrunk to Fan Yuan's feet before completely collapsing with a loud sound. Only 20% of the 100 goo worms that made up Dark Veil survived. They were retrieved by Fan Yuan. Desolate beast snow monsters appear continuously, and small snow monsters appear from their corpses. They would also become stronger at an unthinkable speed due to the blizzard. It is counterproductive to try and isolate the blizzard. Now it seems I can only get rid of the small snow monsters as well as the desolate beast snow monsters. Fan Yuan concluded. He did not guess wrongly. This calamity was very powerful. This was only Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it had greatly exceeded Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 5th Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th Swamp Crab, and 7th Blood Poison Carry of Flower's earthly calamities. His immortal essence was continuously expended. As he concentrated deeply, his mind was feeling fatigue. But Fan Yuan was also getting more familiar with using the killer move Sword Marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture continued to rumble, the blizzard formed also was growing immensely. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. He noticed that this earthly calamity was not only huge, it was going to last a long time, it was far stronger than the 10 great catastrophes. Desolate beast snow monsters continued to increase in numbers. Fan Yuan's sword marks targeting death could no longer kill them quickly enough. The newly formed small snow monsters were large in numbers. Fan Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to kill them. He was handling both matters at the same time. It was hard to manage them. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the high ground. Even though I need to deal with the blizzard, the initiative is still with me. The moment this thought flashed in Fan Yuan's mind, the loud screech of an eagle entered Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan raised his head and his expression turned dark. This was bad. In the blizzard, iron crown eagles made from snow were forming. An eagle flapped its wings, charging at Fan Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fan Yuan quickly turned around, using sword marks targeting death to deal with the eagle. But in a short time, 3 more iron crown eagles formed, flying in the air, encircling him. His pressure increased, danger was approaching. Chapter 1055. Fan Yuan undergoes tribulation. 3 iron crown eagles charged at Fan Yuan. Sword marks targeting death. Fan Yuan internally gasped, to think that at the crucial moment, this had happened. As the activation of the killer move failed, the backlash caused blood to flow down from the corner of his mouth. After all, he had owned this sword path killer move for too short of a time. In an emergency, when he was not focused, the failure rate of activation would surge. An eagle screech resounded, it could burst eardrums. The iron crown eagle in front of him pounced. Fan Yuan quickly dodged. A phantom image behind him flickered as light illusion bat wings appeared, dodging the eagle's attack. But the shield of wind around him was already broken, the iron crown eagle's claws tore through it in a moment. Fan Yuan squinted. He decided to use sword marks targeting death again, and he succeeded. The sword light was extremely sharp, it easily pierced the iron crown eagle's back, and continued to shoot out. Suddenly, cold winds blew behind him as Fan Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no time to think further, he used sword escape immortal goo immediately. Swoosh, he shot out like an arrow, piercing the sky. By rising in altitude, he narrowly avoided the attack of the iron crown eagle behind him. He temporarily escaped danger. Fan Yuan stopped using sword escape. Sword escape immortal goo flew straight. It was extremely fast. Fan Yuan flew into the sky and was more than 10 li away from the iron crown eagle. Letting out a breath, Fan Yuan's heartbeat returned to normal. After regaining his composure, he willed and summoned Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Earlier, he could not recall Flying Sword as it had flown away after piercing the iron crown eagle. There was more than 10 breaths of time needed for it to return to Fan Yuan. As for the iron crown eagle which got pierced, it cried out pitifully as it crashed towards the ground. Before landing on the ground, its entire body turned into a big mushy pile of snow and ice scattering. The remaining 2 iron crown eagles charged to kill Fan Yuan from left and right respectively, as the blizzard roared. Fan Yuan was unwilling to face them head-on. He used sword escape and retreated. Even though his body was superb, it was not as tough as his immortal zombie body. Sword path was good in offense while weak in defense. Sword escape immortal goo allowed Fan Yuan to fly like an arrow, tearing through the sky as he pulled away from the iron crown eagles. The effect was immediate. Even Flying Sword Immortal Goo was not as fast as Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan flew in a circle in the sky before converging with Flying Sword Immortal Goo, retrieving it. Fan Yuan held Flying Sword Immortal Goo in his hand as he injected immortal essence into it. At the same time, he mobilized his goo worms and activated more than 100 supplementary goo worms. A profound light was created as it entered Flying Sword Immortal Goo. The 2 iron crown eagles were coincidentally chasing him with one in front of the other. Fan Yuan stretched out his fingers. He felt a small tremor in his hand as Flying Sword Goo flew out. It turned into an astonishing sword light. It seemed to have the power to pierce the universe. Flying Sword Immortal Goo and the iron crown eagles rapidly approached each other. In the blink of the eye, Flying Sword Immortal Goo flew through the first iron crown eagle and proceeded to pierce the second one without any loss in momentum. 2 birds with 1 stone. The iron crown eagle in front flew for a moment before breaking apart. The one behind was still intact. It continued to fly towards Fan Yuan, as if it had an immense grudge against him. Fan Yuan was about to take back Flying Sword Immortal Goo when his mind shuddered. Out of nowhere, a burst of true meaning was entering his mind. Fan Yuan's brows raised. He could not conceal his joy. This is Reckless Savage's infusion of true meaning. It seems that my original guess was not wrong. It succeeded. Fan Yuan was purposely undergoing tribulation in the icy plane. It was for the true meaning of Reckless Savage. Because in historical records, when Strength Path and Transformation Path Goo Masters undergo tribulation in the icy plane, they would receive an infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning, obtaining a growth in their attainment levels. But this gift was only for Goo Masters when they ascended to Immortal. After the Goo Master becomes an Immortal, the calamities and tribulations happen in their immortal apertures. They would not receive any infusion of true meaning. But after Fan Yuan obtained the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, he wondered if this killer move would be able to cause the infusion of true meaning. Earlier, when he killed the Desolate Beast Snow Monsters and Small Snow Monsters, he did not receive any infusion of true meaning. He thought he was wrong. But after killing the Iron Crown Eagle, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning. Although it was a dangerous situation, he could not confirm it. Now, he could finally feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of understanding arose in him. He seemed to have turned into an Iron Crown Eagle, from birth, until its first flight, and until it soared the skies. He felt its wings flapping strongly. They had great strength. He clenched his fists like 2 claws of an Iron Crown Eagle. He looked around, being able to see up to a gigantic distance away. His Strength Path and Transformation Path attainment levels were rising. And his flying attainment level was also rising slightly. The infusion of true meaning was like the guidance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, without any withheld information. Undeniably, the rise of attainment levels gave great benefits in all aspects. If he trained normally, his attainment level might rise after decades or centuries. Other than dream realms, only something like the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning here could raise the attainment level of someone so easily. In fact, dream realms themselves are the manifestations of emotions, obsessions, and desires. They are the remains of countless wills. Once one succeeds in exploring a dream realm, their attainment level would rise. It is the same as breaking free from the obstruction of emotions in the dream realm. Without losing oneself, one could extract true meaning from these scattered memories and gain a growth in attainment level. Everything, in essence, is still true meaning infusion. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. The Iron Crown Eagle approached, but Fan Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one Iron Crown Eagle left. Fan Yuan created some distance from it, and used sword marks targeting death to kill it without any mishaps. Looking over his immortal essence, there was still some left. Even though he used multiple sword path killer moves and rank 7 immortal goo, Fan Yuan was well prepared. He was not as desperate as the time he was traveling. He had not borrowed from Langya Land's spirit yet. Most of his resources were in fact spent on the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. There were no enemies in the sky now. Fan Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters stood on the ground, raising their heads and growling at him. The number is higher now. Fan Yuan frowned. At the next moment, countless green wind blades and dark vortexes appeared out of nowhere, shooting down. Like surging waves of a river, he unleashed a terrifying attack that covered the entire area, engulfing all of the snow monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred continuously. After dozens of breaths of time, Fan Yuan stopped attacking. The huge number of snow monsters had decreased innumerably. The ground had a lot of empty space now. Only the desolate beast snow monsters were still around, like dozens of huge pillars. He had only used mortal methods. They were not threatened by them. Huff, huff, huff. Small sounds were produced, completely covered by the raging blizzard. More small snow monsters emerged from the snow. It has only been such a short time, but these snow monsters are still persisting. Fan Yuan felt this was quite a headache. He could only use sword marks targeting death to kill the desolate beast snow monsters quickly. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the uncountable number of small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was, no matter how many snow monsters he killed, be it desolate beasts or not, he received no true meaning of reckless savage. This earthly calamity is very strange. There aren't records of it in history. But at its current strength, it has already surpassed He Lu Land's ascension. At this time, spirals formed in the blizzard, as a change occurred. Cranes flew out of the spirals. These cranes had pure white and clean feathers. They were graceful and had beautiful cries. They were desolate beasts 9 palace cranes. Fan Yuan licked his lips. He charged forward with bloodthirsty intent. After killing one, there was indeed an infusion of true meaning infusion. Fan Yuan felt very excited. His eyes were shining brightly. Snow descended, wild winds blew. Fan Yuan engaged in combat with these 9 palace cranes. He moved around rapidly in all directions. He could maneuver agilely as he flew up and down. At first, he fought alone against many enemies. He was pushed back and fell into a passive position. But after killing a few 9 palace cranes, he had more space to move around. He could retreat and advance more easily. As his gains increased, he started to gain control of the situation. He had an easier time. 9 of these 9 palace cranes had appeared this time. They were 3 times the number of Iron Crown Eagles. But they were still killed by Fan Yuan. It just took a longer time. The results were gratifying. Fan Yuan could feel his attainment level rising. He was improving again. This type of feeling towards getting stronger was extremely intoxicating. However, when Fan Yuan saw the uncountable number of snow monsters on the ground, his heart sank again. Earlier, he was only fighting over a dozen desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were appearing, while the desolate beast snow monsters were progressing to ancient desolate beast level. This situation made Fan Yuan determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the 3rd sword path killer move. Immortal killer move, triple layered sword wave. Fan Yuan took in a deep breath. More than 60% of his concentration was on this. He activated more than 500 mortal goo at once, and even more supplementary goo worms as time passed. This killer move's difficulty as well as the time needed to activate it were far higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used extensively. Finally, Fan Yuan took out Wave Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo looked like either a blade or water at various times. It expanded in the air, soon resembling a blue circular wave of water. It surrounded the area all around it. Fan Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters, when at this time, a huge figure descended. Fan Yuan raised his head and drew in a deep breath. He saw that a giant ruin bat had formed and filled the sky, covering the surroundings. Oh no! Fan Yuan's heart jumped. This ruin bat was huge. It was an ancient desolate beast, able to fight rank 7 Gu immortals. At the same time, ruin bats were space path beasts. They had incredible destructive force if they rampaged in the immortal aperture. They could even shatter the walls of the immortal aperture. Chapter 1056. Fan Yuan undergoes tribulation. It is only my first earthly calamity, but there are so many desolate beast snow monsters, and even an ancient ruin bat. Fan Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruin bat was huge. It cast a shadow that loomed over Fan Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the blizzard weakened. The snow monsters stopped making cries and roars. They looked up at this ferocious beast in the sky. Before leaving Langya Blessed Land, I had already used luck path killer moves to increase my luck. Since the tribulation, I have been using dog shit luck immortal goo continuously. My luck should have reduced the might of the earthly calamity already. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so incredibly powerful. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, focusing his mind again. The ancient ruin bat flew in the sky. Its body was huge like a mountain, crashing down on Fan Yuan. At once, aura was bursting out. The air was compressed as a strong pressure could be felt. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. Fan Yuan had no way to retreat. He could only face it and use the third sword path killer move. Rumble! A loud sound. The sword waves around him started moving around. They rumbled as ripples appeared. These waves were shining with a silvery white light. They were extremely sharp and had incredible offensive power. The waves moved upwards in defiance of gravity, splitting apart in the air, as multiple gigantic waves crashed at the ancient ruin bat. The ruin bat did not make a sound. It smashed these waves. Fan Yuan pushed with a hand, swoosh, another huge wave was summoned. This wave was larger than the first one. It filled the entire surroundings. There were many ripples at the edge of the wave. They were shining and emitting a dangerous aura. Wherever the sword waves went, everything was cleansed, the blizzard was wiped out, and even air shattered. Evidently, this was an area of effect attack. It used the rank 7 wave sword immortal goo as the core, along with several water path immortal goo which were borrowed from Langya Land's spirit by Fan Yuan. The second sword wave crashed into the ruin bat. The ruin bat, which was flying down, stopped moving for a moment. At the same time, it screeched out in pain. The sword wave did not last long. After it receded, Fan Yuan could see that there were deep marks left by swords on the ancient ruin bat. In normal situations, ruin bats would avoid danger and would retreat when they encountered danger that threatened their lives. But this ancient ruin bat was not a normal specimen. It was formed from the earthly calamity. After getting injured, it did not rest. It charged at Fan Yuan relentlessly. The ruin bat was a space path beast. Facing it, Fan Yuan's sword escape immortal goo had little effect. Because the space around Fan Yuan was affected by the ruin bat's strength. 1 or 2 steps would take several hundred steps to travel in reality. Simply dodging was a terrible idea. Even though the ruin bat flew slowly, its space path powers also restricted Fan Yuan's speed. The only way to resist was by eliminating the enemy, using offense against offense. That was the best plan. Thankfully, triple layered sword wave could unleash 3 sword waves. Its might grew with each wave. The third wave. The sword wave was 10 meters tall. It crashed towards the ancient ruin bat with immense might. The sound of the moving wave filled the world. The ripples were sharp with sword light. Even Fan Yuan, who was the user, felt his body shuddering, a feeling of chilliness inside him. Boom! The sword wave and the ruin bat collided. The ancient ruin bat's charge halted. It raised its head and cried out in utter pain. The sword wave struck at its stomach. The wounds from earlier were hit again. Its injuries were deepening. Finally, when the wave was about to run out of water, it pierced through the ancient ruin bat's back. Poof! With a loud sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruin bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruin bat slimmed down. Its huge body became much smaller. The gigantic mountain which emitted an immense pressure had been lifted. Fan Yuan felt his entire body relaxing. The space path power that was restricting him earlier had vanished. The heavily injured ancient ruin bat crashed to the ground, after floating around like a kite with its strings cut. With a huge sound, snow and ice were sent flying on impact. I killed it! Fan Yuan was joyous, but his expression suddenly changed. A huge amount of true meaning entered his mind, like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This true meaning far surpassed the total gains from earlier. In an instant, Fan Yuan's state of mind was scattered. Fan Yuan forgot himself. He was like a ruined bat, from birth to growing up, until his death. Flying in the sky, he tore through space, traveling freely in the huge world. After a momentary daze, Fan Yuan jolted to awareness. His eyes, which were unfocused, gave off a sharp light. It seems that too much true meaning would be like a snake swallowing an elephant. I would overeat and have a risk of dying from bursting my stomach. Realizing this, cold sweat dripped from Fan Yuan's forehead. Reckless Savage's true meaning was good. It was the fastest way to raise one's attainment level. But there was a limit to everything in the world. Too much of a good thing would lead to harm. With too much of Reckless Savage's true meaning, the Gu Immortal's consciousness would be destroyed. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had a Wisdom Path foundation and had defensive Wisdom Path Immortal Gu that he borrowed from Langya Land's spirit. Otherwise, Fan Yuan's consciousness would be destroyed by the true meaning. After losing his senses, he might think he was truly a ruined bat that had died in the earthly calamity. I have little immortal essence left. Thankfully, the ancient ruined bat is already dead. Fan Yuan floated in the sky, looking down. After the ruined bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into snow, breaking apart. But there were 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground, along with an uncountable number of small snow monsters. 70 feet tall ancient desolate beast snow monsters were starting to appear. Damn it, it has only been such a short time. Seeing this, Fan Yuan felt terrible. He felt a strong sense of helplessness towards such a huge group of enemies. To clear up these snow monsters, I will need to borrow immortal essence stones from Langya Land's spirit. Fan Yuan was not willing to do it. He had already repaid the debt he owed to Langya Land's spirit, but now he had no choice but to borrow again. The blizzard which had weakened was getting stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes flew down from the sky. Raging winds rampaged wildly. 2 ancient ruined bats started to form in the blizzard. Fan Yuan's body shook. His expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die. What sort of earthly calamity is this? Even heavenly tribulations are not this terrifying. This was, of course, just a complaint to vent his emotions. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He shot out like an arrow, taking the initiative to attack. The ancient ruined bat earlier had almost killed him already. If 2 appeared at the same time and attacked Fan Yuan, he could not win. The earthly calamity's power was starting to decline. It was going to end. These 2 ancient ruined bats formed slowly. It could not compare to earlier. Fan Yuan wanted to attack before these 2 ancient ruined bats finished forming. But at this time, a new blizzard started to fall from the sky. Several huge snowballs were directed towards him. They were like horse carriages. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had quasi-grandmaster flying attainment. He dodged in time and was not hit. Fan Yuan took a look. The perpetrators were the snow monsters on the ground. After the nurturing of the blizzard, the ancient snow monsters had increased in numbers, growing rapidly. Earlier there were only a few, now there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists as snowballs formed. After growling, they stretched their hands as the horse carriage-like snowballs shot up like meteors, towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These 2 ancient ruined bats were hard to deal with, and with these snowballs obstructing his movement, his plan would be delayed. By the time these 2 ancient ruined bats formed, Fan Yuan would fail this tribulation for sure. Just as Fan Yuan was in a dangerous situation while undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture, someone else was also undergoing tribulation in the icy plane. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. The heaven and earth chi was turning into the tribulation. Master, save me! The Gu Master cried out, facing the attack of the frost lightning. He could not retaliate. He could only watch as death descended. Bam! A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure stood in front of the Gu Master undergoing tribulation. The frost lightning that was unstoppable against the Gu Master was fragile as paper in front of this person. The frost lightning appeared and disappeared just as quickly. It was useless. It could not even touch that person's clothing. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master sighed. Ever since the tribulation started, he had been sighing and feeling shocked. He was almost numb now. This is only the flying frost-jumping lightning tribulation. It is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu Du was expressionless. He felt regret looking at the lingering frost lightning. Master, from your words, you are not happy with the intensity of the tribulation? The Gu Master asked. Chu Du answered plainly. When Gu Masters ascend, they draw in heaven and earth chi. During this process, they would mingle with heaven's will. If they ask any questions regarding cultivation, heaven's will would give them an answer. This is also known as natural inspiration. But in the northern icy plane, when strength path Gu Masters undergo immortal ascension, they would trigger reckless savage's true meaning. Because of this, the Gu Master does not interact with heaven's will, instead they will mingle with reckless savage's true meaning, and their strength path and transformation path attainment levels will rise sharply. The stronger the tribulation, the higher the quantity of reckless savage's true meaning gathered. I nurtured all of you disciples because I want the true meaning of reckless savage during your ascension. Obtaining the true meaning would allow my strength path attainment level to rise. So that's it. The Gu Master realized. So this is what Master meant regarding the need for my help when you made me your disciple back then? Chu Du was about to speak when a huge sound from a great distance was heard. Chu Du looked. He saw that far away, space was cracked, like a broken mirror. The scene of Fan Yuan fighting with the ancient ruin bats in his immortal aperture could be seen. This? Chu Du's body shook. His eyes were shining immediately. Chapter 1057. Fan Yuan undergoes tribulation. Chu Du, known as Domination Immortal, a legendary person in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was born in a poor family. He was not of the Huangjin bloodline. He had a lowly start. Even his aperture awakening was by chance. Without any teachers or tribesmen to help him, he cultivated alone. He cultivated strength path, but was not restrained by the flaws of it. With his overwhelming talent, he independently created Jin Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jin Gu, Jun's Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jun Gu, and others. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he turned from immortal to an immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. When he became a Gu immortal, he went back to his roots and created the human Jun's Strength branch. This small branch gave the dying strength path a surge of rejuvenation. It was as if vitality had filled dying trees. Strength path shined again in a different light. After the beast strength phantom branch and atmospheric heaven and earth branch, it was recognized by everyone that strength path had a new human Jun's strength branch. With his efforts alone, he changed the future of strength path. Nobody could deny his grand achievement. Now, 9 out of 10 Northern Plains Gu Masters cultivated strength path on the side. They mostly used the human Jun's strength branch. Destiny was a mystical thing, nobody could decipher it. Be it Chu Du or Fan Yuan, they had never thought that they would meet in such a situation. Fan Yuan was undergoing tribulation. Because of the ancient ruin bat's power, his immortal aperture's walls were shattered, connecting to the outside world. And Chu Du was assisting his disciple in his immortal ascension tribulation, absorbing the true meaning of reckless savage. The northern icy plain was so huge, but these two people chose their tribulation location so closely. Both of their eyes made contact over the distance in an instant. Chu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was toying with the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fan Yuan was wearing a white robe. He had a sharp gaze. His body was injured. Battle intent rose in him like he was a divine sword. The sharpness in him made even Chu Du frown. Someone is undergoing tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruin bat inside has reckless savage's true meaning. It manifested using the tribulation. This person has such an amazing method. He can replicate the immortal ascension and obtain reckless savage's true meaning to improve himself. Chu Du felt immense shock before it turned into joy. Domination immortal Chu Du! Fan Yuan was shocked. This person is helping another person with his tribulation. He must be after reckless savage's true meaning. Oh no, he saw what is going on here. He will definitely seek me. Fan Yuan had obtained the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture from Land Spirit. This was a huge attraction to Domination Immortal Chu Du. As long as I can get his method, why would I need to bother with raising disciples for immortal ascension? I can undergo tribulations myself and draw in reckless savage's true meaning. The tribulations would be stronger and I would obtain even more true meaning. That would be best. I must get this method. Chu Du screamed in his mind. He shot towards Fan Yuan like a flash of lightning. He was known as the Domination Immortal. In the past, when he was rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him and was beaten to a pulp. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but the 3 lone immortals were chased by the newly ascended Chu Du. he chased them for an enormous distance before killing all 3 immortals. 100 years later, Chu Du and a Gu immortal of Lu tribe had a conflict. After a dozen rounds of fighting, the Lu tribe Gu immortal lost and begged him for mercy, but Chu Du killed him without hesitation. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu immortals. Chu Du's 2 fists could not rival 4 palms, he was outnumbered, he went into seclusion for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level, he went around and destroyed 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. 3 of Lu tribe's Gu immortals chased after him, but he did not run away. Instead, he forced the 3 Lu tribe Gu immortals to retreat, and even nearly attack their headquarters. Chu Du encircled Lu tribe's blessed land and refused to leave. Lu tribe's first supreme elder emerged outside in anger, fighting with Chu Du for a long time. He was an experienced rank 7 expert, but he could not do anything to Chu Du, he could only let him leave freely. After this battle, Chu Du's reputation surged, the entire Gu immortal world found out about his domineering style. No Gu immortal dared to look down on him. Those who tried to find trouble with him had to consider it thoroughly before acting. But after this battle, Chu Du became very low profile, he cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. It was only during the recent Northern Plains auction that he appeared in front of everyone. Now, it seemed that in the past, Chu Du gained a huge growth in strength and defeated Lu tribe because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He nurtured a few Gu masters and helped them to ascend to immortal. His strength path attainment level reached Grand Master level, and he created his own immortal killer moves. When the time was ripe, he took advantage of Lu tribe's temporary weakness and challenged them. He not only took revenge for himself, he even created a fierce reputation. These last years, he had been secluded, staying inside the northern icy plain, trying to excavate the huge treasure known as Reckless Savage's true meaning. Chu Du saw Fan Yuan. He not only wanted Fan Yuan's method of drawing out Reckless Savage's true meaning, he even had a feeling of unhappiness because his treasure was being taken by others. Thus, he did not think too deeply, he attacked directly. He wanted to take down Fan Yuan and interrogate the method to lure out Reckless Savage's true meaning. Though the distance was great, it was nothing to Gu immortals. Their distance was shrinking rapidly. Ha! Chu Du stretched out his right hand, pointing at Fan Yuan, who was in the immortal aperture, but a sword light shot at him first. He reacted quickly, but Fan Yuan was even faster. Almost at the first instant, Fan Yuan used sword marks targeting death, and shot out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Flying Sword pierced through the sky, shining in bright silvery light. Chu Du could not look at it directly. Chu Du chuckled, he stretched out his right arm, grabbing at Flying Sword. Boom! An explosion caused the air to burst. A huge strength path phantom in the form of Chu Du's right hand squeezed the air. It was like a rampaging mountain, moving quickly and grabbing Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Surprise flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. Chu Du's strength path phantom hand was very similar to his giant hand. But evidently, his strength path giant hand was not only stronger than Fan Yuan's, it was even more agile. Chu Du's strength path giant hand moved together with his actual right hand. After grabbing Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Chu Du clenched his fist and directly sealed Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan instantly felt that his connection to Flying Sword Immortal Gu weakened severely. Chu Du frowned in an unnoticeable manner. He opened his clenched fist. He saw a trace of blood at the center of his palm. It was the killer move Sword Marks targeting death's effect. Interesting, he commented lightly. While he said that, the injury on his palm has already healed. Hand over the method and I will spare your life. Chu Du proclaimed, but when he raised his head, his expression changed. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan chopped off the lower half of his body. He used a certain blood path killer move and refined his lower body into a pool of blood. The blood fused into the immortal aperture's gap and fixed the crack within space in an instant. Chu Du quickly used his strength path giant hand to attack. But it was a moment too late, he had lost his chance. The giant hand failed to hit anything. Like a crashing meteor, it landed on the ground and formed a huge crater of over dozens of meters wide. Chu Du flew to the spot where Fan Yuan placed his immortal aperture with a heavy expression. He did not have any method to break into the immortal aperture. Damn it! Why did I encounter domination immortal of all people? Inside the immortal aperture, Fan Yuan only was left with his upper body. He floated in the air. His injuries were severe. His lower body had already been refined and used. Intense pain did not affect Fan Yuan due to the use of Gu worms. Faced with two ancient ruined bats, he kept his composure and calmness. I have to kill these 2 ruined bats as soon as possible. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, his expression was ruthless. Triple-layered sword wave. He used this killer move consecutively. The waves crashed against the ancient ruined bats. Ugh! Fan Yuan's 7 orifices spurted blood, his head was dizzy, he was on the verge of fainting. His head was hurting. Triple-layered sword wave was a killer move that used many goo worms. It was not easy to activate. In order to use so many goo worms, he had used up all of the thoughts in his mind. His brain was in a state of overuse. And to protect his aperture walls, to prevent the ancient ruined bats from causing more destruction, Fan Yuan had to block all of the ancient ruined bats' attacks desperately. Seconds passed like years. Every time he blocked an ancient ruined bat's attack, Fan Yuan's vision turned dark. He was uncertain about his capability regarding blocking the next attack. He could not think of anything else. All of his newly produced thoughts were used to mobilize all of the goo worms in his body. Both sides were like warriors in a death match. They attacked with sharp weapons and stabbed their opponents continuously. Whoever was unable to endure it would fall in defeat first. After an unknown period of time, a gust of wind blew, clarity flashed in Fan Yuan's dazed eyes. Did I succeed? He looked up in the sky, at the falling ancient ruined bat as he muttered to himself. Soon, the thoughts in his mind replenished amply. He could finally think again. He finally killed 1 ancient ruined bat, there was still another left. Fan Yuan licked his dry lips, his face was pale as paper, but it showed a distorted expression as he charged towards the ancient ruined bat again. It was much easier for him this time. Facing an ancient ruined bat alone, Fan Yuan felt much less pressure, the thoughts in his mind increased in number. He could think of more things, he could attack the ruined bat after making rational decisions in response. But he did not dare to relax. If another ancient ruined bat formed, it would be troublesome. Even worse was if domination immortal Chu Du was allowed to come in. If that happened, Fan Yuan's situation would be far worse. It might be even more terrifying than dying in the calamity. But eventually, the heaven and earth chi calmed, and Fan Yuan succeeded in killing the 3rd ancient ruined bat. No more ruined bats formed, and Chu Du was absent. The calamity has ended. I finally survived this. Fan Yuan looked down weakly. This place had already turned into an icy field. Countless desolate beast snow monsters were staring at him, growling as they showed ruthless expressions. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough. There are no resources in here yet. I will let these snow monsters stay for now. They cannot break the aperture walls. Fan Yuan flew up to the first layer of the heavens in the sky of his immortal aperture. He was severely injured. He needed to recuperate. While healing his injuries, he also needed to prepare for battle. If Chu Du invaded this place, it would no laughing matter. Chapter 1058. Blood Asset Immortal Goo. 3 days later, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was extremely huge. Its layout was like the 5 regions and 9 heavens. After Fan Yuan succeeded in passing the tribulation, he had been staying inside the first layer of the 9 heavens to heal. At this moment, he was at a crucial moment of healing his injuries. Fan Yuan was submerged hundreds of feet under a lake of blood which filled a wide surrounding range. He was gravely injured. It was a sad sight. His entire lower body was cut away. Only his upper body was in the lake of blood. The lake of blood was full of life force. It entered his huge injury continuously. After 3 days, a blood-colored silhouette could be vaguely seen in the form of his legs and lower body. Suddenly, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes were blood-red. The moment he opened them, it was as if lightning shined deeply inside the dark lake of blood. Blood path body refinement, restore my immortal body. Fan Yuan cried out in his mind. Countless thoughts were colliding. Tens of thousands of mortal goo were mobilized with thoughts. They shined with dazzling light. These mortal goo were placed in various parts of the blood lake. Once connected, the entire dark lake of blood shined in a bright red light. Gradually, the lights from these mortal goo fused into one. A rank 6 immortal goo emerged from Fan Yuan's body, floating upwards. This goo resembled a round pearl. It was as large as a goose egg. The pearl had countless markings on it that were moving around, like the blooming of a field of lotuses, or the rumbling of clouds. Blood Path Immortal Goo, Blood Asset. This immortal goo was not one known to Fan Yuan. This was a goo innovated by the previous Langya land spirit. He had created this using Blood Path goo recipes he bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Blood Asset Immortal Goo's effect was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during refinement. If the refinement failed, some of these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored afterwards using blood acid immortal goo. Ever since he obtained this immortal goo, the previous Langya land spirit had saved a huge amount of resources. The previous land spirit treasured this immortal goo deeply, he would not exchange it no matter what. But after changing personalities, the new Langya land spirit most wanted to promote the rise of hairy men. He did not have much interest in goo refinement. When transacting with Fan Yuan, blood acid immortal goo fell into Fan Yuan's demonic clutches. Fan Yuan obtained it, and did not outwardly express any emotions, but he was overjoyed internally. This goo could only be used in refinement path in the hands of ordinary goo immortals. But Fan Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. Not only could he display its full ability, he could also use it in a variety of ways that surpassed its original limits. Like now, blood acid immortal goo caused the entire lake of blood to boil, like a volcano that was ready to erupt with molten magma underneath. Gugaga. Large numbers of bubbles floated to the surface of the lake. Streams of life force gushed into blood acid immortal goo like sparrows returning to their nests. Blood acid immortal goo floated above Fan Yuan's head. It rapidly rotated. Like an inexhaustible black hole, it drew away all of the vitality in the lake of blood. Next, after purification, a stream of life force that could be seen with the naked eye, resembling translucent flowing water, poured into Fan Yuan's body. Crack, crack. Fan Yuan's bones were cracking. It was a delightful sound. His withered flesh became enriched, inflating like a ball. The injuries on his skin vanished instantly. His long black hair grew out, covered in a layer of gloss. Most important was the huge injury on Fan Yuan's body. The translucent blood-colored silhouette of his lower body started to gain physical form under the injection of vitality. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yuan's heavy injuries healed, his flesh recovered and he was whole again. Whoosh! Fan Yuan shot out of the lake of blood like an arrow, appearing in the air. His consciousness swept around the area as he nodded in satisfaction. This body created by sovereign immortal fetus goo is truly profound and mystical. I have down marks of every path, yet they don't interfere with each other. Because of this, I can use healing methods of any path and display their full effect. If not, how could I recover from this terrible injury in only 3 days? Fan Yuan stretched out his arm. Blood acid immortal goo shot out of the lake of blood like a meteor, into Fan Yuan's hands. Holding this immortal goo in front of him, Fan Yuan took a look of appreciation before placing it on his chest. Blood acid immortal goo lived on Fan Yuan's body, at his chest area, turning into a red pearl tattoo. This type of storage was not safe. If Fan Yuan's body was destroyed, blood acid immortal goo would also face destruction. Immortal goo were extremely fragile, even toddlers could kill rank 9 immortal goo. It was safest to keep it in the immortal aperture. But now, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was still in the outside world. He could only do this. But as long as he was careful, there would be no issue. In the 500 years of my previous life, I could not obtain a single blood path immortal goo even after a long search. I had no choice but to refine spring autumn cicada. If I had this blood path immortal goo back then, I would have already achieved much more in life. Even if the 10 great ancient sects encircled me, I would be able to fight them confidently. Fan Yuan was not simply bragging. In his previous life, he had battle strength at the peak of rank 6, he had fought against 2 ordinary rank 7 goo immortals and won. Even though there were many reasons for the outcomes, like the terrain and other coincidences, defeating a rank 7 as a rank 6 was truly an incredible feat. Of course, compared to Bo Qing and Feng Jiuge, this was a very ordinary achievement. But the important thing was, Fan Yuan defeated the rank 7 goo immortals without any immortal goo himself. He used blood path mortal goo and mortal killer moves to defeat such strong foes. During that time, Fan Yuan became an immortal using blood path. He not only created his own blood path mortal goo, he even designed many blood path killer moves. They were either high in power, had mysterious effects, or were very bloodthirsty abilities. Fan Yuan's blood path attainment level was Grandmaster. He did not lack anything but a blood path immortal goo. If he had it, he could quickly modify his mortal killer moves into countless immortal killer moves. His battle strength would surge immensely. In his previous life, or even after rebirth, Fan Yuan did not obtain a single blood path immortal goo. After rebirth, he advanced rapidly, taking huge risks and facing great challenges. Because of all sorts of reasons, he did not obtain a single blood path immortal goo. Author's note: actually, it was the influence of heaven's will. Until recently, he finally obtained blood acid immortal goo from trading with Langya Land Spirit. Actually, Fan Yuan did not want to start his blood path cultivation so early. Any blood path goo immortal would be detected by Heavenly Court and be listed on the Demon Judgment Board. Blood path was very harmful, even demonic cultivators did not like them, everyone wanted to exterminate them. When Fan Yuan obtained blood acid immortal goo, he thought, the less I use it, the better. But situations were unpredictable. During the tribulation, he encountered domination immortal Chu Du. His life was at stake. He had to use blood acid immortal goo to create the immortal killer move to seal the gap in the aperture wall. When healing himself, Fan Yuan also used the blood path killer move. Only this healing technique could heal his injuries rapidly, and allow him to defend against the huge threat of Chu Du. Fan Yuan did not want to ask for more help from Langya Land Spirit. The more he exposed, the higher the chances of leaking information. Fan Yuan had reserved some information from Langya Land Spirit. He concealed the biggest secret of Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fan Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. With his 500 years of deep accumulation, it was easy to modify blood path mortal killer moves into immortal killer moves. It was a natural process. It was unlike He Lu Lan in the past, who faced so much difficulty in elevating self-strength phantom to immortal level. In fact, he had created many blood path immortal goo recipes in his previous life. But because his refinement path and wisdom path attainment levels were too low, he could not continue on those deductions. They were very incomplete. After retrieving blood acid immortal goo, Fan Yuan thought to himself, 3 days have passed, Chu Du did not attack, it seems he has no methods to break into the immortal aperture. 3 days ago, Fan Yuan paid a huge price of getting heavily injured to seal the aperture wall's gap, causing Chu Du's plan to fail. If Chu Du had any methods, he would have used them already. But 3 days had passed. Even if some methods needed time for preparation, they would not take 3 days, thus Fan Yuan surmised that Chu Du had no options. This was not strange. After an immortal aperture is placed in the 5 regions, as long as the entrance was not open, they would shrink into a tiny spot and be undetectable. Outsiders could not break in. Back then, when Immortal Crane's sect attacked to Immortal Blessed Land, they had to use Fang Sheng's bloodline as a connection to use blood path methods in sensing where the Blessed Land was. Chu Du was a strength path goo immortal, while methods to pierce into immortal apertures involved space path. Fan Yuan guessed correctly, but he did not relax as a result. Even though Chu Du could not break into the sovereign immortal aperture, he could stay behind and guard this area. This was an expected situation. Thinking from his perspective, as the strength path goo immortal Chu Du who wanted to obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning desperately, would he ever give up such a huge opportunity? In the past, when facing Lu tribe, a superforce, Chu Du did not leave and stayed outside their headquarters, until Lu tribe's first supreme elder fought with him. Fan Yuan was alone. How could he compare to Lu tribe? Even if he added in Langya Blessed Land, it could not match Lu tribe. Those hairy man goo immortals had negligible battle strength. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the aperture walls, he could find others to help. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I collect my immortal aperture and use sword escape, can I escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fan Yuan shook his head. Sword escape immortal goo might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. I would need to stop if I want to change directions. This is a major flaw. Against ordinary goo immortals it would work, but against domination immortal, it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move. While thinking, Fan Yuan flew below the first layer of the heavens. When he got to the part of the sky where he was undergoing tribulation, the snow monsters sensed Fan Yuan and growled at him. Ancient snow monsters even raised their hands, throwing huge snowballs at him. After sighing, Fan Yuan had no choice but to leave. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still around. I have to ignore them for now. In any case, this immortal aperture has nothing for them to destroy. I have sword escape immortal goo, but my sword path attainment level is too low. There is more hope in blood path methods. Next, I should modify immortal killer moves and create a blood path immortal killer move, using blood acid immortal goo as the core, for use in movement. Chapter 1059. Dog shit splits luck. Western Desert, on a certain trail. Kill these bastards, the money is all ours. Let's rob them. Guards, defend us, if these goods are lost, the clan will not let us off. Sounds of fighting could be heard. Around a sandy dune, a group of bandits and caravan members were fighting in an intense battle. This bandit group had been committing crimes in the desert for a long time. They were all human goo masters. They were fierce and experienced in battle. They were quite strong. In the merchant caravan, there were few humans. They were mostly feather men. A portion of this group of featherman goo masters were standing on the ground guarding the goods, while some were flying in the sky, fighting the bandits. Waves of fiery attacks were unleashed. The temperature was rising. At times, wind blades were shot out, cutting the trail or directly into people, causing bloodshed. Western Desert was flourishing with fire path and wind path goo worms. Goo masters of these two paths were most common. After a moment, the bandits had the upper hand. They suffered little loss. But the merchant caravan was already heavy with casualties. Hanli was lying in a pile of goods. His body was covered in blood. His face was charred. He had been hit by a wind blade earlier during the intense battle. There was a deep and long injury on his chest. It was still bleeding. His face was charred because a fire pellet had exploded around him. The hot debris had slammed into his face. Damn it! Am I going to die here today? The battle scene had Hanli feel despair. He had started his cultivation journey after much difficulties, becoming a goo master by chance. But he was chased out and could only be a vagrant. To survive, he joined this caravan as a member, but to think that such a merchant caravan would still be targeted by bandits. Run! This merchant caravan is finished. I am not going to die with them. Smart people will run with me. These feather men are finished. Even if they return alive, they will be executed by the clan. The loss was assured. The merchant caravan members started to escape for themselves. They were all human goo masters employed to be guards. These fellows! Ignore them! Conserve our primeval essence! Even if we die, we will die fighting! The featherman goo masters gritted their teeth, saying angrily, "How can this be?" Hanli was dazed. He was very young and inexperienced. He could not react to the fact that these human goo masters were escaping. "Why are you not running?" A featherman goo master walked over and saw Hanli. Hanli gasped. He did not know what to do. He knew who this featherman goo master was. He was the leader of the caravan. Even though your cultivation level is low, in some ways, you are far superior to those escaping humans. The featherman leader sighed, before patting Hanli's shoulder. His hand flashed with light. He patted Hanli's shoulder 3 times. His injuries healed at once. Amazing! This is the might of a rank 4 goo master? Hanli was shocked. He wanted to express his gratitude, but the featherman leader had already charged into the battlefield. The front lines were in a critical state already. The featherman leader had to join the fight. Once the rank 4 goo master attacked, the bandits suffered huge losses. Many fell off their horses. Among the bandit group, there were rank 4 experts too, but they were sitting at the back, watching coldly with icy smiles on their faces. The featherman leader quickly controlled the battlefield. He killed many enemies. Hanli watched with much enthusiasm, while the other feathermen praised loudly. But the featherman leader's state of mind was turning grim. He knew that the enemy was ruthless. They were using cannon fodder to waste his primeval essence. When the true bandit experts appear, he would have less primeval essence. He would be at a disadvantage. Whoosh! At this time, wind could be heard from afar. The wind was huge and grand, like the howling of a desolate beast. Everyone looked over, as someone shouted, "Oh no! It is a golden thread tornado!" The tornadoes in Western Desert were split into golden thread, silver thread, bronze thread, and so on, in decreasing order of strength. Golden thread tornadoes were the strongest. Even a rank 4 goo master would perish if they got trapped in them. The feathermen panicked. The bandits also panicked. Like gunpowder that had been ignited, they shouted loudly as they charged towards the caravan. They wanted to take down the merchant caravan before the golden thread tornado appeared, to take the precious goods and leave. "Hold on!" the featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was dangerous, and featherman goo masters would still likely die in it, they were able to naturally fly. They would be in a much better situation than the humans. This intense battle reached the climax. Every moment, people lost their lives. Hanli was hiding in between the goods as he defended them. He had low cultivation level. He was not a significant target. The bandits did not think of him as a threat. Hanli was indeed not a threat. When his primeval essence was expended, he was no different from a powerless mortal. Few of the fire pellets and wind blades hit Hanli, because he was near the goods, and both parties did not want to ruin the goods. The tornado moved quickly. It was still far away earlier, but now, it was already close to the battlefield. Winds howled, sand flew in the air. When hitting against Hanli's body, he felt numb and pain. Retreat! Even though he was unwilling, the astute bandit leader called out, choosing to retreat. The bandits moved like the wind. Even though they were injured and had blood-red eyes, they left quickly. Quickly! Move these goods away! The Featherman leader had severe injuries, but he still placed his focus on the goods first. The Featherman quickly saved the goods. Nobody cared about Hanli. The tornado assaulted. Hanli could not save himself, he was sucked into it. Many Feathermen and large amounts of goods followed after him. Hanli was swept into the tornado. His vision was spinning. He could not tell which direction he was facing. He was like a flower, flying along with the raging winds. He was in danger of dying. Bam! He did not know whether he had hit a rock or some goods, but he fainted at once. After a long time, he slowly woke up. Young man, you are finally awake! An old man was sitting beside him, speaking faintly. Who are you? Hanli was still in a daze. He looked around and realized that he was lying on sand. There were rocks, corpses, and goods scattered around him. The tornado stopped? I survived? Hanli was stunned before bursting out in joy. If I did not save you, how could you survive? The old man smiled. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Hanli quickly paid respects, sincerely expressing his gratitude. The old man nodded in appreciation. Back in the day, before becoming an immortal, I was just like you. Today, the tornado that you got swept into was caused by me. I lost my bet with Tianjin after all. Before dying, I will impart the true inheritance of my entire life to you. Central Continent. Inside Broken Sword Valley. Where is Sword Chigu? Chase. This Sword Chigu is mine, don't think of snatching it away. A group of Gu masters were shouting. They formed into a stream of people as they charged into the valley. Lad, don't block us. Anyone who gets in our way will die. Hongyi was outside of Broken Sword Valley when he saw a group of frenzied Gu masters charging towards him. Among them were rank 3 and 4 experts. Hongyi's expression paled. He quickly escaped as he moved out of their way. A group of Gu masters whipped a dust storm, running past Hongyi's body rapidly. What is going on? Hongyi muttered, his heart was still pounding. Listening to a conversation among some people passing by explained the situation to him. I heard there is a rank 4 sword Chigu. No wonder so many people are going after it. Let's go quickly, we might be able to encounter a rank 4 sword Chigu. Wishful thinking. How long has it been since this Broken Sword Valley was created? There might be only one rank 4 sword Chigu. Don't even think about it. Sword Chigu. Rank 4? Hongyi's heart shook, a look of envy appeared on his face. He quickly ran into the valley. He had explored this valley before, but earlier, it was not like this. As it turned out, before the Battle of Etian Mountain, when immortal zombie Bo Qing awakened, he had shot out countless sword lights from under falling heavenly river. One sword light landed here, cutting this mountain into two, creating the shape of this valley. This was the origin of Broken Sword Valley. Initially, people did not pay attention to it, but soon, Central Continent Gu masters realized that this valley was producing wild sword path Gu worms. As it turned out, the sword light was not ordinary. Every sword light contained sword path Dao marks. After the sword light landed here, sword path Dao marks were carved into the valley. A special location was created, and many wild sword path Gu worms were slowly produced here. This fact could not be concealed. More and more Gu masters came here to find treasures. Earlier, a rank 4 sword Chigu was found by someone, creating a huge commotion for everyone. Rank 4 wild Gu worms are extremely rare. Even if I encounter one, I would not be able to catch it. It is too dangerous. Hongyi thought as he carefully explored this valley. He moved away from the crowd. In an ordinary-looking location, he saw something shocking. It was a common caterpillar molting. But the thing was, the caterpillar's skin was shining. Hongyi was stunned before recognizing this scene. He was overjoyed. Such luck. I actually came during the moment when the insect becomes a Gu. This aura it is emitting is so strong. Is it rank 4 or rank 5? Hongyi could not wait for the caterpillar to finish molting. He quickly grabbed it in his hands. He immediately moved away to a safer location, activating his primeval essence and refining it. A moment later, he succeeded in refining it. He obtained a very strange rank 5 sword path Gu worm. It was black and palm-sized. It looked like a miniature sword sheath of iron. Rank 5 sword sheath Gu. What's the use of this Gu? Even though I obtained a rank 5 Gu, My primeval essence can't activate it. Hong Yi sighed to himself, when suddenly, he saw a sword path goo worm coming out of a bush near him. It flew slowly towards him and entered the sword sheath goo in his hand. Hong Yi was shocked. At once he was speechless. Southern border, on a nameless small mountain. It was night time, a huge rainstorm was pouring down. Shang Xinci, your life ends here today. A muscular man walked towards the peak with his arms behind his back. There were 3 Gu masters defending themselves. 1 male, 2 females. One female Gu master was heavily injured. She was Shang Xinci's servant, Xiaolan. The other female Gu master had long, silky black hair flowing like a waterfall. Her skin was white like snow. She was extremely beautiful. It was Shang Xinci. Seeing the person approaching, Shang Xinci smiled bitterly. Shang Baishi, to think that it was really you, why do you need to fight to the death with me? Shang Baishi laughed loudly. Father died, elder brother died, Chao Feng also died. As long as I kill you, 8th brother will ascend to the position of Shang clan leader. Thus, you must die today. Shang Xinci heard these words and her body shook. She almost fell to the ground, as if an invisible force had pushed her. She said in a mournful tone, For the position of clan leader, Shang Pu Lao is truly so cold-hearted and cruel? Shang Baishi smiled coldly. Yes, you saved 8th brother's life before, but so what? You want him to repay you with kindness and hand over the position of clan leader? Humph, Shang clan leader has authority over the entire city. You have undue benevolence. How can you compete with 8th brother? Shang Xinci shook her head. When I saved him, I did not think of fighting for the position of clan leader. Exactly, that is why you are in this state right now. Ha! Shang Baishi continued. Lady Xinci, what's the need to talk to this scumbag? Yi Fan was frowning. His tone expressed his utter hatred and disgust towards Shang Baishi. Young Master Yi, you should leave. He only wants my life. I will give it to him. You are not involved in this, don't interfere, quickly leave! Shang Xinci pushed Yi Fan's back, urging him to leave. I will not go! Yi Fan shouted. Lady Xinci, you were the one who saved me. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. How can I abandon you? Humph, how touching. But you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Today, all 3 of you will die. Shang Xinci, you are still so naive. If I do not kill all of you, wouldn't the survivors tarnish 8th brother's reputation in the future? Shang Baishi said as he got closer. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Even though he was heavily injured and could not stand straight, he stood in front of Shang Xinci. A brave man. Shang Baishi commented, before pushing as Yi Fan fell to the ground. If you were in your peak condition, I would have to be wary of you. But your primeval essence has been used up, you are no threat. Ha! Shang Baishi laughed as he approached Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci shut her eyes, giving up any futile resistance. Before dying, in the depths of her heart, the figure of a man appeared. One thought emerged in her mind, if I could see him one last time before dying, how good would that be? But even after waiting for a while, she did not feel Shang Baishi's attack. Shang Xinci opened her eyes in confusion. She only saw that Shang Baishi was some steps in front of her, not moving at all. He was stiff as a statue, an expression of fear was frozen on his face. Humph, for simply some authority and wealth, you disregarded kinship, you are truly a disgrace to Shang clan. A female immortal appeared. You are? Shang Xinci was shocked. The female immortal looked at Shang Xinci with approval, saying warmly, Don't be afraid, I am an ancestor of Shang clan, Shang Qingqing. I have decided, from now onwards, you will assume the role of Shang clan leader. Chapter 1060. Pot River, Luck Inspection. Pot River resembled a long jade belt. It was situated in the eastern area of central continent. The water in Pot River was smooth flowing, like a beautiful song. It was graceful and harmonious. Ing Wuxia stood on the bank of Pot River as he waited for Feng Chanzi. Meanwhile, He Lulan, Shinu, and Tai Bai Yinxing were hiding nearby, protecting Ing Wuxia's safety. The river water flowed slowly. 2 dragonflies were flying above the river, landing on the pot grass nearby at times. There was a lot of pot grass growing in Pot River. This type of grass was deeply rooted in the soil below the river, drawing in nutrients. They were long and thin. The tip of the grass emerged above the river surface. The tip of one of the stalks of pot grass had a brown fruit. This fruit was still fist-sized, it was not mature now. The fruit was empty inside, and was not tightly closed, the tip was opened widely. At this moment, a dragonfly followed the smell of the fruit and entered the fruit rashly. It struggled for a moment, but it was captivated by the intense aroma. It did not fly out again. Ing Wuxia watched silently. He knew, in a few months, more fruits would grow, the fruits would get larger, they would attract more insects, and even fish and prawns. As they grow, the fruit would close up eventually, and when they fully mature, the tips of the pot grass would look like brown pots, tightly sealed. And next, Pot River's annual flood season would come. During the flood season, Pot River would no longer be calm, water would move rapidly, sweeping all of the pot grass away. All these brown fruits would travel in the river, leaving their origins and floating away. On the two sides of the river, Gu masters would start to haul up all of these fruits. After smashing them, they could obtain the fish and insects inside, as well as some seeds of the pot grass. There was also a chance of getting Gu worms from them. These Gu worms were sleeping in the pot grass, they could be easily refined. A super force of the 10 great ancient sects, Wind Cloud Manor, was in charge in Pot River. During this time every year, they would hold a festival around Pot River. Countless Gu masters would be drawn here, of all ages and genders, not just Wind Cloud Manor's disciples, but even all the surrounding forces would join in the festive season. As Ing Wuxia looked at the pot grass in the river, his gaze began drifting elsewhere. In order to get the light of the immemorial era, he had already stayed in Pot River for some time. On the surface he was calm and peaceful, but a lot of frustration was building up inside him, and this feeling was getting stronger as time continued to pass. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, but it is sealed now and is unusable. Before I refine it again, I will be watched by Heaven's will. Not only can Heaven's will influence my emotions stealthily, it can even plot and influence others to attack me. I cannot give Heaven's will any time to prepare, I cannot stay at the same spot for a long time. If Feng Chanzi does not show up again, I have to give up on this. Ing Wuxia made up his mind. At this time, a green figure flew rapidly along the surface of Pot River, towards Ing Wuxia. It is that rank 6th level grass puppet avatar. Be alert, stay wary of any unexpected surprises. Shadow Sects Immortals transmitted, focusing their minds. The grass puppet avatar saw Ing Wuxia and said arrogantly, "The light of the immemorial era is with me, but Master said that the earlier price will not do, you have to pay an extra 30% on that basis." What? Another 30%? This is extortion, this Feng Chanzi really dares to raise it. The price was already very high, with another 30%, it is exorbitant. Shinu and Tai Bai Yinxing discussed. Ing Wuxia was also furious, but there was no choice, he needed the light of the immemorial era. To refine fixed immortal travel, the light of the immemorial era was needed, there were no alternatives. After staying silent for a while, Ing Wuxia nodded. I'll agree to it. The grass puppet avatar snorted. Then let's trade. Ing Wuxia was already prepared amply, both sides transacted quickly. The grass puppet avatar counted the amount before showing a satisfied expression. Ing Wuxia suffered a huge loss, he paid a great price, but he had finally obtained the light of the immemorial era. He was overall still pleased with it. He smiled at the grass puppet avatar. It has been a pleasant transaction, we should trade again some other time. The grass puppet avatar said. Humph again? That depends on my master's mood. Actually, earlier, master did not want to trade, but he had lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu some time ago. He wants to recoup his losses, so I came. You must remember this, my master definitely did not give the light of the immemorial era to you. I understand. Actually, your manor has a huge inventory, it is truly a sea of treasure. Just a bit of the light of the immemorial era, what could it affect? Nobody would notice for sure. Ing Wuxia said politely. Enough, this matter is over, quickly leave now, we cannot stay here for long. The grass puppet avatar said before leaving. Even without its reminder, Ing Wuxia was already ready to leave. Concealing their traces, after flying for 100,000 li, Shadow Sects group landed in a nameless forest, resting and recovering. Just now, even though we obtained the light of the immemorial era, Feng Chanzi's price was too high, we paid too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, we still need other supplementary immortal materials. Shinu said. Thankfully, the light of the immemorial era is already obtained, the following matters are easier to solve. We can make use of Defy. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested. The important thing is, How many refinements can you do with this portion of the light of the immemorial era? He Lu Lan got to the point immediately. When goo immortals refine immortal goo, just one batch of immortal materials was not enough. Disregarding the hairy man heaven and earth style, and just looking at the human isolation style, the chances of refining a rank 6 immortal goo were often less than 1%. Theoretically, Ying Wu Xie and others should have prepared 100 portions of materials. But after experimentation, reality was even more cruel. Because the success rate was not just dependent on the amount of immortal materials. Many times, even with more than 100 portions of immortal materials, one can still fail the refinement. This portion of light of the immemorial era can last for 9 refinement attempts, Ying Wu Xie said as he paused. He secretly activated an immortal goo in his body. Rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Goo. This immortal goo originally belonged to Qin Baixing. Coincidentally, because he needed it, Shirnu obtained it and used it temporarily. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Shadow Sect failed, and this Luck Inspection Immortal Goo was transferred to Ying Wu Xie. This was an investigative goo worm that could inspect the luck of people. Ying Wu Xie's eyes shone as he looked above him. His vision was very different now. A luck pillar, resembling an illusion, appeared in Ying Wu Xie's eyes. Ying Wu Xie was taken aback. Eh? Why did my luck improve so much out of nowhere? He had already inspected his own luck long ago. It was very bad. And because of spring-autumn cicada's drawback, his luck was continuing to decrease. But now, it was much better than his initial assessment. Don't tell me. A thought flashed in Ying Wu Xie's mind. He thought of Fang Yuan. He also thought of the self-luck true inheritance in Lang Yilan's spirit's hands. Earlier, Shadow Sect invaded Lang Yilan's spirit and took a portion of Refinement Cauldron. We even destroyed Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo accidentally. Lang Yilan's spirit was preparing to refine it once again, and it just so happens that he succeeded recently. Perhaps he has already lent Dog Shit Luck to Fang Yuan. Ying Wu Xie felt that this was the most likely possibility. A few days ago, he was informed that Fang Yuan had passed his tribulation. Because Shadow Sect still had one hairy man goo immortal traitor left inside Langya Blessed Land. That must be it. Originally, Fang Yuan connected his luck to several people, splitting it equally. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, my body is Fang Yuan's, while he still has his soul. Both involve the connected luck. When he uses Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo to improve his own luck, it will flow down like water, going towards Yifan, Hanli, Hong Yi, and He Lu Lan. And these 4 people have luck connected to my body, thus, I also benefited from it. No wonder I waited so long earlier with no results and slim hopes. But now, Feng Chanzi suddenly lost the bet to Lang Ziqiu and needs capital, thus he transacted with me and I obtained the light of the immemorial era. After thinking about it, Ying Wu Xie found out about Fang Yuan's immense value. His immortal aperture has to undergo tribulation every 2 months. He must have used Dog Shit Luck to increase his luck and decrease the might of the earthly calamity. This way, I can benefit from it. I do not need to go to northern plains and find longevity heaven to borrow luck. Even though he knows that this would strengthen his enemies, he has no choice. Because the calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture far exceed logic, he has to do everything he can to survive every crisis. However, he chose to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. It was truly a wise move. Heaven's will is targeting him, trying to get rid of him. It would definitely strengthen the earthly calamity. But undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, Reckless Savage's true meaning replaced a portion of Heaven's will. It greatly reduced the danger. Humph, I hope you can survive this. I will reclaim your body one day. After staying in the nameless forest for a while, Ying Wu Xie and the others moved off on their journey again. Ying Wu Xie was moving quickly. He was pressed for time. Not only because his main body's remnant soul was stuck in the dream realm, facing great danger all the time, he had to make use of this good luck to refine fixed immortal travel, because the chances of success would be much higher. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Master, how long must we stay here? The newly advanced Strength Path Rank 6 Goo Immortal asked meekly. Chu Du stood on the icy plain. He looked at the handprint that he had created on the ground, sighing. He did not answer his disciple. He fell into deep regret. I was too rash earlier. Why did I attack him without thinking? Since he knows the method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning, it will not be easy for me to get this method, regardless of whether it is an immortal killer move or an immortal goo house. Even if I kill him, I need to prevent his soul from self-detonating, otherwise, it will all be for nothing. I would lose this immense opportunity to gain strength. I needed to act more carefully, at least, I should have been polite before resorting to brute force. Right now, the other party has fixed the gap and is hiding in the immortal aperture. That place is easy to defend but hard to attack. I have no methods to break in. It is not too late to salvage the situation. Maybe I can talk to him? Right, I still have his sword path immortal goo with me. This is a negotiation chip. Chapter 1061. Blood Torrent, Northern Plains. Inside the first layer of the heavens in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan opened his eyes slowly, his pupils flashed. I've spent so many days on deductions, but I'll use its original name, it will continue to be called Blood Torrent. Thinking of this, at Fan Yuan's will, the goo worms around him moved, scattering around him. Hundreds of mortal goo flew around him, forming a huge circle. Blood acid immortal goo was residing in his chest, its red insignia started to glow as it emitted burning heat. Suddenly, a dazzling blood-red light shot out of Fan Yuan's chest. The blood-red light rushed into the sky, turning into a huge stream of blood. The stream of blood carried Fan Yuan and charged out. After flying into the sky, with a swoosh, a long red line was drawn. A river of blood-red light was flowing in the first layer of the heavens. Everywhere it went, an intense stench of blood that would make people nauseous could be smelled. In the river of blood-red light, Fan Yuan's entire body was covered, completely concealed. This was good, he could hide himself, even if enemies wanted to attack, they would not know which part of the river to attack. After flying for a while, Fan Yuan stopped moving. The river of blood-red light vanished, Fan Yuan's figure appeared all alone. The speed of this river can be even faster, I just need to add in some more mortal goo. Fan Yuan thought about his experience and concluded. But no matter how many mortal goo I add, the linear speed cannot match Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was a rank 7 Immortal Goo. This immortal killer move, Blood Torrent, used only one rank 6 Immortal Goo, and that was the rank 6 Blood Acid Immortal Goo. It was natural that the speed was inferior to Sword Escape. Unless Fan Yuan could raise Blood Acid Immortal Goo to rank 7, the straight-line speed of Blood Torrent could not surpass Sword Escape. But this way, as a rank 6 Goo Immortal, for Fan Yuan to use the rank 7 Immortal Goo, he would face the same awkward situation again. It was not worth it. My linear traveling speed is inferior to using Sword Escape, this was expected, it is not a problem. I deduced this immortal killer move while thinking about traveling while changing direction, to make up for the flaw of Sword Escape Immortal Goo. I can use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately, this way, I can barely deal with Chu Du. Fan Yuan considered it clearly. Blood Torrent was a Blood Path killer move, while Sword Escape Immortal Goo was Sword Path, the two were unrelated. If any other Goo Immortal used both of them, they would lose out on both ends. But Fan Yuan was an exception. His body was special, it was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Goo. His down marks were of all paths, yet they did not interfere with one another. Fan Yuan could use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately, without causing them to lose their original strength. Sword Escape Immortal Goo allowed one to fly in a linear direction. Even though it was fast, they could only move in one direction. It was too simple, it could be countered easily. If the user stopped to change directions, the weakness exposed in that instance would be fully used by Domination Immortal. But if he used Sword Escape and Blood Torrent alternately, he would make up for their weaknesses, he would be able to face Domination Immortal. Chu Du was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. Strength Path was a path that focused on offense and recovery. It had the longest sustainability in battle, but it usually lacked in speed. Of course, this was only Fan Yuan's estimation. As for whether it would be effective, he needed to test it. After all, the last time Domination Immortal Chu Du fought openly was 100 years ago. After his battle with Lu Tribe's first Supreme Elder, he had concealed his traces and cultivated in seclusion. Fan Yuan not only deduced his Blood Path killer move these last days, he even collected information on Chu Du using all kinds of methods. But most of the information was from 100 years ago. At this point, Fan Yuan started to miss Fairy Li Shan. He Lu Lan's younger aunt had Mountain Pledge Goo. She had a huge network and was in contact with many people in the demonic and righteous paths, and even lone immortals. If she was still around, he would be able to collect more information regarding Chu Du. Langya's sect might be huge, but it had been in seclusion for so many years before wanting to make contact with the world again recently. In terms of information, it cannot match Fairy Li Shan. Information path, this is one of my weaknesses, I need to fix it. Fan Yuan's thoughts were wandering. He thought of the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Ah, that was a huge trap. Fan Yuan thought about it, and his heart was still pounding. He could survive because two giants were fighting, and he as an ant had profited from their conflict. He barely survived, a huge portion was attributed to luck. Come to think of it, it was because his information path attainment was too low, he had insufficient intel. If he knew about the hidden details of Yitian Mountain, he would have changed his plans. However, even if I had Fairy Li Shan's information path methods, I would not have been able to get any information. Yitian Mountain was simply too big of a plot. In the 500 years of my previous life, there was no such huge commotion. Fan Yuan put aside all of his irrelevant thoughts. He had to say, after reviving, his thinking speed was extremely fast. It was completely unlike the immortal zombie body. And with his Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level, with the help of many Wisdom Path methods, he was even more perceptive than in the 500 years of his previous life, he could think more nimbly. In this aspect, he had completely surpassed himself. Even though he deduced Blood Torrent, he needed to practice it, and continue to modify it as he used it. After creating an immortal killer move, it could not be left untouched. The Gu Immortal needed to modify and improve it, or even revamp it if needed. Back in the day, Dong Fong Chog Fan created myriad star fireflies he had improved upon it multiple times. Even so, he was not personally satisfied with it. Some immortal killer moves were improved upon by the creator for their entire lives. Even their inheritors participated in this process. For example, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was a signature immortal killer move of Heaven's Ending Manor. Generations of Gu Immortals had improved on it countless times. Precisely so, this move could become famous in Central Continent, and its might was not to be underestimated. Fan Yuan's immortal killer move was only created hastily, it was far from the level of moves like Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. In the following days, Fan Yuan practiced on using Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Non-stop usage increased his experience, he gained a lot of insight towards the use of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. While practicing, he continued to modify the move. Eventually, he stopped adding Immortal Gu to Blood Torrent, instead, he started taking out certain Gu worms. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape, because I need it for changing directions. After Sword Escape stops, I need to succeed in activating Blood Torrent in an instant. This is a short window of time, thus many mortal Gu makes it troublesome. Not only would it be a waste of time, increasing the difficulty of activation, the gains are also minute with just a small increase in speed. This is almost ready, I should try to gather my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chu Du. Even though Fan Yuan could continue to create more Blood Path killer moves, there was no need to. After getting Blood Asset Immortal Gu, he had used this Immortal Gu as the core, along with the accumulated mortal killer moves in the 500 years of his previous life, to create 3 Blood Path killer moves: Life-Staking Blood Print, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent. At this level, it was enough already. After all, he only had Blood Asset Immortal Gu. If he used one Blood Path killer move, the others could not be used at the same time. As for the other aspects, Fan Yuan could use other Immortal Gu instead. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he had lost almost all of his accumulated Gu worms. His current Gu worms were of many paths, they were a mess and were not organized to systematically cover all aspects. But he had no choice but to use them now. But if I were given another chance, I would still choose to take Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fan Yuan had no doubts about this. Even though Fan Yuan was inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it was easily guarded and hard to attack. But he had to be wary of Chu Du seeking help from others, or setting up an immortal battlefield killer move on the icy plane. In any case, the longer he stayed, the worse it would be. After making up his mind, Fan Yuan had no more hesitations. At his will, the entire immortal aperture started shaking. The tremors were increasing in magnitude. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an incredible speed. After an instant, Fan Yuan opened his eyes and he was already in the outside world, the northern icy plain. There was no snow or wind. Pale white sunlight shone on this flat icy plain. It was still very cold. Fan Yuan focused his mind, he looked around with a divine light in his eyes, quickly seeing Chu Du. Domination Immortal Chu Du. As Fan Yuan had expected, he had stayed here and did not leave. But the unexpected thing was Chu Du's attitude. Wait, please wait! Chu Du did not attack, he smiled warmly as he spoke to Fan Yuan in a gentle tone. There was no killing intent in him. Fan Yuan snorted. Are you being polite after resorting to brute force? I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Chu Du admitted his mistake, he apologized. I was too rash earlier. But after seeing your tribulation, it truly had too big of an impact on my future cultivation journey. Thus, I lost my reasoning for a moment and attacked. Now that I think about it, it was truly shameful. Fan Yuan looked at Chu Du vigilantly. He used many methods to probe the surrounding area. Seeing that Fan Yuan was silent, Chu Du initiated. Friend, I do not want to be enemies with you. I just want the method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. I hope we can make a deal. Deal? Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, he said with a tone of consideration. It is not impossible, as long as you can interest me with your offer. Joy flashed on Chu Du's face. But next, Fan Yuan said, but before the transaction, we have to settle the score for your attack on me which interfered with my tribulation. I will definitely satisfy you with the compensation. Chu Du said immediately, he had an earnest attitude. Even Fan Yuan was shocked. Was this still the domination immortal? But thinking about it, Fan Yuan's alertness towards Chu Du rose. This person could put down his pride, he was an incredible person. Anyone who looked down on him was a terrible fool. If you want to compensate me, return my flying sword Immortal Gu to show your sincerity. Fan Yuan continued to speak. Chapter 1062. Chu Du's weakness. Hearing that Fan Yuan wanted to take back Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Chu Du smiled, he replied. As long as we complete the transaction, not only will I return Flying Sword Immortal Gu, I will even give you satisfactory compensation. What a joke! Of course he had to keep this Flying Sword Immortal Gu for now. It was the best bargaining chip to restrain Fan Yuan. How could Chu Du return it now? Chu Du was warm and polite now, but he was deeply aware internally of this. Fan Yuan laughed, but there was no disappointment on his face. When he asked this question, he had already known the answer. His expression turned cold. Chu Du, you have no sincerity. We can forget about this matter. Saying so, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and flew out like a sword. He pierced the air and instantly appeared far away. Friend, please wait. Chu Du's expression changed, he quickly chased. Fan Yuan moved straight ahead, pointing towards the sky. After flying for a while, Chu Du's figure appeared several li behind him. Immortal Killer Move. Fan Yuan looked back and felt that the Gu Worm aura on Chu Du was very complex. It was a Strength Path Movement Killer Move, and was at rank 7. It was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu's linear movement. Fan Yuan's heart sank. This situation was bad for him. In fact, he had placed most of his hope on Sword Escape Immortal Gu. After all, it was very fast, even ancient cloud beasts could not catch up. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du also had an immortal killer move that could allow him to fly faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. I'm afraid that Chu Du has nurtured more Gu masters for their immortal ascension than just this one. In the last 100 years, he must have secretly obtained a lot of Reckless Savage's true meaning. His Strength Path attainment level is unmeasurably deep. This is how he created such Strength Path killer moves. Since Sword Escape Immortal Gu will not work, let's try Blood Torrent. Fan Yuan willed and stopped Sword Escape. His body still flew ahead due to inertia, but it became slower. Next, blood-red light flashed on his body as it surrounded him entirely, turning into a river of blood. The river of blood tore through the sky, moving like a slithering red snake. The smell of blood permeated the air. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Torrent, activated successfully. Fan Yuan turned around and flew towards his left side. The consecutive use of both moves was very smooth. Even Fan Yuan was satisfied. I reduced the number of Mortal Gu. It was the correct move. This way, the chances of Blood Torrent failing are lower, and I can use it faster. This is all thanks to the practice I did back in the Immortal Aperture. These thoughts only flashed for an instant. His attention was mainly placed on Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fan Yuan had changed his direction. The most important thing was Chu Du's reaction to it. If Chu Du can catch up to me, I will have to stop and debate with him, to discuss the matter of transaction. Fan Yuan was planning for the worst-case scenario, but Domination Immortal Chu Du charged forward with an incredible force, flying right past him. Fan Yuan's expression froze. His vision turned to follow Chu Du. He saw the other party move like a bullet train. Chu Du moved forward with great speed. He had such great strength that shock waves could be felt along his path. After flying for more than 10 li, Chudu's speed slowed down until he stopped moving. Next, he turned around and gradually gained speed, charging at Fan Yuan. His speed became faster and faster. Soon, he reached a speed that surpassed Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Brilliance flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He immediately used Blood Torrent and changed his direction. Thus, the same situation happened again. Domination Immortal Chudu flashily, or rather brutishly, flew past him. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried about Sword Escape Immortal Gu because it could only fly in a straight line, thus he created Blood Torrent to make up for that weakness. To think that this shortcoming was even more serious for Domination Immortal Chudu. The situation changed suddenly. Fan Yuan's thoughts churned fiercely. He decided to stop moving. It was very easy for him to escape now and shrug off Chudu. As long as he was vigilant, he would not fail. Interesting. Fan Yuan muttered, deciding to negotiate with Chudu. Chudu saw that Fan Yuan stopped flying and felt great joy. He also stopped moving. South close, so close. It seems that the flying sword Immortal Gu in my hands is very useful. The other party is making considerations for it. Fan Yuan waited for Chudu to fly to him. After a certain distance, he raised his hand. Stop, let's talk with this distance between us. Fan Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage of movement, it was still better to maintain a certain distance. Chudu immediately stopped. He smiled, looking slightly pathetic compared to before. Fan Yuan said, Brother Chu is really incredible. This was really eye-opening. What killer move is this? It is so amazing, even my Sword Escape Immortal Gu cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Body Strength Travel. I created it after much effort. It can increase my speed using my immortal body's strength path Dao Mox. But there is one weakness. I can only travel forward, and cannot change directions while flying. I cannot even move backwards. I have not practiced with it enough. I used it today out while panicking. It was truly shameful. Chudu said. He candidly conceded his weakness, giving an open-minded disposition that could make people look up to him. Fan Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. Brother Chu is extremely powerful. During normal combat, in Northern Plains, who can make you use this move to retreat? I will thank your praise. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World is extremely deep. I only have a bit of reputation, but the more I cultivate, the more I realize my insufficiency. There are definitely more than 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. Among rank 7s, you are one of those experts who can make me feel wary. I am ashamed. I do not even know about your name or background. Chudu smiled with a bitter expression. His words were not just out of politeness, they were his true thoughts. Fan Yuan did not know much about Domination Immortal Chudu, but Chudu knew even less about Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, his speed shocked Chudu. After all, in terms of linear speed, Sword Escape Immortal Gu could compare with the similarly ranked Chi Escape Gu. Chudu was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had many movement methods. But compared to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, most of them were inferior. Only this final immortal killer move, Body Strength Travel, could work. Fan Yuan's guess was right. This immortal killer move, Body Strength Travel, was created by Chudu for retreating. But in Northern Plains, very few people could force Chudu to retreat. And because Chudu had been keeping a low profile these last years to raise these Gu masters for their immortal ascension, he did not fight much. It was not that he did not practice this immortal killer move enough, but it simply had too many Gu worms. It was hard to use. The first time Chudu saw Fan Yuan was undergoing tribulation in the immortal aperture. Chudu made a move, but Fan Yuan was even faster than him, with more resolution. While Fan Yuan was searching for Chudu's information, Chudu was not slacking. He was also trying to find Fan Yuan's information. But he had no gains. In his perspective, Fan Yuan was someone who seemed to have jumped out of a rock. Since when did such a person exist in Northern Plains? Not mentioning anything else, just his aura was very strange. When Chudu first saw him in the immortal aperture, he was rank 6. But now, he had rank 7 aura. However, he was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. That much should not be wrong. But did he cultivate Blood Path or Sword Path? This was a question that Chudu was very curious about. These two paths were not related at all. If it were Soul Path and Enslavement Path, or Rule Path and Restriction Path, or Wisdom Path and Emotion Path, then it was understandable. But Sword Path and Blood Path? Wasn't he afraid that they would interfere with one another? But Fan Yuan not only had rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo, his Blood Path Killer move made even Chu Du gasp in shock. Also, so be it if he cultivated Blood Path and Sword Path, that was none of Chu Du's business, but he actually had a method to lure out the reckless savage's true meaning? Chu Du had racked his brains and made countless attempts before ending in failure. He could only choose a crude method like raising disciples afterwards. What method was actually used? Reckless savage's true meaning, he definitely needed to have wisdom path attainment to do it. Did that mean his wisdom path attainment was also not low? In this pursuit, even though it was very short, Chu Du could not catch up to Fan Yuan. Seeing that Fan Yuan did not fly away but stopped instead, Chu Du felt like his heart was pounding. He was filled with excitement and joy. Strength decided everything, thus right now, Chu Du treated Fan Yuan as an equal. Fan Yuan was silent for a moment, before he slowly said again, "Actually, it is not impossible to have a transaction." Chu Du did not speak, he only listened. His eyes were burning with enthusiasm, as if fires were blazing in his pupils. But after a long time, the despicable Fan Yuan did not speak. He seemed to have gone deep in thought. Chu Du could not hold it in any more, he asked. "I believe that with my wealth, you will definitely be satisfied." Fan Yuan looked at him before saying, "Didn't you attend the Northern Plains auction recently?" Chu Du's expression froze. He said in a probing manner, "So you attended the auction as well?" "That's right," Fan Yuan admitted openly. "During the auction, I even made use of you." Of course, the second line was only in Fan Yuan's mind. "What would you like? You can just say it," Chu Du pursued. "It is hard to say." Fan Yuan sighed. He frowned as he showed a difficult expression. Chu Du was feeling impatient. If this were another person, he would have slapped the other party already. "There is nothing you cannot say. Even if I do not have it now, I can try to get it for you," Chu Du continued. He had already decided to obtain this method regardless of the cost. Fan Yuan sighed again. "I said that because I have not thought of what to trade with Brother Chu yet." Chu Du was furious. "After such a long time, you showed such a difficult expression simply because you have not made up your mind?" Chu Du frowned. His tone became deep and low as he said, "Sir, did you stay here simply to toy with me?" "Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not," Fan Yuan immediately said. "Any Gu immortal would have calamities and tribulations looming over them. We have countless needs. I have not thought of what and how to transact with you to obtain the greatest benefit from my cultivation. How about this? Give me some time to think about it. After careful consideration, I will reply to Brother Chu." Chu Du had an ugly expression. He thought about it and nodded helplessly. "All right." Chapter 1063. Transformation Path. Seeing Fan Yuan's figure leaving in the horizon, Chu Du watched, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it a correct move or not? Chu Du's gaze was flickering. But soon, he smiled bitterly to himself. Even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? My methods cannot capture or catch up to him. If I use brute force, with this person's mysterious background, he might be troublesome to deal with, and even if I capture him, he might destroy his own soul. How would I get the method then? However, seeing his attitude, he must be sincere in trading with me. Otherwise, he could have left already. Why did he stay to talk with me? Chu Du recalled the conversation he had with Fan Yuan. He thought about it for a while. He felt that Fan Yuan was very sincere, even though Fan Yuan did not talk about anything significant, and most of the things he said were lip service. But precisely so, Chu Du felt, this was much more sincere than giving empty promises and assurances of benefits. Of course, his greatest confidence was not in Fan Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword Immortal Goo that he had in his hands. This is a rank 7 Immortal Goo. Even a legendary figure like Chu Du did not have many rank 7 Immortal Goo in his possession. Fan Yuan flew away and did not encounter any more problems. Langya Land Spirit had already arranged for Hairy Man Goo Immortals to set up immortal battlefield killer moves. There were even immortal Goo formations used for teleportation. However, Fan Yuan had an extremely easy time in getting away from Chu Du. Thus, the immortal battlefield killer move to obstruct Chu Du was no longer needed. Retrieving the components of the battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan used the immortal Goo formation and returned to Langya Blessed Land. You had dog shit luck immortal Goo's protection, yet you still encountered Chu Du. This does not follow common sense. Did anyone scheme against you? Seeing Fan Yuan, Langya Land Spirit asked straightforwardly. Fan Yuan frowned. He had considered this question long ago. With dog shit luck Immortal Goo's protection, my luck should not be bad. Was it because the earthly calamity was too fierce? The luck gained from dog shit luck was all used to counter the earthly calamity. Fan Yuan had a guess, but he could not say it to Langya Land's spirit. He was a human Gu immortal after all. Even though he joined Langya's sect, they were still of different races. There was a rift between them. Like earlier, when Fan Yuan rushed back to northern plains from southern border, Langya Land's spirit used the opportunity to take advantage of his situation. But if that is the case, then the earthly calamity that I went through was already heavily weakened by luck. Then, what sort of strength would the actual earthly calamity have? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt a cold chill. In this tribulation, he had narrowly avoided death. His life was in danger. It was a close call. In fact, this earthly calamity had completely surpassed the level of earthly calamities. Even the 10 great catastrophes could not match Fan Yuan's current earthly calamity. But I have connected luck with many people. Perhaps because dog shit luck's effect was split between many people, it was not effective. Fan Yuan thought, but he said, First Supreme Elder is right. This is not a problem of luck. Someone was plotting against me. The identity of Fan Yuan had already been exposed in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Be it the secret about him being an otherworldly demon or spring-autumn cicada, the fact that he also destroyed 88 True Yang building was known to all. Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, and all of the Huangjin tribes in northern plains were likely to plot against Fan Yuan. Langya Land's spirit sighed. Worry was written all over his face. His tone became grim. Maybe no one is plotting against you. Don't forget, you are a member of Langya's sect. And my Langya blessed land is already exposed. We have suffered more than one attack. A while ago, we lost 2 Gu immortals. The value of this place is enough for many experts and forces to act. Fan Yuan was slightly happy. It was much better for him if Langya Land's spirit had such thoughts. Langya Land's spirit's gaze was flickering. He quickly changed his words. But if we can use Wisdom Gu as the core to create the Immortal Gu House secluded residence, not only can we defend ourselves, we can even defend against all of the deductions from almost everyone in the world. Fan Yuan smiled without speaking. It turned out that Langya Land's spirit wanted to talk about this. It seemed that he was still coveting Wisdom Gu. But sadly, in the earlier transaction, Fan Yuan did not sell Wisdom Gu. It was all thanks to First Supreme Elder's Gu worms that I passed this tribulation. I will return them to you now. These Gu worms were a great help. Fan Yuan said as a huge number of Gu flew according to his will, out of his immortal aperture. Of course. With their help, simply an earthly calamity is a piece of cake. Langya Land's spirit said proudly. Fan Yuan did not say the truth, but he did not lie. He diverted the topic. Especially your killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, it was really effective. But Chu Du appeared at the end. It was quite scary. Thankfully, I was superior to him in terms of movement, albeit slightly. While listening, Langya Land's spirit collected all of the Gu worms. After inspecting each of them, he asked with a tone of regret, Are you really not selling Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu to me? In the original transaction, Langya Land's spirit wanted to use 3 true inheritances in exchange for Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu. But after thinking about it, Fan Yuan felt that even though Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Theft Path were good, they were not entirely suitable for him. They did not quite fit his future plans. If he exchanged for all of them, it was not worth it. However, the Refinement Path Killer Move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, the Luck Path True Inheritances Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu and others, they could provide Fan Yuan with huge help. Thus, after thinking about it, Fan Yuan chose his words and urged the land spirit. Do you really want to trade all 3 true inheritances with me? There are many immortal Gu in the true inheritances. If I get them, would Langya's sect not need them later? Langya Land's spirit was unwilling to let them go as well. For example, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu, it had been refined immediately by Long-Hair Ancestor the moment Giant's son Immortal Venerable died. After that, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu had been guarding Langya Blessed Land, providing huge help to the previous Langya Land spirit when he refined Gu. At the same time, it protected Langya Blessed Land from countless disasters and dangers. However, if Langya Land spirit did not offer them, these true inheritances would be too low in value. How could they be traded for Fan Yuan's 3 treasures? Thus, Fan Yuan urged again. First Supreme Elder, since both of us are unwilling, why don't we take what we need? Let's deal with a portion of each. Oh? Explain clearly. Langya Land's spirit said. Fan Yuan spoke about his intentions as Langya Land's spirit rejected. No way, no way, you want the most essential parts of all three true inheritances, but you are only offering Luo Pavali. This is a huge loss, no way. It will not do. Fan Yuan smiled, continuing to negotiate with Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit was not good at negotiations. His baseline was quickly identified by Fan Yuan after some probing. Under such a situation, the land spirit was simple and easy to deal with compared to Gu immortals. Eventually, Fan Yuan and Langya Land's spirit came to an agreement. Fan Yuan officially sold Luo Pavali to Langya Land's spirit, while he obtained Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu, Blood Acid Immortal Gu, and Dark Limit Immortal Gu, these three rank 6 Immortal Gu. His debt to Langya's sect was cleared, and he borrowed a large number of Mortal Gu and Immortal Gu to fix his weaknesses, and most importantly, the Gu worms needed to form Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Triple-Layered Sword Wave. And in fact, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Triple-Layered Sword Wave were extremely helpful to Fan Yuan during the tribulation. Even though this transaction was made, Langya Land's spirit was still coveting Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu right now. This time, the land spirit expressed his intent to purchase them again. But would Fan Yuan agree? Even so, he could not reject Langya Land's spirit too harshly, he thought and said carefully. I have no intentions to sell these two yet, but if I have any difficulties in the future, and the situation requires it, I will use them to trade with First Supreme Elder. Langya Land's spirit was about to speak. Fan Yuan waved his hand, quickly saying, I will leave these two treasures in Langya Blessed Land. I will not take them with me, I will lend them to the sect for use, as per our previous agreement. Don't worry, First Supreme Elder. Lending Wisdom Gu to Langya's sect meant Langya Land's spirit would feed it. This solved a huge problem for Fan Yuan. As for Danghun Mountain, it was better to not place it in his immortal aperture. Famous mountains or rivers bore a huge burden on the heaven and earth chi. The same applied to secluded domains of heaven and earth. Most importantly, Shadow's sect had clear knowledge of Danghun Mountain and Luo Pavali. If they used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, that would be a terrible situation. Langya Land's spirit was not resigned. He continued to touch on this topic, but who was Fan Yuan? He was someone with negotiation skills honed from over 500 years of life. The simple Langya Land spirit could not compete with him. After a long conversation, Fan Yuan took back a lot of his cultivation resources that were stored with Langya Land spirit. Like the eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, arrow bamboo forest, they were all from Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. They were sources of revenue that were only inferior to Guts Gu. From start to finish, Fan Yuan did not ask Langya Land's spirit about selling the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Chudu? He was just a backup plan for Fan Yuan. Even though they had exchanged information path Gu worms and could communicate, Fan Yuan had already left. He was not restricted by any information path methods. Wouldn't any future transactions depend on Fan Yuan's mood? As for Rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. It was just a Rank 7 Immortal Gu, so what if he could not take it back? Ordinary Gu Immortals treasured Rank 7 Immortal Gu, but Fan Yuan owned even Rank 9 Immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. He naturally had a different perspective. Especially when he had lost almost all of his Immortal Gus some time ago to Yingwu Xie. Merely Rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu paled in comparison to all those Immortal Gu. Chudu did not know about Fan Yuan's background. He underestimated Fan Yuan. All in all, there was little chance that Fan Yuan would trade with Chudu. Reckless Savage's true meaning was much more important to Fan Yuan compared to a Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Because the path that I am going to walk on now is Transformation Path. Fan Yuan had thought about it deeply, he had considered it thoroughly. Transformation Path. This was the most suitable path for him now. Chapter 1064. I am a Transformation Path Gu Immortal. Why did Fan Yuan choose Transformation Path? After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fan Yuan had a living body. He had been considering the most important question, what path was he going to choose from now on? In his previous life, he chose Blood Path. That was because Blood Path allowed quick growth and was very powerful. He could grow while fighting, and it had little requirements towards resources. Moreover, during his previous life, this was his only decent fortuitous encounter. His best prospects were in Blood Path. After rebirth, he gave up on Blood Path and chose Strength Path. That was because now was not the 5 regions chaotic war period. The regions were still orderly and Blood Path could not flourish. Another reason was because of his fortuitous encounters. Fan Yuan searched his memories and found the best opportunities for him at certain periods of time. Coincidentally, these opportunities were all related to strength path. Actually, be it blood path or strength path, they had flaws. Blood path was in poor circumstances, people held animosity towards it. Any Gu immortal or Gu master who cultivated blood path would be pushed aside by the entire world. Strength path was declining, even though domination immortal Chudu added the human Jun's strength branch, its decline could not be stopped. Truthfully speaking, these two paths were not the best choices. Fan Yuan concluded, since rebirth, his fortuitous encounters were quite plentiful. Wisdom path, luck path, theft path. These opportunities were also of very high grade. For example, Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance, or Star Lord Wan Xiang's star path inheritance. Star path and wisdom path, these two paths were much better than blood path and strength path. Having an inheritance, and not having one resulted in drastically different outcomes. The former allowed one to use the wisdom of predecessors to advance fearlessly, they could be very confident. The latter explored on their own, in a world of the unknown, they had to experiment and find their way forward slowly. If Fan Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in his previous life, as long as the situation allowed it, he would have chosen Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance as the main focus, with Star Lord Wan Xiang's star path inheritance as well as Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritance to assist him. He would become a wisdom path Gu immortal. Because in terms of prospects, Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance was the best. Wisdom path Gu immortals were few in numbers, they were very valuable in the Gu immortal world. While being very popular, they were also deeply feared by many. But the path to choose was not just dependent on future prospects, one's immediate needs were important too. Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance came from a heavenly court rank 8 Gu immortal, it had been passed down for many generations, the prospects were great. But this inheritance had a weakness, it did not excel in fighting. The biggest advantage of this true inheritance was the proficiency in deduction. In order to make up for this weakness, Dong Fang Chao Fan created the immortal killer move Myriad Star Fireflies. His weakness was alleviated. Dong Fang Chang Fan's route was not suitable for Fan Yuan, because he was facing danger everywhere. In Wu Xie, Shadow Sect's remnant forces, Heavenly Court, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the Huangjin tribes in northern plains, Fan Yuan had many enemies. Especially after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fan Yuan's secrets were exposed, be it Spring-Autumn Cicada, his otherworldly demon status, or the crime of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he had almost been completely exposed. Thus, Fan Yuan not only needed to consider his future prospects, he had to consider his circumstances. In some aspects, his immediate needs were more important than his future prospects. Without the ability to deal with his circumstances, even if he had huge prospects, it was useless, he could not make use of them. Right now, Fan Yuan needed high battle strength. Metal path, fire path, lightning path, sword path, blood path, these 5 paths were publicly recognized as the paths with the highest battle strength. The first 3 had been mainstream for an extremely long time. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had very short history, they were considered to be new. Sword path had Bo Qing, while blood path had Blood Sea Ancestor, but other than these 2, there were few noteworthy people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not match the other 3. For Fan Yuan, be it metal path, fire path, or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary, he had no inheritances for them. In contrast, he was a blood path grandmaster, and even though his sword path attainment level was ordinary, and had no inheritance, he had many of Bo Qing's immortal Gu. The attainment level of all of the paths was an important element of consideration. Without an inheritance, if the person had high attainment level, they could innovate and create new methods. But it would be harder to do it without an inheritance, the person needed talent and creativity. Fan Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path attainment levels were all at Grandmaster, with blood path coming from his previous life's foundation. Strength path was accumulated over both lives, while wisdom path and star path were obtained by chance, using the dream realm to raise their attainment levels rapidly. Refinement path was at quasi-grandmaster, it was good even among Gu immortals. Enslavement path was at master level, it was not impressive among Gu immortals. Luck path was quasi-master, while most of his other paths were ordinary like sword path, light path, dark path, and others, or even blank like Phantom Path. In terms of attainment level, he should go on the path with the highest Grand Master attainment level, one out of these four. But forget about Blood Path, or Strength Path on the decline. Wisdom Path and Star Path were not outstanding in battle strength, even though he had inheritances of them. Fan Yuan's accumulated immortal goo were all lost already. If the immortal goo in these inheritances were not yet refined, Fan Yuan could still slowly refine them in the future. But these immortal goo were in Ing Wuxia's hands now. He did not know which ones were already destroyed. In this situation, there was a huge obstacle for his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take a risk and refine immortal goo, because there could only be one, he might not succeed. With all of these considerations, Fan Yuan was in an awkward position. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when thinking about his future path, Fan Yuan felt deeply lost. Only after he gradually realized the profoundness of this body, the confusion in him was dissipating, he could see hope again. He first realized that his body had over 1,000 down marks, of all paths. This was not out of the ordinary. When goo immortals undergo tribulations, because of the tribulations in their immortal apertures, down marks of all different kinds would form. It was only that there would very clearly be one or two types with the highest quantities. The most important thing was, his down marks did not interfere with each other, they did not weaken one another. This was simply too amazing. When Fan Yuan first realized this, he could not believe that something this good could exist. This overturned conventional wisdom regarding cultivation. If he told people about it, they would think he was spouting nonsense. But thinking about Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, a rank 9 immortal goo that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect had prepared to create for tens of thousands of years, the essence of their work. In this way, it was not strange for it to go against common sense. Next, Fan Yuan was immensely joyful. This benefit was not for others, it was for himself. With just this point, he could cultivate every path. Long ago, Fan Yuan had once planned to cultivate 2 immortal apertures, one for Time Path, and another for Strength Path. But the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was much more absurd. It could cultivate every path, from the start of history, every single path that had existed. This was simply like a dream. In history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables cultivated one path primarily, with another secondarily. Even if goo immortals cultivated many paths, the result was often that they would end up in failure after trying to bite off more than they could chew. Because their down marks resisted each other, the more they cultivated, the greater the conflict, it was not worth it. But Fan Yuan did not have this problem. He could cultivate every path. There was zero conflict. His prospects were bright. He surpassed the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history. Fan Yuan quickly calmed down. The possibility was beautiful, but cultivating every path was just a wondrous dream. He had to consider the amount of time needed, resources, effort, and most importantly, a safe and peaceful cultivation environment. Fan Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited effort and resources, and had no time. His enemies were in all 5 regions, including the Northern Plains Goo Immortals who were most skilled at combat, the #1 Goo Immortal organization in the world, Heavenly Court, the 10 great ancient sects who controlled Central Continent, and countless people who were coveting the luck path true inheritance that he had. His prospects were wonderful, but danger lurked everywhere. Forget about creating his own path. Fan Yuan did not have that foundation. He could only choose one path that was available now, and continue on it. At most, he could cultivate a second one. Any more, and the situation would not allow it. His time and effort would be wasted, and he would be seeking his own doom. Among all of the paths, which one could allow Fan Yuan to gain great battle strength and display his expertise, while also considering his attainment level and inheritances? After thinking about it, one path was left in Fan Yuan's mind. That was Transformation Path. Transformation Path was called the path that projected every path. Transformation Path Goo Immortals could transform into existences of Metal Path, Light Path, Sword Light Path, and all other paths. But Transformation Path had a flaw that has lasted until today. That was when Transformation Path Goo Immortals transform into other beings. They needed to get rid of those down marks to prevent their down marks from interfering with one another. This flaw was non-existent to Fan Yuan. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, his down marks coexisted in harmony. When Chi Zai chased him, he had even thought that Fan Yuan was the owner of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's secret of unrestrained transformation. It could be said, Transformation Path could display Fan Yuan's advantage the most. It could even be said, Fan Yuan was currently No, he was one of the only 2 people in history that were most suitable to cultivate Transformation Path. Even more amazingly, once he cultivated Transformation Path, his secret of having Tao marks that did not resist each other would be concealed completely. Fan Yuan could use the immortal goo of all paths after transforming, without attracting any suspicion. And after transforming, he could use the immortal goo of those paths and receive an amplification effect. For example, becoming a sword path beast to gain numerous sword path Tao marks, and then using sword path immortal goo to gain a greater amplification in power. Even though Fan Yuan's transformation path attainment level was not high, so what? He had Reckless Savage's true meaning. Even though Fan Yuan did not have any transformation path inheritance, it was not an issue. Why? Because transformation path killer moves were easy to obtain. Perfectly transforming into another form completely was a killer move of transformation path in itself. As for the immortal goo of transformation path, they were the easiest to refine in all of the paths. To Fan Yuan, he could quickly accumulate them and restart again. Furthermore, Fan Yuan had other considerations. Like Langya Blessed Land. This Langya land spirit placed high value on the identity of a hairy man. If Fan Yuan cultivated to fruition, he could turn into a hairy man goo immortal to gain his trust. He would get more support. In the future, when he faces assault, he could turn into other things or people to deceive others. If his identity was exposed, and he could not do anything with his original identity, he could conceal himself and continue to roam the world safely. From now on, I am a transformation path goo immortal. Chapter 1065. Refining change form immortal goo again. Langya Blessed Land, a few days later. This is the interior rain, Langya Land Spirit said as he landed a basin of water to Fan Yuan, letting him look. Fan Yuan stretched out his arm to receive it. Be careful, Langya Land Spirit instructed. This rank 6 immortal material is very special, it is quite heavy. Langya Land Spirit placed a lot of emphasis on the word heavy. Fan Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I have heard of this immortal material. Saying this, Fan Yuan took this immortal material. Suddenly, he felt a strong gravitational pull. Looking over at it, the water in the basin was clear and transparent, it had traces of green in it. Fan Yuan was holding it stably, but the water's surface had ripples for some reason, like the surface was being struck by rain. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rainwater was very unique, it contained Tao marks, its actual weight was not high, but it brought a type of burden to the life form holding it. Langya Land Spirit emphasized on heavy, he was not talking about weight, he was talking about its psychological burden. Have you really decided to use the third and final opportunity to ask me to refine goo? Not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form immortal goo instead? While Fan Yuan was looking at the immortal material in the basin, Langya Land Spirit asked again. Yes, I have decided, I won't change it again. Fan Yuan nodded, he replied firmly without hesitation. Fan Yuan had thought about it deeply, he had made up his mind to cultivate transformation path. Fixed immortal travel was good, but firstly, the most crucial material, light of the immemorial era, was missing. Secondly, Fan Yuan was not certain that it had been destroyed, and finally, change form immortal goo had greater importance to Fan Yuan at present. Thus, Fan Yuan changed his mind and used the final opportunity to try and refine change form immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, change form immortal goo was the essence of transformation path itself. This immortal goo was famous in history, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had used it, and refined it to rank 9. But after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, the rank 9 change form immortal goo was destroyed as well. From then on, people would refine it again starting from rank 6. In terms of foundation, transformation path was much deeper than sword path and blood path. After Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, there were many goo immortal experts in transformation path. These people were like bright stars in the sky, they had left a deep mark in the long history of the world, they were talented and legendary, future generations revered and looked up to them. Change form immortal goo had been a key element, it had also risen and fallen with these experts. Change form immortal goo had been destroyed dozens of times, and refined again by others. Under most situations, it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form immortal goo appeared scarcely in history. As for rank 8 change form immortal goo, it was even rarer, almost countable with 2 hands. The higher the rank of the immortal goo, the harder it was to refine. And together with the lower chances of success, the refinement materials were also more expensive. For instance, old ancestor Shui who, to refine rank 8 immortal goo fortune rivaling heaven, had spent almost all of his savings, and even ordered Snowy Mountain blessed lands goo immortals to find immortal materials for him. From this, one could see the terrifying cost of refining a rank 8 immortal goo. Thankfully, Fan Yuan was only trying to refine rank 6 change form immortal goo. He had the immortal goo recipe, and there was little chance of change form immortal goo being refined by others. The immortal materials were mostly prepared. This was thanks to Langya Blessed Land's huge immortal material inventory, and Fan Yuan did not have to pay for them at all. Because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestors' agreement, Langya Land's spirit would refine goo for Fan Yuan 3 times. Mortal goo were guaranteed, but immortal goo were not. This was the third and final time. It is a pity. Back then you had the success Dao mark. Refining change form immortal goo would have been a guaranteed success. Why did you rebirth at that crucial moment? Langya Land's spirit thought back and felt it was greatly regretful. Fan Yuan had informed Langya Land's spirit of many things honestly. After all, secrets like his rebirth were already exposed. Even if Langya Land's spirit did not know, he could obtain information from the outside world. At that time, I was used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but even now, thinking back to it, it is still very suspicious. Fan Yuan frowned. Langya Land's spirit shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have a success Dao mark, I have inherited my main body's special hairy man nature goo refinement technique. This method can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the goo refinement. Even though calamities and tribulations occur, the advantages surpass the disadvantages. Furthermore, my Langya Blessed Land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations. There are a great number of refinement path Dao marks here. Together with the effect of the remaining parts of Refinement Cauldron, there is a high chance of succeeding in refining change form immortal goo on the first try. However, to make it safe, Fan Yuan, you have to participate in this refinement. You are the owner of dog shit luck immortal goo. Using your strong luck, you can increase the chances of success. In this refinement process, interior rain is the first problem. In the following days, you have to practice with the interior rain that you have. Luck Path had great effect in assisting goo refinement. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable worked with Long Hair Ancestor to refine 88 True Young Building, Luck Path played an important role of assistance. But when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor cooperated to refine Space Escape Immortal Goo, it could not be used. After all, Theft Path was inferior to Luck Path in terms of helping with goo refinement. Next, Langya Land's spirit taught Fan Yuan some of the secrets behind the Hairy Man Nature Goo refinement technique, including some precious goo refinement methods and many mortal killer move for goo refinement. Of course, these were not free. Fan Yuan had to pay with his sect contribution points. Even so, Fan Yuan gladly accepted them. The current Langya Land spirit was inferior to the previous one in goo refinement, but it was still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. Its refinement path attainment far surpassed Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had an amazing teacher now. Many of his questions and problems in refinement path was solved. Those precious goo refinement methods and killer moves that were long lost benefited Fan Yuan greatly. The Hairy Man Nature Goo refinement technique was an eye-opener to Fan Yuan. He felt that if this method worked, it would be far superior to the human isolation style. Interestingly, while Fan Yuan was researching refinement path, his brother was also researching refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Fan Jing was sitting in a room in the imperial city of Black Hair Continent, holding a 3-colored flame in his hands. Fan Yuan's fake will was speaking inside his mind. In the competition tomorrow, the enemy is extremely powerful. Fan Jing, even though you have rank 5 cultivation level, you severely lack goo worms. You are also a human goo master. You are ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine goo yourself. Tonight you must refine the rank 5 goo river swallowing toad. That way, you will be able to counter the enemy's water path methods. I know, can you shut up? Fan Jing snorted in his mind. Fan Yuan's fake will stopped speaking, but soon, the 3-colored flame in Fan Deng's hands dissipated. Fan Jing spat out a mouthful of blood. After failing the goo refinement, he suffered internal injuries. Hee hee. Fan Yuan's fake will laughed. Oh my stupid brother, you are still as useless as ever. The goo refinement process has just started, and you have already failed at the 3rd step. Fan Jing's expression was very ugly, but the truth was in front of him. He had nothing to say. He kept quiet and sat down. using goo worms to heal himself. Fan Yuan's fake will continued. Being useless is fine, any person can grow and become stronger even if they are useless and weak. But the important thing is, there is no hope if you cannot recognize your own weakness and uselessness. The materials you prepared can only allow you to attempt the goo refinement 3 times. This is just the start, and you have already failed. Without my help, how will you refine the river-swallowing toad? In tomorrow's battle, death is not barred, the other party will not spare you even if you beg them. You are beyond saving. Fan Jing felt anger from embarrassment, he shouted. If I die, that's my own business, you are too noisy, shut up. Fan Yuan's fake will said eagerly. I am going to keep talking, can you stop me? You think I care about your life? Humph, little brother, you are still so ignorant. I only want revenge, you are just a tool for my revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will definitely not be yours. Fan Jing replied resolutely. Fan Yuan's fake will laughed. You have no choice, even if you do not want to, so what? After participating in the competition, along your advancement, you killed many hairy man goo masters, you were taking revenge for me. Tonight you must listen to my advice in order to successfully refine the goo. You must accept my guidance, otherwise you will die tomorrow without doubt. Fan Jing's expression was dark, but he did not rebuke. He clenched his fists, falling into dead silence. 2 hours later, he started to refine goo. Fan Yuan slowly gave his pointers regarding the steps. Fan Jing did not speak, but he followed the instructions without any deviation. Finally, when the sky was turning bright, at dawn, Fan Jing succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud cover continent. Fan Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. The interior rain in front of him had been processed properly. It was like frozen ice, resembling a completely transparent jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this degree was not just as simple as freezing it. There were more than 50 steps involved in this, more than 20 goo refinement methods were used, and 30 refinement path mortal killer moves. Furthermore, the goo refinement needed to do all these within several minutes. After wasting 3 basins, Fan Yuan finally succeeded by the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a lump of fake wool flew to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's eyes shone. After confirming that it was harmless, he retrieved it in his mind. Soon, an almost indiscernible smile appeared on the corners of his lips. In order to survive, Fan Jing can only follow my instructions. Even though he hates me to the core, in order to live, he can only obey. Every time he survives using my guidance, he would feel humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens once, it will continue to happen. The more it happens, the less affected he feels. Eventually, he will get used to my existence and rely on me subconsciously. By then, it would be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current mental state is still not good enough, he needs to be trained further. Chapter 1066. Everyone collecting immortal materials. A blood deity was Fan Yuan's long-term plan. Fan Jing was the second step of this plan. The first step of this plan was to refine blood deity immortal goo. Fan Yuan wanted to refine this immortal goo in his first life. He had even found trouble with vicious lightning fiend for its remnant recipe. Only after refining blood deity immortal goo and killing a blood-related relative would he be able to create a blood deity. Right now, Fan Yuan might have a blood deity immortal goo recipe, but it was only 70% complete. When he had been an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and effort to spare in completing this immortal goo recipe. Now he had revived, but he could no longer step in the light of wisdom. Even if I can't use the light of wisdom, with my Grand Master attainment in blood path and wisdom path, it is enough to deduce the rest of the blood deity immortal goo recipe. It is just that the time and effort used would be far more than using light of wisdom. Even after refining blood deity immortal goo, for killing Fan Jing and creating a blood deity, I still need to change his point of view first. At least, I need to make him not have hatred towards me. Because refining a hatred-filled relative into a blood deity will create backlash to the owner, they are like a double-edged sword, harming the enemies but also able to harm myself as well if I let go of my guard. Actually, there were many ways to influence someone's feelings towards other people in the world of goo masters. Wisdom path had countless methods, emotion path was even more specialized in this. Fan Yuan had quite a lot of such methods. As long as he wanted to, he could just use one to make Fan Jing docile and loyal to him. But doing so meant influencing Fan Jing through external power, altering his true emotions. And when he is killed and refined into a blood deity, The wisdom path Dao marks used on him would be cleared completely, leaving behind only pure blood path Dao marks. At that time, Fan Zheng's true emotions would return. Fan Yuan could only slowly change Fan Zheng's emotions and perspective, and he would be able to get a blood deity that met his standards. Obviously, changing Fan Zheng's perspective would be a very long process, and the completion of blood deity Immortal Gu's recipe was also a far-off project. At least, Fan Yuan currently did not have the time to do this. Not to mention, after he perfected the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe, he still would have to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than other paths. Blood path Gu worms had a characteristic: the cost of their refinement was quite low. These many reasons determined that the refinement plan of blood deity could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he moved forward step by step, persevering and not giving up, he would finally succeed. Fan Yuan was currently taking out some time from his busy schedule to train Fan Jing, reaching his goals slowly. A 1,000-mile journey starts from a step. Droplets of water form into river. After understanding Fan Geng's situation, Fan Yuan activated Gu worms to produce fake wool, which then flew out. This fake wool would fly to Fan Geng's mind, replenishing the fake wool that had been consumed in his mind. A few days passed. Fan Yuan became very skilled in processing interior rain. Langya Land Spirit then gave him another set of immortal materials to familiarize and gain proficiency in the Gu refinement technique. Fan Yuan's attention was mainly placed on this aspect in preparation for refining change form Immortal Gu. When he was free, he would pay attention to his sovereign immortal aperture, inspect the changes in his immortal aperture, and managing it. Gu masters nourished their aperture, and the aperture produced primeval essence, which was then used to activate Gu worms. But regardless of if it were Gu worms, Gu materials, or primeval stones, Gu masters relied on the outside world for these cultivation resources. At Gu immortal level, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and they would be extremely safe and reliable, unlike the resources from the outside world, which would need the Gu immortal to watch all the time to prevent others from stealing them. To a Gu immortal, the immortal aperture was the safest production base. If it was managed properly, it would be an extremely huge help to the Gu immortal, and be a solid foundation for them to rely on. Because of having the same Dao marks, it could produce the most suitable resources needed for the Gu immortal and produce food for Immortal Gu. Trading the resources with the outside world could earn the Gu immortal a lot of immortal essence stones. There was even a chance of the immortal aperture having a completely new wild Immortal Gu formed. Fan Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers, with a layout like the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it intentionally created like that by Spectral Soul, or was it naturally formed? Fan Yuan did not know. After all, he had no role in creating sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He was only a lucky fellow who seized the fruits of success at the last moment. Fan Yuan had conveniently named the layers by referencing the 5 regions and 9 heavens, with just an addition of the word mini in front. Like mini northern plains, mini eastern sea, and so on. After making several observations, Fan Yuan had gradually discovered some minor mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture. He discovered, the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in layout, their environments were also almost the same. For instance, many northern plains had the terrain of a boundless flat grassland. The wind path Dao marks in the immortal aperture were somewhat more numerous in this area. Most of the fire path Dao marks in the immortal aperture were located in mini western desert. Mini southern border had more earth path Dao marks and also some poison path Dao marks as well. After discovering this, Fan Yuan had distributed his accumulated cultivation resources accordingly. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in mini western desert, dragonfish in mini eastern sea, regretful spiders in mini southern border, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and so on in mini blue heaven. As for mini northern plains, there were large numbers of snow monsters in there. These monsters remained behind from the first earthly calamity, and they included large numbers of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast level snow monsters. Fan Yuan did not have the time or energy to deal with these snow monsters for the moment, and so he left them aside. Anyway, mini northern plains was empty, with no precious resources, and was quite large, so these snow monsters could move about freely. After all, they were unlike ruined bats which could pierce through the aperture walls. Air bubble fish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horned sheep, worldly sand gull, oil water, rockmen, bludgy forest, mirror willow trees and so on were also arranged properly. While Fan Yuan was training his Gu refinement skills, he was also taking out some time to look after these resources. Arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass and so on might have been moved into mini blue heaven, but their Gu worm production had fallen terrifyingly. Meanwhile, eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish experienced minor decrease in their reproduction. Only regretful spiders had similar production rate to beforehand. There was nothing to be done. The sovereign immortal aperture might have broad prospects and unlimited potential, but currently it had only gone through one earthly calamity. Although it possessed down marks of every path, but there were only about 100 down marks of the majority of the paths. The growth of regretful spiders relied on wisdom path down marks, dragonfish on food path and water path down marks, while the living environment of eerie fire dragon pythons had more fire path down marks. The production of star path mortal Gu in arrow bamboo forest and the star fragment grass fields depended on star path down marks. He had previously placed these resources in Hu immortal blessed land or star form blessed land. The former had passed 6 or 7 earthly calamities and had a lot of down marks. Its fire path and water path down marks passed the numbers in the sovereign immortal aperture. While star form blessed land itself focused on star path, the sovereign immortal aperture simply could not be compared to it on this aspect. However, not all the paths in the sovereign immortal aperture had only around 100 down marks. Chi path down marks were far higher in number. This was because Fan Yuan had killed the Chi path Gu immortal Chi Zai in southern borders 5 regional mountain range and obtained his accumulation of Chi path down marks. However, Chi path down marks were still not the highest in number. The highest were snow path down marks. Fan Yuan had passed his first earthly calamity with difficulty. Actually calling it an earthly calamity was not appropriate. It was so terrifying that it far surpassed the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was the balance of fortune and disaster. The stronger the might of the calamities and tribulations, the more benefits the Gu immortal could receive after passing them. The benefits here were referring to down marks. Fan Yuan obtained huge numbers of down marks from his first earthly calamity. Among them, snow path down marks were the highest in number. Following afterwards were strength path and transformation path down marks. The latter 2 paths down marks were lower in quantity to Chi path. After all, Fan Yuan's Chi path down marks were the lifetime accumulation of the rank 7 Gu immortal Chi Zai, while the strength path and transformation path down marks were obtained just from the first earthly calamity. These down marks were already beginning to influence Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was still not noticeable in the other 4 small regions, but in many northern plains, there was already a large patch of snowy plain, and its boundary was still slowly expanding. This environment was good enough for Fan Yuan to plant many kinds of cold-resistant vegetation. Like when Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment changed after experiencing a few earthly calamities, and Hu Immortal was able to plant blue degree grass, chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flowers and so on. One main principle of managing immortal apertures was to act according to the environment. To refine changed form, Fan Yuan was preparing with all his effort, and in Central Continent, Ing Wu Xie's group was also not idling. They had obtained the light of the immemorial era, and started gathering other immortal materials listed in the Gu recipe. They were able to resolve a small portion of the items from their own inventories, but there were still many that required them to buy from the outside world or exchange with others. Ing Wu Xie had inherited the remnant forces of Shadow Sect, and was the boss of Defy, so his first choice was to trade for the resources from the organization. Negotiations, bargaining, and finally transactions. Gu immortals chased after profits, and with the loose structure of Defy, it was not easy to transact immortal materials. Ing Wu Xie and He Lulan almost ran their mouths dry while negotiating. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunxing were not adept at negotiations. After great pains and effort, Ing Wu Xie was finally able to gather 3 portions of Gu refinement materials. Yu Mu Chun is already dead. I have no choice but to give up on the hairy man heaven and earth style and use human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. This method's success rate is quite low, just 3 portions of immortal materials are not enough. Ing Wu Xie did not stop purchasing the materials. Moreover, to refine the Gu, he and the other 3 immortals took the risk of returning to Earth Abyss. Shadow Sect had arranged a super Gu formation in Earth Abyss which could provide huge help in Gu refinement. When Ing Wu Xie barely gathered 6 complete portions of immortal materials through Defy, a mishap occurred. A member of Defy, demonic Gu immortal Gong Sun Liang, who had been hiding in Ningtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Heavenly Court's Gu immortals. Gong Sun Liang sent a request for help to Defy. The whole of Defy had immediately fallen into a huge turbulence. Gong Sun Liang, who had hidden himself very well, was actually captured. More importantly, Heavenly Court had personally made a move. This was truly shocking. Most of the members of Defy were those that were suppressed or excluded by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and had secretly allied for survival. Meanwhile, the 10 great ancient sects were no more than subsidiaries of Heavenly Court. Facing the colossal Heavenly Court, everyone in Defy was feeling insecure, and feared Gong Sun Liang revealing clues that would implicate them. Damned Heavenly Court! Ing Wuxia could only curse at this. Because of this event, other members of Defy went into hiding, and no longer dared to communicate with him, let alone trading immortal materials. Ing Wuxia knew they not only feared Heavenly Court, more than that they were doubtful of him, this boss. After all, previously, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal Gu to Ing Wuxia, and he was the one who met with disaster while the immortal Gu remained with Ing Wuxia. Was it the greed for immortal Gu that the boss intentionally did not save Gong Sun Liang? This suspicion had caused the power and prestige of the boss name to take a huge hit. Gong Sun Liang was captured, cutting down Ing Wuxia's optimal source of gathering immortal materials. With no choice, they could only take help of Treasure Yellow Heaven. This was the biggest market in the 5 regions. But the service charge was high and the transactions were not secret. They could easily be tracked down by those that had the intention. In short, the risk was high. If not for there being no other way, Ing Wuxia would not have used this method. Gong Sun Liang is captured. Heavenly Court will sooner or later find out about this place. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Ziwei has awakened. I must refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Ing Wuxia was feeling more and more hurried. His circumstances were also worsening by the day. Shadow Sect had emptied out almost all their treasuries to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, even using Zombie Alliance as immortal materials to refine into the 10 Extreme formation. Shirnu might be rank 7, but his immortal aperture was not managed properly. He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing had advanced to Gu Immortal not long ago, and had limited accumulations. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven had a superb collection of immortal materials, Ing Wuxia suffered from poverty, and had to spend his remaining wealth very carefully. He had to haggle over the smallest details. Who would want to transact immortal materials with him? Finally, by the time Ing Wuxia was able to gather 10 portions of Gu refinement materials through Treasure Yellow Heaven, he had almost reached the point where he shed tears of bitterness, his expression one of misery. A tiger without strength gets bullied by dogs. If now was before the Battle of Etian Mountain, there would be 10 or 20 entire portions of rank 6 immortal materials which could be obtained from just a fraction of Shadow Sect's treasury. Even if the materials were not in the treasury, with just one order, Zombie Alliance over the 5 regions would mobilize large numbers of immortal zombies to gather the immortal materials. Why would he get into this state? To gather the immortal materials, the current Ing Wuxia and the rest had almost already emptied out their pockets. I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel! I must succeed! Ing Wuxia inwardly cried out. His situation was filled with difficulties, while Fan Yuan was progressing smoothly. Fan Yuan had already discussed with Lang Yilan's spirit, even if the first Gu refinement did not succeed, they would still continue. As for the immortal materials required for the second or the third time, Fan Yuan would have to bear all the costs. He had ample money on hand, or rather, he had extremely ample money on hand. The production of his major resources had decreased, but Fan Yuan's earnings had instead multiplied by several times. The reason? The Time Path Foundation in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was extremely abundant. The rate of time inside was as high as 60 times that of the outside world. What did that imply? One day in the outside world was 2 months inside the sovereign immortal aperture. With such an increase in time, there would be more resources produced, completely making up for the reduction in the production rate. However, only a part of these resources would be sold by Fan Yuan. When negotiating with Lang Yilan's spirit, Fan Yuan had intentionally mortgaged Dang Hun Mountain. In any case, Fan Yuan was able to pay the debt. But this, however, gave Lang Yilan's spirit plenty of motivation. Lang Yilan's spirit was slightly worried that the Gu refinement would succeed in one go. Wouldn't that mean he would be unable to take the chance to obtain Dang Hun Mountain? Chapter 1067. Both sides refine Gu. Several days later, in a deep part of Central Continent's Earth abyss, Shirnu came back from the outside, reporting to Ing Wuxia. Master, I have already investigated clearly. Because of the huge cave-in, there was a massive commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent out 3 Gu Immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, I have already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 desolate beast groups to them. Because there seems to be wild immortal Gu in them, the 3 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will be kept busy. Shirnu was a rockman. He was born with Earth Path down marks. Shirnu's Earth Path cultivation was extremely useful in an environment like Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia nodded. You did well in this matter, but Heaven's will is everywhere. Do not be careless. When I am refining Gu, Heaven's will might influence these Gu Immortals to cause them to come here and ruin our plan. Shirnu thought for a moment before speaking. Master is right, but in this direction, we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they get past the desolate beasts and arrive here, we will have enough time to react. Ing Wuxia shook his head slightly. You have not seen the true power of Heaven's will. Not only can it influence Gu Immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At the crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might charge at us. Shirnu's expression changed. If the desolate beast group charges here, what do we do? What he meant was, were his earlier preparations of luring the beast groups simply shooting themselves in the foot? No need to worry. My confidence does not lie in these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts. It is in this Super Gu formation, Ing Wuxia said as an insightful light flashed across his eyes. Here was the safest place in Central Continent. This Super Gu formation covered all aspects. It not only hid them from Heaven's will, it prevented the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and also had incredible offense and defense. It could even assist in refining Gu. When Spectral Soul was in the door of life and death, he devoured souls and gained the memories and cultivation experiences of countless Gu Immortals. When he was alive, he was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. His talent was top tier even throughout history. Experiences of Formation Path and Refinement Path were all absorbed by Spectral Soul. He saved a lot of time and effort because of this. He raised his Formation Path, Refinement Path, and other paths attainment levels to Great Grandmaster. And this Super Gu formation was designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ing Wuxia was relying on this Super Gu formation to refine Gu. It was an ingenious idea. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts came charging, he could use the Super Gu formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to fuel the Super Gu formation and increase its might. Thus, there was no issue of creating trouble for themselves. Shirnu's worry was undue. Even though he had lived here for a long time, he did not know the true power of this Gu formation. I did not destroy Spring Autumn Cicada. Heaven's will resides inside this Gu, thus, the location of the Super Gu formation is known by Heaven's will. But it is not a problem. Even if Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals attack us, I can defend us for some time. With Heaven Overseeing Tower destroyed now, even though they have Fate Gu, the chances of Heavenly Court getting here are low. Ing Wuxia did not give up on Spring Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fan Yuan could use Spring Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sect's plan of 100,000 years. Then why couldn't Ing Wuxia also use Spring Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Heaven's will was vast, it only cared about balance, it did not bear grudges. Anyone who threatens this world or threatens the life forms in this world would be targeted by Heaven's will. Right now, Heaven's will's main target was Fan Yuan, not Ing Wuxia. Thus, even though Spring Autumn Cicada was full of Heaven's will, it was still useful to Ing Wuxia. And in Ing Wuxia's plans, he was going to re-refine Spring Autumn Cicada, to clear out the Heaven's will inside, making this legendary Gu his own. But these were future plans. Right now, Ing Wuxia's mind was on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal Gu was the key to resolving his problem. With this immortal Gu, he could go anywhere, he would regain the freedom he needed. There is no time, we should refine fixed immortal travel now. Shirnu, don't resist, I will activate the Gu formation and send you to the formation core, you will assist me with refining the Gu. Ing Wuxia ordered. Yes, Master, I will do my best, even if I have to stake my life. Shirnu quickly responded. After moving Shirnu, Ing Wuxia also came to the most central formation core. As for Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan, they were moved to 2 other formation cores. Even though it was only a rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this Gu refinement was very significant to Shadow Sect's future, and even the situation of the 5 regions. The Gu refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. The first refinement attempt of change form immortal goo was about to begin. Fan Yuan stood in cloud-cover continent. He was looking at Langya Land's spirit with a serious expression. Langya Land's spirit was no longer so sagely. He was muscular and brawny. He had black hair on his body as he floated in the sky like a demonic god. He growled, his voice filled the scene, clouds scattered upon his action. Down marks seemed to have lit up due to his voice, the surroundings were full of them. These down marks are mostly refinement path down marks. They are exceptionally good assistants in goo refinement. Langya Land's spirit introduced proudly. He growled again. While growling, lumps of light shined in the entire sky. They shone with beautiful and vibrant lights. It was a dazzling sight. What is happening in the sky? Quickly look, an immortal miracle has occurred again. Not long ago, there was a rainbow beam, and now, there are rainbow stars in the sky. This is such a grand sight. At once, in Black Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent, there were huge commotions as all sorts of people, from beggars to royalty, looked up with enthusiastic gazes at the stars in the sky. Each star is oozing with immortal goo aura. These are the components of the immortal goo house, refinement cauldron. Fan Yuan asked in a questioning tone. Langya Land's spirit nodded, saying regretfully, You guessed right, it is a pity that most of the core immortal goo are gone. If refinement cauldron was intact, the chances of refining change form immortal goo are 60%. But forget it if it's lost. I am not going to repair refinement cauldron anyway. What can the complete refinement cauldron do? True strength does not lie in immortal goo, it depends on the goo immortal themselves. Pay attention, I am about to start. At this time, the Dao marks in the surrounding hundredly lit up, the sky was shining in rainbow colors. Langya Land's spirit was high in the sky, countless goo worms were flying around him, large numbers of mortal goo materials were instantly refined by him. The speed was so fast Fan Yuan could barely keep up by looking. In a while, Langya Land's spirit growled, Your turn. In an instant, Fan Yuan's vision changed. He replaced Langya Land's spirit in his position, floating in the air. As for Langya Land's spirit, he was standing on the ground, watching Fan Yuan. As it turned out, Langya Land's spirit had assessed the situation and decided that this goo refinement was going to use a dual immortal goo refinement method. Langya Land's spirit was going to use the hairy man goo refinement method, while Fan Yuan was going to process the important immortal materials. They held equal importance in this. Fan Yuan was amply prepared. After appearing in the sky, he waved his hands as he took out a large basin of interior rain. Langya Land's spirit saw this and nodded, feeling slightly pleased. Fan Yuan was calm and collected. He had deep foundation in the basics. His methods also had an indescribable essence of profundity. This lad is worthily a reborn individual. With his previous life's experiences, his refinement path attainment level is reaching Grandmaster. But to take this final step, it will not be easy. Langya Land's spirit assessed. The goo refinement proceeded smoothly, all of the steps were meticulously followed. Even if accidents occurred, they were small and negligible. Fan Yuan and Langya Land's spirit made ample preparations. And because Fan Yuan and Langya Land's spirit were not unskilled in refinement path, it was a cooperation of two experts. It was not strange to have such progress. For 3 days and nights, Langya Land's spirit and Fan Yuan worked without rest. Their hard work paid off in the form of an incomplete immortal goo. Langya Land's spirit saw this and was overjoyed. It seems that this first goo refinement is likely to succeed, as long as the last few steps have no issues. Before he finished his words, the sky rumbled, thunder resounded as lightning flashed. The immortal goo was about to form. Tribulation descended. Fan Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still stable, manipulating the mystical icy flame, tempering the incomplete immortal goo. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal goo's tribulation, it is no the. What? Langya Land's spirit's pitch became extremely high, like a rooster held by its neck. His eyes were staring wide at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky. Before the tribulation descended, the intensity and aura had already far surpassed the standards of rank 6 in Langya Land's spirit's memories. In fact, even rank 7 immortal goo would not result in such tribulation lightning. Why did this happen? Langya Land's spirit growled angrily in confusion. First Supreme Elder, take care of the goo refinement, I will deal with the tribulation. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. No. At the crucial moment, you cannot leave, your dog shit luck is protecting the immortal goo. Let me deal with the tribulation. Everyone, form the ancient battle formation. Langya Land's spirit shouted. As he said that, close to 10 hairy man-goo immortals flew to him. As silvery light flashed, a huge silver giant appeared again. The second-ranked battle formation in the olden antiquity era, heavenly giant solar. Central continent Earth abyss. Huff, huff, huff. Ing Wuxia breathed roughly, his eyes were red. He was like a gambler who had lost almost all his money, and was desperate to recoup his losses. Since half a month ago, he had been trying to refine fixed immortal travel. Up until now, he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 chances left. I have the goo formation to help me, but I still failed 8 times. The human isolation style truly has lower success rate compared to the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Yu Mu-chun were still alive, I would never use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Heavens will wants to get rid of me. If I give it this opportunity, it will use the tribulations to attack. If a tribulation that counters the super goo formation destroys it, there will be trouble. Fan Yuan does not know about heaven's will. He is using the hairy man heaven and earth style. Hee hee, good luck to him. Chapter 1068. Success and Failure. Boom! 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 Loud sounds resounded non-stop as the entire sky of cloud-covered continent shook. This is the heavenly drum thunder tribulation. Langya Land's spirit said inside the ancient battle formation heavenly giant solar. His face was showing shock and confusion. With this heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder booms, formless astral lightning would form in the goo immortal's body, destroying their intestines and organs. The force can blow up mountains and crack boulders. This is a sound path and lightning path tribulation. Normal goo immortals cannot defend against it easily. They are also sure to die in this tribulation. However, Fan Yuan, you do not need to fear. This place is surrounded with refinement path Dao marks. It is the best defense. Furthermore, I have methods to resist it. As long as heavenly giant solar is around, you will be safe. While feeling anxious, Langya Land's spirit transmitted this to Fan Yuan. He was afraid that Fan Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation, causing the goo refinement to end up in failure. Even though Langya Land's spirit wanted to get Dang Hun Mountain, and Fan Yuan failing to refine the goo would help in this, he was a land spirit that had to follow his promises. This was an agreement made by thieving heaven demon venerable and long-hair ancestor. He had to do his best to help Fan Yuan without scheming against him. Fan Yuan floated in the air, completely unaffected by the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm, his mind was also ice-cool. Langya Land's spirit's worry was excessive. Fan Yuan had undergone so many battles, the 5 regions chaotic war, the battle of Yitian Mountain. He had experienced all of these chaotic scenes. He was immune to such interference. He was composed, his fingers moved quickly, like flowers blooming. He stably proceeded with the goo refinement. Boom, boom, boom. Every thunderous sound would cause the giant silver body of heavenly giant solar to shake. The hairy man goo immortals who formed the battle formation felt agitated. Their hair was standing on end, as if an apocalypse was coming. Langya Land's spirit snorted coldly. I have a move that counters sound path. Behold my immortal killer move, Silent World! The silver giant shone with boundless brilliance. The silvery light was sharp, like shards of the sun. Fan Yuan shut his eyes in time, as he activated several defensive killer moves. The silvery light flickered and vanished without a trace. Silent World. No more thunder was heard. In the sky, dark clouds loomed as countless bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds. But the thunder that accompanied every flash of lightning was gone. After a long time, the sounds of thunder returned, from soft gradually to loud. With just this heavenly drum thunder tribulation's size, even if it expands by 10 times, it cannot interrupt the goo refinement. Langya Land's spirit had just said this smugly when the dark clouds in the sky transformed. Numerous blue light lumps shot down from the dark clouds. Each light lump was a blue charm lightning shadow. This was a lightning fiend. Its battle strength matched rank 6 goo immortals. When Hu Immortal underwent tribulation, she died because of a blue charm lightning shadow. And now, Fan Yuan had to face 20 of them. Langya Land's spirit's eyes were bulging. He yelled. What is going on? Why is there a second blue charm lightning shadow tribulation? And the size is actually 20 times of the usual. Even with Langya Land's spirit's long life and countless experiences, he was visibly phased. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. This was so similar to the situation when he was undergoing tribulation. During my first earthly calamity, it surpassed the heavenly tribulation. This time, during change form immortal goo's refinement, the same thing happened. there are actually 20 blue charm lightning shadows. If I encountered this during my earthly calamity, I would have died without question. During Fan Yuan's first earthly calamity, the heaven and earth Qi turned into some iron crown eagles, 2 ancient ruined bats, and countless ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters, and others. In terms of size, his first earthly calamity was larger, but Fan Yuan barely passed it. If he encountered this earthly calamity with 20 blue charm lightning shadows, he would not be able to live. During his earthly calamity, the ancient ruined bats had just formed when Fan Yuan resolutely attacked them with his full power without hesitation, destroying them. Fan Yuan had high offense and low defense, this was making use of his advantage. But if he fought against 20 blue charm lightning shadows, it would be different. Blue charm lightning shadows were fast, their battle strength matched rank 6 Gu immortals. Even if Fan Yuan used triple-layered sword wave, he could not hit them. Fan Yuan had rank 7 and 8 immortal Gu, but they were not defensive immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had strong attacks, but weak defensive methods. He was countered by the blue charm lightning shadows. The underlying problem is, I developed too quickly, my foundations are unstable, I have too many weaknesses now. Fan Yuan had a thought. Actually, he had discovered this problem long ago. But since the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he had been pressed for time, he had no free time to make up for these aspects. 20 blue charm lightning shadows charged at Fan Yuan together. They were so fast, like lightning, Fan Yuan only saw several blue traces before they all got near him. Lang Yilan's spirit shouted in panic, using another immortal killer move. The silver giant's body was shining in light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded until it multiplied a dozen times in size. The original silver giant was already huge. With this transformation, its feet stepped on cloud-covered continent, while its head extended up towards the heavens. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook intensely. It used another immortal killer move. The blue charm lightning shadows were already at Fan Yuan's left and right. They crashed into a sudden wall of light that appeared and were bounced back. After saving Fan Yuan, the silver giant raised its hands, clasping them together to form a circle, with Fan Yuan inside. Its arms were huge. They covered the surrounding space around Fan Yuan. The situation is bad. Even though my killer move can defend against blue charm lightning shadows, your refinement is still being interrupted. You need to be careful now, stronger attacks might be coming at you. If you fail to hold firm, the Gu refinement will fail. Lang Yilan's spirit transmitted again. Fan Yuan nodded, he did not speak, his expression was heavy. While refining Gu now, there were countless refinement path Dao marks helping him. And even the remaining portion of refinement cauldron was in the air assisting him. But the silver giant's battle with the blue charm lightning shadows would disturb the down marks, causing countless tremors. These were all problems for Fan Yuan. If he made a mistake, his hard work would be wasted. Bam bam bam! Loud clashing sounds entered Fan Yuan's ears. The blue charm lightning shadows were like blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking at its 2 hands. They were moving quickly, while the silver giant was moving clumsily. You bunch of fools! Lang Yilan's spirit scolded. He had to protect Fan Yuan and keep his arms stable. He could not be distracted, thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm lightning shadows was left to the other hairy man Gu immortals. But these hairy man Gu immortals had low battle strength. They were unskilled in controlling the giant. Even though they did their best, the immortal killer moves they used either failed, or even if they succeeded, in the outside world, they created flashy effects but had little impact. After a long time, they only killed 1 blue charm lightning shadow, and that was because of a lucky hit. Lang Yilan's spirit did not even have the energy to yell at them. Right now, it is really bad. He was full of worries. The silver giant was created with heavenly giant solar. It had expanded by more than 10 times, with less defense than before. It could only take a beating while the blue charm lightning shadows attacked. It was getting more transparent, fading with time. Even though Fan Yuan's situation was stabilized, because of the outside interference, his speed fell drastically. Lang Yilan's spirit estimated that with this speed, the silver giant could not last until the end. He was already occupied now, while Fan Yuan was focusing on the Gu refinement. They could not fight. Without external help, this refinement was bound to fail. Thankfully, this is my first try. It is okay if it fails, I have funds. Fan Yuan's attitude was actually rather good. He had a positive mindset. When refining immortal Gu, who could expect to succeed on the first try? Fan Yuan could bear the failure, but over in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Yingwu Xie had no alternatives left. This is the final chance, the final set of immortal materials. I cannot fail again. Ing Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat, he gritted his teeth. He was like a wolf that was forced to the edge of the cliff. Once he failed to gather another batch of immortal materials, it would be extremely difficult. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. I can't care less about the backlash, I need to get through this crisis first. Ing Wuxia made up his mind and activated a certain immortal killer move. An intense pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul turned into fuel and started burning. At the same time, his luck rose gradually. My main body had explored 88 True Yang building and created this move. Luckily, I obtained rank 7 Soul Hao Gu earlier. Together with some mortal goo, I can use this move. Determination flashed across Ing Wuxia's eyes. He was going all in, using a huge amount of luck to help himself in refining fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time, he screamed internally. Inside Langya Blessed Land, there was great danger. The silver giant was extremely weak, it was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy man-goo immortals and the giants suffered severe injuries. Some of them had burst arteries. They were spitting out blood, some had fainted while others were trembling intensely, throwing up frothy saliva. They had assembled the ancient battle formation. Now that the formation was damaged, the injuries were reflected onto them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fan Yuan or a Langya Land spirit, they were in despair. The next time I refine goo, I will definitely not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Fan Yuan swore to himself. At this moment, he felt that the human isolation style was very wonderful. I am actually going to fail this time. My Langya Blessed Land's reputation is ruined. It is the fault of these tribulations that increased in strength so ridiculously. Langya Land's spirit was furious. All right, it is almost time to stop. Gu Immortal Sixth Hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect had placed in Langya Blessed Land. There were 3 of them formerly. Now he was the only one left. He was the one communicating with Ing Wuxia, giving him the information about Fan Yuan and the Blessed Land. While resisting the blue charm lightning shadows, he did not help much. In fact, he was doing sabotage. From Shadow Sect's perspective, they were unwilling to see Fan Yuan refine change form immortal goo. For the final attack, let's use killer move one-arm sacrifice. Sixth Hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Even though this move was powerful, it would greatly weaken the silver giant. Now that the silver giant was on the brink of breaking apart, once this move was used, it would definitely collapse. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation would collapse. Not only would Fan Yuan's refinement fail, the backlash of the ancient battle formation would also kill many of the hairy man-goo immortals. After surviving, I would be given even greater responsibilities. This is perfect, simply perfect. Cold light flashed in his eyes. The traitor's sixth hair used one-arm sacrifice resolutely. One of the silver giant's arms left its body. As it fell, a bright light was emitted. Oh no! Which idiot? Langya Land's spirit's expression changed. He was about to scold. Suddenly, this severed arm was hit by an immortal killer move and erupted with incredible strength as it flew far away. Boom! With a loud crash, an intense explosion occurred. It happened to hit the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm lightning shadows were flying around everywhere. At that moment, coincidentally, most of them were gathered together and were hit by this explosion. They all died at once. Stunning results. Fan Yuan was dazed. Sixth Hair was shocked. This actually worked? Langya Land's spirit was also in a daze. He shouted after a while. Good attack. With this change, the silver giant collapsed, and the hairy man-goo immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation turned around quickly. Just Langya Land's spirit alone could deal with these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was in regret. He wanted to attack, but Langya Land's spirit ordered him to take care of the other hairy man-goo immortals. An hour later, Fan Yuan held the newly refined change form immortal goo as he stood in disbelief. The first refinement attempt succeeded? Central Continent Earth Abyss. Puff! Ing Wuxia spat out blood as he fell backwards. His expression was pale. He fainted at once. The final attempt at refining fixed immortal travel failed. Chapter 1069. Heavenly Court. The butterfly fluttered its wings. It flew up and down, as jade green light scattered below its beautiful wings. Eventually it landed on the tip of Fairy Ziwei's slender white finger. Fairy Ziwei looked at this jade butterfly deeply, smiling as she said, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "Precisely." An old female Gu immortal beside her said expressionlessly. This old woman had a hunched back, she was bending down, her hair was yellow like wheat, her face was wrinkled and her eyes were blurry. She wore a brown-yellow robe, there was a ring of sand around her waist. Fairy Ziwei turned around, expressing her gratitude sincerely. "Merely a rank 6 immortal Gu, it actually needed a refinement path great grandmaster like Granny Sha to refine, this was truly its honor." This old female Gu immortal was a member of Heavenly Court, she had recently woken up. She had rank 8 cultivation level, she was several thousand years old, there were no records about her age, but there were such antiques in Heavenly Court, except that her refinement path great grandmaster status was very rare. Fairy Ziwei knew a bit more. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal, she could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Sha had little lifespan, she had to sleep in Heavenly Court to delay the arrival of her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation, they were even in a relationship during their younger years. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself and died. This alarmed Granny Sha, she took the initiative to end her hibernation and woke up. Granny Sha looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Ziwei's hand as she sighed deeply. "I am an old woman with half my body inside the coffin, what honor is there? By refining fixed immortal travel this time, can I really help you to capture that Fan Yuan?" Refining fixed immortal travel needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By this era, it could no longer be found by normal Gu immortals, but Heavenly Court was an exception. This was the #1 Gu immortal organization in the world, present since the remote antiquity era. It had been in a leading role throughout history, arrogantly looking down on all 5 regions. Wind Cloud Manor was only a sect under Heavenly Court, but they already had the light of the immemorial era in their inventory. Heavenly Court's own treasury undoubtedly had more. Thus, Granny Sha could rush to refine fixed immortal travel without lacking immortal materials. This was the foundation of Heavenly Court after being around for 3 million years. Towards Granny Sha's question, Fairy Ziwei smiled. "This is the result of my deduction, I have 60% assurance." Surprise flashed across Granny Sha's eyes. "You and Tower Lord are Wisdom Path Gu immortals on par with one another. With 60% assurance, there is a need to try." Fairy Ziwei nodded lightly. "To speak the truth, I was able to deduce because of luck, as I had gotten some crucial information. Fan Yuan having fixed immortal travel and spring-autumn cicada is no longer a secret. Some time ago, we captured a demonic path Gu immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We learned about the boss who had borrowed Gu from him. Next, we investigated several areas that Fan Yuan might have appeared in, one of them was Pot River. At Wind Cloud Manor, Gu immortal Feng Chanzi stole the light of the immemorial era from their treasury and sold it to an outsider. Thus you deduce that Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel has already been destroyed, right?" Granny Sha asked. "That was a possibility, but looking at the result, we were right." Fairy Ziwei answered. "That Fan Yuan has many immortal Gu, spring-autumn cicada has already been sealed, while fixed immortal travel is with us. This way, it is much easier to capture him," Granny Sha said. Fairy Ziwei shook her head, she sighed lightly. "Actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is merely a rank 6 immortal Gu, there are too many ways to deal with it." "That's right." Granny Sha agreed. "It is almost impossible to raise fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8. The light of the immemorial era needed is too much, even in Heavenly Court's treasury. We can only try to refine the rank 7 version 3 times. As for rank 8 fixed immortal travel, it is consigned to history. During the immemorial antiquity era, there was an unlimited amount of light, but now, it was an extinct immortal material. But fixed immortal travel required the light of the immemorial era to refine. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not transport rank 7 Gu immortals, not to mention rank 8s. These Gu immortals had plentiful Dao marks in them. To transport them using fixed immortal travel was like asking a baby to carry an elephant. Unless there was a Gu immortal specialized in space path, or if a special immortal killer move was used. But such a situation was extremely rare. In general, fixed immortal travel was capped at rank 6, even though it had a great effect, it had little use to rank 7 and 8 Gu immortals. Granny Sha continued. "Actually, in Heavenly Court's history, we have owned fixed immortal travel multiple times. In most situations, we gave them to the lower sex for use, and because of tribulations and others' reasons, they were lost. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Liang Liang, he raised it to rank 7. This person cultivated space path alone, but during the rampage of immemorial desolate beasts, he battled and died. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed during that time. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Fan Yuan, but in the Heavenly Court Gu Immortal's eyes, it was almost an unnoteworthy object. It was unusable, thus in many situations, it was given to the 10 ancient sects, so that they could display its greatest worth and control the situation in Central Continent. To think that Fan Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create so much trouble in the world. It was still the same saying, there was no strongest Gu worm, only strongest Gu master. The effect of a Gu worm not only depended on the Gu worm itself, the more important reason was the user, the Gu master. Fairy Ziwei continued, rushing to refine fixed immortal travel and sealing spring-autumn cicada merely cut Fan Yuan's wings. The true problem is finding his hiding spot. Now I will deduce with my full strength and find him in Central Continent. Granny Sha, I will need your help to refine immortal Gu and restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Sha nodded and said in a heavy tone, Tower Lord is dead, I couldn't save him. But I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure he would rest in peace behind the door of life and death if he knows this. Goodbye. Granny Sha said this as Fairy Ziwei summoned another Gu Immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chanzi almost made a great blunder through this selfish use of public assets. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long, the sects are all complacent and rotting. How can such scoundrels be allowed to tarnish the reputation of Heavenly Court? Punish him to guard Hidden Dragon Cave and Di Zongxing for 20 years. If that evil dragon manages to move even a bit, he would be failing his duties. We will take his life as punishment. Fairy Ziwei said as cold light flickered in her eyes. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded as he frowned slightly. What about Old Man Bei Feng? Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, he was very doted on. Most importantly, with Old Man Bei Feng's accumulated achievements and battle strength potential, he could already rise to Heavenly Court and become one of its members. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 Gu Immortals can ascend to Heavenly Court and become members. One had to be exceptional. Fairy Ziwei smiled. If Old Man Bei Feng wants to come to Heavenly Court, I will personally welcome him. But his grandson will now be guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. With Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level, he cannot deal with it. Since nobody in Heavenly Court is willing to take care of that mess, we will let Old Man Bei Feng handle it. After pausing for a while, Fairy Ziwei continued, I called you here today because I deduced many identities of Defice members. I want you to go personally and capture a number of them, so that I can get more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead, as the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fairy Ziwei was tasked to lead Heavenly Court. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal was most suited for this job. Of course, she was only leading Heavenly Court temporarily. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had equal status, not one of the rank 8 Gu Immortals had absolute authority, they had to discuss matters between all of them. Unless there was an Immortal Venerable leading them, that would be a different story. Granny Sha is rebuilding Heaven Overseeing Tower. Myriad Tidal Dragon is outside capturing the members of Defy. Wei Ling Yang is internally investigating Heavenly Court and modifying our investigative methods. Times are different now, we cannot let more traitors come in. Now, I will go all out to deduce Fan Yuan's location. We cannot stall this. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei's brows rose slightly. It seemed from the result from her last deduction, that the more she targeted Fan Yuan, the more Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect would cooperate. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Spectral Soul was the main target, they could not rest until he was dead. Right now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's Super Dream Realm. Heavenly Court did not and could not act, they could only watch as Spectral Soul died slowly in the Dream Realm. Thus, Heavenly Court's focus was on Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect's remnant forces. To prevent them from saving Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's remnant forces, like Zombie Alliance, was already facing the assault of people sent by Fairy Ziwei. Fan Yuan was her current focus, fixed immortal travel was not an issue, but Spring-Autumn Cicada was different. If Fan Yuan went back to the past and rewrote history, what would happen? Central Continent deep in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia woke up slowly. What happened? This is... Ing Wuxia was in a daze. Gradually, clarity returned to his eyes. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed in refining fixed immortal travel. After using my trump card, my luck rose immensely. Why did I not succeed? Now, I have lost everything, and my soul's injury is severe. Ing Wuxia had a pale expression as he clenched his fists. He was upset, and also lost. He did not know what to do now. Suddenly, the surroundings shook. Ing Wuxia's super goo formation started to activate rapidly. Oh no! This is the deduction of a wisdom path great expert. The super goo formation's automatic defenses has been activated. Ing Wuxia gasped in his mind, his face turned even more pale now, without a trace of rosiness. Chapter 1070. Sacrifice a rook to save the king. In Central Continent, who would deduce Ing Wuxia? Ing Wuxia's first thought was Heavenly Court. The #1 goo immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Heavenly Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Heavenly Court that had 3 generations of immortal venerables leading it. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not attempt to attack Heavenly Court. The Supreme Heavenly Court. As the Super Goo formation continued to run, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious great expert, the entire Goo formation was shining in dark eerie light. It was cracking under the pressure. In just a short time, who is it that has made this Super Goo formation so overworked? Only Heavenly Court's wisdom path great expert can do it. Ing Wuxia's expression was pale, his back was covered in sweat. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, and he returned to the door of life and death, Shadow Sect had existed, having been developed over 100,000 years, achieving its peak due to immaculate planning, but after the Battle of Etian Mountain, the losses were terrible, only some remnant forces were left. Now, Spectral Soul was stuck in the dream realm. Only Ing Wuxia was left as the final hope. Ing Wuxia knew deeply how heavy the burden on him was. If he was deduced, without fixed immortal travel to teleport and escape, he would definitely be assaulted by a large number of Heavenly Court Goo immortals, until he died. Never mind if I die. But my main body will fall into a desperate situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will die for real. I will become history. I am not resigned to that fate. Ing Wuxia howled. He struggled to get up. He invested his attention and immortal essence into the Super Goo formation. The Goo formation started to become more stable, the eerie light flowed like water, moving in the formation, the cracking sounds also became softer. With a Goo immortal controlling it, the Goo formation could display a completely different level of power. Earlier, this Super Goo formation did not have Ing Wuxia controlling it, but it could still defend against Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. With Ing Wuxia's support, its might rose by more than 10 times, the situation was under control. But Ing Wuxia's situation was becoming worse. He had just woken up, his condition was not good. Because the Goo refinement failed, and he used his trump card killer move to increase his luck, his soul was severely injured. After waking up, he controlled the Super Goo formation without rest, he did not even have time to heal his injuries. Ing Wuxia controlled the Super Goo formation for a while, he felt dizzy and saw stars in the air. His body was shaking as he almost fainted again. No! This Super Goo formation is hard to control, we have to defend against the wisdom path deduction, my mental energy is severely drained, I cannot continue resisting it. Ing Wuxia's heart sank. Sure knew! Hey Lulan! He called, left with no choice, he told these two the secret method to manipulate the Super Goo formation and let them control it. A while later, he could not endure it anymore, he fainted. Master! Shirnu was very loyal. After being able to control the Super Goo formation, he found that Ing Wuxia's situation was bad and quickly used the Goo formation to heal Ing Wuxia. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Z-Wei's deduction. The situation was stable again. Ing Wuxia finally woke up again. He was in a better state. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" Shirnu replied, 2 days and 3 nights, master. Did they stop the deduction? Ing Wuxia asked again. Not even once. He Lulan transmitted. Ing Wuxia's expression was grim, his heart sunk to rock bottom. 2 days and 3 nights of deduction without stopping. The other party is indeed a wisdom path great expert of Heavenly Court. Their wisdom path attainment can match Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Sigh, Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's foundation was too deep. It had been under the rule of 3 immortal venerables, with countless rank 8 Goo immortals joining throughout history. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years, it had a huge force, but compared to Heavenly Court, its foundation was too shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years. They found an opportunity coincidentally and paid a heavy price to send the traitor Lian Jiuxing into Heavenly Court. But Lian Jiuxing could not get much intel after joining Heavenly Court. Most of Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were sleeping, they rarely were active. However, just the small amount of information obtained, showing a portion of Heavenly Court's power, made Shadow Sect feel great trepidation. The biggest concern was Heavenly Court's rank 9 Fate Gu. This immortal Gu was only damaged during Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time, it was not completely destroyed. Using rank 9 Fate Gu as the core, the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower had incredible might. It could truly oversee everything. Its range of detecting fate escapees spanned over the whole 5 regions. Along with White Heaven and Black Heaven, it was a shocking scope. The second concern was that Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was free from tribulations, seemingly because it had devoured large numbers of fragments of the 7 broken immemorial heavens. Finally, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had unfathomably deep research regarding immortal apertures. In this regard, even Spectral Soul could only gasp in amazement. Any rank 8 Gu immortal who joins Heavenly Court would first have to contribute their immortal aperture, and combine it into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven. When they go outside of Heavenly Court, they would be given a mystical phantom aperture for storing immortal essence and Gu worms. This method was among the deepest secrets of Heavenly Court, it was the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 Gu immortals fused their immortal apertures into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from tribulations. They could also sleep and slow down the loss of their lifespan. Heavenly Court was created 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. By now, it had the Grotto Heavens of 3 immortal venerables, along with countless rank 8 Gu immortals' Grotto Heavens. They were all fused into Heavenly Court. Thus, the size of Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was unbelievable, the amount of resources and immortal materials inside was immeasurable. With just these resources, Heavenly Court was self-sufficient. It did not need anything from the 5 regions. It was unknown just how many rank 8 Gu immortals were sleeping inside Heavenly Court, or even how many members there actually were in Heavenly Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand the terrifying might lurking in Heavenly Court. However, since ancient times, lifespan Gu had been the traditional way to gain lifespan. For the Heavenly Court Gu immortals to use sleep to extend their lives, there was definitely a drawback. But Lian Jiuxing had never uncovered what this drawback was, it was among Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect with 100,000 years of foundation was too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg, Zombie Alliance, which was scattered over all 5 regions, was just the tip of the iceberg. Old Man Yanshi, Bo Qing, and Purple Mountain True Monarch were hidden under the iceberg. As for Heavenly Court, it was the sea that carried the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep, even though the iceberg floated on the sea, nobody knew what was hiding inside the sea, or what ferocious creatures were dwelling below. Maybe the Gu immortals were already dead, but nobody knew the truth, and they were not going to find out either. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lian Jiuxing, Bai Chen Tian, Fairy Ziwei, Granny Sha, they were all rank 8 Gu immortals who joined Heavenly Court in the last thousands of years. The depths of the sea was not explored yet. These were just huge waves on the surface. Master, what do we do now? Shirnu asked. Ing Wu Xie fell into deep contemplation. He racked his brains, thinking hard. At the moment, Fairy Ziwei's deduction was like a long spear forcing Ing Wu Xie and the rest to raise their shield and defend against the Super Gu formation. Even though it was powerful and could block Fairy Ziwei's deduction this way, by controlling the Super Gu formation, Ing Wu Xie and the rest were restricted from doing anything else. And just defending themselves was too passive, they were going to lose eventually, it was not a wise decision. Heavenly Court targeted me not only to deal with Shadow Sect, but also because they want to pursue Fan Yuan. My body is originally Fan Yuan's, in a way, I am shielding him from this disaster. It is very strange that I failed to refine fixed immortal travel this time. I had 10 chances and extremely high luck in the final one. Even if my luck was split, the chances of success are still very high. Fan Yuan could succeed his refinement even in that situation. My situation was far better than his, yet I still failed. I am afraid fixed immortal travel has already been refined by someone. If that is so, it is likely Heavenly Court. At this time, over in Langya Blessed Land, the traitor's sixth heir had already sent a letter of apology to Ing Wuxia. Thus, Ing Wuxia had a clear understanding of Fan Yuan's situation. It seems I can only sacrifice a rook to save the king. Ing Wuxia had a resolute expression. He decided to abandon his subordinates to obtain a chance to escape. Using the Super Gu formation, his aura could be concealed for some time. Fairy Ziwei's deductions would be drawn to the Super Gu formation. This way, Ing Wuxia could escape in the meantime, going through the regional walls and leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a tiger's den. There were too few remnant forces of Shadow Sect. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a huge help to Ing Wuxia. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but I am only a rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie. It is far easier for me to pass the regional walls compared to rank 7s and 8s. Now I can only work hard to travel the 4 regions and gather my remnant forces. Even if Heavenly Court has the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 Gu immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower has been destroyed, they cannot locate me as well. I can only abandon this place. And to control the Gu formation, at least 2 rank 6s or 1 rank 7 are needed. Ing Wuxia thought about it, and decided to give up on Shinu, bringing Tai Bai Yinxing and He Lulan with him. The loyalty of these 3 was not an issue, especially He Lulan, followed by Shinu, and finally, Tai Bai Yinxing. The more important reason was that he had to pass the regional walls many times. The lower the cultivation level, the better it was when going through them. Shinu's rank 7 cultivation level was a burden instead. Ing Wuxia made his decision and executed it. Shinu had no objections, he was utterly loyal. He even passed all of his accumulated Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Ing Wuxia completely. Ing Wuxia's immortal aperture was a dead land. He kept the Gu worms while passing the Rockman tribe to He Lulan, letting them live in her immortal aperture. Bringing He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing, with Shinu left to draw the attention, Ing Wuxia retreated. His target was the closest regional wall. Chapter 1071. Selling Immortal Gu. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, rocks were sent flying. Within the dust cloud, Ing Wuxia opened his mouth, growling. His growl could not be heard by ears, but the 3 Central Continent Gu immortals attacking them shook, their souls were also shaking intensely. Oh no! This is a Soul Path Immortal Killer move. The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals quickly put up their defenses. Retreat! Using this prime opportunity, Ing Wuxia called this out as he led Tai Bai Yinxing and He Lulan to fly away. The Central Continent Gu immortals soon regained their senses, but Ing Wuxia and the rest were nowhere to be seen. What Soul Path killer move is this? Amazing! At that moment, I felt that my soul was going to dissipate from the tremors alone. These 3 Gu immortals are from Northern Plains based on their aura. They are so secretive and mysterious. Who are they? They actually appeared in Earth Abyss, the territory of our ancient soul sect. Are they related to the giant cave-in that happened earlier? The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions as they communicated while healing their injuries. I have already sent this information to the sect. We are sending reinforcements now. Chase. They are all hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense them. They cannot escape. The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals stabilized their injuries and quickly chased after them. After chasing them for a while, the sensation vanished. The leading Central Continent Gu immortal was troubled. Strange. My immortal killer move was created several years ago. It can trace people, few know about it. How did they dispel it? There are many types of immortal Gu. Through different combinations, killer moves are created. Gu immortals have many different methods. They are uncountable in number. Maybe the other party happened to have a way to counter your immortal killer move. This is possible but unlikely. In my opinion, it might not be dispelled, but only temporarily suppressed. Maybe they used a certain method to conceal themselves. The leader of the 3 immortals said, "We chased them here, but the immortal killer move's connection vanished. There must be a reason. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture?" An immortal aperture was a small world independent of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. When fate escapees live in blessed lands and grotto heavens, they can avoid Heaven Overseeing Tower's detection. If Ing Wuxia, who was hit, entered someone else's immortal aperture, the investigative method of the leader of the 3 immortals would not work. But entering someone else's immortal aperture was very rare in the Gu immortal world. Firstly, the immortal aperture was extremely important in a Gu immortal's cultivation. Few would allow others inside. Secondly, there was a drawback to this. The immortal apertures of goo immortals had their respective down marks. By entering another person's immortal aperture, their down marks would clash, they would interfere with, obstruct, or even reject and consume each other. The actual expenditure would depend on the situation itself. Normally speaking, a larger aperture storing a smaller one was more stable. Even if a smaller one was storing a bigger one, as long as their strengths were not far apart, the immortal aperture could contain goo immortals. But they would suffer losses in one way or another. If the immortal aperture was placed outside and was connected to the heaven and earth G, there would be a part of the 5 regions world. The immortal aperture would be far more stable, and could contain much more, or even higher cultivation level goo immortals. If the person entering the immortal aperture had too high of a cultivation level and too many down marks, they might cause the immortal aperture to detonate. Like the fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens, only people of a certain cultivation level could explore it. If they were too strong, they could not enter, forcefully going in would just destroy the small world. There was also a special situation, it was regarding apertures of immortal zombies. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land, the time inside was the same as the outside world, and the space inside was constantly crumbling. It could be seen as the down marks in the immortal aperture breaking apart, it was the process where they returned to the body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture enters a goo immortal, there would not be any down mark resistance. The only problem would be that the dead land would crumble more quickly, and the down marks would return to the zombie body at a faster rate. The leader of the 3 immortals had anticipated this situation, thus, he made Ing Wu Xie, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lu Lan all afflicted by his immortal killer move. No matter who entered which immortal aperture, one person would be left, they would be detected. The leader of the 3 immortals suddenly had a thought. Don't tell me, someone placed their immortal aperture while the other 2 entered the immortal aperture along with them? It is easy for a goo immortal to regather their immortal aperture, but placing it down takes time, there would be a commotion. How can they do it so quickly without making a disturbance? But goo immortals have countless methods, there are all sorts of geniuses in this world, they might have a certain method to quickly place down the immortal aperture? This central continent goo immortal thought a lot, but could not discern anything relevant. But this did not affect his actions. My connection was severed here, rather than chasing them endlessly. I should stay here and investigate, maintaining the area and letting our wisdom path goo immortals in the sect deduce. The central continent goo immortal said. His suggestion was well received, the other 2 nodded without objecting. They are not leaving, it seems they are staying here. Inside the super goo formation, Tai Bai Yunxing looked outside and sighed. These 3 rank 7 goo immortals are from Ancient Soul Sect, sent here to investigate the huge cave-in. Master, it was fortunate that you could escape. Please heal your injuries. Shirnu urged. He Lu Lan sank into silence. Ing Wu Xie's expression was very ugly, he said in a hoarse voice. To think that 3 goo immortals are waiting here for me. He had decided to make a sacrifice to protect his major interests, but to think that shortly after leaving, these 3 Ancient Soul Sect goo immortals appeared and fought with them, Ing Wu Xie and the rest were outmatched, they could only return to the super goo formation. With the concealment of the super goo formation, the immortal killer move that was used on He Lu Lan and the others became temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 goo immortals from Ancient Soul Sect were flying above the super goo formation, but because the super goo formation was extraordinary, it not only concealed them but also concealed all their aura. Being in phantom form, it did not have any physical state, the 3 central continent goo immortals could not detect anything. What do we do now? He Lu Lan thought to herself, looking at Ing Wu Xie with an inquisitive gaze. Ing Wu Xie turned his face around, his gaze flickered uncertainly. After thinking about it, he made up his mind, he gritted his teeth. In this desperate situation, I can only do this. A moment later, in treasure yellow heaven, 1 pillar of treasure light shot into the sky. It was thick and large, attracting countless gazes the moment it appeared. What kind of treasure can lead to such amazing treasure light? Immortal goo, it's an immortal goo. Someone is using treasure yellow heaven to transport immortal goo again. So extravagant. Countless wills and goo immortals who happened to be around were talking about it. This familiar scene made them think of earlier, when Lang Yalan's spirit used treasure yellow heaven to send Fan Yu on his sword path immortal goo. But soon, the commotion exploded among the people. The goo immortals were publicly announced. This immortal goo was to be sold openly, anyone could buy it, but they had to use immortal goo to exchange for it, or collect enough immortal materials provided in the list to trade. All of the goo immortals were shaken. Exchanging immortal goo for immortal goo was normal, it was also nearly the only way of transacting immortal goo. But to think that this transaction could also be done using immortal materials. This was shocking and surprising. At once, the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven went into chaos. Central Continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Border, goo immortals from all 5 regions revealed deep interest towards this immortal goo. Especially when they realized that the immortal materials on the list were not absurd. As long as they collected the immortal materials in exchange for this immortal goo, they would profit without fail. As time passed, a sudden immortal goo transaction caused a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. More and more goo immortals heard about this and placed their attention here, asking for the price. The price was very fair, countless goo immortals were moved. Ing Wuxia smiled coldly as he saw this. The seller of the immortal goo was none other than him. Immortal goo were usually not sold, because refining goo was hard, and immortal goo were unique. Even 100 portions of immortal materials might not successfully refine the goo. But Ing Wuxia was forced to his wits' end. He had no choice but to choose to sell immortal goo. He had immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by spectral souls while within the Red Lotus in the River of Time. Because the will carried in Spring-Autumn Cicada was limited, this information was chosen carefully and given to Ing Wuxia. All of it was precious and had great value. He could not sell these. They were all useful in saving his main body. If they were sold, his secrets would be exposed. They could not be sold. He could not sell these things, and his cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials, which were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then, Ing Wuxia had only one choice left, that was to sell immortal goo. He had quite a number of immortal goo. They were mostly from Fang Yuan. He was selling one of Fang Yuan's immortal goo, Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo. In the current goo immortal world, even though Strength Path goo immortals were rare, this immortal goo still drew a lot of attention. Because its price was not high, many rank 6 goo immortals without immortal goo could bear the cost. As I expected, by selling this Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo first to cause a commotion, I can raise the prices later when I sell other immortal goo. Ing Wuxia snickered internally. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei, do you know about this situation in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Granny Sha used goo worms to transmit and ask Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had been trying to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body were separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Ing Wuxia, who was closest to her. Fang Yuan was inside Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her capability in deducing him was minimal. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Ziwei smiled, stopping her deduction. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven? And he wants to use Space Path Immortal Goo like fixed immortal travel in exchange? It seems that Fang Yuan has been pushed into a corner. He has no choice but to do this. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, Treasure Yellow Heaven cannot be disrupted. But Heavenly Court is an exception. Open the treasury. I am going to make a transaction with Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit. Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit was extremely proud and rarely showed itself. It ignored even Heavenly Court and had once resigned itself to death rather than giving in to a Venerable's threat, making them helpless. The huge Heavenly Court could not force Treasure Yellow Heaven to stop Ing Wuxia from making transactions. That was impossible. But Fairy Ziwei was very confident in this. Chapter 1072. New Shang Clan Leader. Southern Border. Shangliang Mountain. The sun was high in the sky, shining brilliantly. There were lots of people on Shangliang Mountain. The atmosphere was lively. Rank 4 Peak Stage Goo Master Shang Buli stood at the mountain peak, attracting almost everyone's attention. Even though Shang Buli was an experienced veteran, at this moment, he was feeling anxious. Because right now was Shang Clan's ceremony, it had huge significance. All sorts of people were attending: Tai Clan, Yi Clan, Wu Clan, Ho Clan, and all the other representatives of Southern Border's super forces. Even experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators were here. The elites of Southern Border were all gathered for this. It was a grand event. Shang Clan was different from the other super forces. That was because of Shang Clan's battle stage policy. The other super forces' battle stages were meant for their clansmen, while Shang Clan's battle stage could also take in demonic cultivators and lone cultivators. Shang Clan's foundation was in trading, its main base was Shangliang Mountain. Deals could be made with anyone, it was the biggest connector of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This was not just among the Gu masters, the same applied to the Gu immortal world. Shang Clan's Gu immortals were usually the middlemen of righteous path and demonic path transactions. Seeing that Shang Buli appeared, the countless Gu masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that this ceremony of Shang Clan was about to begin. The entirety of Shangliang Mountain became quiet. Shang Buli felt his pressure intensifying. He took in a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down as he declared loudly, "Shang Clan Leader Succession Ceremony, begin!" At the next moment, grand music was played, countless birds and peacocks flew around, golden flowers were raining down from the sky. It was a glorious scene. From the interior of Shangliang Mountain, a long clear rainbow road extended outwards. A splendidly dressed girl walked on the clear rainbow road, appearing in front of everyone. She had silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her hair was tied up. Wearing a beautiful dress, she walked slowly. It was Shang Xianci. At once, countless Gu masters held their breaths. So beautiful! This is Shang Clan's next clan leader? This woman is so beautiful, she is truly like a fairy. Who is she? Everyone was discussing and clamoring. But these noises were all drowned by the elegant music that was being played. The esteemed guests on the mountain peak from all the super forces, as well as experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators, were all looking at Shang Xianci as she walked in, transmitting their thoughts to each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. She does not have high reputation, her aptitude is low, and her cultivation level is also low. But in the end, she actually became Shang Clan's new clan leader. Fate truly toys with people, incredible, incredible. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, countless heroes and conquerors died, the forces in southern border were all heavily affected, much of the power balance shifted. And Etian Mountain has also become among southern border's greatest mysteries after that battle. Shang Xianci slowly walked on the clear rainbow road. Under everyone's watchful gazes, her clothes fluttered in the air, she ascended slowly, walking towards the sky from Shangliang Mountain's peak. Clouds gathered in the sky, light was shining brightly, gathering into a throne. Everyone raised their heads to watch. Shang Xianci had an unmatched and elegant disposition right now. Today, in southern border's Gu Master world, you are the sole main character. Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang Clan, she was the one who single-handedly supported Shang Xianci to become the leader of Shang Clan. Shang Xianci became Shang Clan leader. In order to prevent any chaos, Shang Qingqing had concealed herself and watched in the background to control the situation. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, southern border has fallen into its biggest commotion in several hundred years. Can this girl really lead Shang Clan and maintain stability, or even expand? Shang Tanmo asked. He had the appearance of a youth, he wore a blue robe and was skinny. He was looking at Shang Xianci with a deep gaze of doubt and inquisitiveness. Shang Qingqing smiled. All of the generations of clan leaders were nurtured through gaining experience. The reason why I chose Shang Xianci is not because of her ability, but her heart and magnanimity. Her characteristics are an advantage that gives her an unspeakable charisma. It is extremely rare in the current world. Look at the mountain peak, her subordinates are all tearing up from joy, they are so loyal and trusting towards Shang Xianci. But actually, these people that she took in had varied backgrounds, they were a chaotic bunch, but now they are all on the same side. Oh? Shang Tanmo heard this and was moved. He knew that Shang Qingqing chose this girl to be the clan leader not just because of her personality, but because she had also made some observations and considerations over time. He followed Shang Qingqing's indication and looked down. To think that my lady would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob, sob, sob. Missy, we finally did it. Xiao Dai was weeping in happiness. She was Shang Xianci's trusted servant. When they were in Zhang clan, they were inseparable. She followed her in the caravan, to Shang clan city. They had gone through thick and thin. Her loyalty was unmatched. Master, if you learn about this inside the door of life and death, you must be very happy. Young Miss is completely different from your other children, she can definitely give a new future to Shang clan. The servant Xiaolan had teary eyes. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young. she was capable and was given to Shang Xinci by Shang Yanfei. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Etian Mountain, her loyalty towards Shang Yanfei was all transferred to Shang Xinci. Zhou Quan was silent. He was Zhou clan's leader, he had an arrogant attitude and thought highly of himself. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was a vagrant, surviving by opening a shop in Shang clan inner city. Afterwards, Fan Yuan forced him to go under Shang Xinci as a subordinate. Seeing that Shang Xinci was sitting down on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was in a daze. At this moment, he thought of Fan Yuan. A complex smile appeared on his face. Black and white demons, should I be thanking you? Now that the young miss is Shang clan leader, my Zhou clan has hope to rise up again. But soon, Zhou Quan thought again. No, reviving the clan will have to wait. Even though the young miss is a clan leader, the internal threats are huge, her situation is not stable. How can I leave her now when she needs the help of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan was not overwhelmed by this huge ceremony. He looked around at Shang Buli and Wan Qianshan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, among the 5 great generals of Shang clan, only 2 were left. They were Shang Buli and Wan Qianshan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade, while the latter was in charge of resource gathering, like mining, herb gathering, hunting, and others. The one with Shang's surname was the representative of Shang clan. The other with Wan's surname was an external elder. He represented the benefits of Shang clan's external Gu masters. With these 2 experts, young Miss' internal situation in Shang clan is truly bad. She is weak while they are strong. There is even a possibility that they could make her a puppet leader by taking over secretly. Young Miss' status makes her unable to obtain the support of every clansman. She is an illegitimate daughter after all. The internal problems are alarming, but the external problems are worse. Danger is lurking everywhere. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, too many leaders and experts died. Everything is changing. Resources without owners are being contested for again. Young Miss has too few resources available, be it human resources or actual goods, compared to her siblings. And she also has to deal with affairs outside the clan? And at this critical moment, Lady Wei is leaving her too. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked at the female Gu master beside him, Wei de Xian, feeling very unhappy. He was the chief steward of Shang Xinci. He knew a lot of information. Wei de Xian was the wife of Wei clan leader. She was skilled at training guards, and was pregnant. Her motive was to protect her husband's only bloodline. Because Fan Yuan targeted her weakness, threatening her, she eventually went over to Shang Xinci's side, and helped her nurture a band of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xinci's guards. But now, she had already given birth. She had successfully carried on her husband's bloodline. Because she was always out in the open, her brother Wei Xinjing found out. He sent a letter and urged Wei de Xian to go and serve Wu clan with him. Wei de Xian was moved. After all, she was not loyal to Shang Xinci. She was threatened by Fan Yuan and had no choice back then. But Zhou Quan did not know that. While he was worrying about this situation, Wei de Xian was also very worried. Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He had a good perspective of the big picture. Wei de Xian was the same. She was a clan leader's wife. She could see further than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yanfei is already dead. My enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by the black demon back then, and had to serve the young miss, after this long period of time, I have come to understand her. Young miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world. Little brother, I will have to disappoint you. I cannot go to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan. Even though you are ostracized, your life is safe. But here with young miss, danger lurks everywhere. Wei de Xian sighed internally. But no matter what, as the young miss steward, I need to think for her sake. Right now, she needs manpower. The 3 demonic path brothers, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, must stay. We cannot let them leave. Zhou Quan looked at 3 people as brilliance flashed in his eyes. No matter what, as the young miss' personal guard, I need to think in her interests. Shang Yanfei is dead. Shang clan only has 2 generals left. We need to prevent them from making her a figurehead. We need to draw in new blood. Xiao Yan is a great choice. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he idolizes Wei Yang. Because of the black and white demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young miss, and Xiao Yan was also close to them. Wei de Xian looked at Xiao Yan, who was among the crowd as she planned. In the sky, Shang Xianci began to speak publicly for the first time. Her speech was succinct, but there was deep meaning in it. People were pondering over it. This was not prepared by her, of course. Wei de Xian and Zhou Quan had written her script. After the speech ended, a huge wave of applause and cheers erupted. Shang Xianci slowly left the center of attention. But the succession ceremony was not over yet. What followed would be a day and night of celebration, wine and food with songs playing, to sweep away the sadness and dejection from all the heroes' deaths. After vanishing from the sky, Shang Xianci directly appeared in the inner city's mansion. So tired. With no one watching her, she relaxed as she felt deep fatigue in her mind. But she knew that now was not the time to rest. She used her goo worms to summon her aides. Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, Wei de Xian, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong and Xiong Feng. Shang Xianci had arrangements to make. Yi Fan walked on the road. His eyes were shining brilliantly. He walked with an imposing aura. Ever since he defended Shang Xianci while refusing to retreat in danger, he obtained the female immortal Shang Qingqing's approval. He was given a superb inheritance, and many goo worms. Yi Fan was troubled because he had no cultivation guidance. After getting this inheritance, his horizons expanded. He no longer lacked goo worms. His future was bright. He was considered Shang Xianci's life benefactor. He could enter her mansion without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xianci became Shang clan leader. But it will not be easy as a clan leader, not to mention the leader of Shang clan. How can I, Yi Fan, abandon her? Thinking of Shang Xianci, Yi Fan's heart beat quickly. He was developing feelings for Shang Xianci, but he did not know what she felt about him. He knew that Shang Xianci was inside her mansion. He came without an invitation. He was close. The final door was right in front of him. He could see Lady Xianci again. Yi Fan's footsteps became faster. He stood at the door. He straightened his back as he patted his clothes. He was about to knock. He heard Shang Xianci's voice from inside. Everyone listen to me. After becoming clan leader, there's one thing I want to do first. This has been weighing in my heart for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to remove Black Demon, Brother Fang Zheng's arrest warrant. Of course. That includes Sister White Demon as well. Yi Fan was dazed. His finger that was going to knock on the door froze in the air. Shang Xianci was talking to her subordinates, while Shang Qingqing and the other Gu immortals were discussing Southern Borders matters and Living Treasure Blessed Land. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land, their base camp. It was situated in the main world of Southern Border. It was very stable and could allow Gu immortals to go in. The door of this blessed land was the Living Treasure door. Its favorite activity was digging its nose. The Battle of Etian Mountain has ended. Southern Border's Gu immortal world will be in turmoil and unrest for the next few decades. Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke. He looked around, continuing, Right now, our clan has 3 matters. First, Zombie Alliance have vanished mysteriously over the 5 regions. The same goes for Southern Border's Zombie Alliance branch. They occupied many resources. Shang clan can take them over. Second, Etian Mountain has been covered by the giant Dream Realm. Us Righteous Path forces are joining up and blockading this place, doing research while preventing demonic path or lone immortals in. Third, Etian Mountain's shocking gambling contest ended without result, but there are huge amounts of cultivation resources left inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. The sole participant of this gambling contest who is still alive, Gu Immortal Gua Lao, is the only person to inherit the resources. We have to take control of him. Shang clan's Gu immortals all nodded. The 3 matters mentioned by First Supreme Elder were the biggest matters in Southern Border's Gu immortal world now. Countless people were concerned. I have been paying attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven, to speak the truth. Shang Qingqing was about to speak, when suddenly her expression changed. She said in shock, What happened? Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. Chapter 1073. Wisdom is hard to use. Treasure Yellow Heaven came from Taoist countless treasures. In the medieval antiquity era, a rank 8 Gu immortal, known as Taoist countless treasures, acquired a fragment of Yellow Heaven by chance. He fused the fragment into his grotto heaven, and formed Treasure Yellow Heaven. After a Gu immortal's immortal aperture absorbs a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the outside world of the 5 regions, and could not be moved anymore. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the same, ever since it was placed in its location 300,000 years ago. It had not moved. But where was Treasure Yellow Heaven's exact location? This was a huge mystery, people did not know. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had tried to deduce it over the years without finding the answer. Treasure Yellow Heaven's original owner was Taoist Countless Treasures. After him, there were no successors. Even the many immortal venerables and demon venerables could not find the exact location of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven has existed until today. It is the #1 open market in the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Why did it close suddenly? Shan Clan's Gu Immortals were shocked and suspicious. Ever since Taoist Countless Treasures created Treasure Yellow Heaven, it had been open for 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the biggest help towards Gu Immortals' cultivation. It had an important place in the mind of every Gu Immortal. For the longest time, Gu Immortals had gotten used to the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now that it was closed, everyone was caught off guard. Why do you think that Treasure Yellow Heaven closed suddenly? Oh no, we are after the resources gambled in Etian Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge bed is stuck in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Don't tell me, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit is trying to steal this huge amount? Shan Clan's first Supreme Elder shook his head. He denied that idea. Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit does not care about that bet. If it was corrupt, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not have its reputation and status. There had never been a case of corruption in Treasure Yellow Heaven in history. But regarding the closing of Treasure Yellow Heaven, there have been a few instances. Is that so? We would like to know. Shan Qingqing quickly asked. Shan Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke slowly, revealing a secret. As it turned out, there were some instances recorded of Treasure Yellow Heaven closing in history. They were due to the same reason. It involved fragments of immemorial Yellow Heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white and black. Right now, only White Heaven and Black Heaven remained. Yellow Heaven had shattered long ago. Back then, Taoist Countless Treasures knew that he could not survive a coming tribulation. He used his own immortal aperture to absorb a small fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven, forming Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though he was trapped inside Treasure Yellow Heaven and lost his freedom, he no longer faced any tribulations. After Treasure Yellow Heaven absorbed the immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment, it could only continue to expand by absorbing other Yellow Heaven fragments. There were several transactions recorded in history. Certain people had sold a fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven to Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit. After the heavenly spirit obtained it, it closed Treasure Yellow Heaven and focused on absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment to expand itself. This time, if there are no unexpected surprises, should also be this case. Shan Clan First Supreme Elder finally surmised. He was right. In this world, it might be that the only thing that could move Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit were Yellow Heaven fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens had shattered long ago. Yellow Heaven fragments were nearly non-existent at this point. Only those with immense luck and opportunities could obtain them. But Heavenly Court had a long history. Its treasury was beyond imagination. It could take out a fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven, and the size was quite large too. If the amount was little, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit would not need to close Treasure Yellow Heaven. It could absorb the fragment easily. Now, Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. The Yellow Heaven fragment had to be so huge that the heavenly spirit had no choice but to focus entirely on the absorption. Treasure Yellow Heaven had been impartial all along. It did not side with anyone. It was mysterious and Heavenly Court could do nothing to it. If Heavenly Court asked the heavenly spirit to rejecting Wu Xia's transactions openly, the heavenly spirit would not respond to them, and Gu Immortals from the other 4 regions would not care either. With the 5 regional walls, Heavenly Court's influence and control was mostly limited to Central Continent. But Heavenly Court was extremely affluent. It tossed out one large Yellow Heaven fragment. This way, Ing Wu Xia's plan to save himself was thwarted. Damn it! Heavenly Court actually did this! Ing Wu Xia's face was ruthless. He clenched his fists, veins were popping. He was gritting his teeth until a grinding sound could be heard. He was furious, but with the heavy-handed method used by Heavenly Court, he could not do anything but watch helplessly. Guh. Suddenly Ing Wu Xia felt a rush of blood as he spat it out, falling backwards. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, he also felt bone-chilling coldness. Heavenly Court directly sold the Yellow Heaven fragment cheaply. They were paying such a huge price to eliminate Ing Wu Xia. This showed their firm determination in this aspect. It was a desperate situation. Heavenly Court's move had blocked Ing Wuxia's final way out. They were too ruthless. Without Treasure Yellow Heaven, even if Ing Wuxia wanted to sell immortal goo, they were stuck with him. And even more disgustingly, his immortal goo Iron Crown Eagle strength was still stuck inside. Without the immortal materials from transactions, how can he continue to refine goo? One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. Without immortal goo, how could he get out of this situation? Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. The heavenly spirit was absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment. This was not going to end quickly. In history, the shortest period was just over 2 months. There was no way out. He could only allow Heavenly Court to deduce while he and the rest defended and stalled for time, until finally, strong foes came to find them personally, and they failed to resist them. Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan's appearance had changed. He became an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path Immortal Killer move to alternate between life and death. He could be a living goo immortal, or a dead immortal zombie. But now, he was not using this method. His Strength Path Immortal goo were all lost. He could not use that Strength Path Killer move. Fan Yuan's plan was simple. His soul flew out and left his body, entering the corpse of a Strength Path Immortal zombie. The corpses of these Strength Path Immortal zombies came from Blazing Heaven Demonis. After rebirth, Fan Yuan had still asked for these to make preparation for the Life and Death Immortal Aperture as a failsafe. He had obtained many Strength Path Immortal zombies from Blazing Heaven Demonis. These bodies were all placed in Starform Blessed Land. After Etion Mountain, he had gotten them back from Langya Land Spirit. Other than these immortal zombie bodies, there were also large amounts of precious immortal materials. Most of the quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained from the Goo Formation in Earth Trench. Some of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were picked up from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited greatly from Bo Qing's awakening, when his sword lights traversed Central Continent. Fan Yuan did not have much immortal essence or immortal essence stones, but he did not lack goo refinement materials. But the value of these immortal materials were too high. It was inappropriate to use them now. Immortal materials were not the key point. Wisdom goo was more important. Fan Yuan was staring at wisdom goo for a long time, but it did not move at all, let alone emit the light of wisdom. Using other immortal zombie bodies in place of myself did not work. I cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan was not surprised at this. He had already made similar experiments long ago in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom goo had never been refined by Fan Yuan. He had only made an agreement with it back then because of the winds of assimilation. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But wisdom goo seemed to only respond to Fan Yuan as a whole. His body and soul were both needed to draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, if he only had his soul and not his body, it would not work. That means the most direct way is to just take back my original body? Fan Yuan thought. His original body was still an immortal zombie. There was no need to change anything, it was suitable to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although it would work, was impractical. Ing Wuxia has already vanished. He could possibly have Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel, and other immortal goo. Other than that, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing might be helping him. Earlier, Fan Yuan had no time because of the calamity. Now, every time he thought about the problem called Ing Wuxia, he felt a deep headache. Thus, I all the more need to refine Fan Jing into a blood deity. Fan Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus goo. He had no parents, he had no bloodline relationship to anything in this world. But Fan Yuan still wanted to refine Fan Jing into a blood deity. The blood deity refined using Fan Jing could counter Fan Yuan's body. Even if the immortal zombie body could not be taken back later, Fan Yuan could use the base of Fan Jing's blood deity to modify it. Or possibly, he could combine it with his soul to regain Wisdom Goo's acknowledgement. Of course, this was purely Fan Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fan Yuan's blood path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. When Fan Yuan was testing Wisdom Goo, Langya Land Spirit was also observing. Seeing the results, he sighed and felt much regret. Fan Yuan looked towards Langya Land Spirit in concerned fashion. Does First Supreme Elder have any methods to use Wisdom Goo? Langya Land Spirit stared at Fan Yuan, replying petulantly. The simplest method is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom Goo. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. I know this method too. I am asking if there are other methods? Sigh, there is a method that isn't a method. I can feed it with lifespan goo continuously. After feeding it for some time, I might obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. If this method works, Wisdom Gu would be mine. By then, you would have to give it to me no matter what. Lang Yalan's spirit thought about it and smiled to himself. Fan Yuan's eyes drooped. Is it really fine to directly say it? You think I want to? Lang Yalan's spirit was stomping his feet. Land spirits cannot lie, damn it, why did I tell you about my motives again? You accursed fellow! Chapter 1074. Spy exposed. Fan Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding Wisdom Gu was too high. Only Lang Yalan's spirit was willing to pay it. Fan Yuan used Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to revive. His age was about 16 now. Humans in this world lived 100 years on average. That meant that Fan Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left. It was a long time. But even so, Fan Yuan knew that if he obtained Lifespan Gu, he would use them all on himself. Even if he did not use them, he would save them for the future in case of emergencies. Lifespan Gu were mortal Gu. But Lifespan Gu were among the strongest forms of currency in Gu Immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare. There were two obstacles in a Gu Immortal's cultivation. One was calamities and tribulations, the other was lifespan. Even if one was as strong as an Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable, they would still be challenged by these two problems. In fact, back then when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up 88 True Young Building, one of his most important goals was to ransack the Lifespan Gu in the whole of Northern Plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding Wisdom Gu, it was secondary. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years, for a long period of time, Wisdom Gu was in constant hunger. It had to go into deep sleep and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88 True Young Building, he also found Wisdom Gu. But he could not use it, or afford to feed it. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, he did not have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he could make use of aspects of other paths using his own as a foundation. He did not have much need for Wisdom Gu anyway. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, his era ended. Thereafter, the world started to produce Lifespan Gu again. And after that, another huge figure appeared in the world, that was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He had already searched for Lifespan Gu during his later years, but Lifespan Gu's demand far exceeded the supply. It became rarer until it vanished. After Paradise Earth died, a new cycle started as the world recuperated. Lifespan Gu appeared again. Every 10 years, 88 True Young Building conducted the Imperial Court contest, ransacking Northern Plains Lifespan Gu. Wisdom Gu was slowly fed and recuperated, until Fan Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. And later, due to its survival instincts, Wisdom Gu left with Fan Yuan and went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After a long series of events, it ended up in Langya Blessed Land now. During Three Kings Blessed Land, I used 2 Lifespan Gu to refine Second Aperture Gu. But that could not be helped. In this life, I had obtained a Lifespan Gu from Blazing Heaven Demonis. But after rebirth, I lost this opportunity and have no Lifespan Gu with me now. Since Blazing Heaven Demonis could give me a Lifespan Gu, she definitely had more than one in her possession. But she died in the 10 Extreme Formation. Her Lifespan Gu were also destroyed. No. Fan Yuan thought as he recalled something. Lifespan Gu is hard to find, even an Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable would need and desire it. Blazing Heaven Demonis was plotted against by Spectral Soul and died. Her accumulated wealth must have been taken by Spectral Soul already. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance remain. Their wealth is still immense. As for Langya Land Spirit, he also had a number of Lifespan Gu. It was quite the sum. These Lifespan Gu were all produced inside Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history of over 300,000 years. It had lived through the era of 2 Venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had an incredibly huge space. After intentionally being dropped to a Blessed Land, because Refinement Cauldron was fused into the Immortal Aperture world, Langya Blessed Land's space increased instead. It was larger than even many Grotto Heavens. There were an immense number of hairy men living here. They were split into 3 countries. The life forms in here procreated and had generations after generations of offspring. Lifespan Gu was produced from life forms. Wherever life forms lived, Lifespan Gu could be naturally produced. With a huge space, countless inhabitants, and a long history, together with Langya Land Spirit's absolute control over the Blessed Land, whenever a Lifespan Gu appeared, he could collect it immediately. With all these reasons, Lang Yilan's spirit's lifespan Gu accumulation increased continuously. Fan Yuan did not know the exact number, but he could easily guess that the number was not small. Ordinary Gu immortals would need lifespan Gu, but Lang Yilan's spirit did not. Activating Wisdom Gu requires the Gu immortal's lifespan to be expended. And feeding Wisdom Gu also requires lifespan Gu. For now, I should let Lang Yilan's spirit feed it. Fan Yuan knew about Lang Yilan's spirit's motives even without any probing. This could not be helped. Fan Yuan had no lifespan Gu, he could not feed it. He was in deep trouble himself. When Gu immortals went through tribulations, they become stronger and stronger each time. Fan Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity. He had no time to care about Wisdom Gu. Ever since Wisdom Gu was brought away by him, Fan Yuan had not fed it once. The truth was, Lang Yilan's spirit was helping Fan Yuan. In any case, even if Wisdom Gu acknowledges Lang Yilan's spirit, it is a good thing. With my current status, I can use Lang Yilan's spirit's methods to use Wisdom Gu. I will only need to pay some sect contribution points. All Gu worms were tools. All of his hard work was targeted towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fan Yuan had given up too much. There was nothing he could not discard. The experiment with Wisdom Gu ended in failure. But Fan Yuan felt no disappointment. Before leaving, he asked for one thing from Lang Yilan's spirit. An information path Mortal Gu that recorded the scene of when he refined change form Immortal Gu. This Gu refinement was very strange. The tribulations became so strong. We were lucky that we succeeded. Fan Yuan, if you find out anything, you have to tell me. Lang Yilan's spirit instructed Fan Yuan before he left. First Supreme Elder did not manage to find out anything, either could I. I will do my best. Fan Yuan answered. He had a vague guess that the tribulations gained strength due to the sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But he would not tell Lang Yilan's spirit this guess no matter what. Other than researching the tribulations, Fan Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Langya sect, and see if there were any traitors left. All along, Fan Yuan had been mindful of this. Shadow's sect had sent 2 traitors into Langya blessed land, unexpectedly having hairy man Gu immortals. When Shadow's sect attacked Langya blessed land, these 2 spies played an important role. But other than them, are there other spies in Langya sect? This problem was extremely important to Fan Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langya sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to depend on Lang Yilan's spirit to undergo tribulations and cultivate. He had just started this investigation. He did not have the time or energy until now. After flying for some time, Fan Yuan was already close to his new accommodations. This was a grand city. Pure white city walls stood up proudly. At the peak of tall towers, flags were hanging. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities. Each of the cities was a mortal Gu house. When activated together, they could form the 12-wave Cloud Confusion Formation. It could cover the entirety of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities were created from the former 12 cloud buildings. The current Lang Yilan spirit liked grand appearances. He was different from the previous one. The cloud city in Fan Yuan's vision was given by Lang Yilan's spirit, to be the place where he defended and lived. The other hairy man Gu immortals, including Lang Yilan's spirit himself, each occupied one cloud city. There were few residents in the city, but soon, there would be more and more. Because in Lang Yilan's spirit's plan, he was going to trigger a war between the 3 continents, and pick outstanding Gu masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent for nurturing. Fan Yuan flew down to the cloud city and landed. Several hairy man Gu masters quickly welcomed him. They were elite hairy man Gu masters. They were chosen by Lang Yilan's spirit and sent to Fan Yuan. On one aspect, they were to take care of Fan Yuan's daily affairs, but there was also the intention for them to receive Fan Yuan's guidance in cultivation. Fan Yuan was not concerned about these hairy men. But the leader of the hairy man Gu masters respectfully told Fan Yuan that the 6th city lord has visited Fan Yuan. He had already been in the guest room for a long time already. The 6th city lord was Gu immortal 6th hair. He was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fan Yuan felt uncertain. He came to the guest room and met with this Gu immortal, 6th hair. I am 6th hair, greetings to 2nd city lord. I am here today to seek guidance from you regarding combat. 6th hair paid his respects as he said this. Fan Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze had turned ice cold. As it turned out, although 6th hair said that out loud, he was secretly transmitting a different message to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, I am here representing Lord Ing Wuxie to make a deal with you. Ing Wu Xie. Shadow Sect. Sixth Hair was the spy. At once countless thoughts flashed across Fan Yuan's mind like lightning. Too polite, too polite. We are all from the same sect, don't talk about guidance, we can definitely spar. Fan Yuan smiled as he showed a warm expression. He first moved away and invited Sixth Hair to sit down, before getting to his own seat. These few steps were not far, but countless thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. Sixth Hair is the spy. Is he the only spy in Langya Blessed Land? He is representing Ing Wu Xie to make a deal. What transaction does he want? Over on Ing Wu Xie's end, what is going on? He wants a transaction? Is he sincere? Is this a trap? Is this Langya Land spirits probing? After all, I joined Langya sect and have an information path alliance agreement on me. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan sat down. His expression changed, his eyes were sharp like daggers, he looked at Sixth Hair with deep killing intent, he transmitted coldly. Sixth Hair, what guts? Is what you just said true? If it is true, I will hand you over to First Supreme Elder for judgment. Chapter 1075. Simple words can turn a snake into a dragon. Sixth Hair looked at Fan Yuan as he laughed, feeling no fear. If he wanted to snitch, Fan Yuan would have attacked the moment Sixth Hair exposed himself. But Fan Yuan did not. He sat down and said some empty threats. As for the reason, Sixth Hair knew clearly, he said. I was originally in charge of the 12 Cloud Cities. Before you came here, I had already set up an immortal goo formation. Not only can it conceal us to prevent Langya Land's spirit from finding out, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can test it out. Fan Yuan had joined Langya sect, he was bound by the alliance agreement, and could not act freely. Especially when talking with the spy Sixth Hair, it was against the alliance agreement. But hearing Sixth Hair's words, Fan Yuan tested it. As expected, there was no backlash from breaking some small alliance agreement rules. Fan Yuan's gaze was deep, he said after a while. It seems you are indeed a spy in Langya sect. What transaction do you want? Sixth Hair felt great relief. He was afraid that Fan Yuan would take him down without any further discussion. The first hurdle had been passed already. However, he could not be careless. Fan Yuan was unscrupulous and shameless. He was a devious person with no bottom line. Even though he took a risk and exposed his own identity, danger was still extremely high. There was no choice. Ing Wu Xie was out of ideas over there. He could only try this. Having a transaction with Fan Yuan was the same as plotting with a tiger. It was too dangerous. Only after the transaction was over and the evidence was firm, they would be tied together, and he would have a hold on him. By then, Sixth Hair would be safe. But how could he achieve his aims without losing too many benefits? Sixth Hair felt troubled. He was on the weaker side now. Ing Wu Xie and I have deep enmity. They are suddenly approaching me and even exposed their spy's identity. They have something to ask of me. Interesting. I want to see what he is up to. Fan Yuan had such a thought in his mind. To speak the truth, Lord Ing Wu Xie has already reached a desperate situation. His survival is at stake. Otherwise, I would not have appeared to talk to you. Sixth Hair said. Oh? Fan Yuan's brows rose. He looked at the other party again. Sixth Hair was so honest, Fan Yuan felt shocked internally. Why would one expose their own weaknesses before the deal? Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He sensed the ingenuity of Sixth Hair's purposeful reveal. Even if Sixth Hair did not say it, Fan Yuan would have noticed. By saying it, he could show that this was a last-ditch attempt that was filled with determination. It seems that after interacting with Langya Land's spirit for a long time, I have let down my guard. Even though the other party is a hairy man, he is a spy from Shadow Sect. How can he be as simple and easy to bully as a land spirit? Fan Yuan raised his alertness. Thinking about it, Fan Yuan spoke slowly and calmly. Ing Wu Xie has all of the accumulated goo worms in my body. He even has the help of Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lu Lan. How can he reach such a stage? I refuse to believe it. Sixth Hair shook his head. Fan Yuan, why the need to probe further? You set up the special will and caused your goo worms to self-detonate. You really gave Lord Ing Wu Xie a huge surprise. He tried to preserve the goo worms, but only 30% remain. Once he said that, Fan Yuan was fully certain that Sixth Hair was a spy lurking inside Langya sect sent by Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan's thoughts churned. His words earlier were not completely true. After Sixth Hair answered him, he obtained a lot of precious information. To think that Ing Wu Xie is really controlling He and Bai. He Lu Lan is a formidable person. She was not easy to control, but after her aunts died, it is much easier to deal with her. She has the great strength, true martial physique. If used well, she is an excellent pawn. And Tai Bai Yunxing is a kind man. Even though he is hesitant and timid, he has 2-time path immortal gu, he can help out a lot. To think that they are both controlled by Ying Wuxia, what a shame! Fan Yuan sighed internally. Fate worked in mysterious ways. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he and Ying Wuxia had swapped places. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus gu, while Ying Wuxia obtained his accumulated wealth. He was able to use He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing. As a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable, he had incredible methods to keep these two under control. Ying Wuxia has my immortal gu and He and Bai to help him. Now, he is initiating a transaction with me. I just make him pay a high price. Fan Yuan thought to himself harshly. However, next, after Sixth Hair exposed their weakness, he changed his words. Before the deal, let me show you our sincerity. Think of this as free intel. This intel is extremely important. It concerns your future cultivation greatly, or more accurately, it has to do with your life and death. Fan Yuan snorted, he said coldly. You do not need to brag about the value of the intel. I can assess it myself when I see it. Fan Yuan, do you know what Heaven's will is? Sixth Hair asked. Heaven's will? Fan Yuan asked in confusion. Sixth Hair looked at his expression before nodding in understanding, saying, You indeed forgot a lot of things, Fan Yuan. What do you mean? Fan Yuan's brows rose slightly. Sixth Hair said, You had once used Heaven's will's guidance to swap souls with Lord Ying Wuxia, disguised as the pure dream reality seeker physique and finally taking away sovereign immortal fetus gu. But what you did not know was, this 11th extreme physique was created by old man Yenshi. It had a huge flaw. Any soul which resides in the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose its memories. Even though old man Yenshi tried to remove the weakness, he only eliminated the weakness of falling asleep. The pure dream reality seeker physique still caused the soul to lose memories continuously. As time passed, more memories would be lost. Precisely because of this, Lord Ying Wuxia was constantly losing memories and could only use the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying this, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal gu. He moved this gu around with his finger, as he sighed internally. This gu worm has little to no value to him. But to Fan Yuan, it was immensely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he pass this to Fan Yuan? In Ying Wuxia's original plan, he was going to use this weakness of Fan Yuan to deal with him. To think that there would be a time where he personally helped Fan Yuan fix this flaw. This letter gu records the details before and after Yitian Mountain. Take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the gu worm to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan received it and inspected it. There were no problems. He activated the gu worm and the scenes of Yitian Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was indeed lacking many crucial memories. No wonder I have been feeling something weird, but I did not know what. I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. By completely losing one's memories, they could not realize it themselves. If they knew that they forgot something, that would not be true amnesia, they could still remember it eventually. However, the scenes in the information path mortal gu gave Fan Yuan a familiar feeling. Of course, there was still a chance that they were deceiving him. After checking it several times, Fan Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how can I know that this is real? This can possibly be made up too. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the hard part of this transaction. Fan Yuan and Ying Wuxia were enemies, they had deep enmity, there was little trust between them. The problem was how to express his sincerity and make Fan Yuan believe them. If this problem was tackled, the transaction would proceed smoothly. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly, colliding continuously in his mind. He was considering his words carefully, he had to, because Fan Yuan could kill someone without even blinking. If he said something wrong, so be it if he died, but Ying Wuxia had the mission to save his main body, this could not fail. After a long time, Sixth Hair spoke. Fan Yuan, you possess spring-autumn cicada, you have experienced rebirth, everyone knows this. But the truth is, even if you have many secrets, you have less of a clear understanding than us. Heaven's will is vast, it is everywhere, all over the 5 regions and 9 heavens, it spans across the past, present, and future. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits, it emphasizes on balance. And the way of humans is exactly the opposite, it is to reduce the deficits, and build up the surpluses. The two are complete opposites, and they are in conflict with each other. Thus, the previous venerables, and any legendary figures, are the targets of Heaven's will's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan Gu, they are two of Heaven's will's trump cards. Fan Yuan, you have experienced two tribulations already. One was the earthly calamity, and the other was the creation of an immortal Gu. The two of them had incredible power beyond reason. It was because you had revived using sovereign immortal fetus Gu, and your new body and immortal aperture have unlimited potential. Once you grow, you will surpass previous venerables. Because of this, Heaven's will feels extremely wary of you, and wants to kill you before you grow any further. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Since the tribulations, he had been considering this question. And now, Sixth Hair gave him the answer. Heaven's will. Fan Yuan muttered internally, thinking about this phrase. Sixth Hair sighed, he continued. My main body, spectral soul, created Shadow Sect, Zombie Alliance, and refined sovereign immortal fetus, preparing for 100,000 years, ending up in failure. This is the work of Heaven's will. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, we even had to face countless enemies. Heavenly Court with Heaven overseeing Tower Lord as the leader was its representative. And you, Fan Yuan, were the hidden assassin of our human tribulation. What do you mean? Fan Yuan squinted as his eyes shone. He felt deep interest. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's words were going to cause a huge transformation in his situation. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew, once he said the following words, Fan Yuan's greatest weakness of not knowing Heaven's will would be fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fan Yuan's uncontrollable rise to the top. Fan Yuan was like a python stuck in the swamp now. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know its directions. It was rolling around in the mud. But once the information was given to Fan Yuan, the python's cloth would be removed, its vision would return, it would be able to see the huge world and realize that the swamp trapping it was very tiny. With an accurate direction, knowing its circumstances, the python would raise its head towards the sky, it would cause huge storms, it would even become a dragon and roam the world freely. These might just be some words, but to Fan Yuan, they were a qualitative transformation, the value was immeasurable. Chapter 1076. Transactions with Shadow Sect. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fan Yuan, but he really had no choice. Ing Wu Xie's situation forced him to do this. Breathing in a deep breath, Sixth Hair continued. Fan Yuan, you were able to take sovereign immortal fetus Gu away at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own capabilities, but because you received the guidance of Heaven's will. Even the fact that you were able to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth was also part of Heaven's will's plot. To let you return to the past and ruin my Shadow Sect's grand plan. Fan Yuan heard this and his heart shook. The first half was still fine, but the content of the second half. Even with his mental fortitude, he also could not control himself. Boom! Coincidentally, at this time, there was a huge tremor in the outside world. What is going on? In an instant, Fan Yuan regained his cool. He sat up as he used his Gu worms, his eyes pierced the cloud cover. He saw that there was thunder rumbling in the sky, several bolts of lightning were flickering. A thunderstorm was brewing! Sixth Hair laughed coldly, but he felt bleak internally. Fan Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation, there is still much of Heaven's will left in Langya Blessed Land. My earlier words exposed the scheme of Heaven's will, I attracted the fury of Heaven's will. But all blessed lands and grotto heavens are small worlds independent of the 5 regions, Heaven's will cannot control this place. The tribulations are already over, no matter how angry Heaven's will is, there is no use. Fan Yuan did not deny it, he looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly. Continue speaking. Sixth Hair was hesitant earlier, but now that he had spoken, he felt relieved on the inside. He spoke even more quickly, continuing. Fan Yuan, your Spring-Autumn Cicada also has Heaven's will hidden in it. This has been verified by Lord Ing Wu Xie. This is the best evidence proving that every single one of your rebirths were affected by Heaven's will. Spring-Autumn Cicada uses everything in the Gu Immortal and only retains a will. This will is carried inside Spring-Autumn Cicada and enters the river of time, traveling upwards to your body in the past, achieving a rebirth. Fan Yuan, you have used it many times, you should know this clearly. Fan Yuan was expressionless, he did not retort. Sixth Hair continued. Spring-Autumn Cicada has Heaven's will in it. Every time you use Spring-Autumn Cicada, it is the best chance for Heaven's will to increase its influence on you. Because at that time, you only have some portion of remaining will left. Without your body, Your focus will also be on the river of time. You will not anticipate such a plot working on you. After rebirth, you naturally had to think about how to use your rebirth advantage to cultivate. Precisely so, you were plotted against by heaven's will. The things you experienced before rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, were they really simply what you know now? Those so-called fortuitous encounters were just bait left by heaven's will, so that as a tool of heaven's will, you would grow and reach Etion Mountain, ruining Shadow Sect's plan. According to our deduction, in the future before your first rebirth, Shadow Sect had succeeded. But heaven's will was not willing to see my main body become a venerable again. Why did Bo Qing fail in the past? It was because he was a split soul of my main body. And furthermore, after my main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and revived, he would definitely grow beyond all of the other venerables. In the future, heaven's will was no longer able to eliminate my main body. Thus, it thought of a way, creating a plot to send you back in time, using you to change the past and remodel the future. Fan Yuan suddenly asked, "Wait, I don't understand something. Why did heaven's will choose me?" "Because you are an otherworldly demon. Only otherworldly demons can change the past. If they are not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable cannot do enough. Red Lotus Demon Venerable tried all his life, but he only broke Fate Gu. He could not even destroy it, or harm heaven's will. Of course, you are not the only otherworldly demon. But regardless, after taking personal experience and circumstances into account, during that time period, you were the most suitable candidate to be the tool." Sixth Hair answered. Fan Yuan was silent. This was a brand new perspective, a shocking revelation. Sixth Hair's words made Fan Yuan realize that he was immersed in a huge scheme. He thought back over the 500 years of his previous life. He had roamed for hundreds of years. Was it the suppression of heaven's will? He had wanted to refine blood deity. Did heaven's will obstruct him from doing so? It seemed too easy that he obtained Spring Autumn Cicada's immortal goo recipe. After refining Spring Autumn Cicada, he immediately faced the attack of all the 10 great ancient sections. Sixth Hair looked at his expression and saw that Fan Yuan was moved, but because he did not express himself, Sixth Hair could only curse internally as he asked again. "Your Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, there is a high chance of failure. Why did you succeed every time you used it?" "That isn't the case, I failed the last time." As Fan Yuan said this, he suddenly was stunned. This point was the strongest evidence proving the presence of heaven's will. His amnesia did not affect this part of his memories. He remembered that he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower. He could not dodge and had no choice. But before this, the great strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was already vaporized by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be understood as, the great strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was destroyed, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie lifeless formation was incomplete, it could not refine goo. Shadow Sect's plan failed, the only other way was He Lulan, but she was not at Etion Mountain. Thus, heaven's will no longer needed the tool, Fan Yuan, and he failed when using Spring Autumn Cicada. Instead, Shadow Sect refused to lose. After heaven's will abandoned Fan Yuan, Shadow Sect used the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fan Yuan rebirth and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to progress. "What? You do not know that I failed my last activation?" Fan Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked and felt cold sweat in his hands. He naturally did not know this. He was only a split soul. He did not even join the Battle of Etion Mountain. He had been inside Langya Blessed Land the entire time. Furthermore, he only had Ing Wu Xie as a higher-up. A lot of his information came from Ing Wu Xie. But he knew that Ing Wu Xie had activated Spring Autumn Cicada. Originally, Ing Wu Xie was plotted against by Fan Yuan and had no way out, but because of Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a reset which caused the current situation. Sixth Hair was thinking about whether he should tell Fan Yuan this secret. He got more and more nervous as he thought over it. He did not know what reaction Fan Yuan would have after he told him. But at this time, Fan Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief. He let out a breath and calmed his emotions. He continued, "Heavens will plan for you to be a tool. It was a brilliant move. We subconsciously assumed that an otherworldly demon would have nothing to do with heaven's will. Because of this, even my main body was deceived. After 3 Kings Blessed Land, one of our split souls, Old Man Yenshir, found out that you had Spring Autumn Cicada, that you are someone who had been reborn. But because you already went to Hu Immortal Inheritance, and our 100,000-year plan was right before us. We did not want to create external trouble, so we tried to scheme against you secretly. Thus, Old Man Yenshir blocked deductions for you, and that caused the Central Continent Gu Immortals, Feng Jiuji's group, to go to Luopa Valley. In that battle, even though the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped, he was captured by old ancestor Shuehu. Heavenly Court and these Gu Immortals in Northern Plains were all secretly influenced by Heaven's will. They were part of my main body's human tribulation. Fan Yuan, after rebirth, on the way to Northern Plains from Southern Border, you encountered a lot of unexpected mishaps, right? These were all caused by Heaven's will to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Ing Wuxia is in a desperate situation now. A part of the reason was that Lord Ing Wuxia had obtained your body. He also attracted a lot of enemies for you, and is facing the problem for you. Fan Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board, the 10 great ancient sects are after you, even Heavenly Court is pursuing you. Lord Ing Wuxia is the best example of your future. Do you think you can be safe if you hide in the other 4 regions and don't go to Central Continent? My main body defied Heaven to refine Gu, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could still come after us. The main reason that most Gu Immortals don't travel regions is not because of the 5 regional walls, but because of their calamities and tribulations. Once they arrive, the result is hard to predict. If their tribulation was affected, they would suffer. Furthermore, Heavenly Court Gu Immortals give their immortal apertures to Heavenly Court. They have no calamities and tribulations. They go outside using a phantom aperture, and they have the method to sleep while preserving their lifespan. Fan Yuan, let me ask this, if I did not inform you today, would you know about Heaven's will? The scheme that made you a tool? You and my main body have deep enmity, that is true, but you are also closely linked to us. Lord Ing Wuxia is in grave danger. If he ends up in the hands of Heavenly Court, your relationship with him and your information would all be leaked. Heavenly Court will come after you. Because Heavenly Court are the lackeys that defend Heaven's will. Earlier, Feng Jiuge and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals went to Northern Plains to investigate, and later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord launched an ambush in Southern Border. Fan Yuan, you and Lord Ing Wuxia are tied together by the same rope. If he dies, you will follow soon enough. Sixth Heir had great eloquence. He spoke without pausing. He listed his reasons with strong evidence. It was truly convincing and understandable. Fan Yuan was so moved he could not help but say, "You are right, this is truly the case. I think we can have a good transaction." Sixth Heir was overjoyed, he thought. This matter is settled. At this moment, he was about to tear up. Because recently, he had been under strong pressure. Because of him, Fan Yuan succeeded in the tribulation and refined change form immortal Gu. No matter the reason or motive, the result was clear. He was at fault. He was filled with regret and anguish. Thus, he had to make up for his mistake. Now, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to urge Fan Yuan. It was Ing Wuxia's idea, but Sixth Heir was also a willing party. It seemed now that everything was worth it. Fan Yuan was Ing Wuxia's only way out. Sixth Heir had helped Ing Wuxia open up this possibility single-handedly. Chapter 1077. Transactions with Shadow Sect. Then how do we deal? What do you people need? Fan Yuan asked with an amicable expression. Fan Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials picked up in Earth Trench have a problem. They are filled with Heaven's will. We do not want these. But the huge amount of immortal materials from Falling Heavenly River can be traded. This is our list, take a look. Sixth Heir took out an information path Mortal Gu. Fan Yuan received it and inspected it before his consciousness entered the Gu. He nodded as he browsed. A moment later, Fan Yuan said to Sixth Heir, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya Sect, can't you get these from Langya Sect's inventory? Sixth Heir smiled bitterly. Times are different. The new Langya land spirit is not the same as previously. In Langya Sect, sect contribution points are everything. If I want to get items from the inventory, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my sect contribution points have not reached the number that Lord Ing Wuxia needs. You are right. Fan Yuan nodded before asking. I can give you these immortal materials, but how will these immortal materials reach Ing Wuxia? Treasure Yellow Heaven is currently closed. Ing Wuxia had been selling immortal Gu. He made a huge commotion. Fan Yuan knew about it. Sixth Heir continued speaking. It is more troublesome without Treasure Yellow Heaven, but there is a way to send these to Lord Ing Wuxia. Zombie Alliance was a subsidiary of Shadow Sect. Before the Battle of Etian Mountain, Because old ancestors Shui who had stolen immortal zombie bodies, Zombie Alliance had ordered the branches to create a super goo formation to connect between the 5 regions. Even if someone attacks a branch, we can transport these immortal zombie bodies to other regions using the super goo formation. I thought this was just an excuse to plot against the immortal zombies, to think it was real? Fan Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. This is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo was not part of Shadow Sect's original plan. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, we had no choice and did it. There were more benefits in keeping Zombie Alliance. If possible, we would not have sacrificed them. Fan Yuan nodded. He thought about the 500 years of his previous life. During that time, Zombie Alliance was still around in the 5 regions, even until the 5 regions' chaotic war, and just before Fan Yuan's rebirth, it still played a significant role in the affairs of the world. But it was different now. Zombie Alliance in all 5 regions was now an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and were refined in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Up until this point, the 5 regions were still in a commotion because of it. After all, when Zombie Alliance was around, it controlled many resources. These resources were now ownerless. Many goo immortal experts and super forces were fighting for them. There were bloody scenes. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Shadow Sect indeed succeeded. Zombie Alliance's continued existence proves this point. Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, resulting in Feng Jiuji's death inside Langya Blessed Land. This event is very suspicious. Shadow Sect had spies inside Heavenly Court. Maybe Spectral Soul had revived and controlled Heavenly Court, turning it into his own force. Fan Yuan thought a little and felt that many things in his memories could have likely had a deeper story behind them. This world's secrets are too deep. Legendary people have appeared continuously. Countless experts contest and plot against each other. They are like the countless stars shining in the sky. Even though I was considered an expert, compared to these people, I am not outstanding. Hee hee. Precisely because of this, it is more interesting, isn't it? Ha! Fan Yuan thought about this and felt increasingly joyful. On the surface, his lips curled up as he smiled lightly. Sixth Hair could not understand it, he thought. Why is he smiling? And why do I have a bad feeling? Fan Yuan breathed in deeply. He looked at Sixth Hair with a shining gaze. His smile became more apparent. Then, what can I get in exchange for my immortal materials? Immortal goo. Sixth Hair answered, having a calm expression. Interesting, very interesting. Fan Yuan clapped and smiled. What immortal goo could Ing Wuxia sell? It was obviously Fan Yuan's own immortal goo. Selling Fan Yuan's immortal goo back to himself, Ing Wuxia's plan was really amazing. But even Fan Yuan himself felt that Ing Wuxia's idea was quite good. In this world, who would want these immortal goo more than Fan Yuan? Even if there were such people, they would be few in number. And for other goo immortals, they were not used to these immortal goo, they needed to get familiar with them. But Fan Yuan was very familiar with them, he could use them well. These immortal goo had greater value to Fan Yuan than to others. Furthermore, even if immortal goo were sold, they needed suitable goo immortals. For example, a strength path immortal goo would not be well utilized by goo immortals of other paths. Because of differences in paths, and conflict in Dao marks, the effect would be reduced. It was not suitable for them. Unless they were using it as a supplementary goo worm for an immortal killer move. But such situations were rare. One could say, Fan Yuan was the best buyer. Not only did he have use for these immortal goo, most importantly, he could afford them. As for how to send the immortal goo, Zombie Alliance's super goo formation was likely to be used. Fan Yuan smiled. How many of my immortal goo are left? Not only do I want to buy them, I also want Heilu Land's self-strength immortal goo, and Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before and landscape as before. I will include these 3 immortal goo into my request. Sixth Hair considered it for a while before nodding. I can make the decision on this matter and agree to it. Ing Wuxia had control over Tai Bai Yunxing and Heilu Lan. He could make them hand over their immortal goo. And the most important thing now was to escape from danger and get away. Other matters could be put aside. Fan Yuan said again. We will trade at the same time. Bring your immortal goo, I will pay the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. As a matter of fact, it will take some time for you to see the immortal goo. You are aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance branches are being targeted, If Northern Plains' dark flow giant city did not sink into Earth Trench, it would have been ransacked already. The super goo formation is placed in dark flow giant city. It will take some time for me to get the immortal goo. But before this, I hope that you can provide some immortal materials first. Because these immortal materials are going to be used for goo refinement, the faster we refine, the better. Over on Lord Wuxie's end, we do not know how long they can last. Fan Yuan heard this and sneered internally. Sixth Hair is speaking both truth and lies at once. Earlier, he said Wuxie is in grave danger. Now he is indicating that Wuxie can last for some time. On the surface, Fan Yuan's expression turned stiff. He rejected. No, impossible. If I pay immortal materials and you do not hand me the immortal goo, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry about this. I have prepared an information path immortal killer move to restrict both sides. None of us can break it. Sixth Hair had a sincere expression. Fan Yuan laughed. He waved his hand. Don't talk to me about information path methods. I don't believe it. Since you can subdue He Lulan, you must have removed her information path alliance agreement, right? I do not cultivate information path. Would I be so foolish as to make an information path agreement with you? This. Sixth Hair hesitated. He understood Fan Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not set an agreement with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a new idea. I can use information to exchange for a portion of the immortal materials first. How about that? This information and these secrets have immense value to you. Fan Yuan, don't you want to know what the limitations of Heaven's Will are? Don't you want our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Heaven's Will? And information about otherworldly demons, even information about Langya Blessed Land, don't you want them? Fan Yuan was deeply enticed. Heaven's Will! After understanding that Heaven's Will was plotting against him, how could Fan Yuan ignore it? In this world, who else other than Shadow Sect had greater experience in dealing with Heaven's Will? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to transact, Fan Yuan would still be left in the dark for a long period of time. As for the matter of otherworldly demons, Fan Yuan was very curious. Why did he transmigrate here? Were otherworldly demons were there? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And information about Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had existed for 300,000 years. What secrets were hidden inside? This was extremely important for Fan Yuan, who was getting Langya Land's spirit's help, and also his goal of obtaining Langya Blessed Land. Undeniably, all this information was extremely valuable. They were very helpful to Fan Yuan. At this moment, the room was silent. Neither side was talking. Fan Yuan was deep in thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fan Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fan Yuan would definitely say yes. The allure of this information was too high, after all. Of course, if not for this situation, Sixth Hair would not have wanted Fan Yuan to know these secrets. Fan Yuan spoke, but instead asked a question. I don't understand something. Since there's a super goo formation, why aren't Wuxie and the rest using the super goo formation to escape directly? Sixth Hair explained honestly. The super goo formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies are considered immortal materials, but they cannot include the immortal aperture. It is too hard to transport goo immortals across regions. There are some methods, but they are very rare. For example, fixed immortal travel, but immortal goo are one of a kind. Stargate goo is an exception, but it is too limited. And not everyone can enter immortal apertures. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate goo. Fan Yuan had used it many times and even gave the goo recipe to Langya Land's spirit. It was not strange that Shadow Sect knew about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate goo, they had requirements towards the goo immortal being transported. The goo immortal must have few down marks in their body for transportation. Especially Stargate goo, it was only immortal goo, even though it used the power of Black Heaven. Only rank 6 bottom-tier goo immortals or those who had only gone through a few calamities could use it. Of course, the things inside the goo immortal's immortal aperture were in another world. They were not considered in this. Thus, back then, Fan Yuan used his dead aperture to contain rank 9 wisdom goo. He could transport it using Stargate goo. Using rank 6 bottom-tier goo immortals or immortal zombies as the container to use fixed immortal travel or Stargate goo for cross-regional transportation? This was very possible. But it could not be used widely. There was only one fixed immortal travel in the world, and Stargate goo was in the hands of few people. Furthermore, rank 8 goo immortals and high-rank immortal materials or immortal goo have too many down marks, they are a huge burden to the immortal aperture. Living immortal apertures could burst, while dead immortal apertures would break apart even more quickly. They could not go through this many times. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan placed the high-rank immortal materials into Hu immortal blessed land or star-form blessed land. These blessed lands that were placed in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 Gu immortals have their own unique methods to travel across regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Earlier, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord had brought a group of people to southern border and thwarted Shadow Sect's plan. They went there through White Heaven. Chapter 1078. Transaction with Shadow Sect. There had never been good methods to transport Gu immortals across regions. Because Gu immortals had little need for this. When Gu Master undergo immortal ascension, they would become Gu immortals of their respective regions due to the Heaven and Earth Chi. For example, they would be a Northern Plains Gu immortal, or a Central Continent Gu immortal. Gu immortals had a territorial mentality. Gu immortals from other regions were usually ostracized. At the end of the Battle of Etian Mountain, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing were pursued by southern border Gu immortals. This point was showed clearly. In this aspect, Eastern Sea was more open. The territorial mentality was not the key. Most importantly, once in a while, Gu immortals had to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to draw in Heaven and Earth Chi and stabilize it. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Chi needed was very specific. If a Northern Plains Gu immortal placed their immortal aperture in Central Continent, and took in Central Continent's Heaven and Earth Chi, there would be huge problems. The third reason was calamities and tribulations. Gu immortals faced calamities and tribulations continuously. Who would have the time to run around? What was the point of going to other regions? Unless they had important reasons, like clues to a huge inheritance, or maybe for investigation missions like Feng Jiuge. There was one thing to note. There was little demand for Gu immortals to travel across regions, but immortal Gu and immortal materials were not the same. They had huge demand for them. And these demands were mostly settled through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Due to all sorts of reasons, few people researched in regional transportation of Gu immortals. In history, there were barely any results. Zombie Alliance's Super Gu formation was merely used to transport immortal materials. Who would waste their time and effort to research on something useless? Gu immortals had huge pressure towards survival. Even though they were immortals, they could not live freely and peacefully. Managing their immortal apertures, raising immortal Gu, and dealing with tribulations, these were enough for all Gu immortals to slog their lives out. Thus, since long ago, cross-regional transportation methods for Gu immortals were very primitive. They were developed slowly. As a result, when the Grand 10 Great Ancient Sects of Central Continent dispatched a team of Gu immortals to go Northern Plains, they barged through 2 regional walls. In 400 to 500 years, there would no longer be a need to research on this. Because the 5 regional walls would start to disappear, the 5 regions will merge into one. This was something for the future, forget about it for now. In the hall, Fan Yuan let out a hearty laugh. He had probed for so long, he finally had a clear understanding of this transaction. Fan Yuan, why are you laughing? Sixth Hair's ominous feeling was growing. Because I am happy. Even though the Super Gu formation can only transport immortal materials, that is enough. Forget about information and whatnot. My first condition is my original body. Hand it to me. Fan Yuan spoke quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about Wisdom Gu. If Fan Yuan obtained his body, together with his soul, he could use the light of wisdom, and borrow the might of Wisdom Gu once again. What did that imply? He would be like a tiger with wings, he would soar to the sky. In the past, Fan Yuan had a flaw. He did not have lifespan Gu to feed Wisdom Gu. But now, Lang Yilan's spirit had a good number of lifespan Gu to feed it. Fan Yuan knew about Heaven's will already. If he had Wisdom Gu's help, how could he be stopped? He would be like an eagle in the sky, or a flood dragon roaming the seas. Together with the sovereign immortal aperture. My goodness! Sixth Hair cried out in his thoughts. These few elements alone were shocking, they were unprecedented. If they were combined together, he would gain unimaginable strength. How would anyone else ever compete with him again? That will not work. Sixth Hair shook his head. Without a body, how can Lord Ing Wuxia escape from his predicament? I have bodies. Fan Yuan laughed. I have many strength path immortal zombie bodies. We can trade one for one. You will not suffer a loss for sure. These immortal zombie bodies have more down marks than my original body. You are definitely going to profit. Profit my ass! Sixth Hair scolded Fan Yuan's shamelessness internally. His expression became ugly. He snickered at Fan Yuan. Let's not beat about the bush. Why would I not know your intentions? Oh. So you know about wisdom goo. Fan Yuan rubbed his chin. Immortal goo and information can be sold, but body. No way. Sixth Hair rejected with a firm reply. But Fan Yuan's mood changed even more quickly. Then there's nothing to say. Goodbye, see you. Fan Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was stunned. He was dazed in place, unmoving. Seeing him like this, Fan Yuan snickered internally. With a flourish of his sleeves, he took his leave. Sixth Hair jolted to awareness, he said. Fan Yuan, wait. You agreed? Fan Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. Body cannot be sold, the rest can be negotiated. Sixth Hair insisted. Fan Yuan snorted, walking ahead and through the door, leaving Sixth Hair's vision. Sixth Hair quickly chased him. We have to be willing parties in a transaction. Fan Yuan, why must you make it difficult for us? If we encounter trouble, you will soon follow. Fan Yuan stopped moving, but he did not turn around even now. He left the back of his head facing Sixth Hair. It was very rude. Sixth Hair heard Fan Yuan's words. You are right. But so what if I follow? At most I will die. Sixth Hair walked several steps and chased after Fan Yuan, urging. Fan Yuan, why the need to say these things? Who would believe such lies? Will you be willing to die? With Shadow Sect around, how many enemies are we drawing away from you? Without us, how long can you last? You think you can deal with Heaven's will? Even my main body failed after 100,000 years of planning. With a common enemy ahead of us, why are you like this? Noisy! A sword wave appeared around Fan Yuan. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Wave Sword. Sixth Hair was forced to retreat, he quickly said. Careful, be careful. Don't use Immortal Goo, it will ruin my arrangements. If Langya Land Spirit finds out, we will both face the consequences. Fan Yuan snickered, he walked ahead as he said. The body is my first condition, if this cannot be fulfilled, forget the rest. You have 3 days, go and have a good discussion with your Lord Ing Wuxie. Sixth Hair stomped his feet. 3 days? Fan Yuan, you know that Lord Ing Wuxie is facing great danger, we have to fight for time. Fan Yuan walked away as his voice drifted over. It is great that you realize this. Quickly agree to it, after the deal, you can use the immortal materials to refine goo, and last an even longer time, right? Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression, he gritted his teeth as he pointed at Fan Yuan, killing intent surged. Fan Yuan, don't go overboard. So what if I do? I will not be the first to die. I can live well inside Langya Blessed Land for some time. But you guys? Without Ing Wuxie, Spectral Soul's main body will remain trapped in the giant dream realm. Hee, the great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He is going to die before me. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed, he walked through the door and vanished from Sixth Hair's vision completely. Sixth Hair stared with bloodshot eyes. Fan Yuan's shameless and thuggish attitude dealt a huge blow to him. In less than half a day, Sixth Hair went to Fan Yuan again. Lord Ing Wuxie agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fan Yuan, he wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. A sharp light flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly, on Ing Wuxie's end, the situation must really be terrible. This was both good and bad. Fan Yuan wanted to gain the most benefits from this trade, but he also wanted Ing Wuxie to draw away the enemies for him. It was most beneficial to Fan Yuan for Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces to fight. We will trade the immortal zombie bodies first, 1 for 1, before we continue with the others. Fan Yuan said, adding, if I find out that you tampered with the body, don't blame me for what I will do. You know I am a person who has been reborn, I can use some future methods. Impossible! We will do the transactions all at once. Sixth Hair was not easy to fool. But Fan Yuan was a tougher nut to crack. A little later, Sixth Hair lost, he raised 3 fingers, gritting his teeth. Fine, we will first trade the immortal zombie bodies. But there are only 2 deals after that. We will conclude this trade in 3 sessions. 3 days later in Langya Blessed Land, the 2 made their transaction. Okay, next will be immortal goo. I want all of my immortal goo, along with self-strength, man as before, and landscape as before. Fan Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a curious expression. So many immortal goo, do you have enough immortal materials? Fan Yuan laughed. Of course. A few minutes later. This is what you mean by of course. You casually change the quantity to be traded by yourself? These immortal materials are not enough to buy even 30% of the immortal goo. Sixth Hair screamed furiously. We can continue to negotiate the deal. What do you mean by changing it myself? I did not casually do it, I am very sincere. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Your mother is sincere. Sixth Hair cursed. Fan Yuan's expression stiffened. This means you do not want to deal? Saying this, his sleeves billowed as he turned around. Sixth Hair was beyond furious. Threatening to leave? The same trick again? I don't care, I am not the first to die anyway. Fan Yuan shrugged, latching on Sixth Hair's weakness. Sixth Hair's expression froze, he felt like he had fallen into an icy river. He felt really foolish, why did he expose his own weakness? But with Fan Yuan's shrewdness, even if he said nothing, he would sense it. The second transaction was a long tug-of-war. Fan Yuan's price was way too low, Shadow Sect was not going to take it. In a few days they went through dozens of difficult negotiations, until both sides came to an agreement. Fan Yuan relented a bit, but he still earned the most from this. Sixth Hair had a downcast expression, his straight back had hunched already. Thankfully, there is only one last deal left. The third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions, why do you want to extend it to 10? Fan Yuan, you shameless bastard, you fiend with no bottom line. Can't you see the big picture at all? Die, let's just all die together. Sixth Hair screamed, his throat went sore, blood was flowing out of his nose due to anger. But Fan Yuan only said one thing, reflecting all of these statements. I am not the first to die anyway. Once Ing Wuxia dies, Spectral Soul's main body is going to follow. After all, the dream realm is huge, the consumption of the soul is extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid. Extremely. Fan Yuan's voice was floating around in Sixth Hair's head. Next, he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1079. Regaining his body in spring-autumn. A dark and deep pool of soul water undulated with countless ripples. Ing Wuxia opened his eyes wide, the ghost fire in his eyes burning bright as he observed the surface of the soul water. He was viewing a scene that outsiders would not be able to observe. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water, he was half kneeling on the ground and had an expression of remorse and guilt. Lord, I made a huge mistake. When Fan Yuan was facing the tribulation, if I had not used. I have already said that this matter is not your fault. Speaking of which, it is also because I used my trump card to increase my luck, which allowed Fan Yuan to take advantage of it. Ing Wuxia's voice directly transmitted to Gu Immortal Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method of communication between Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia. It was a soul path method but with the effect of information path, and was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, moreover there was Langya Blessed Land as well. Not only were they able to communicate in real time, they were also able to evade Langya Land's spirit's senses. Right now, Ing Wuxia no longer had Fan Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie's body. But this vessel, because it was too old, its immortal aperture had already broken apart, and what Ing Wuxia obtained was only the physical body. Unlike Fan Yuan's zombie body, which had a mortal aperture as well as an immortal aperture. As such, it was very inconvenient for Ing Wuxia to use goo worms. Whether it be immortal goo or mortal goo, they could only live in parts of his body like on his skin, hair, blood, bones, and so on. Not only would this leak their aura and make it easier for enemies to inspect, it was also not safe. When the physical body gets struck by an attack, the goo worms could also very well meet with a terrible fate. Goo worms were very fragile. Ing Wuxia could be said to have suffered a huge loss from this transaction with Fan Yuan, but his expression was tranquil. He instead encouraged Sixth Hair. You did this task very well. You constantly expressed weakness to Fan Yuan during the whole transaction process, good job. Especially the fainting at the end. Without your efforts, I wouldn't have obtained the immortal materials I needed. Sixth Hair sighed. I intentionally fainted to probe Fan Yuan, but unfortunately he did not do anything to me. Since he knows our background, he is naturally extremely cautious. Moreover, we have already done transactions multiple times now, both sides have gotten a handle on the other, he has to be wary against us reporting about him to Langya Land's spirit. Ing Wuxia replied. He had been in an absolute plight just now, and had thought about every possible way, before finding there was no way left other than Fan Yuan. Before transacting with Fan Yuan, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. The immortal material list he gave to Fan Yuan had exaggerated contents with huge numbers, hiding the immortal materials he truly wanted within them. In short, he had achieved his goal. He was able to fight for a ray of hope in this desperate situation. As long as he passed this hurdle, his future prospects would be extremely promising. Not mentioning the other immortal goo, but the main thing is that Fan Yuan not only obtained his physical body, he now has Spring-Autumn Cicada as well. His current foundation is extremely huge. Sixth Hare was still worried. Ing Wu Xie snorted. Even if Fan Yuan gets back his physical body, does he dare to use it? Spring-Autumn Cicada is not a problem. It was already sealed and is going to starve to death soon. Even if Fan Yuan can resolve this problem, Spring-Autumn Cicada itself has a failure rate when activating. It still has Heaven's Will hiding inside it. It will be a long time before he will be able to use it. Moreover, the attention of Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals will also be attracted to him. Sixth Hare's expression shook, the visible worry lessening by a lot. He repeatedly nodded his head. Lord, you are correct. Ing Wu Xie heaved a long sigh. You will still have to continue to watch Fan Yuan. You are already exposed, but Fan Yuan won't make a move against you. It is okay if we are not able to suppress him. He has obtained so many immortal goo just now, they will certainly be a large burden to him. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations will divert even more of his energy. Let him develop, wait until I gather strength and save our main body, then we shall settle the score with him. One could learn from experience. After having experienced so much, Ing Wu Xie was rapidly maturing. He understood what he could give up, and more importantly, learned to patiently endure. He was, after all, one of the split souls of Spectral Soul, and had the natural skill to become a powerful expert. Suffering and setbacks were of value in life, and he was rapidly growing up because of them. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Some time had already passed since the transactions with Ing Wu Xie. Fan Yuan gazed at the immortal zombie body in front of him, and sighed. I don't dare to use it. Fan Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After he had regained his immortal zombie body, although he had used almost all the means available to him at present to conduct many careful inspections, he did not find any issues. But what origin did Ing Wu Xie have? What origin did Shadow Sect have? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the progenitor of Soul Path, a Goo Venerable, a person who had once ruled over the world and all living beings. Would his split soul, Ing Wu Xie, have some kind of Soul Path method to create a sinister trap within this body? It was very possible. Fan Yuan's transaction with Ing Wu Xie had not been under any information path restriction from the beginning to the end, because either side trusted the other. Moreover, Fan Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to Ing Wu Xie's. If he used an information path method to restrict himself, it was very possible the other party would secretly break it, and this would make it even more unfavorable to Fan Yuan. Thus, he was completely unable to guarantee the safety of this body. Fan Yuan wanted this immortal zombie body back mainly to obtain the acknowledgement of wisdom goo and use the light of wisdom. So he needed to put his soul into this immortal zombie vessel. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters regarding the soul. Fan Yuan did not discover any issues, perhaps Ing Wu Xie had not tampered with it, but the more likely possibility was that there was a huge issue with this immortal zombie body, only that Fan Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Fan Yuan trying to decipher Soul Path methods was like an amateur performing in front of an expert. Looks like I still need to inspect this body for a while. I can't be careless, any slight carelessness and I might fall into a scheme of Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan warned himself. Only when he was 100% sure of safety would Fan Yuan use this body. Or perhaps when there were no other options, he might choose to take the risk. Although I can't use Wisdom Goo, regaining my body and Spring-Autumn Cicada is already a great success. Spring-Autumn Cicada had all along been Fan Yuan's greatest trump card. Now that Fan Yuan had gotten his body back, Spring-Autumn Cicada, which remained in the first aperture as the vital goo, was naturally also back. In the previous negotiations, when Fan Yuan mentioned for Spring-Autumn Cicada to be returned, he was met with strong denial from Sixth Hare. He refused to admit Ing Wu Xie had Spring-Autumn Cicada. Because either side was restricted by information path methods, Fan Yuan would not be able to tell apart truth or lies. There were no consequences for lying. However, Fan Yuan was even more unreasonable, directly saying, "That is impossible. If you truly did not have, then you people would have refined it. In any case, I don't care about others, but you must return my spring-autumn cicada." Fan Yuan had no bottom line and his stance was extremely resolute. Even though Sixth Hair said that he would swear on his life, shouting loudly as he vowed, Fan Yuan's attitude was unchanged. After wasting a good amount of time, Fan Yuan regained his body and Spring-Autumn Cicada. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada had an issue. It was sealed by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals using some strange methods. It was already cut off from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fan Yuan also knew Spring-Autumn Cicada had Heaven's will in it. This was his biggest threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada, both had dangers lurking within them and could not be used. But even so, Fan Yuan was happy. Even if I can't use them, as long as they are in my possession, it is a huge victory. Especially when Spring-Autumn Cicada was a huge trump card. After regaining Spring-Autumn Cicada and the immortal zombie body, Fan Yuan demanded fixed immortal travel in the second transaction. But where would Sixth Hair get it from? No matter how forceful Fan Yuan was, it was no use. Moreover, he could also guess fixed immortal travel might truly have been destroyed. If they had fixed immortal travel, they would have already used fixed immortal travel to make an escape. Why would they come to be extorted by him? A more crucial matter was that Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair had already completed a transaction. With the transaction, it meant betraying Langya sect. Sixth Hair had a hold over Fan Yuan. Land spirits were single-minded and obstinate. If he discovered this, no matter how Fan Yuan tried to explain, it would probably be of no use. So Fan Yuan finally gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he could not obtain fixed immortal travel, Fan Yuan obtained a large number of immortal Gu in this transaction. A large number. Among them were Hei Lu Land Strength G Immortal Gu, Self Strength Immortal Gu and Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, as well as Tai Bai Yunxing's Landscape as before and Man as before. Among Fan Yuan's own, there was Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Star Eyes Immortal Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and Connect Luck Immortal Gu had already been placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Ying Wuxia, and since Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed, these two Immortal Gu were also trapped within it. Eat Strength, Cleanse Soul, Fixed Immortal Travel, Star Shoot, Star Mark and Starlight had all self-detonated under Fan Yuan's special will, and Ying Wuxia had not been able to save them. Naturally, this information could be false as well. Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair were not bound by information path methods. The bottom lines of both sides had to be probed out by themselves. Maybe Ying Wuxia had secretly withheld some immortal Gu, but Fan Yuan had already done everything he could and had no way to make Ying Wuxia spit them out. After all, every time Fan Yuan transacted, he would be betraying Langya sect once more, and his tough stance would weaken by some degree. While Shadow sect had obtained a portion of the immortal materials, and their weak stance gradually strengthened by some degree. Of course, Fan Yuan had the firm upper hand from start to finish. After all, Ying Wuxia was the one in a bad situation. But Fan Yuan also did not want Ying Wuxia to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, Fan Yuan would soon be met with disaster. It was a much better situation with Ying Wuxia attracting the enemies ahead of him. Heavenly Court and Shadow sect could mutually weaken each other, while Fan Yuan observed from the sidelines. Fan Yuan was aware that since he had stolen Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow sect would absolutely try to kill him. But this was also a reason for Shadow sect to secretly protect him. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fan Yuan knew he was Ma Hongyun from Shadow sect's point of view. Shadow sect definitely wanted to re-refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It was just that the situation currently did not permit them to do this. Since Ying Wuxia had looked for Fan Yuan to do transactions, it meant he was truly at a dead end. Fan Yuan had to leave him some hope. If Fan Yuan truly forced him until he gave up and went to drag both of them down, Fan Yuan would also be implicated and might even die. In fact, what Sixth Hair said at the beginning had been effective. Chapter 1080. Flying Bear Transformation. Several days later, Langya Blessed Land. Two figures were cutting through the air, before they suddenly stopped. This land is a desolate area, it is suitable for our spar. The figure ahead observed the surroundings, and spoke leisurely. Brother Fang is right. The figure behind was a hairy man Gu Immortal named 12th Hair. He spoke brightly and with a grin on his face. Compared to the other hairy man Gu immortals in Langya sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he not only cultivated refinement path, but also cultivated enslavement path. He was a dual cultivator of refinement and enslavement path. It was not an easy thing for Gu immortals to cultivate two paths, because almost all Gu immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they underwent immortal ascension, the Gu worm they used for breaking open their aperture into an immortal aperture would be what decided their main cultivation path. The Tao marks added on from passing tribulations would mostly be of their main path as well. However, in this world, there were many Gu immortals that cultivated two paths as well. They were mostly rank 6 and rank 7. Cultivating one path primarily, while cultivating another path as a secondary path. Such Gu immortals often had fortuitous encounters, obtaining immortal Gu that were suitable for cultivating two paths. For instance, Fan Yuan's Eat Strength immortal Gu could increase his strength path Tao marks. If Gu